Growing up, Yuyuda had a front-row seat to his parents constantly fighting and screaming at each other over broken promises and misunderstandings. It was a non-stop drama fest in his house. The messy situation finally peaked when his mom cheated, leading to a swift divorce. Thanks to that stellar example of romance, Yuyuda completely gave up on having any expectations when it came to women. He was totally convinced that keeping his distance from complicated relationships was the best way to live, fully expecting his cynical lifestyle to just carry on uninterrupted. That is until his dad casually dropped the massive bombshell that he had decided to get married again. Yuyuda was completely blindsided by the sudden news. His old man immediately started enthusiastically bragging about his new bride's impressive bust measurements and incredible style, leaving Yuyuda completely deadpan at the bizarre and highly specific flex. Yuyuda questioned how his 40-year-old dad managed to score a catch like that, only to find out they met at a bar through a coworker. Naturally, Yuyuda suspected his dad was getting played for a fool, completely baffled that the man could be so blindly trusting after his last brutal heartbreak. Deciding the whole situation wasn't his problem, Yuyuda figured he would just keep living his quiet life exactly as he always had, but his dad quickly shot that idea down. The sudden remarriage came with a massive catch: Yuyuda was getting a new little sister. Panic instantly set in as Yuyuda realized that living with a stepsister around his own age was going to be a massive headache, just as his dad happily checked his phone to show off a picture of his new sibling. His dad eagerly shoved the phone in his face, excitedly bragging about how cute his new stepsister was, while Yuyuda just stared back with a heavy dose of skepticism. Seeing a photo of a literal child holding a picture book, Yuyuda felt a massive wave of relief, figuring he wouldn't have to try too hard to walk on eggshells around someone so young, while his dad cheered about him finally becoming a big brother. That entire conversation had actually gone down just a few hours before the official family meetup at a local diner. Cutting to the present, Yuyuda was officially meeting his new stepfamily. The bride-to-be Ayase Akiko warmly introduced herself and quickly apologized for dragging him out on such short notice. Yuyuda nervously introduced himself and politely complimented Akiko's beauty, earning a sweet thank you before she prompted her daughter to do the same. Despite Akiko praising him for being a gentle kid, Yuyuda's mind was in absolute chaos as he stared at the girl sitting across from him, realizing she technically was the kid from the photo, but with a massive catch. The new stepsister formally introduced herself as Ayase Saki, looking absolutely nothing like the little kid from the picture. Yuyuda completely froze in shock, while his dad loudly whispered that he was just as surprised by her sudden growth spurt when they first met. As Saki politely returned the greeting, her mother casually dropped the bombshell that Saki was actually 17, and in her second year of high school, leaving Yuyuda internally screaming about how someone the exact same age as him was supposed to be a little sister. His dad quickly chimed in to clarify the absurd technicality, explaining that Yuyuda was officially the older brother solely because his birthday was a grand total of 1 week before hers. Yuyuda's dream of having a carefree, easy-to-manage little kid sibling instantly evaporated. Akiko quickly apologized for the wild misunderstanding, explaining that Saki absolutely refused to let her take any recent pictures, leaving her with no choice but to use an old childhood photo to show them. Saki lightly joked that her sharp glare made it impossible to take good photos of her anyway. While Yuyuda managed to put on a polite face and claim he was relieved to finally meet her, he was internally having a complete meltdown over how he was supposed to casually live under the same roof with a ridiculously gorgeous high school girl. Saki admitted she had been pretty anxious about moving in with someone terrifying, prompting Yuyuda to cynically point out that the scariest people are usually the ones hiding behind friendly faces. She casually brought up his part-time job for university tuition and praised his impressive diligence, but Yuyuda quickly shot that down by confessing his boss had literally just chewed him out for being incredibly lazy. Unfazed, Saki pivoted to complimenting his supposedly stellar academic grades, leading Yuyuda to laugh it off and joke that the world was full of highly educated criminals anyway. His dark sense of humor actually got a genuine laugh out of Saki, leaving Yuyuda to internally breathe a sigh of relief as he hoped their awkward first contact was officially a success. As their parents stayed behind inside the diner to handle the dinner, Bill Yuyuta reflected on the evening, feeling satisfied that they had managed to kick off their new sibling dynamic on relatively normal terms. Waiting outside the restaurant for the adults, the newfound siblings just stood together in complete heavy silence while the ambient city chatter buzzed around them. Yuyuta internally admitted he normally wouldn't ever interact with a flashy girl like Saki, but her clever and genuinely friendly demeanor had completely caught him off guard right up until she suddenly broke the silence to get his attention. Dropping her perfectly polite facade, Saki told him she needed to discuss something important before their parents returned, confirming to a curious Yuyuta that this was a strict secret meant only for his ears. Yuyuta tried to keep the mood light by joking about his amazing ability to build deep trust so quickly, but as he closely observed her flat tone and empty expressions, he realized she wasn't radiating any actual emotion at all. Reading right through his cynical and detached personality, Saki smoothly agreed, stating that his completely apathetic nature was exactly why she knew he would understand her upcoming proposition perfectly. Yuyuta bluntly declared that he wouldn't be holding any expectations of her whatsoever, prompting Saki to immediately agree and clarify that she didn't want him expecting anything from her either. Yuyuta finally understood what felt so off about her overly polite demeanor, realizing she was clearly establishing that she had zero interest in any complicated romantic entanglements, having perfectly read that he felt the exact same way. For a guy who basically swore off expecting anything from women, her strict boundary setting was a total blessing, and he admitted he was incredibly relieved. Saki agreed, noting it was highly reassuring to finally find someone who actually had her pragmatic mindset. They mutually agreed to stick to their emotionally distant stance, politely exchanging thanks and addressing each other by their last names as they cemented their brand new purely practical dynamic. Looking back on it, Yuyuta figured that defining conversation right outside the diner perfectly set the tone for how their entire relationship as step-siblings would operate moving forward. Skipping ahead to move-in day in early June, the once overly spacious bachelor pad was finally packed as the IAS women officially moved in, leaving Yuyuta slightly overwhelmed by the sudden change in atmosphere. Yuyuta was completely baffled by the massive mountain of shopping bags, which Saki explained was just her mom buying whatever store employees recommended. While the adults excitedly gushed over premium ham logs like it was a party, Saki quietly asked Yuyuta to show her to her new room to escape the chaos. He led her down the hall and opened the door to her new space, giving Saki a moment to look around the simple bedroom and finally process that she was actually living there now. Noticing that all the basic essentials were already neatly set up for her, Saki offered a soft, genuine word of thanks to Yuyuta for going out of his way to prepare the room beforehand. Standing that close, Yuyuta suddenly caught a distinctly sweet scent radiating from Saki that was definitely way more pleasant than basic laundry detergent. Saki was genuinely impressed by how spacious the room was, which threw Yuyuta off since he considered it completely average, but she quickly explained that she and her mom used to a single tiny room in a run-down apartment on totally clashing schedules. Yuyuta pointed out that her old setup still sounded way more relaxing than suddenly being forced to a living space with two random guys, admitting he honestly felt pretty guilty about the whole awkward arrangement. Saki completely brushed past his sympathy, stepping right up into his personal space to directly call him out on his ridiculously stiff and formal way of speaking to her. Flustered Yuyuta tried to defend himself by blaming his 17-year streak of zero interactions with girls his own age. Saki urged him to drop the polite act and just relax, completely unaware that Yuyuta was internally panicking, because acting casual around someone with her flashy, intimidating looks felt entirely impossible. He weakly tried to argue that he wasn't intentionally trying to be overly accommodating, but one look at Saki's confident, knowing smile made him instantly realize exactly what game she was playing. Connecting the dots, Yuyuta bluntly asked if she was just ordering him to drop the formal language entirely. Saki immediately confirmed it, explaining that dealing with absolute honesty and zero filter made it significantly easier for her to actually let her guard down. Yuyuta agreed to the new rule without missing a beat, surprising Saki with his zero hesitation surrender. He figured that since she was laying all her cards on the table, he might as well do the same, admitting that a totally direct and upfront relationship sounded way less exhausting anyway. Saki gave a satisfied smile, casually noting that his incredibly practical and unsentimental acceptance was exactly the reaction she had banked on. She confessed that their mutual ability to easily negotiate and adjust to each other's boundaries was an absolute lifesaver, leaving Yuyuta to quietly agree that this bizarrely logical sibling dynamic was definitely a brand new experience for him. Saki points out how absurd it is that most people expect others to magically understand their feelings and attitudes without any explanation. Instead of wasting energy on mind games and building up unnecessary stress, her ultimate solution is to just reveal your boundaries, likes, and dislikes right from the very start, so everyone is on the exact same page. She genuinely wishes the rest of humanity could be just as dry, straightforward, and practical as they are with each other. While she finds their unique dynamic incredibly refreshing, Yuyuta realistically points out that expecting the rest of the world to be that logical is probably asking for way too much. Wanting to put their new cooperative partnership into immediate action, Yuyuta offers to help her unpack her things. Although she advises him to prioritize his own belongings first, he insists on lending a hand to help her get settled into the new room. Saki lightly teases him for being so surprisingly kind, but Yuyuta secretly rationalizes that earning some early goodwill is a highly practical win-win that will benefit him in the long run. With the deal sealed, they agree to officially get started by opening up her very first cardboard box together. When Saki asks him to just hand over the box cutter, Yuyuta insists that opening up the box still falls under his helper duties. Saki quickly clarifies that she has a very specific private reason for wanting to open this particular box herself, leaving him to realize some boundaries are still very much in place. Saki calmly drops the bomb that the specific box she wanted to handle on her own contains all of her underwear. Yuyuta completely loses his composure and desperately yells that she should have written such a crucial warning label on the outside of the box in the first place, which Saki finds absolutely hilarious. Saki tells him he shouldn't treat her clean laundry like some sort of toxic contaminant, though Yuyuta dramatically protests that such items are basically straight poison for the eyes of a teenage boy. Completely unbothered, she casually argues that clean, unworn items are basically just like harmless handkerchiefs, leaving Yuyuta begging her to stop waving them around so casually. Saki agrees to handle her undergarments herself and tells him to unpack the lower box containing her school uniform and hang it up instead. Despite Yuyuta internally panicking that a high school uniform is still way too stimulating for him, Saki urges him to just relax and focus on the task, though seeing her school tie inside the newly opened box does absolutely nothing to calm his nerves. Recognizing the design of the tie, Yuyuta asks if she happens to attend Suisai High. Saki confirms she does, teasingly asking if he is shocked that a flashy-looking girl like her goes to a school like Suisai, though he quickly clarifies that her appearance isn't the reason for his surprise. Yuyuta drops the second bombshell of the day, revealing that he is also a student at Suisai High. Saki is genuinely surprised to learn they go to the same school, quietly taking in the realization that their lives overlap even more than they thought. Sensing potential awkwardness, Yuyuta offers to act like a complete stranger when they are at school. However, Saki immediately shoots down the idea, clarifying that she has absolutely no issues with them acknowledging each other. After a brief pause, Saki suggests that playing the stranger card might actually benefit Yuyuta more than it does her. While Yuyuta is left completely confused by what she means, Saki silently ponders the social implications of her flashy reputation affecting his quiet school life. Their conversation is suddenly cut short when Yuyuta's phone buzzes with an urgent message from work begging him to cover a sudden empty shift. Saki warmly tells him to go ahead and reply, reassuring him that she has no intention of holding him back or making him feel restricted under her roof. Realizing he really needs to bail and cover the shift, Yuyuta apologetically tells Saki he has to run off to help his coworkers. Saki completely understands, gently reminding him that unpacking her own room was technically her job to begin with, so he doesn't need to feel guilty about leaving. With a quick exchange of farewells, Yuyuta leaves for work, while Saki casually bids him goodbye, letting him head out to cover his shift. Reflecting on their surprisingly smooth transition, Yuyuta is amazed that despite Saki being a gorgeous, flashy girl his exact same age, he actually finds himself communicating with her effortlessly, and without any of the usual social exhaustion. He realizes this easygoing vibe is entirely thanks to Saki's mature, practical attitude and direct communication style, which instantly dissolves any potential awkwardness. Arriving at the bookstore, Yuyuta witnesses his senior co-worker, Shiori Yomiuri, dealing with an overly persistent customer, who aggressively tries to flirt with her during her shift. Despite her polite attempt to deflect him by asking if he needs help finding a book, the guy remains completely oblivious and keeps pushing. The customer shamelessly offers to buy a book if she agrees to a dinner date after her shift, leaving Shiori completely deadpan and uncomfortable. Seeing her in a bind, Yuyuta smoothly steps in to interrupt the unwanted advances by calling the customer away, successfully rescuing his co-worker from the awkward situation. Sources: Help Fandom, Com Google search suggestions. Display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google search. Learn more. Gimai Seikatsu. Bookstore girl, the flashy guy confronting Yuyuta, immediately gets defensive, demanding to know what Yuyuta wants with his precious Yomiuri. The guy quickly changes his tune, connecting the dots, and loudly concluding that it makes total sense for a massive beauty like her to already have a boyfriend. Completely backing down, the guy apologizes for totally misreading the room and cheerfully tells Yuyuta to make his girlfriend happy before making his swift exit, leaving Yuyuta completely bewildered. Yomiuri exhausts a heavy sigh, complaining that getting hit on has practically become part of her job description, considering it was already the third time this month, though she admits she is glad the guy was at least understanding. Meanwhile, Yuyuta silently realizes he totally should have just played the fake boyfriend card right out of the gate to save them the hassle. Yomiuri decides to lean fully into the bit, cheekily calling him her dear boyfriend and teasingly lamenting that their epic romance barely lasted a single minute. Unfazed, Yuyuta dryly plays along before bluntly telling her to get back to work. Dropping the teasing, Yomiuri sincerely apologizes for constantly causing him trouble and dragging him in for a sudden shift. Yuyuta quickly brushes it off, casually offering to step in and immediately chase off any other guys who try to bother her in the future. Catching onto his unexpectedly smooth offer, Yomiuri simply gives him a highly amused, knowing hum that clearly shows she is plotting a new way to mess with him. She sarcastically praises how incredibly reliable he is, joking that she will definitely make sure to call the police right after calling him for backup. After Yuyuta dryly points out that her emergency priority list is completely backwards, she smoothly changes the subject to ask how his recent family drama panned out. She clarifies that she is talking about his brand new little sister, asking if the two of them are actually living together yet. Yuyuta confirms the move in suddenly remembering that he had specifically gone to her for advice about navigating the whole bizarre roommate situation beforehand. Eager for all the juicy details, Yomiuri enthusiastically asks exactly what this new stepsister looks like. Flashing back to his completely overwhelming first impression of Saki, Yuyuta can only honestly admit that she is an absolute beauty. Yuyuta completely dismisses the stereotypical idea that living with a gorgeous stepsister is some kind of magical blessing, internally groaning about the massive headaches it brings. He bluntly reminds Saki that he has zero experience dealing with girls his own age, leaving her to playfully tease him about their new dynamic by calling him her junior. Later that night, as Yuyuta heads home, his mind is racing with overthinking. He seriously wonders exactly what kind of attitude he should maintain and how much everyday consideration is required to keep their new living arrangement running smoothly without any unnecessary friction. He firmly decides that dealing with a stunning new stepsister comes with way too many logistical worries to actually enjoy any of the supposed perks. Recalling Saki's earlier advice, he figures that just keeping a perfectly calm and level-headed stance is his absolute best option. Stepping into his apartment, Yuyuta repeats her advice to himself like a mantra. He solidifies his resolve to maintain a completely calm and detached demeanor no matter what unexpected situations pop up. Staring at a door down the hall, he reflects on how surreal it is that the old storage space is now officially Saki's bedroom. Even though he rationally understands he has a little sister now, the sheer reality of the situation still has not fully registered in his brain. Walking quietly down the dimly lit hallway, Yuyuta wonders if anyone else is even still awake at this late hour. Reaching the end of the hall, he gently pulls open the door to the main living area. Pushing the door ajar, he immediately spots someone sitting up in the dark. A figure is quietly relaxing with a warm mug in one hand and a softly glowing phone in the other. He quickly realizes it is just Saki casually lounging on the sofa in her comfortable home clothes. She looks completely relaxed as she sips her drink and scrolls through her screen in the quiet room. Caught slightly off guard by her late-night presence, Yuyuta awkwardly announces that he has returned home. Saki barely looks up, offering only a very brief and muted acknowledgement of his arrival. A heavy, ambient silence immediately settles over the living room as the two of them just freeze in place. The brand new step-siblings are left awkwardly sharing the space, completely unsure of how to naturally navigate this quiet late-night encounter. Saki casually admits she was a bit taken aback by his greeting since she wasn't used to anyone actually being around to welcome her home. Yuyuta realizes that makes perfect sense, quickly concluding that her daily schedule must have been entirely opposite to her mother's grueling work hours. Seeing her get so tripped up over a basic domestic greeting makes Yuyuta internally reflect on how severe their mismatched schedules must have been. Catching his deeply concerned expression, Saki quickly laughs it off and reassures him that her mom never mistreated her, lightly teasing him for looking so ridiculously serious about the whole thing. She easily explains that their old routine meant her mom was either sleeping or working while she was at school, leaving them to live like passing ghosts, who rarely ever crossed paths by the time she finally got back to their tiny apartment. With a hint of genuine nostalgia, Saki confesses that getting to actually go out shopping together as a family today was a rare treat that she honestly enjoyed, leaving Yuyuta to quietly absorb the heavy reality of her previously isolated life. Deciding to call it a night, Saki mentions she wants to grab a bath before bed. Yuyuta immediately offers her the first turn, but Saki rigidly insists on going last, instead prompting him to just agree and head to the washroom to take his turn. After finishing up his time in the washroom, Yuyuta steps out and dries off, finally taking a moment to breathe and relax after such an incredibly chaotic and emotionally exhausting move and day. Drying off, Yuyuta reflects on how, despite her highly mature and pragmatic exterior, Saki clearly still feels the lingering sting of loneliness from her isolated past. He suddenly remembers her insisting on going last and realizes that, while she obviously wouldn't want a teenage guy using her leftover bathwater, he is entirely horrified by the idea that she might just settle for using his, immediately deciding to drain the tub and draw a completely fresh bath for her. Taking the extra time to be deeply considerate of his new stepsister's boundaries, he fully prepares a brand new, perfectly clean setup in the washroom to ensure she doesn't have to deal with any of his leftover mess. Now, finally taking her turn, Saki sinks into the massive new tub and quietly marvels at the sheer luxury of the residential upgrade. She admits to herself that while she already figured Yuyuta was a decent enough guy, his quiet thoughtfulness was definitely way beyond her initial expectations. Feeling genuinely touched by the quiet gesture, she softly reflects on the fact that he actually went completely out of his way to draw a brand new, perfectly fresh bath just for her comfort, a small act of kindness that makes her feel surprisingly warm about their new living arrangement. Saki made a firm mental note to actually give him a proper welcome home greeting next time, realizing she needed to put a little more effort into their daily interactions now that they were officially living under the same roof. Meanwhile, Yuyuta breathed a heavy sigh of exhaustion in his room, mentally logging the critical need to be highly mindful of their bathing schedules moving forward. He figured that since he had absolutely no clue how to naturally act around her, yet playing it safe and being as meticulously considerate as possible was his absolute best survival strategy. Journaling about the insanely chaotic move and day, Saki noted that his extreme caution thankfully prevented any cliched, awkward rom-com mishaps from happening. She documented her genuine relief that he turned out to be a fundamentally decent guy who actually respected her boundaries, even if she was still completely thrown off by the wild coincidence of them attending the exact same school. With the exhausting first day finally wrapping up under the quiet city sky, Yuyuta fully accepted the surreal reality of the situation, cementing the fact that his incredibly bizarre and highly cautious new life with his stepsister had officially begun. The next morning, Yuyuta officially kicked off the day by offering a polite morning greeting to his new stepsister as they crossed paths in the living room. Following up, he checked to see if she slept well, and she genuinely thanked him for going out of his way to prep the fresh bath for her last night. Since they coincidentally went to the exact same high school, Yuyuta naturally assumed they would just commute together, but Saki quickly shut that idea down. Getting straight to the point, Saki announced she was heading out first to make sure they looked like total strangers wanting to entirely avoid dealing with any annoying school rumors. Yuyuta immediately agreed to the highly logical plan, easily skipping over the classic sibling commute trope entirely. Making it to campus, Yuyuta internally praised their parents for actually having the foresight to not change their family names, ensuring their newly D household stayed totally under the radar. As he settled down, one of his classmates casually threw a morning greeting his way. The guy was Maru Tamikazu, who Yuyuta considered one of his very few actual friends. When Yuyuta casually asked if Maru was already wrapping up his morning sports routine, his buddy loudly complained that the baseball club didn't even have any practice scheduled for the day. At school, Maru checks in with Yuyuta about how his brand new family dynamic is working out, suddenly remembering a major detail about the whole living situation. Maru completely derails the conversation to tease Yuyuta about finally scoring a younger sister, mockingly calling him a big brother. Before Yuyuta can even process the sudden teasing, Maru casually adds that he imagines her giving off a much more mature vibe, rather than acting like a typical kid, leaving Yuyuta entirely baffled by the weird assumption. Unaware of the actual situation, Maru brushes it off by noting that kids in grade school just grow up way too fast nowadays. The mention of elementary school immediately catches Yuyuta off guard. Connecting the dots, Yuyuta realizes his friend is operating under a massive misunderstanding. He figures out that the moment Maru hears the words little sister, his brain automatically pictures a tiny innocent child rather than a high school teenager. When Maru notices his confusion and asks what is wrong, Yuyuta smoothly deflects the question. He internally notes that Saki is absolutely nothing like the cute, overly affectionate siblings found in anime, especially since her very first rule was to completely ignore each other on campus. Maru bluntly states that perfect, clingy little sisters are strictly fictional anyway. Yuyuta completely agrees, admitting that the harsh reality of the situation is exactly why he isn't jumping for joy over his new family arrangement. Yuyuta silently admits that his real problem is having absolutely zero clue how to properly interact with Saki. Being an only child his whole life, figuring out the correct emotional distance to keep from a random girl living in his house is proving to be a massive headache. Realizing that understanding Saki's school reputation might help him crack the code on how to deal with her at home, Yuyuta decides to tap into Maru's vast baseball club gossip network. He abruptly shifts the topic to ask if his friend knows anything about a student named Ie Saki, prompting Maru to question the sudden and random curiosity. Maru pushes for a reason behind the sudden interest, assuming Yuyuta is just another guy mesmerized by her legendary looks. As Yuyuta weakly tries to play it cool and considers just dropping the subject entirely to avoid suspicion, Maru suddenly changes his tone. Dropping his usual casual attitude entirely, Maru confirms that while Saki is undeniably gorgeous, there are actually some pretty intense rumors currently circulating around the school about her. Yuyuta is completely thrown for a loop when he recalls a nasty rumor floating around school that Saki is supposedly involved in prostitution. The scene shifts over to PE class, where someone calls out to pass a tennis ball over. A highly energetic girl enthusiastically swings her racket, playfully shouting out the name of her supposedly secret technique, the Great Ether Serve. Her aim is completely wild, prompting her friend to jokingly yell at Maya about where on earth she is hitting the ball, leading Maya to just laugh it off and apologize. Watching from the sidelines, Yuyuta wonders if Narasaka runs on pure energy drinks, given her endless stamina. He notices that Saki also chose tennis, but is blatantly skipping out on actually playing. He then remembers hearing that when a guy from the baseball club confessed to Saki, she shut him down by outright claiming She was exactly the kind of woman the dirty rumors made her out to be, and had absolutely zero plans to date anyone. Yuyuta internally reflects that even if those awful rumors turn out to be completely true, he has absolutely no intention of judging or criticizing her for it. Instead, he admits to himself that he would just feel incredibly sad if something terrible was forcing her into that kind of lifestyle. His heavy thoughts are interrupted when Saki casually walks up to where he is sitting and asks if he is also skipping class. Saki is visibly caught off guard by his completely casual tone, admitting that his relaxed way of speaking surprised her. Yuyuta explains he was just curious since he was also ditching, noting that she apparently chose tennis too. He asks if she is close with Maya, prompting Saki to explain that Maya was actually the one who recommended they join the same sport. She confirms they are friends, but adds that Maya is incredibly popular and gets along with literally everyone, praising her for effortlessly maintaining a massive social circle. Saki turns the question back on him, asking why he decided to go with tennis. Yuyuta awkwardly confesses that he picked it specifically to avoid having to deal with team matches, admitting his reasons are pretty pathetic and definitely nothing to brag about, but Saki quickly brushes it off and assures him it is totally fine. While taking a quick break together, Saki thoughtfully notes just how much they really resemble each other in their general outlooks. When Yuyuta asks if she had the same underlying reasons for participating, she confesses that while she technically only joined the event because of Maya, her personal feelings on the matter are entirely the same as his. Saki admits that she absolutely wanted to avoid participating in any team matches and honestly couldn't care less about the entire school sports festival. She reasons that as long as she can just focus on herself, she can maximize her own free time instead of wasting it on pointless team building. Yuyuta teasingly asks if she is referring to keeping her precious time free just for listening to her favorite music. Saki gets a bit flustered by his accurate guess and shyly confirms that she indeed meant exactly that. In the background, Maya dramatically yells about executing a ridiculous new certain kill-serve technique with a completely different name this time around. Seeing the chaotic display, Yuta asks Saki if she has any intention of practicing with Maya, but Saki delivers a lightning-fast rejection. Saki calmly explains that she isn't actually needed for the practice anyway, noting that Maya only invited her fully knowing that she would just skip out. She quietly reflects that this exact type of easygoing pressure-free kindness is likely the secret behind Maya's massive popularity at school. Observing her calm presence, Yuyuta's thoughts start to drift toward her controversial reputation at school. While her flashy appearance, part-time job, and class-skipping habits seem to align perfectly with all the nasty school rumors, the quiet, gentle atmosphere she radiates around him completely contradicts those whispers, leaving him wondering who the real Saki actually is. Later at home, Yuyuta continues to ponder the situation, reasoning that since she never displays any suggestive or questionable behavior around the house, the awful school rumors about her indulging in prostitution must be nothing more than a massive, unfair misunderstanding. His train of thought is suddenly cut short when Saki asks to come into his room, apologizing for the sudden intrusion. She explains that she really needs his advice on a personal matter and asks if he'd be willing to hear her out, leaving him slightly caught off guard by her serious demeanor. Saki drops a massive bombshell, asking if he knows of any highly convenient, high-paying part-time jobs that won't take up too much of her precious time. Hearing this highly suspicious request, Yuyuta's mind instantly goes into absolute panic mode as he starts to worry that the sketchy school rumors might actually be true after all. Saki goes on to detail her wildly unrealistic job requirements, explaining that she wants to make 10,000 yen for only 1 or 2 hours of work. Yuyuta is completely dumbfounded by the absurd criteria and is forced to bluntly break the news to her that finding a normal job under those ridiculous conditions is absolutely impossible. Saki casually muses that she needs to market herself better, just like a book she reads suggested, which instantly sends Yuyuta into a mild panic, as he frantically wonders what kind of sketchy reading material she has been getting her advice from. When Saki accuses him of overworking himself just as much since he was busy at his own job the previous day, Yuyuta aggressively denies the comparison, though Saki remains unconvinced and gently advises him to start taking better care of his health. Hoping to clear the air, Yuyuta defensively declares that his job is at a completely wholesome and normal bookstore, but Saki merely counters by asking what on earth he thought she was referring to, leaving him utterly frozen in shock. Once the realization finally hits Saki that he genuinely believed she was selling her body for quick cash, a mortified Yuyuta goes into full damage control mode, desperately begging for her forgiveness over the massive misunderstanding. After reading a note left behind by her mother, Saki shrugs off the awkward mix-up, admitting she is well aware of the sketchy rumors. Her flashy appearance tends to attract, leaving Yuyuta internally wondering why she bothers keeping up such a look. Saki explains that her striking appearance is actually her personal armament mode, serving as a protective shield against the world. She elaborates on how she meticulously polished her looks and pushed her work ethic to become a strong, self-reliant individual, leaving Yuyuta highly impressed by her sheer diligence, while she asks if he is not aiming for the exact same level of independence. Yuyuta admits he is not nearly as strong as her, but agrees that they both a desire to be entirely free from the expectations of others, noting that true freedom requires the ultimate strength to stand completely on one's own. Saki confirms her goal is to eventually move out and live fully independently, apologizing for her bluntness, while Yuyuta finally connects the dots, realizing she is desperately seeking high-paying work, because living with new step-family members threatens her strict self-reliance. Yuyuta realistically points out that high-paying, easy part-time jobs simply do not exist in the real world, leaving Saki to quietly accept the harsh truth. Yuyuta suggests he might be able to help her find a fast way to earn cash, mentioning he has a well-connected school friend and a knowledgeable senior coworker who could have some leads. Saki looks visibly surprised and intrigued by his unexpected offer. As they continue eating their dinner, Yuyuta promises to ask his coworker about it during his shift the very next day, earning a quick and genuine thanks from Saki. Saki thoughtfully points out that just passively receiving his help without giving anything back wouldn't be fair to their newly established dynamic. Processing her logic, Yuyuta quietly locks onto his bowl of miso soup. Without a second thought, Yuyuta blurts out that he wants her to make him miso soup every single day. Saki instantly questions if he just hit her with a traditional marriage proposal, leaving a completely flustered Yuyuta to reel in sheer panic over his poor phrasing. Waving his hands defensively, Yuyuta frantically backpedals and explains he absolutely didn't mean it like a romantic confession. He hastily clarifies that her cooking is just infinitely better than his usual instant ramen, especially since it was his first homemade miso soup in years. A soft, amused smile breaks through Saki's stoic demeanor as she smoothly accepts his clumsy request, casually mentioning that she actually enjoys cooking and considers herself fairly good at it anyway. Fully recovered from the awkward slip-up, Yuyuta officially states that he will dedicate himself to gathering the best money-making methods for her, while Saki happily agrees to handle cooking his meals as her half of the bargain. With their mutual terms clearly laid out over the dinner table, they officially consider their highly practical trade established. The next morning, their dad dramatically bursts into happy tears, overwhelmingly moved by the fact that he is finally eating a homemade breakfast cooked by his new daughter. While Yuyuta bluntly tells his old man to stop overreacting, he internally notes that his daily life with his new stepsister is moving forward smoothly without any unnecessary drama. The morning officially kicks off with Yuyuta's dad completely fawning over Akiko's cooking. Listening to the aggressively cheesy display, Saki silently observes the scene, internally noting that her new stepdad sounds exactly like a stereotypical, overly eager newlywed husband. Glancing at the clock, Yuyuta realizes he dragged his feet a bit too long enjoying the morning routine, and quickly announces he is heading out for the day, prompting Saki to casually tell him to stay safe on his commute. The reason he was running late was due to an unexpected morning conversation. Earlier at the table, Yuyuta had questioned their meal arrangement, admitting he thought their cooking trade-off was strictly meant for dinner. Saki just brushed it off, smoothly explaining that she figured she might as well make breakfast while she was already in the kitchen. She casually stated that her personal policy is to always offer a little extra in any give and take dynamic, leaving Yuyuta quietly surprised by her highly generous mindset as he stared down at his freshly cooked fried egg. Noticing his lingering hesitation to actually start eating, Saki paused her own meal to check in, bluntly asking if the food she made didn't taste good. Yuyuta quickly assured her the meal was fine, but Saki insisted he didn't need to hold back out of politeness, offering to fix the recipe if he just gave her honest feedback. Yuyuta doubled down that it genuinely tasted delicious, admitting there was just one incredibly minor catch. He awkwardly explained that he was completely used to eating his fried eggs with soy sauce, so her salt and pepper seasoning completely caught his taste buds off guard. Saki softly processed the new information, murmuring that soy sauce on eggs was definitely a valid option she just hadn't considered. Realizing she completely overlooked his preferences, Saki quickly apologized for just defaulting to her own seasoning style without asking him first. Yuyuta instantly panicked, frantically waving his hands and insisting that she absolutely did not need to apologize for making him a free breakfast. Yuyuta argued that he should be the one apologizing for making her worry about his specific food tastes, but Saki smoothly brushed it off, thanking him for being upfront and sharing his preferences with her instead of silently tolerating it. Saki promised to make a point of asking about his preferences before cooking next time. Yuyuta smiled and agreed, promising to be much more proactive about sharing his own everyday habits moving forward to keep their practical cooperative dynamic running smoothly. Yuyuta reflects on their current dynamic over a quiet meal, internally noting that maintaining a strict emotional distance while slowly establishing common ground is the absolute best way for them to adjust to living together. Even though their daily interactions feel completely robotic and strictly practical, Yuyuta admits that this low-maintenance routine actually fills him with a massive sense of relief and peace of mind. Completely shifting gears, Yuyuta suddenly confronts Maru at school, intensely demanding to know whether investing in cryptocurrency or becoming a content creator is the better path to get rich. The absurdly abrupt question completely derails the conversation, leaving both of them locked in a heavy, incredibly awkward silence as Maru tries to process what his friend just asked. Maru bluntly tells him to just give up on both ideas immediately. Yuyuta sarcastically praises his friend's rapid-fire judgment, crediting his quick reflexes to being the baseball club's regular catcher, while Maru just demands to know where on earth such a wild question even came from. Yuyuta casually explains his reasoning, pointing out that since finding a perfectly stable job is basically impossible these days, he figures he desperately needs to start saving up some serious cash. Maru dryly agrees that it is definitely an ambitious financial plan. Dropping the casual act, Maru strictly lectures Yuyuta that if he is just looking for a fast and easy payday, he is massively underestimating the absolute grind required to actually succeed at investing in crypto or surviving as an online creator. Maru explains that the only people who actually make a profit in those volatile fields are the ones obsessively analyzing the market and arming themselves with the proper weapons to survive the fierce competition, prompting Yuyuta to ask exactly what kind of weapons he means. Holding up a finger to emphasize his point, Maru firmly declares that having deep inside information and vast fundamental knowledge are the absolute most important tools anyone needs before even attempting to dive into those industries. Maru adds that truly understanding how society and specific markets operate drastically changes a person's chances of actually succeeding. However, he suddenly connects the dots between Yuyuta asking about the school's most beautiful girl yesterday and suddenly begging for fast money-making schemes today, leaving Yuyuta completely panicked as Maru suspiciously questions his true motives. Maru bluntly advises Yuyuta to drop his supposed dreams of becoming a male prostitute, ruthlessly pointing out that he simply doesn't have the face for it. Remaining totally silent, Yuyuta internally notes that despite Maru usually being incredibly perceptive, his friend is completely oblivious to the massive secret that the gorgeous Iace is actually his brand new stepsister. Putting on a completely serene face, Yuyuta smoothly thanks Maru for being so conveniently dense. Catching onto the blatant sarcasm, Maru immediately accuses Yuyuta of making fun of him. The scene completely shifts as Yuyuta arrives for another shift at the Zudea bookstore. Over in the aisles, someone is deeply scanning the business and risk control section, humming thoughtfully as they browse the complex economic strategy books. Saki quietly reasons that flipping through physical magazines is probably a much safer bet for finding high-paying job recruitments than risking sketchy online articles. Spotting Yuyuta working nearby, she casually pokes him on the shoulder, completely catching him off guard as he admits he totally wasn't expecting to run into her there. Suddenly appearing right next to them, Yomiuri cheekily accuses Yuyuta of being completely self-absorbed and obsessed with making a quick buck, making him jump out of his skin in surprise. Yomiuri puts on a massive theatrical display, dramatically fake crying that working alongside such a kind senior coworker clearly just isn't good enough for him anymore. While Yuyuta frantically tries to clear up the massive misunderstanding, Saki smoothly interjects, explaining that she is actually the one looking for a job because she wants to save up and become completely independent right after graduating high school. Yuyuta defends his current gig by pointing out that he only works at the bookstore because he genuinely likes books, admitting the pay is absolutely nothing to brag about. He adds that with a brand new little sister officially moving in, he really can't just hole up at home all the time anyway, prompting Yomiuri to hum thoughtfully as she digests his situation. Smoothly pulling an economics book off the shelf, Yomiuri casually states that she completely understands the admirable drive for independence. Winking playfully, Yomiuri offers up some genuine advice, suggesting that instead of desperately studying heavy business books to survive alone, they should probably just learn how to actually rely on the people around them first. Yomiuri advises Yuyuta that instead of constantly trying to avoid burdening anyone, he should try to rely more on the people around him. She explains that helping someone in need while you can ensures they will come to your aid when you need it most, claiming that this cooperative train of thought is what actually brings people closer to true wealth. Yuyuta is highly skeptical of her logic, which Yomiuri immediately uses as a perfect excuse to make him do her work for her. She casually claims that wealthy company presidents are actually great at allowing others to save them. And when a deadpan Yuyuta asks if she actually knows anyone like that, she playfully jokes that a young university student like her is bound to have a couple of rich benefactors to rely on. Seeing his utterly horrified reaction, Yomiuri quickly reveals that she was only teasing, leaving Yuyuta internally calling her a wench for constantly playing with his head. Feeling a bit guilty for his harsh internal insult, Yuyuta tries to focus back on the task, but Yomiuri smoothly moves the conversation along. She suggests that before his stepsister tries relying on sketchy self-help books to solve her financial worries, Yuyuta should encourage her to try relying on her new family first. Their deep discussion is suddenly cut short when a customer loudly calls for assistance, prompting Yomiuri to instantly shift back into her energetic worker persona as she rushes off to answer the call. Left alone by the bookshelves, Yuyuta quietly reflects on Yomiuri's words, realizing that building a real family dynamic might actually require a mutual willingness to show vulnerability and depend on one another. He stares at the get-rich-quick book in front of him, thinking about how Saki is desperately trying to solve her problems entirely on her own. He realizes that instead of her turning to sensationalist empty guides, they need to establish a household where she feels safe enough to rely on them. Later that evening, Yuyuta finally arrives back at the apartment where Saki is waiting to warmly welcome him back home. Yuyuta greets her back, and Saki praises him for his hard work on his part-time shift before offering to serve dinner since it is almost ready. Wanting to pitch in, Yuyuta offers to help set the table, but Saki insists that he should just sit back and relax. Saki argues that he must be completely exhausted after working a long shift, but Yuyuta gently pushes back, explaining that helping with such a simple task is absolutely no trouble at all. Touched by his quiet persistence, Saki softly expresses her gratitude as they get ready to eat. Looking at the freshly cooked meal in front of him, Yuyuta internally sweats at the realization that their domestic setup feels way less like siblings and way more like a newlywed couple, deciding right then and there that he absolutely cannot this thought with his dad before digging in. Yuyuta takes his first bite and is instantly impressed, straightforwardly praising the meal as delicious, while Saki silently watches his reaction. Visibly relieved that her cooking passed the test, Saki is glad to hear his praise, while Yuyuta eagerly notes how the complex spices make it a total hit, comparing it leagues above standard ready-made curry. Being highly critical of her own work, Saki modestly rates the dish a 70 out of 100, claiming she could have perfected the seasoning with a bit more time. Yuyuta casually notes he is looking forward to her next attempt, before smoothly transitioning to the main topic, revealing he actually looked into those money-making methods for her. He explains that despite asking around for special tricks or traits of people who struck it rich quickly, he totally failed to find any legitimate get-rich-quick schemes. He quickly apologizes for coming up empty-handed after she cooked such an amazing dinner, though Saki accepts the news with calm understanding. She admits she fully expected it wouldn't be that easy to find a shortcut anyway and asks if his friend D those realistic insights. Yuyuta confirms passing along the advice that real money requires a solid understanding of how society operates and deep knowledge of specific markets. Saki agrees with that logical take, prompting Yuyuta to a second piece of advice he got from his senior coworker, who claimed that successful company presidents are actually surprisingly good at letting others save them. Getting straight to the point, Yuyuta relays the core message of the advice, suggesting that, for starters, Saki needs to learn how to actually rely on her own family. The weight of those words clearly hits Saki, as she quietly repeats the idea of relying on her family, heavily processing the unfamiliar concept. Yuyuta quickly tries to backtrack and manage expectations by clarifying that his senior is just a university student, so her grand theory about company presidents might not be entirely accurate. However, Saki completely ignores the actual advice and immediately locks onto the detail that this coworker is a university girl, leaving Yuyuta sweating at her unexpected fixation. Yuyuta admits that he can completely understand the logic behind her mother's argument, but Saki stubbornly insists that regardless of the circumstances, she still wants to be fully capable of living entirely on her own. Yuyuta points out that she is panicking way too much over her independence and genuinely asks why she doesn't just rely on him or his dad. Saki immediately shuts the idea down, explaining that because they are both such great people, relying on them would definitely make her life way too easy. She confesses that if the two of them were actually terrible people, keeping her emotional distance and staying completely independent would have been a whole lot easier for her to manage. Later on, taking a quiet moment to himself, Yuyuta finds his mind completely occupied as he deeply reflects on her confusing words from earlier. He recalls Saki quickly apologizing for her blunt statement, noting she definitely had a clear look of regret on her face right after saying it. While he is still racking his brain trying to figure out what she truly meant, her voice suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts by calling his name. Saki casually hands over her personal aromatic candle and sleeping mask, telling him to feel free to use them for bed. She admits she was worried he might have trouble sleeping because of the heavy stuff she dropped on him earlier, leaving Yuyuta completely bewildered but internally amazed by her excessively thoughtful gesture. Having delivered her awkward peace offering, Saki softly bids him good night before turning to head back to her room. Yuyuta quietly returns the greeting, realizing with a soft smile that despite her defensive exterior, she is clumsily trying her absolute best to be highly considerate of his feelings. Wishing her a good night in return, Yuyuta holds onto the small gifts and internally admits that the previously intimidating girl has suddenly become a much more real and grounded person to him. Checking his morning weather app, Yuyuta sees a high chance of rain and practically decides it is best to leave his bicycle behind and walk to school instead. Following his usual route, he soon arrives at a busy crosswalk, waiting by the curb as the morning traffic steadily flows past. While waiting in the crowd, a highly recognizable head of striking blonde hair right in front of him completely catches his attention. Immediately realizing it is Saki, Yuyuta internally groans, heavily regretting not stalling at home for a few extra minutes to easily avoid this exact awkward run-in. Observing her from behind, he notices she has an earphone tucked away, reminding him of her similar habit during gym class, and leading him to casually conclude she must be a huge music fan. Out on the street, a nearby vehicle suddenly speeds up aggressively, rushing toward the intersection. The pedestrian crossing signal immediately starts flashing, warning everyone that the safe window to cross is closing. Still completely lost in his own thoughts, Yuyuta continues staring at the back of Saki's head, idly wondering what kind of tracks a flashy gal like her actually listens to on her commute. His casual train of thought is instantly derailed when a completely distracted Saki casually steps right off the curb, totally oblivious to the rapidly approaching car. Reacting purely on adrenaline, Yuyuta lunges forward and aggressively yanks her back by the shoulders, desperately shouting her name to pull her out of the vehicle's dangerous path. Yuyuta and Saki narrowly avoid disaster, collapsing onto the ground together just as a reckless car speeds past them. Catching her breath after the close call, Saki lets out a heavy sigh of relief while Yuyuta quickly checks to make sure she is completely unhurt. Yuyuta apologizes for suggesting they stand in that spot, lecturing her that, while listening to music is fine, she should probably take her earphones out when crossing the street, though he admits the speeding car was mostly at fault. Saki completely brushes off his concern, noticing that one of her earbuds actually got stuck on his shoulder during the scramble, but as she pulls it loose, she suddenly realizes he can hear exactly what she was listening to. The disconnected earbud loudly broadcasts her supposedly secret audio, revealing that she wasn't listening to music at all, but rather a completely mundane English conversation practice tape about a guy named Owen and his neighbor Barbara. Yuyuta is totally caught off guard by the unexpected audio, dumbfoundedly asking if she is seriously just listening to English conversations in her free time. Flustered at being exposed, Saki instantly gets defensive and snaps back, demanding to know why it even matters to him. Walking slightly ahead, Saki formally declares that studying is just another piece of her necessary armor. Yuyuta tries to reassure her that secretly grinding for her future is nothing to be ashamed of, but Saki dramatically counters that it just makes her feel like a graceful swan desperately and pathetically paddling beneath the water's surface just to keep up appearances. Dropping her cool facade for just a second, she genuinely confesses that, of course, trying so hard in secret is completely embarrassing to admit out loud. Desperate to escape the awkward situation, Saki abruptly announces she is heading off first and strictly orders him to never breathe a word of this to anyone. Yuyuta casually agrees to keep her secret safe, quietly letting out an amused chuckle as he watches her hurry away. Flashing forward to their next physical education class, Maya wildly slams a tennis ball completely out of bounds again. Instead of ignoring it, this time Saki effortlessly catches the stray ball and bluntly tells her energetic friend to stop launching her shots off the court, prompting Maya to playfully apologize for getting too fired up. Watching from the sidelines, Yuyuta silently observes Saki finally stepping up to actually participate in the class activities, genuinely wondering what exactly sparked her sudden change of heart after previously skipping out on everything. Yuyuta internally noted that Saki was currently busy practicing for the upcoming school ball tournament, while a voice off to the side loudly complained that their messy practice was failing to even form a proper rally. Saki quietly muttered the end of his last name under her breath. Watching her struggle, Yuyuta wondered if her sudden lack of focus was completely stemming from their awkward near accident earlier that morning. He frantically commanded himself to just look away, but his internal panic was abruptly cut short when Maru loudly shouted his name. Yuyuta yelped in absolute shock as his friend suddenly materialized right next to him. Annoyed by his buddy's total lack of attention, Maru demanded to know why Yuyuta kept completely averting his gaze during their conversation. Yuyuta quickly apologized for spacing out, but Maru seriously warned him that getting so heavily distracted was super dangerous. Smirking at his friend's obvious slip-up, Maru accurately guessed that Yuyuta was completely entranced by Iace. Desperate to hide his actual connection, Yuyuta vehemently denied staring at Iace. Taking the bait, Maru shifted his gaze to the energetic girl playing on the court and immediately assumed Yuyuta was actually scoping out Maya Narasaka, happily listing off her impressive stats of being cheerful, highly sociable, smart, and gorgeous. Maru quickly followed up with a harsh reality check, warning him that since half the school was already gunning for Narasaka, Yuyuta essentially had zero chance of ever scoring a date with her. Completely unamused by the unprompted dating advice, Yuyuta bluntly clarified that he wasn't even looking at her to begin with and questioned why his buddy knew so much about her social life anyway. Meanwhile, across the court, Saki suddenly paused her game and shot a totally flat, unamused stare directly at Yuyuta. She sharply whipped her head away, leaving Yuyuta to sweat drop and internally cringe as he realized he and Maru were probably being way too loud. Completely oblivious to the silent exchange, Maru kept right on rambling about his own club issues before loudly complaining that Yuyuta was completely ignoring him again. Still slightly distracted by her stepbrother's noisy sideline chatter, Saki was suddenly caught entirely off guard when Narasaka cheerfully popped up right beside her and asked exactly what she was staring at. Quickly covering her tracks, Saki smoothly lied that she wasn't looking at anyone and was merely observing the sky because it looked like rain. Narasaka easily bought the excuse as she noticed the gathering clouds, prompting Saki to suggest they hurry up and move so they wouldn't end up completely soaked. Narasaka glances back over her shoulder with a thoroughly puzzled expression. Stepping out to the lockers, Yuyuta discovers a massive downpour has started outside, only to be completely startled when he suddenly hears someone nearby offering to their umbrella. Realizing he has his folding umbrella handy and no work shift scheduled for the day, Yuyuta quietly celebrates his choice not to ride his bike to school, knowing he can take his sweet time heading home. Just as he prepares to head out, Yuyuta suddenly spots Saki standing near the school entrance, quietly watching the relentless rain in complete silence. Saki notices him and casually checks if he forgot his umbrella, asking if he wants to walk home together. Seeing that he actually has his own folding umbrella, Saki quickly clarifies that she is just waiting for a friend to theirs, while Yuyuta sheepishly apologizes for jumping to conclusions since nobody else was around. Looking down at his umbrella, Yuyuta logically reasons that even if Saki's an umbrella with her friend, one of them is bound to get half soaked on the way home anyway. Deciding to step up as the responsible older brother, Yuyuta insists she take his umbrella so his stepsister doesn't get completely drenched, handing it over to a stunned Saki before immediately running off into the rain. Saki is left standing completely dumbfounded under the school awning, clutching his folding umbrella in her hand, as she silently watches him bolt into the heavy downpour. As Yuyuta disappears into the rain, Saki softly reflects on the fact that he has now gone out of his way to look out for her twice in a single day following their encounter earlier that morning. Saki offers a quiet, sincere expression of gratitude, letting her usual strict guard drop for just a brief moment. Retreating to his room, Yuyuta breathes a heavy sigh of relief, but immediately begins second-guessing his actions. He worries that handing things over to her in the heat of the moment might have been a major overstep of their strict boundaries. He quickly brushes off his own anxiety, reasoning that getting to see her rare, confused expression made the entire risk totally worth it. He fondly recalls how Saki had bashfully admitted that the exact same feeling applied to their awkward interaction that morning. Still dwelling on her earlier confession about her flashy style being a protective armament, Yuyuta silently hopes he can help her score a great part-time job. His quiet reflection is instantly shattered when a strange voice outside his room cheerfully announces the arrival of the rumored older brother. A highly energetic girl dramatically reacts, loudly amazed by the massive coincidence that Saki's new stepbrother is actually a Samura from the neighboring class. Completely blindsided by the sudden realization that a loud classmate is currently standing in his hallway, Yuyuta is left entirely speechless. Struggling to process the bizarre collision of his school and home life, Yuyuta hesitantly calls out Narasaka's name in utter disbelief. Still completely bewildered, Yuyuta manages to stammer out the rest of her name, while Maya just beams back at him with a bright, totally unfazed smile. Saki quickly steps into the hallway to run damage control, sincerely apologizing to Yuyuta for her friend's sudden intrusion, while Maya just stands happily between the two awkward step-siblings. Saki explains that Maya had been relentlessly pestering her for details about her new living situation. She admits she originally wanted to clear the visit with Yuyuta first, but realized she had never actually asked for his contact information to give him a heads up. Saki clarifies that despite Maya's highly energetic vibe, she is actually great at keeping secrets. She reasons that bringing her friend into the loop is much more efficient than letting weird rumors brew at school. Just then, Maya cheerfully pops up and asks Yuyuta if Saki had already mentioned her, which he quickly confirms. Staring closely at the two step-siblings, Maya hums thoughtfully and remarks that they seem to be getting along quite well, leaving Yuyuta slightly confused by her intense observation. Suddenly bursting with energy, Maya proudly declares that she and Saki are basically besties, cheerfully insisting that she and Yuyuta should also become good friends right away. Caught completely off guard by her bright enthusiasm, Yuyuta nervously agrees to the sudden friendly pact. Stepping inside the apartment, Maya's eyes immediately light up as she loudly marvels at the massive living room and the giant television, completely amazed by the spacious setup. Maya gives the apartment a perfect score for its layout before Yuyuta awkwardly asks why exactly she was invited over in the first place. Brushing past his confusion, Maya unzips her bag and announces she brought along the perfect equipment for the occasion. Pulling a gaming console out of her bag with a massive grin, Maya cheerfully declares that she brought it over so they could all just hang out and have some fun together. Yuyuta is surprised and asks if she actually wants him to play with them. Maya immediately confirms and checks with Saki, who casually agrees to the idea as long as Yuyuta is on board. Seeing him awkwardly accept, Maya enthusiastically celebrates the perfect plan. Flashing a bright smile, Maya happily thanks Yuyuta for joining in, casually calling him her big brother, and leaving him completely stunned by the sudden, overly familiar nickname. Maya enthusiastically calls Yuyuta her big brother, completely flustering him as he desperately tries to deny the title. He points out she literally just used his formal name a second ago, but Maya cheerfully insists they aren't strangers anymore. Maya cheerfully demands that he just call her by her first name from now on, but Yuyuta immediately shoots the idea down, frantically arguing that they still barely know each other to be taking that step. Maya tells him to stop sweating the small stuff and playfully teases that he is actually thrilled being called her older brother. Yuyuta instantly and flatly denies it right before Saki interjects and quietly orders Maya to drop the joke. Maya cheerfully asks Saki what is wrong, but Saki just mumbles something completely inaudible under her breath, prompting Maya to lean in and sing song that she can't hear her. Pushed past her limit, Saki completely snaps and loudly demands Maya drop the joke because hearing her call Yuyuta her big brother is incredibly embarrassing. She complains that the bizarre display literally makes her back itch and her entire body feel completely weird. Maya bursts out laughing and teases Saki for breaking character, first leaving Yuyuta entirely baffled, until he realizes the two girls were secretly plotting to mess with him the whole time, a fact Maya proudly confirms. Maya enthusiastically explains that suddenly getting an older brother through a parent's remarriage is an incredibly rare and interesting life event that absolutely shouldn't go to waste. Yuyuta dryly asks her to stop treating his actual life like a random event square in a board game. Maya suddenly points out that the two step-siblings still rigidly call each other by their last names even when they are alone at home. Saki quickly jumps to defend the formal distance, claiming it is just significantly more convenient for them to operate that way. Maya reminisces that it actually took a pretty long time before even she and Saki started using first names, playfully putting on a strict father persona to declare she won't allow them to rush their new sibling relationship. Saki completely deadpans at the act, questioning her memory and bluntly reminding Maya that she absolutely isn't her dad. Maya insists she remembers their friendship origin perfectly, while Saki aggressively begs her to just forget the whole thing. Watching the playful bickering, Yuyuta silently marvels at how completely unguarded and affectionate the usually stoic Saki acts around her best friend. Yuyuta is forced to admit that Mara's school gossip was actually spot on for once, especially now that the incredibly popular Narasaka is actively calling him over to help them set up their gaming console. With the system successfully hooked up to the TV, Yuyuta gets a bit anxious about the school rules, wondering if bringing a gaming console to campus in the first place is actually allowed. Saki quickly reassures him, explaining that as the class representative, she already cleared it with their teacher, who confirmed that simply having the console is totally fine as long as they don't actually play it during school hours. With the rules fully cleared up and the green light given, Maya enthusiastically dives onto the couch, ready to get their gaming session started right away. Maya's energetic jump unfortunately leads to a sudden wardrobe malfunction right in front of them, prompting a completely deadpan Saki to call her out, while a flustered Yuyuta desperately tries to convince himself he didn't see anything. To break the tension, Saki tells Maya to scoot over and invites Yuyuta to take a seat on the couch next to them. Sensing a perfect opportunity to tease, Maya immediately whispers to Saki, playfully asking if she just wants her stepbrother sitting right next to her, which catches Saki completely off guard. Hoping to stop the teasing, Saki tries to get Yuyuta to sit elsewhere, but Maya insists he sit right in the middle. When Yuyuta nervously offers to just sit on the floor instead, Maya jokingly warns him that sitting below them would give him a direct view up their skirts, forcing a panicked Yuyuta to vow that he will only look at the television screen. Maya stubbornly refuses to budge from her comfortable spot on the sofa, leaving Saki to complain about how territorial she is being over a couch that isn't even hers, while Yuyuta watches the chaotic display in silence. Accepting his fate, Yuyuta finally agrees to sit directly between the two of them, earning some playful teasing from Maya about how lucky he is to have a flower in both hands. As the game starts up on the screen, Yuyuta desperately tries to keep his usual calm composure. Despite his best intentions to stay completely level-headed, Yuyuta quickly realizes that sitting squeezed right between two girls makes maintaining his cool absolutely impossible. The heavy rain that had been pouring down on the apartment building finally clears up as the storm passes over the city. Yuyuta returns home completely drained, overcome by the immense weight of pure exhaustion after an incredibly long day. Reflecting on the absolute chaos of the day, Yuyuta admits that Narasaka was relentlessly clingy, acting far more like a stereotypical little sister than Saki ever did. Announcing his return, he apologizes to Saki for leaving her with the burden of sending Maya off, but Saki assures him it is completely fine and notes that their hyperactive guest seemed highly satisfied with her visit. Changing the subject to something much more practical, Saki approaches him with a serious expression. She suggests that in order to entirely avoid any future misunderstandings or chaotic drop-ins like today, they might want to take a highly logical next step. To streamline their communication and keep their household strictly organized, she directly proposes that they finally exchange their contact information. Yuyuta immediately agrees to the request, pointing out that exchanging contact details is a completely standard practice for people living together. Saki silently agrees, realizing that having a direct line of communication is only natural now that they are officially operating as a family. Once the digital swap is officially complete, Saki thanks him and announces she is heading into the kitchen to start working on dinner. Yuyuta happily tells her to go ahead, quietly smiling as he notices her name officially added to his contacts list. As Saki busies herself preparing their meal in the kitchen, she quietly reflects on the packed day, marveling at just how many major events and sudden shifts they managed to navigate. Yuyuta mentally reviews the wild sequence of events, from rescuing Saki in the morning to discovering the secret behind her silent earphones, watching her participate in gym class, and finally hosting Maya for video games. Although Saki probably thought nothing of it, he is suddenly caught off guard when she dryly questions why he behaves as if their sofa belongs entirely to him. The casual phrase instantly resonates with him, leaving Yuyuta to quietly repeat the words to himself, as a warm realization washes over him that Saki truly views their D-space as home. Saki internally noted how delighted she was by his praise, enjoying the comforting scent of the miso soup she was preparing. Fast-forwarding to a rainy Thursday morning, the household experienced a rare moment where all 4 family members were actually present for breakfast, since Yuyuta's dad had a later start, and Akiko had just returned from her night shift. As the family settled in and officially dug into the meal, Yuyuta took his first bite and was immediately struck by how delicious it tasted. He recognized the dish as a Japanese-style rolled omelet, noting how the savory soup stock perfectly enhanced the flavor, which prompted Akiko to eagerly ask if he liked it. Thrilled by his positive reaction, Akiko excitedly suggested that Saki should start making them for him too, though Saki shyly admitted that her own omelets never turned out quite that fluffy. Not wanting to put extra pressure on her, Yuyuta smoothly deflected by claiming he actually preferred completely normal omelets, silently communicating that she shouldn't burden herself just for his sake. Reading perfectly between the lines, Saki casually agreed to only make them if she felt like it, internally thanking him for his quiet consideration. While their parents shamelessly flirted over the breakfast spread, Yuyuta casually brought up that it was his turn to do the laundry and wondered aloud if he should wash Akiko and Saki's clothes as well. Saki was completely caught off guard by the suggestion, while Akiko quickly stepped in to politely decline. Yuyuta insisted on handling all the laundry if they were comfortable with it, brushing off Akiko's concern about the extra workload. However, Saki immediately shot the idea down by bluntly pointing out that separating women's underwear was way too much of a hassle, suddenly freezing as she realized exactly what she just blurted out at the dinner table. Completely flustered, Yuyuta frantically agreed with her, loudly declaring he had absolutely zero knowledge about washing women's undergarments, and would happily leave that entirely up to her, leaving an amused Akiko to just laugh off the whole awkward exchange. Yuyuta realizes he has made a massive blunder, suddenly remembering that, while he used to carelessly toss all of his laundry in with his dad's, he completely forgot to account for women's undergarments now being in the mix, sending him into an absolute panic. At the table, Saki quietly stares at him in a heavy, incredibly awkward silence, leaving an internally sweating Yuyuta to silently suffer under her unreadable gaze. Saki warns him to be careful since the rain is forecast to continue through the evening, and Yuyuta quickly notes that his work shift will keep him out late, which she quietly acknowledges. Just as they are about to head out, Saki hesitantly calls his name to get his attention, seriously stating that she wants to apologize for something, and leaving him completely bewildered. She explains that she feels incredibly guilty, because the chance of him actually wearing women's undergarments was technically never zero, yet she selfishly decided he shouldn't be allowed to handle the laundry. The utterly bizarre leap in logic completely short-circuits Yuyuta's brain, leaving him blank-faced as he dumbfoundedly asks her to clarify what she just said. Saki keeps pushing her apology, expressing frustration at her own subconscious biases and contradictions regarding traditional gender roles, while a highly flustered Yuyuta frantically begs her to stop overthinking the situation. Yuyuta tries to break down her complex reasoning, pointing out that she is essentially apologizing because she subconsciously assumed he did not know the proper way to wash women's undergarments. Saki continues her intense spiral reasoning that because he takes such good care of his looks, he might secretly be the stylish type who wears makeup, forcing a highly stressed Yuyuta to desperately plead with her to calm down. While Yuyuta points out that one should never dismiss any possibilities regarding gender expression or personal interests, Saki is still left feeling deeply frustrated that her mind automatically defaulted to those rigid assumptions anyway. Yuyuta calmly reassures Saki that he really doesn't mind her previous behavior at all. Saki expresses her gratitude for his understanding but rigidly insists that she couldn't forgive herself for it, explaining that she genuinely just wanted to properly apologize to him. Observing her earnest apology, Yuyuta internally reflects that Saki is constantly trying her absolute best to navigate all the societal norms and expectations pressed onto her. He admits to himself that as someone who usually just goes with the flow, her intense dedication actually looks incredibly dazzling. Trying to ease her guilt, Yuyuta suggests her actions were just a reflex. Saki gets briefly confused, wondering if he means a sparkling reflex glass, forcing Yuyuta to quickly clarify that he meant a conditioned reflex. He reassures her that sometimes people just act in the heat of the moment and it genuinely can't be helped. Yuyuta continues his thought, explaining that because she reflexively acts that way, she can also learn and gain a lot from those experiences, quietly adding that prejudice ultimately gives birth to discrimination. He points out that the most important thing is that she actually corrected her views after realizing the error in her actions. Since she is actively reflecting on her mistakes, Yuyuta gently tells her that she really doesn't need to be so deeply perturbed by the whole situation anymore. A heavy silence falls over the hallway as Saki processes his comforting words. Yuyuta softly calls her name, but she remains completely quiet as she prepares to head into her room, prompting him to just let out a quiet, understanding breath. Just before disappearing into her room, Saki suddenly breaks the quiet tension and softly calls out to him by his last name. Yuyuta looks completely caught off guard as he waits for her to continue, listening intently as she trails off while addressing him. Instead of finishing her sentence, Saki just shoots him a deeply thoughtful and lingering look, her previously guarded demeanor completely softening in the quiet space between them. Without uttering another word, the door clicks firmly shut, leaving Yuyuta standing completely alone in the silent hallway to ponder her mysterious reaction. Sitting in class, Yuyuta blankly stares out the window at the heavy rain, his mind completely preoccupied with everything that had happened over the past few days. He specifically dwells on Yomiuri's cryptic remark about him understanding her a bit too well, genuinely wondering what his senior coworker was actually trying to hint at. His thoughts naturally drift to Saki, And he admits to himself that just when he thought he was starting to figure her out, the reality is they have barely been siblings for any time at all, meaning there is still a massive amount of things he doesn't know about her. His deep internal monologue is suddenly shattered when Maru loudly calls out his name. Maru complains that the rain completely ruined his chance to use the sports grounds and suggests they just walk home together. Yuyuta agrees but suddenly stops mid-sentence when he remembers his upcoming bookstore shift, letting out a loud curse as a sudden realization hits him, prompting a confused Maru to ask what is wrong. Panic briefly sets in as Yuyuta explains he totally forgot to pack his freshly washed work uniform. Maru easily relates to the struggle, admitting he has made the exact same rookie mistake before and telling Yuyuta he will just have to make a quick detour home first. Staring out at the rainy schoolyard, Yuyuta admits that having to head back to the apartment right now feels incredibly awkward, but he really doesn't have any other option. He quietly wonders to himself if Saki has already made it back home yet. Opening the front door to their apartment, Yuyuta glances down at the entryway and immediately spots Saki's loafers, confirming that she is definitely already inside. Desperate to avoid any more awkward interactions for the day, Yuyuta makes a firm decision to quietly tiptoe straight to his room and grab his uniform before she can even realize he is there. Opening the washroom door to grab his uniform, Yuyuta is instantly hit with massive panic as he spots Saki's freshly washed underwear hanging up to dry. He internally kicks himself for totally forgetting she might air dry her clothes, since he strictly uses the dryer, frantically realizing it would look incredibly sketchy if she caught him staring right as Saki suddenly calls his name from right behind him. Jumping out of his skin, Yuyuta tries to play it cool as Saki casually asks why he hasn't left for his shift yet. He stammers out a weak excuse about forgetting something, earning a highly suspicious deadpan stare from his stepsister before he completely bails and frantically announces he is heading out. Walking through the rainy city streets, Yuyuta mentally beats himself up over his completely botched escape. He cringes hard at his overly panicked reaction, realizing he definitely just made himself look exactly like a sketchy underwear thief. Arriving at the bookstore, Yuyuta throws himself entirely into his shift, prompting Yomiuri to teasingly point out his unexpectedly intense work ethic for the day. Yomiuri casually observes that his frantic energy is completely out of character, while Yuyuta internally sweats, knowing he is just desperately trying to wipe the awkward image of his stepsister's laundry from his brain, a fact he absolutely cannot ever admit out loud. Pushing for details, Yomiuri correctly deduces that something massive must have happened at home to make a young guy throw himself into his work so aggressively. Yuyuta casually jokes about abandoning all his worldly problems to become a mountain hermit, leading Yomiuri to bluntly tell him to drop the weird philosophical act. Refusing to let it go, Yomiuri cheekily asks if he is suddenly super curious about her instead. Yuyuta smoothly fires back that he definitely is, prompting Yomiuri to cheerfully praise his quick response, while Yuyuta dryly begs her to stop saying things that could easily be misunderstood. Yomiuri reassures him she is doing just fine and appreciates having a junior who actually cares, but she instantly pivots the conversation right back to his family drama. She bluntly advises him that he needs to start actively showing his little sister that he genuinely cares about her, leaving Yuyuta totally blindsided. Casually dropping a golden piece of advice, Yomiuri suggests that if he managed to piss his stepsister off, he should absolutely buy her some sweets on his way home as a peace offering. Yuyuta weakly tries to defend himself by claiming he didn't actually make Saki mad, though he quietly adds a highly doubtful note to his own defense. Flashing a knowing smile, Yomiuri warns him that ignoring lingering awkward feelings is a terrible idea because they will inevitably just blow up in his face later. As she cheerfully praises his hard work for the day, Yuyuta internally flinches at the painfully accurate callout, completely unsure if his senior coworker is just making random guesses or if she possesses some terrifying psychic intuition. Yuyuta's phone suddenly buzzes with a new message from Saki. Staring at the notification, he instantly panics, figuring she must be absolutely furious with him for acting so incredibly suspicious after accidentally seeing her laundry earlier. Opening the chat, Yuyuta is hit with a blunt, terrifyingly straightforward text from Saki, simply confirming that he definitely saw it. Saki sends a follow-up message bringing up her previous argument that clean, unworn undergarments are basically just harmless handkerchiefs, smoothly asking if he happened to feel any differently about that logic after seeing her own underwear hanging up to dry in her room. Reading the text, Yuyuta is completely horrified and freezes in pure dread. Realizing that a massive misunderstanding is brewing, Yuyuta decides he absolutely has to do whatever it takes to apologize. Figuring a lengthy text message just won't cut it, he rapidly types out a quick reply telling her to wait for him and immediately sprints through the heavy rain to explain the messy situation directly in person. Arriving back at the apartment, Yuyuta immediately drops to his knees in her room, fully bracing himself for a brutal lecture. Instead, Saki calmly offers him a steaming mug of hot chocolate, leaving him completely baffled before he frantically accepts the drink to avoid refusing her unexpected hospitality. As Yuyuta nervously sips his hot chocolate, Saki completely drops the tension by calmly bringing up the intense messages she just sent him. Seeing her totally composed demeanor, Yuyuta flinches, but internally realizes she might not actually be mad at him at all. Saki cuts right to the chase, genuinely asking why he was panicking so much over seeing his little sister's laundry drying in her room. Choking on his words, Yuyuta nervously tries to explain that if they were his actual biological family, he obviously wouldn't have paid it any attention whatsoever. Gripping his warm mug, Yuyuta points out the harsh reality that they have barely even been siblings for 5 days, admitting that expecting him to just magically flip a switch and view her strictly as a harmless little sister overnight is completely impossible. Hearing his completely logical defense, Saki quickly apologizes, admitting it wasn't really fair of her to use the sibling card against him. She acknowledges that while the law technically forces him into the role of an older brother, it completely ignores his actual personal feelings as a teenage guy dealing with a brand new, unrelated roommate. Yuyuta solemnly adds that their parents only allowed them to live under the same roof because they firmly believed the two high schoolers could actually get along like proper siblings. Bowing his head, he sincerely apologizes, deeply ashamed that his awkward panic over her laundry was completely unworthy of a supportive older brother. Saki suggests they just call this whole laundry incident another accidental reflex to make them even. She explains that she learned from his earlier advice and doesn't view him as someone who can't improve, leaving Yuyuta touched as he softly utters her name. Saki shifts to teasing him, suggesting her underwear must have been alluring enough to completely charm him, which Yuyuta quickly denies. When she asks if it wasn't alluring at all, Yuyuta accuses her of messing with him, only for her to coyly dodge the question before quietly admitting that she is genuinely glad. Dropping her playful teasing for a moment, Saki genuinely confesses that she was honestly worried he would think her choice of underwear was weird. She admits that if he had indeed found it weird, she probably would have thrown it away instantly. This heavy confession leaves Yuyuta completely stunned, making him realize that he has finally started to grasp what kind of person Saki really is under her tough exterior. Saki softly questions if he really thinks he understands her now, and Yuyuta smiles warmly as he confirms that he does, at least a little bit. Seeing her faint, gentle smile makes Yuyuta feel like they have officially taken another major step closer to each other. However, that optimistic feeling is completely shattered the very next day. When Yuyuta went down to eat breakfast, he discovered that Saki had already left the house without saying a single word, and she spent the entire morning actively avoiding him at school for reasons he can't even begin to comprehend. Out of nowhere, Narasaka sneaks up on Yuyuta and playfully calls him her big brother. Though he quickly tells her to drop the nickname at school, she completely ignores his plea and directly asks if something went down between him and Saki. Yuyuta tries to play it cool and claims he has absolutely no idea, prompting a highly thoughtful hum from Narasaka. Seeing her reaction, Yuyuta internally panics, realizing that Saki's avoidance is so incredibly obvious that even Narasaka can easily tell their relationship is off. Yuyuta reasons that Saki shouldn't still be hung up on the laundry incident, but he completely tunes out his classmates' chatter while desperately trying to figure out if he accidentally messed up. Even after checking her dry, dismissive texts, denying any issues, he still struggles to concentrate at work, while Yomiuri playfully teases him, leaving him to wonder if her sour mood is even directly related to him at all. It is another incredibly rainy day as a heavy storm relentlessly pours down over their apartment building. Arriving back home, Yuyuta is instantly greeted by the warm and comforting scent of fresh miso soup, realizing that Saki is still diligently making dinner for him, despite everything that has been going on. As Saki welcomes him back from the kitchen, Yuyuta clumsily stammers out a greeting in return, still trying to get fully used to the cozy domestic routine of coming home to a freshly prepared meal. Saki flatly announces that dinner is officially ready and instructs him to help set up the table, leaving Yuyuta to quietly note that her overall attitude still feels a bit cold and distant. Staring down at the appetizing spread of rice soup and fresh fish, Yuyuta decides he is probably just overthinking her mood and enthusiastically declares, "It is finally time to eat." After taking a highly satisfying sip of the soup, Yuyuta straightforwardly praises her culinary skills, telling Saki that her homemade miso soup is genuinely incredibly delicious. Yuyuta is highly impressed by her attention to detail, praising how she perfectly balances the soup stock and switches up the ingredients while also calling the fish dish a luxury. Saki modestly brushes off the compliment, explaining that she only bought the fish because it was on a major discount, which prompts Yuyuta to ask if she always hunts for sales. Saki confirms she does, admitting her main goal is to save as much money as possible. Yuyuta asks her why she is so incredibly desperate to amass savings. Saki easily explains that in order to truly free herself from the expectations of other people and achieve her ultimate dream of living completely independently, she absolutely needs the financial security. Saki softly laments that she cannot realistically earn money that fast on her own and is still actively searching for a high-paying part-time gig. Yuyuta gently reassures her, noting that he never expected her to find a perfect job overnight anyway. Feeling a bit guilty that he has not been able to provide her with any useful job leads despite her hard work saving money and cooking, Yuyuta tells Saki to take it easy on the meals and offers to help her in any other way he can. Saki casually counters that her cooking routine is already at the bare minimum, leaving Yuyuta highly impressed by her quiet dedication. Yuyuta points out that if Saki continues to polish her cooking skills any further, the value of his own research and information would be far too low to keep their trade-off fair. When Saki remains completely silent, he quickly suggests they finish eating before the food gets cold. Later, Saki informs him that the bath is ready for his use, which Yuyuta quietly acknowledges. Collapsing onto his bed after an incredibly long and exhausting day, Yuyuta lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Yuyuta reflects on how Saki looked deeply lost in thought earlier during dinner, wondering if there was actually something important she wanted to ask him. He muses that she should just be direct and tell him if something is on her mind, but he is suddenly jolted wide awake when his bedroom door quietly creaks open. Saki quietly steps into his dark room, softly calling his name. A completely startled Yuyuta sits up in bed, nervously asking what she is doing. Saki hesitantly brings up their conversation from earlier as Yuyuta's heart starts pounding in nervous anticipation. The heavy tension continues to build in the dark room as they stand close together in the silence. Saki drops an absolute bombshell, looking down at him and softly asking if he will buy her body. Out of nowhere, Saki leans in incredibly close and drops a massive bombshell, asking Yuyuta if he would be willing to buy her body. Totally blindsided and hyperventilating in bed, Yuyuta completely panics and desperately demands to know what on earth she is talking about. Saki remains completely serious, flatly stating that she meant exactly what she said. Saki confirms she is fully willing to exchange her body for money, sending a sweating Yuyuta into a complete head-spinning panic, as he stammers in confusion about why she would ever make such an offer. Saki suddenly brings up the fact that he gave her cooking a high appraisal, leaving a completely bewildered Yuyuta asking for clarification, as she explains that his positive feedback is what sparked her sudden realization. She explains her logic, pointing out that if she keeps refining her cooking skills, the simple value of the job tips he gives her would become too low to keep their trade fair, so she figured she could counterbalance the values by getting compensated for her cooking to earn easy money. Piecing her incredibly bizarre logic together, Yuyuta realizes that she is treating her daily cooking as a high-paying, low-risk part-time job, asking if she figured it would be safe since she is working for someone close to her. Saki admits that while she knew things might get a little awkward between them, She assumed working for him would be much better than dealing with total strangers, since she expected he would be much more gentle with her. She concludes that by turning her cooking into a formal paid job, she wouldn't feel so guilty about asking him for a significant sum of money in exchange for her hard work. Saki looks completely downcast, quietly murmuring that she understands how the situation is as her guard fully crumbles. Yuyuta delivers a harsh reality check, bluntly telling her that she is currently behaving exactly like the type of woman he despises the most. Saki is left completely shocked by his blunt statement, while Yuyuta internally reflects on how much he genuinely hates speaking badly about others or causing harm with his words. Despite his usual aversion to speaking harshly, Yuyuta decides that just this once he absolutely needs to step up and tell her the brutal truth. He directly questions whether selling her body is truly a necessary step for her to achieve her dream of living independently. While he acknowledges her desperation to save up money, Yuyuta points out that resorting to such a path completely contradicts her own core beliefs and principles. He drops a heavy emotional truth, stating that taking such a reckless path would be a direct betrayal of their parents who placed their complete trust in them, leaving Saki utterly stunned. Saki is left completely speechless before she quietly blushes, softly admitting that he is entirely correct. Saki sincerely apologizes for letting her desperation drive her to act so recklessly, but Yuyuta gently tells her not to worry about it. Yuyuta warmly promises that he will keep searching until he finds the perfect part-time job for her, while Saki silently expresses her deep appreciation for his reassurance. Yuyuta gently wraps a blanket around Saki's shoulders, strictly ordering her that there will be absolutely no more of this reckless behavior moving forward. Saki meekly accepts the scolding and quietly apologizes, prompting Yuyuta to give a short, satisfied confirmation. Saki insists that a proper conversation is still necessary, while Yuyuta internally groans and frankly admits he never pegged her as the type to pull something so crazy. Saki agrees that it was totally out of character, which is exactly why she needs to explain herself. Getting serious, Yuyuta tells her he wants to know more about who she really is, specifically asking her to open up about her past. Saki quietly hesitates, confessing that she usually hates digging into her history, but figures she owes him the full truth after her wild stunt tonight. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Saki reveals that the core of her issues stems from her biological father, softly asking Yuyuta if he is ready to listen to the heavy details. She explains that her father was once a brilliant entrepreneur, until a supposed friend stole his company, leaving him with severe trust issues and a massive inferiority complex that drove a wedge between him and his family. With him out of the picture, her mom stepped up and earned big money in the nightlife industry to provide for Saki on her own. Yuyuta easily connects the dots, concluding that her dad's awful behavior was basically just fueled by pathetic jealousy over his wife's financial independence. Saki confirms his read, explaining that her father's shattered ego couldn't handle being out-earned. To cope, he started projecting his insecurities by constantly trashing her mother's job and throwing around baseless cheating accusations. Yuyuta quietly agrees with her assessment, looking slightly downcast as he processes the story. When Saki notices and checks on him, Yuyuta quickly assures her he is fine before casually mentioning that his own family went through a remarkably similar disaster. Surprised, Saki asks for details, and Yuyuta reveals that his dad developed a massive fear of women after his ex-wife brutally cheated on him. He explains that the betrayal completely destroyed his father's ability to trust, but warmly notes that meeting Akiko is exactly what finally brought his old man's happiness back. Saki breaks the quiet atmosphere, hesitantly trailing off as she asks Yuyuta if he also feels the exact same way she does. A heavy contemplative silence settles over them once again as they both quietly reflect on her question, staring out into the quiet space. A single quiet denial cuts through the tension, firmly brushing away whatever lingering doubts were hanging in the air between them. Turning back to him with a soft smile, Saki playfully concludes that it seems like they are actually pretty similar after all. Yuyuta easily agrees, admitting that he guesses she is right. Saki softly chuckles, admitting that she sadly can't deny their similarities, especially when it comes to their D-negative traits. Yuyuta then picks up the conversation, trying to carefully articulate his next point. Saki seamlessly completes his thought, confessing that even though things might not always perfectly work out, She genuinely feels like they are handling their bizarre new living situation incredibly well. Yuyuta turns to face her fully, specifically adding that they are handling the whole being brother and sister thing pretty decently. A faint blush dusts Saki's cheeks as she softly repeats his words, agreeing that they are indeed navigating their roles as brother and sister quite well. Yuyuta gives a soft murmur of agreement before Saki formally expresses her hope that they can continue to get along smoothly, moving forward, politely addressing him as a Samura-kun. Yuyuta immediately returns the sentiment, warmly assuring Ayase-san that he absolutely agrees. Suddenly acting as if he just remembered something, Yuyuta casually suggests that she should just start calling him her older brother to complete the sibling dynamic. As Saki hits him with a completely unamused stare, Yuyuta quickly drops the playful act and admits he is just joking. Saki stands completely frozen, staring at Yuyuta in absolute disbelief and blushing as she processes his direct rejection of her bizarre proposal. Grabbing a nearby piece of clothing to shield himself, a highly flustered Yuyuta desperately surrenders, frantically telling Saki that he completely understands the situation now. Saki softly murmurs that it is a bit of a shame, but she can accept his refusal, quietly addressing him by his last name before turning to leave his room, while Yuyuta is left sitting on his bed looking completely overwhelmed by the chaotic interaction. Offering a final soft goodnight before closing the door, Saki heads off to bed, leaving Yuyuta to silently reflect that his crazy new life with his gorgeous but incredibly unpredictable stepsister has officially begun. The next morning, a delicious Western-style breakfast of toast, salad, and warm soup is laid out on the table, and they all happily declare it is finally time to eat. Taking his first bite, Yuyuta is instantly impressed and straightforwardly praises the food as absolutely amazing, though Saki modestly insists he is exaggerating before he quickly assures her he is being completely honest. Yuyuta compares her freshly rolled omelet to Akiko's, praising it as just as delicious. Saki's face lights up slightly, and she happily promises to make them again for him in the near future. Saki quickly adds a small caveat, noting that she will definitely make them again as long as her busy schedule allows for it, which Yuyuta quietly understands. Watching the warm interaction, Yuyuta's dad beams with joy, pointing out how incredibly close the two of them have already become in just a single week, while Akiko enthusiastically agrees and expresses how incredibly happy she is to see them get along so well. The scene wraps up on a bright note, as Akiko fondly remarks that they are finally starting to act like proper siblings, signaling a highly peaceful start to their new family dynamic. Time flies, and a full month has already passed since their last big incident, bringing them straight into the latter half of July. Since they had previously promised to maintain a strictly distanced sibling relationship without any unnecessary meddling, they both focused entirely on their own end-of-term exams at Suisai High, without intervening in each other's studies, keeping them totally in the dark about their respective results. The quiet boundary is suddenly shattered when Saki directly approaches Yuyuta with a very serious look, bluntly asking him to help her study modern Japanese. The sudden intense request completely catches Yuyuta off guard, leaving him totally flustered and confused as she looms over his desk. Looking over her report card, Yuyuta is stunned to see she scored a measly 38 points in modern Japanese, which is incredibly surprising since the rest of her grades are absolutely stellar and near perfect. Saki admits that she deeply struggles with the subject because she simply cannot comprehend the emotional states of fictional characters, which Yuyuta finds highly unexpected given how incredibly considerate and accommodating she always is toward him. Saki quickly corrects him, explaining that her constant adjusting is actually a coping mechanism, because she doesn't naturally understand people's feelings, leaving Yuyuta to realize just how deeply she struggles with the subject beyond what he initially assumed. Yuyuta internally notes that her score is a failing grade under Suisai High's strict guidelines, which heavily prioritize outstanding academic results above all else. Since maintaining passing grades is the only way students are allowed the freedom to work part-time, Saki reveals she has a crucial makeup exam scheduled for the 21st, where she must score at least 80 points to avoid losing her summer break to tedious supplementary classes. Hoping to secure a part-time job during the upcoming summer break, Saki asks Yuyuta to help her prepare for her makeup exam. Yuyuta is more than happy to assist, eagerly viewing this study session as his opportunity to pay her back, since he was unable to help her find a high-paying job earlier. When Saki asks about his own academic performance, Yuyuta his report card revealing that he managed to score 96 points in modern Japanese. It stands out as his best subject among all his grades, giving her a great reason to trust his tutoring abilities. Yuyuta modestly chalks up his high score to his bookworm habits, which Saki finds reassuring as she heads off to wait for him in the living room. Yuyuta promises to join her in just a second to get things moving. Yuyuta arrives in the living room and apologizes for the brief delay. Saki quickly brushes off his apology, completely ready to dive into the lessons. Just as Yuyuta prepares to get their session officially underway, Saki immediately notices something slightly off and looks over at him with genuine curiosity. Saki directly questions why he is choosing to sit far away instead of next to her, prompting a flustered Yuyuta to make a hasty excuse about their parents being out of the house. Internally, he admits to himself that this excuse is mostly just a convenient shield to keep his distance. The real reason behind his sudden shyness is that whenever he gets physically close to Saki, his mind involuntarily flashes back to their highly charged encounter from that night. Knowing he can never admit this embarrassing truth to her, he decides it is much safer to keep some space between them. Though Yuyuta believes that keeping a level head and staying grounded is crucial, he cannot help but recognize just how charming his stepsister really is. Pushing the awkwardness aside, Saki asks to see his exam sheet, playfully calling him her new teacher as they get down to business. Yuyuta takes her test paper in hand, carefully reviewing her answers to identify the exact areas where she needs the most guidance. Analyzing her results, Yuyuta diagnoses that while her kanji usage and article comprehension are fine, she struggles with reading comprehension for novels. He points out that she likely spent far too much time wrestling with the fictional passages, which ultimately forced her to leave the entire final section of the exam blank. Yuyuta proudly announced he had finally tracked down the culprit causing her so much grief, pointing out she was heavily struggling with Natsume Soseki's classic novel Sanshiro. He noted that modern readers usually found it pretty easy to sympathize with its themes of free love, prompting a frustrated Saki to grumble that her teacher had literally said the exact same thing. Figuring it would just be faster to identify her specific roadblocks, Yuyuta handed her a pen and asked her to list out exactly what parts of the story were tripping her up. Saki bluntly admitted she was completely lost on the internal thoughts of both the male protagonist Sanshiro and the female lead Mineko, entirely failing to comprehend the actual reasoning behind any of their actions. Completely baffled by her absolute lack of reading comprehension, Yuyuta awkwardly checked if she at least realized that Sanshiro had romantic feelings for Mineko. Saki stared back with a completely blank expression and genuinely asked if he actually did, leaving a sweating Yuyuta to internally panic over how such an incredibly clever girl could somehow miss the most basic and glaringly obvious plot point of the entire book. Processing the massive revelation, Saki slowly clarified if having feelings essentially just meant he liked her romantically. Yuyuta quickly confirmed it, explaining that while the characters constantly beat around the bush Sanshira's blatant jealousy, whenever Mineko hung out with other guys, was practically screaming off the page, though Saki just quietly repeated the word jealousy like it was a completely foreign concept to her. Trying to grasp the emotional logic, Saki bluntly asked if all that just meant Sanshiro simply hated it whenever Mineko talked to other men. Yuyuta nodded, confirming that was definitely the most accurate way to interpret the protagonist's underlying frustration. Applying her own hyper-logical mindset to the classic romance, Saki coldly pointed out that the protagonist could have easily solved the problem by just directly telling Mineko to stop hanging out with other guys. Yuyuta awkwardly tried to defend the poor guy, explaining that Sanshiro was just extremely clumsy, and that openly confessing romantic feelings required a massive amount of courage that most normal people simply didn't possess. Saki flatly stated she couldn't understand the logic behind keeping personal feelings a complete secret without ever actually voicing them out loud. Staying entirely true to her pragmatic nature, she firmly declared that she would never waste time pulling a frustrating stunt like that herself. Desperate to make her understand the emotional weight of the story, Yuya challenged her to imagine a scenario where she physically couldn't bring herself to be honest. He tried to relate it to a universal experience, asking if her own romantic feelings for a first love had ever forced her into making a completely irrational choice just to save face. Saki instantly shut down his relatable example, bluntly admitting she had absolutely zero clue what he was talking about, because she had never actually been in love before. After Yuya awkwardly accepted his failed analogy, Saki flipped the script and asked if he had any real romantic experience, forcing Yuya to awkwardly realize he had never actually been in love either. Noting his total lack of romantic history, Saki casually accepted that they were both completely hopeless in the love department. Deciding to pivot his tutoring strategy entirely, Yuya suggested they drop the messy emotional angles and treat the literature assignment like a strict mathematical puzzle instead. He advised her to leverage her stellar history grades by connecting the book's themes directly to the historical circumstances of its era, figuring a purely academic approach would finally help her crack the story's underlying message. Saki admits she is much better at certain subjects, but expresses worry about whether specific literary works will appear on her upcoming makeup exam. Showing her failed test score of 38, Yuya reassures her that the material is limited, so reviewing the main texts should give her plenty of time to prepare. Staring down at her paper, Saki anxiously wonders aloud if she will actually be able to pass her upcoming makeup exam, prompting Yuya to immediately reassure her. Yuya smiles warmly and confidently asserts that he knows she can do it, providing some much-needed reassurance. Feeling encouraged, Saki determinedly accepts his support, promising to place her complete faith in his tutoring and do her absolute best to pass. Yuya internally reflects on how Saki completely trusted his advice without demanding any proof or guarantees, genuinely accepting his support without a single shred of doubt. Yuya humorously muses on how typical romance tropes often feature highly dramatic or intimate tutoring sessions between step-siblings, whereas their actual reality is just quiet, focused, and incredibly intense studying. He admits that even without any dramatic or romantic developments, this peaceful moment spent quietly studying together is incredibly comforting. He realizes that the simple sound of her pen gliding across her notebook in the quiet room is easily the most comfortable atmosphere he has experienced. The scene shifts to the following morning on Friday, July 17th, where Saki greets him at the door and offers to cook a quick breakfast of fried eggs. Yuya insists that he is totally fine with just having some simple toast for breakfast. Saki easily agrees to the compromise, smoothly pointing out that he would rather focus all his energy on his studies anyway. As Yuya happily enjoys the toast, he silently reflects that since Saki is already incredibly clever, she will do just fine as long as he shows her the ropes. Feeling like he hasn't actually done much to help her, he firmly decides to look into some more efficient studying methods to pass along. Saki lets out a quiet groan as she stretches her arms above her head, prompting a surprised Yuya to suggest they take a quick break, which she immediately agrees to. Announcing she is completely ready for the day, Saki mentions she will be heading out early. As Yuya tells her to take care, he suddenly remembers something crucial and urgently orders her to stop studying while commuting to school. Saki gives him a mildly annoyed pout, strictly declaring that she absolutely refuses to repeat her previous careless mistake of walking into traffic. Yuya quietly accepts her stubborn answer and apologizes for holding her up, telling her he will see her later, as he internally frets over whether his sudden warning came off a bit too strong. Saki bashfully confesses that a while back she desperately tried to hide all her hard work from him, asking if he thinks that is super lame. Hearing her honest admission, Yuya softly realizes that she has opened up to him significantly, since then silently agreeing that they are definitely moving forward one step at a time. The quiet morning atmosphere settles as the dishes dry, marking another small, steady step forward in their slow progress toward becoming genuine siblings. Walking to school, Yuya mentally plans out his next move, figuring he should probably hit up Maru for some solid studying advice before suddenly getting a bright idea. His quiet brainstorming session is instantly shattered when Maya cheerfully pops up from behind and aggressively slaps him on the back, loudly wishing her new big brother a good morning and completely startling him. Meeting up with Narasaka in the morning, Yuyuta is slightly startled by her intense early morning energy, prompting her to laughingly warn him not to treat her like a random ghost. She explains that she is bursting with energy because exams are finally over, and she studied non-stop. When Yuyuta asks if she managed to avoid makeup exams, she happily reveals that she scored an impressive total of 808 points. Yuyuta offers a completely flat and casual reaction to her incredibly high score, which immediately offends Narasaka, causing her to react in loud disbelief at his total lack of enthusiasm. Narasaka fiercely accuses him of doubting her academic abilities, proudly declaring that she actually ranks near the top of their entire year with an average score of close to 90 points. This completely catches Yuyuta off guard, leaving him stunned that his highly energetic classmate is secretly a top-tier genius. Realizing she is actually an academic powerhouse, Yuyuta decides to take advantage of the situation and asks the highly talented Narasaka a study question, prompting her to smugly tell him to spit it out. Narasaka immediately sees right through his query, teasingly guessing that he is looking for ways to boost study efficiency solely for Saki's benefit. Flustered by her framing, Yuyuta questions why she had to phrase it that way, but Narasaka playfully claims she was just admiring what an amazing older brother he is. Moving past the teasing, she admits she doesn't actually do anything particularly special to study, except for listening to music while she works. Yuyuta eagerly asks if she has a favorite genre, but Narasaka explains she doesn't. Instead, she relies entirely on a handy app that automatically curates playlists based on her listening history. While Yuyuta admits the algorithm-reliant approach doesn't quite sit right with him, he notes it down as a potentially useful study tip anyway. Arriving at the bookstore for his shift, Yuyuta checks his schedule and notes he is assigned to the cash register for the day. Just as he prepares to get to work, Yomiuri cheerfully sneaks up on him and teasingly asks why he is wearing such a long face. Yomiuri points out that Friday shifts are always packed, meaning they are bound to deal with plenty of annoying customers. Yuyuta complains that she has the much easier job of shelving books, but when she jokingly scolds him for speaking poorly of their clientele, he dryly counters that she is the last person who should talk, since she behaves that way all the time. After another coworker cheerfully greets them for the shift, Yomiuri kindly turns back to Yuyuta and acknowledges that Fridays are indeed brutal. She reassures him she will gladly cover the shelves and assist him if the register gets too chaotic, prompting Yuyuta to sincerely thank her for the unexpected backup. While chatting at work, Yomiuri notes that Yuyuta is surprisingly good at keeping his true self entirely hidden from others, admitting she is completely exhausted from seeing people constantly disappointed by pretentiousness at her own university. Yomiuri cheekily winks and teases that he is the only one who truly knows everything about her, prompting a deadpan Yuyuta to dryly ask her to drop the suggestive phrasing, though she playfully insists she was just telling the absolute truth. As the clock on the wall finally strikes 10, Yuyuta announces his shift is officially over and gets ready to head home for the night. Staring at a completely slumped over Yomiuri, Yuyuta jokingly asks if she has literally melted like ice cream. She complains that the crowded store and broken AC are indeed melting her, before begging him to stay and some gossip about his stepsister, so she doesn't have to eat her dinner alone, though Yuyuta insists there is barely anything to tell. Suddenly remembering something as he looks over their convenience store dinners, Yuyuta mentions there actually is one important thing he wanted to ask her about, immediately catching her interest. Yomiuri lets out a highly amused hum, immediately guessing that his question must have something to do with helping his stepsister improve her high school studies. Internally groaning that she had the exact same smug reaction as Narasaka, Yuyuta explains that since she successfully survived university entrance exams, he figured she might have a few helpful tips. He mentions someone at school recommended playing background music to help focus, but since he doesn't know what genre to pick, he is feeling completely lost. Yomiuri confidently declares she has the perfect solution, pulling out her phone to some specific study music. She found that instantly helps her lock in and focus, earning an eager request from Yuyuta to let him check it out. She pulls up a popular lo-fi hip-hop study channel on her screen, leaving Yuyuta amazed by its massive view count, despite the video being over an hour long. Before he can even process, yet she smoothly hands him her wireless earbuds, offering to let him hear exactly what the music sounds like. Yuyuta politely accepts the earbud, internally noting that while he has never earphones with another person before, Yomiuri definitely doesn't seem like the type to care about those boundaries, as she cheerfully taps play. Yuyuta gets incredibly nervous as he prepares to his music, telling himself he shouldn't overstep any personal boundaries. Saki politely accepts the offer, letting him his music recommendation with her. The moment the track starts playing, Saki is completely caught off guard by the sound, leaving her utterly speechless as she processes the unexpected rhythm. Sitting together in the quiet night, Saki is deeply impressed, softly marveling that the recommended track is absolutely amazing. Curious, Saki asks what genre of music they are listening to, since it feels quite different from standard healing music. Yuyuta explains it is called lofi hip-hop, a genre recommended to him by Yomiuri. When Saki checks if this is the same senior coworker he mentioned before, Yuyuta warmly confirms it, praising his coworker for always having the best advice for everything. Saki quietly remarks that the two of them seem to be pretty close, which Yuyuta quickly explains is simply because they work a lot of shifts together. However, Saki suddenly falls completely silent, leaving a slightly confused Yuyuta to tentatively check on her. Worried by her sudden silence, Yuyuta asks if she is doing all right or if she has just been studying too much. Saki quickly snaps out of it, insisting she is completely fine and apologizing for getting a bit too engrossed in the track. Saki brings up Yomiuri by name and admits she must have great taste in music. Yuyuta dryly agrees, but warns Saki that her senior's personality is actually quite monstrous since she constantly teases him. Saki lets out a soft chuckle and notes that Yomiuri sounds like a really interesting person, which Yuyuta humorously claims he can absolutely guarantee. Turning more serious, Yuyuta admits that he feels a bit guilty because Saki has been doing so much for him, lamenting that sharing a simple music playlist is the only way he can repay her right now. Touched by his sincerity, Saki softly addresses him. Saki quietly processes his kind words, warmly thanking him and promising to try out the playlist while studying tonight, which Yuyuta happily encourages her to do. Left alone, Saki quietly motivates herself, firmly declaring that she will do her absolute best with her studying tonight now that she has his thoughtful playlist to help her focus. With a quiet but determined word of encouragement echoing in her mind, Saki steels her resolve to keep pushing forward through her challenging studies. Lost in her focused study session, Saki works late into the night. When she finally checks her phone, she is shocked to discover it is already past 3 in the morning, prompting her to realize she desperately needs to get some rest. Saki reflects on how the lofi hip-hop playlist Yuyuta with her worked wonders for her focus. She fondly recalls how her stepbrother went out of his way to research and provide the recommendation just to help her succeed. She cannot stop her thoughts from dwelling on the coworker who originally suggested the music, constantly reminding herself that the senior is a beautiful, clever university student. She tries to brush off her growing obsession, muttering that none of this should actually matter to her. Her thoughts continue to drift in a bizarre direction, eventually bleeding onto the pages of her notebook. She finds herself writing down her fixation on the charming coworker who introduced Yuyuta to the study music. Staring at her own handwritten words, Saki is suddenly struck by her own ridiculous behavior, quietly questioning why on earth she is even documenting these nagging thoughts in her personal diary. The next morning, a fresh and delicious breakfast spread is laid out on the table, and the family prepares to dig into their meal. Since it is Saturday, the entire family sits down to enjoy breakfast together. Akiko warmly offers Yuyuta another helping of her clam chowder, which he politely accepts, while his father happily chimes in that he has already had seconds. The peaceful morning atmosphere takes a sudden turn when Akiko notices Saki is missing and asks if she has already eaten. Staring at her empty seat, Yuyuta is instantly hit with a bad feeling, wondering if something strange is going on with Saki once again. Saki's mother mentions that Saki is still sleeping, in which Yuyuta notes is quite rare. Saki's mother explains she thinks Saki was studying late into the night, as she even fell asleep at her desk on top of her textbooks, prompting an understanding reaction from Yuyuta. While Yuyuta secretly hopes his lofi music playlist helped Saki study, her mother casually mentions she is worried Saki might catch a cold since she tends to sleep with her belly exposed. Yuyuta completely panics at the unprompted mental visual, quickly trying to play it cool. Saki's mother then moves on to warn him to keep the air conditioning at a moderate temperature to avoid heat stroke before directly addressing him. Yuyuta's father joins the conversation, pointing out that it has officially been almost a month since they all started living together, directly asking Yuyuta how he is currently holding up. Yuyuta asks for clarification, prompting his father to explain that it had always been just the two of them living alone together up, until they suddenly stormed into his quiet life. Saki's mother adds that she is certain the sudden transition couldn't have been easy for him, gently checking in to ask how he and Saki are actually getting along. As the question hangs in the air, a flurry of chaotic memories from the past month flashes through Yuyuta's mind. When his father notices him spacing out and checks on him, Yuyuta quickly shakes off the thoughts, reassuring his stepmother that they are getting along completely fine. Saki's mother quietly processes his reassurance, softly murmuring that she guesses everything should be fine then. Breaking the brief silence, Saki's mother kindly offers Yuyuta a fresh cup of coffee, which he happily and politely accepts. As she turns to prepare the coffee, Yuyuta finds her quiet demeanor a bit strange, silently noting that it genuinely felt like she wanted to say something much deeper to him. Observing her calm profile, Yuyuta quietly dismisses his own suspicion, wondering if the perceived tension was ultimately just a product of his own overactive imagination. At the bookstore, Yomiuri cheerfully calls out to her junior, asking if the cardboard box he is unpacking contains their latest new arrivals. Yuyuta confirms the box is filled with stock for the nearby shelf, prompting Yomiuri to ask if he is searching for a specific title. Yuyuta explains he is actively looking for a book called Azure Night's Interval. Yomiuri immediately spots the book and excitedly holds it up to check if it is the right one, though Yuyuta is left completely confused, noting he only counts 2 copies in the box, despite explicitly ordering 20. Looking over the cover, Yomiuri points out that it was released last month and asks if it is actually selling well. Yuyuta confirms it is still incredibly popular and explains he wants to set up a dedicated display for it since it is getting a movie adaptation soon. Yuyuta elaborates that the light literature novel focuses on a high school romance, sparking Yomiuri's memory, as she admits she had heard about the upcoming movie and was genuinely curious about the story. Discussing the logistics, Yomiuri notes that with only 3 copies available, setting up a flat display is impossible, but hiding it on the regular shelves makes it way too hard to find. She teasingly adds that a massive bookworm like him would probably spot it anyway, prompting Yuyuta to defensively clarify that he doesn't spend every waking second reading. Conceding the point, Yuyuta sighs and figures their absolute best option is to just place it on the front-facing display shelf, since it technically isn't a brand new release anymore. Yomiuri recalls the book dropped last month and casually asks when the movie adaptation is actually supposed to start screening. Yuyuta notes the movie season is kicking off soon and casually mentions he should probably go see it this weekend if he wants to catch a showing. Hearing this, Yomiuri pauses for a moment before smoothly stating that if he hasn't watched it yet, she has an idea. Leaning in close, Yomiuri boldly suggests that the two of them should just go watch the movie together right after their shift ends today. While Yuyuta is casually checking his phone, his senior coworker suddenly calls out to him from nearby, apologetically calling him her favorite junior and saying sorry for the delay. Turning around to face her, Yuyuta quickly acknowledges her arrival with a casual greeting. His senior playfully teases him, suggesting that Saturday night is absolutely the perfect time to head out and enjoy some exciting nightlife. Yuyuta can only repeat her words with a nervous chuckle, completely caught off guard by her typical high-energy banter. When she notices him looking at his phone and asks if he was messaging someone, Yuyuta explains he was simply keeping his parents updated about his plans. Hearing this, she immediately gushes over how incredibly wholesome he is for being such a responsible high school student. Yuyuta dryly points out that she was literally a high schooler herself not that long ago, but she proudly counters that university students are practically fully fledged adults. She insists he must let his family know whenever he plans on staying out late, prompting him to quickly try and change the subject. When she specifically notes that his little sister would surely worry about him, Yuyuta internally highly doubts that Saki would spare even a single second to worry if he ended up staying out past his curfew. She repeats her concern, asking if his stepsister will be anxious about his whereabouts, while Yuyuta remains thoroughly unconvinced that Saki would actually care. Skeptical of his dismissive claim, his senior hums thoughtfully, leaving Yuyuta slightly confused by her lingering curiosity about his household dynamics. Happily declaring that they need to get a move on since time is ticking, she urges him to follow her lead. As they set off, Yuyuta quietly reflects that this is actually his very first time seeing his beautiful senior dressed in her normal casual clothes up close. Yuyuta reflects on how Saki chooses her daily outfits, noting that even at home, she wears practical clothes that allow her to step outside at any second. He muses that this is a massive contrast to the typical anime trope of girls lounging around in pajamas, concluding that Saki views her wardrobe strictly as defensive armor to optimize both her offensive and defensive stats at all times. His internal video game-themed monologue is suddenly cut short when Yomiuri's playful voice snaps him right back to reality. Yomiuri mentions she is going to buy their movie tickets, asking Yuyuta to handle grabbing the drinks instead. When he asks what she wants, she immediately demands a Diet Coke, prompting him to tease her about the classic combination of soda and popcorn. She playfully defends her choice by claiming it is crucial to stick to the fundamentals, leading him to agree and ask if she has a specific popcorn flavor in mind. Without a second of hesitation, Yomiuri enthusiastically shouts out her favorite flavor, caramel, leaving Yuyuta to walk up to the counter and place their snack order with the cinema staff. Once they settle into their seats inside the theater, Yomiuri excitedly cheers over the massive full bucket of popcorn, enthusiastically praising Yuyuta for knowing exactly how to treat her. Yuyuta casually tells her to eat as much as she wants since he is perfectly happy just having whatever she leaves behind, but she immediately rejects the offer, insisting they have to and eat it together. Yuyuta decides to grab a handful of popcorn before the film kicks off, realizing that once the movie actually starts and the bucket is resting on her lap, awkwardly reaching over to grab some would be completely impossible. Right as he finishes his thought, the theater lights dim and the screen blinks to life. A quiet hush falls over the entire room as the movie officially begins, leaving the two of them to sit side by side in the dark, silent theater. As the story unfolds on the massive screen, the movie portrays a highly dramatic romantic confession scene between two high schoolers, which catches Yuyuta's attention. Caught up in the romantic atmosphere of the scene, Yuyuta quietly steals a quick glance to see how Yomiuri is reacting, only to find her completely mesmerized and staring intently at the silver screen. As they make their way inside, Yuyuta feels a sudden wave of self-consciousness wash over him, quietly turning his head away to hide his growing embarrassment. The two of them finally settle into their theater seats side by side with their snacks ready, waiting in the dimming light for the feature presentation to begin. As the credits roll, Yuyuta silently praises the film as a highly entertaining experience. However, his thoughts quickly shift to his tight schedule, making him realize he will likely have to skip his lunch tomorrow to stay on track. His quiet reflection is interrupted when his senior suddenly lets out a gasp of surprise, staring in disbelief at her completely empty popcorn bucket, and confessing she got so engrossed in the film she ate the entire thing by herself. Stepping out of the cinema, his senior warmly thanks him for the fun invitation. When Yuyuta expresses how much he enjoyed the movie and mentions his plan to buy the original books, she beams and asks how genuinely glad she is that they watched it together. Checking his phone, Yuyuta points out that it is getting late and suggests they should probably head home. However, his senior hesitantly stops him, softly asking if she can borrow just a little more of his evening. When a surprised Yuyuta questions how she will get home since the trains will be stopping soon, she smoothly reassures him that she actually drove today and left her car parked at the nearby lot. Sitting down to chat, Yuyuta remembers that she does usually commute by car. His senior suddenly pivots the conversation, curiously asking if most young guys look forward to getting their driver's license once they grow up. She playfully teases that having a car is incredibly useful for driving a girlfriend around, prompting a highly flustered Yuyuta to joke that since he is far from being a smooth or impressive guy, pulling off that kind of romantic move sounds extremely difficult for him. Yuyuta admits he would rather avoid dealing with women who are overly obsessed with cars. Yomiuri heartily agrees with his point, but a sudden silence quickly washes over her. Yomiuri tells him that he is genuinely kind and always fun to be around, but before Yuyuta can even process the compliment, she cuts him off to announce she has something serious to confess. With a gentle, dramatic smile, Yomiuri announces she only has half a year to live, quickly asking him how he would react if she said something tragic like the heroine from the movie they just watched. Yuyuta's heart completely drops in shock as he struggles to process the terrifying news of her supposed terminal condition. While Yuyuta is in a complete state of silent panic, Yomiuri suddenly bursts out laughing and reveals she was only joking, leaving him entirely dumbfounded and deeply annoyed by the dark humor. Yomiuri explains she only wanted to see his reaction because their late-night park setting perfectly matched a dramatic scene from the film, prompting a highly relieved Yuyuta to awkwardly laugh it off. Despite her laughter, Yuyuta can't shake the nagging feeling that she was hiding a deeper truth, leading him to break the awkward silence by offering to something of his own. Yuyuta warmly brings up the music she had recommended previously, letting her know that Saki was incredibly happy with it, which earns him a sweet thank you from a touched Yomiuri. Yomiuri gives him a quiet, gentle look as they sit together in the night. She playfully asks why he decided to bring up that specific topic at a moment like this, keeping the mood light as their late-night chat continues. As Yomiuri cheerfully thanks him for tagging along and bids him goodbye, she leaves him with a parting reminder to make sure he gets along with his stepsister. Left sitting alone on a park bench at night, Yuyuta is left completely clueless and utterly bewildered about what had just transpired. Yuyuta finally makes his way back home late that evening. Stepping through the front door, he quietly announces his return, wondering if his father is still awake. Upon stepping further into the quiet apartment, Yuyuta suddenly freezes as his eyes widen in surprise at the sight in front of him. He finds Saki fast asleep right at the dining table, completely wiped out after a long session of studying in the living room with her phone still plugged in. Approaching her quietly, Yuyuta is surprised to find that her phone is playing the exact same lo-fi music playlist he had recommended to her earlier, leading him to realize she must have actually grown to like it. Looking down at her peaceful face, Yuyuta reflects on how he still has not fully repaid her for all the incredibly delicious meals she has been cooking for him. Quietly moving so he does not disturb her slumber, Yuyuta prepares to help her rest a bit more comfortably. With Saki continuing to sleep peacefully, Yuyuta feels incredibly glad that he was finally able to help his stepsister out in his own small way. Bright and early on Monday, July 19th, the family gathers for breakfast, where Saki serves up a delicious meal of salad, soup, and toast, prompting a pleasant surprise as they notice she made 2 slices of bread for everyone today. Yuyuta mentions that he has a full shift at work today, prompting Saki to casually point out that a single slice of toast wouldn't be enough to keep his energy up. Saki politely wishes him a good shift, and when Yuyuta modestly insists that the work isn't nearly as grueling as she might think, she quickly tries to steer the conversation elsewhere. Saki directly asks if he was the one who placed a towel over her shoulders after she fell asleep, prompting Yuyuta to admit he wanted to make sure she didn't catch a cold right before her important makeup exam, which earns him her quiet thanks. Yuyuta tells her there is absolutely no need to thank him, though he admits he was quite surprised to find her studying out in the living room. Saki quickly covers up by claiming she just needed a simple change of scenery from her usual bedroom. The scene shifts to later that night, where a concerned Saki approaches her stepfather in the living room to ask if Yuyuta is running unusually late. Her stepfather warmly reassures her not to worry, since Yuyuta had actually just texted him, though he admits he was quite surprised by the update. He delivers the unexpected news that Yuyuta is currently out watching a movie with a female coworker. Her stepfather excitedly laughs that his son is finally having some late-night fun instead of being so uptight, while a stunned Saki can only offer a quiet, distant response as she processes the revelation. Left with her thoughts, Saki feels a wave of restlessness, realizing Yuyuta had no real reason to tell her about his plans with his attractive university coworker. She silently admits to herself that this growing anxiety was the real reason she kept herself busy studying in the living room while waiting for him to come home. Back at the breakfast table on Monday morning, Saki directly confronts Yuyuta about his weekend movie outing. When a flustered Yuyuta wonders how she found out, Saki explains His father happily spilled the beans, prompting Yuyuta to hastily clarify that it was just a casual post-work movie with his senior, and that he actually fell asleep during the film anyway. Saki confirms she suspected his music recommendation came from his senior coworker. As their conversation continues, she brings up a movie called Azure Night's Interval, which Yuyuta mentions seeing an ad for online. Yuyuta asks if she is referring to the movie adaptation, pointing out that the original source material is actually a novel that he found to be quite good. Saki considers reading the book to help boost her modern literature grades, admitting she has never really read much fiction or manga up to this point. Yuyuta agrees with her approach, noting that trying to force too much reading at once is never a good strategy. Saki explains that her real struggle is not understanding the literal text, but rather comprehending the complicated emotions of the characters. She finds it completely baffling when characters act contrary to their actual feelings, such as yelling threats at someone they love or calling them stupid instead of just being honest. Yuyuta explains that everyone has their own unique struggles and ways of communicating, which is exactly why dramatic stories exist in the world. Saki quietly listens, but admits she still cannot truly comprehend those types of contradictory feelings. Saki suddenly changes the subject, directly asking him if he frequently gets into these kinds of deep discussions and arguments with his senior coworker. A flustered Yuyuta quickly reassures her that they are not actually close, explaining that they simply get along because they are both bookworms. When Saki remains highly skeptical, he insists she is strictly a coworker from his job, though Saki notes she is already well aware of his intense reading habits. Saki thinks it over and decides she really does need to read more, suddenly announcing her intention to go out and buy a book. Yuyuta warmly agrees with her decision, smiling as he mentions he would be more than happy to have another book lover around. Returning to the daily grind, the scene shifts back to the local bookstore where Yuyuta is scheduled for another busy shift among the quiet aisles. At work, Yomiuri cheerfully greets her junior coworker and expresses how glad she is to have him around for the day. After checking if they have all the new magazines sorted out, she casually asks him to help her move some boxes, which he readily agrees to do while taking charge of the heavy cart. Seeing her act completely normal, Yuyuta silently marvels at her incredible communication skills, noting that if he had not been there himself, he would have never guessed they had just gone on a movie date the day before. As they finish organizing the incoming stock, they note that they have successfully managed to clear out the massive bulk of the heavy workload. Catching his attention, Yomiuri points toward a girl wandering around the aisles who looks completely lost. She instructs Yuyuta to go talk to her and offer some assistance, prompting him to casually agree and head over. Approaching the wandering customer from behind, Yuyuta politely asks if she is trying to find anything specific, but she quickly tells him to hold on a second. As the girl confirms she is indeed hunting down a certain book, Yuyuta catches a glimpse of her profile and immediately starts to recognize her distinct appearance. The lost customer turns out to be none other than his stepsister Saki, fully dressed up and looking incredibly stylish as she makes direct eye contact with him. Completely caught off guard by her sudden and highly unexpected appearance at his workplace, and utterly stunned, Yuyuta instantly blurts out her last name in absolute shock. Before Yuyuta can even process the chaotic situation, Yomiuri eagerly jumps right into the conversation with sparkling eyes. She immediately guesses that Saki is his rumored little sister, brightly introducing herself, before openly gushing over how incredibly cute Saki is, leaving the dressed-up stepsister slightly flustered over what Yuyuta might have told his coworker about her. Yomiuri quickly steps into the conversation, asking Saki if she is looking for a specific book and accurately guessing she might be hunting down a copy of Azure Night's Interval. Saki confirms the hunch, explaining she planned to pick it up alongside her school textbooks. Seizing the opportunity, Yomiuri playfully asks if Saki is interested in the upcoming movie adaptation and boldly invites her to catch the final screening with them that very night. Saki instantly shuts the offer down with a blunt reminder that she needs to study, leaving Yuyuta to awkwardly note his senior's completely failed approach, while Yomiuri playfully pouts at the swift rejection. Bouncing back from the shutdown without missing a beat, Yomiuri cheerfully offers to at least show her exactly where they keep the novel in the store, playfully addressing Saki as his little sister. Saki politely corrects her, formally introducing herself as Ie Saki and offering her first name to avoid any annoying mix-ups with Yuyuta. Yomiuri happily accepts the offer, deciding to affectionately call her Saki-chan instead, which Saki easily agrees to. Pivoting her attention back to her stepbrother, Saki casually asks Yuyuta to give her some personal book recommendations. Yuyuta is completely caught off guard, admitting he has absolutely no clue what kind of literature she is actually into before figuring they should probably just look for something similar to the romance novel she originally came in for. Yomiuri helpfully chimes in again, reminding Yuyuta about a specific display shelf set up right near their hiring poster that features exactly those types of stories. Yuyuta quickly recalls the spot, while Yomiuri enthusiastically urges him to show Saki some of the popular releases from that section, casually addressing him by his first name. Saki instantly catches the casual first name basis and quietly repeats it in obvious surprise. Realizing her slip-up, Yomiuri quickly explains that while she normally just calls him her junior at work, switching to his actual name makes things much easier when they are all chatting together. Saki quietly agrees with the practical logic, though Yuyuta silently observes a subtle but intense shift in her demeanor, internally noting how sharply Saki reacted to the simple fact that his senior co-worker casually dropped his first name. Completely ignoring the sudden awkward tension, Yomiuri enthusiastically shoves Yuyuta forward, cheerfully ordering him to go help the damsel in distress pick out a good book, while she kindly covers his shift at the cash register. Following his senior's orders, Yuyuta guides Saki over to the display shelf and pulls out a novel adorned with cherry blossoms, finally wrapping up his curated list of personal reading recommendations for her. Yomiuri warmly thanks Yuyuta for being such a great help and giving her some extra time during his shift, which he casually brushes off as being absolutely no problem. Announcing that she needs to get back to the daily grind, Yomiuri tells him to reach out if he has any more questions, earning a quick agreement from Yuyuta. Just as she turns away, Yomiuri suddenly glances back over her shoulder and casually compliments how good he looks wearing his work apron. Caught entirely off guard by the unprompted praise, Yuyuta gets slightly flustered and quickly mutters a totally awkward thanks in return. Mentally kicking himself for delivering such a painfully bland response, Yuyuta internally admits that her sudden compliments usually just leave him way more bewildered than actually happy. His train of thought is abruptly shattered when someone loudly calls out to him. A frantic senior coworker desperately begs Yuyuta to help her out at the cash register, explaining that a massive swarm of customers just flooded the store, prompting him to drop everything and instantly agree to back her up. As Yuyuta hurries off alongside his coworker to tackle the sudden customer rush, Yomiuri quietly lingers behind the bookshelves and watches the two of them leave. Left entirely to her own devices, Yomiuri catches sight of a recruitment poster on the wall and thoughtfully notes that the bookstore is currently hunting for new part-time workers. Catching up later, Yuyuta's energetic coworker totally loses her cool and starts dramatically gushing over how unbelievably adorable his little stepsister is. Yuyuta sighs in complete exasperation that she is still relentlessly obsessing over his sister, but the coworker fiercely defends her fangirling. She excitedly turns to Yomiuri to explain how Saki's entire expression completely shifted earlier, just from hearing Yuyuta's name, leaving Yomiuri to quietly sigh at the dramatic antics. Yomiuri playfully points out that Yuyuta definitely has a shot with his new stepsister, claiming her flustered reactions make it completely obvious. Yuyuta immediately shuts the idea down, insisting she is just imagining things and reminding her that they are strictly family now. He firmly states he could never see Saki in a romantic light and is absolutely certain she feels the exact same way about him. Walking home alone through the quiet nighttime streets, Yuyuta confidently reaffirms to himself that he is absolutely certain Saki harbors zero romantic feelings for him. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Saki sits quietly at her desk, mulling over the idea of getting a part-time job at a bookstore. She logically calculates that while it might not be the most efficient or highest-paying gig, she could easily manage the workload with just a little bit of proper training. Her logical planning hits a sudden roadblock as she questions if she could actually go through with it. She realizes how incredibly awkward it would be to sit down for a job interview at the exact same store where her new stepbrother currently works, wondering if she is actually crazy for even considering it. Catching herself completely sidetracked, Saki snaps out of her daze and aggressively scolds herself for getting distracted. She frantically reminds herself that she absolutely cannot afford to waste time thinking about part-time jobs when she should be completely focused on her upcoming exams. Desperate to regain her focus, Saki sharply tells herself to get a grip and lock back into study mode so she doesn't completely bomb her makeup tests. The weekend finally wraps up and Monday morning arrives, bringing the start of a brand new school week. Arriving at class, Yuyuta is immediately greeted by a completely exhausted Maru. Yuyuta notes his friend's rough condition and guesses that morning baseball practice wiped him out. Maru confirms the brutal workout, complaining that their summer break schedule is going to be even worse. While he admits joining the club was his own choice, he still openly whines that the intense training will leave him with absolutely zero free time to catch any movies. Yuyuta completely agrees that summer is prime time for big releases, casually dropping the title of the romance movie he just watched with his senior. Maru is highly surprised that Yuyuta actually saw it, immediately writing the film off as a cheap romance completely beneath his elite cinematic tastes. Unbothered by his friend's blind bashing, Yuyuta smoothly defends the movie, casually admitting it was actually a pretty solid watch. Maru corners Yuyuta, questioning if he went on a date, but Yuyuta quickly tries to play it cool by claiming he was simply curious about the movie and decided to check it out alone after finishing his shift. Maru immediately calls out Yuyuta's suspicious need to clarify he went alone, pointing out that everyone at school has noticed him spending a lot of time with Saki Narasaka, and Iace lately teasingly accusing him of becoming quite the ladies' man. Maru takes his teasing a step further, directly asking if the mystery girl Yuyuta watched the movie with was actually Narasaka, leaving a nervous Yuyuta struggling to maintain his composure. Maru cheerfully muses that Yuyuta's first love must be right around the corner and offers his full enthusiastic support, prompting Yuyuta to internally beg him to mind his own business while politely promising to ask for his help if he ever needs it. Narasaka spots Yuyuta nearby and enthusiastically invites him to walk home with them, while Saki stands beside her, offering her own quiet greeting. As Yuyuta processes the sudden invitation, Narasaka explains that Saki was already planning to head over to her place to help her study anyway. Yuyuta hesitantly suggests that walking home together as a group might be a bit too crowded and worries about getting in the way, which confuses Saki, while Narasaka cheerfully insists they make it a group trip, leaving Yuyuta to marvel at her relentless social energy. On the walk home, Saki apologizes for the situation and explains that Narasaka simply refused to take no for an answer, though Yuyuta reassures her that he doesn't mind, until Saki quietly voices her concern about being too careless around others, just as Yuyuta's phone suddenly alerts him to a new notification. Yuyuta and Saki are completely startled when a sudden flash goes off, prompting an unseen photographer to cheerfully tell them not to mind her at all. The cheeky photographer turns out to be Narasaka, who casually plays innocent by claiming she was just taking a totally normal picture of the surrounding scenery. Saki immediately lunges for the device, fiercely scolding her for taking pictures without their consent. As Narasaka panics over her phone being snatched, she teases Saki about her strong hatred for having her picture taken, only for an annoyed Saki to bluntly point out that she was actually recording a video the entire time. Undeterred, Narasaka excitedly defends her actions by claiming the two of them just looked way too good standing next to each other. She then enthusiastically pitches the wild idea that they should totally try becoming one of those popular couple YouTubers, leaving Yuyuta utterly bewildered by the bizarre suggestion. Trying to conceptualize the ridiculous pitch, Yuyuta imagines a channel revolving around a blonde gal and an antisocial guy becoming siblings. Narasaka quickly corrects him, insisting he actually gives off the vibe of a gloomy but secretly handsome guy. She eagerly explains they could easily break the algorithm by streaming a ton, racking up donations, and making massive amounts of quick cash. While Saki desperately begs Yuyuta not to listen to her crazy schemes, the prospect of easy money instantly catches his full attention. Narasaka admits that with major celebrities and corporations dominating the streaming space, it wouldn't be super easy to blow up, but she still totally bets they would be incredibly popular, and admits she just really wants to see them flirt on camera. Yuyuta immediately shuts down the fantasy, logically pointing out they would have to run it by their parents and that the entire school would inevitably discover their massive secret. Saki firmly agrees that their classmates would get the completely wrong idea, prompting a defeated Narasaka to whine about the missed opportunity. Refusing to give up entirely, Narasaka insists that even without starting a YouTube channel, they could easily succeed in anything within the entertainment industry if they just got their names out there. She enthusiastically suggests taking some handsome photos of Yuyuta to kick off his modeling career, but he instantly rejects the offer without a second of hesitation. Later that afternoon, the scene shifts back to their apartment building where Yuyuta is quietly grinding away at his studies at his desk, before he suddenly gets distracted by a passing thought and pauses his work. Checking his phone, he notes it is already past 5 in the evening, right around the time Saki usually starts prepping their meals. Realizing that her crucial makeup exam is tomorrow, he decides she really needs to focus entirely on her last-minute cramming instead of cooking for him tonight. Stepping into the living room, Yuyuta finds Saki hard at work. She immediately apologizes for losing track of time and missing dinner prep, but Yuyuta quickly waves it off, telling her to just keep studying while he handles the cooking since he has the evening off. He modestly admits his cooking definitely will not be as good as hers, earning a highly appreciative and warm thank you from his relieved stepsister. Checking a recipe app on his phone, Yuyuta quietly wonders aloud what he should make for dinner. His peaceful planning is instantly interrupted when Maya cheerfully pops up behind him and praises the idea, completely startling him as she eagerly cheers him on. Recovering from the jump scare, Yuyuta dryly asks who she is trying to imitate. Maya ignores the question and immediately guesses he is cooking for Saki, playfully suggesting he needs to make something packed with vitamins and protein to give his stepsister a massive energy boost for her exam tomorrow. Maya enthusiastically pitches the idea of making sweet and sour pork, since they have some leftover meat ready to go. When a nervous Yuyuta admits he barely ever cooks and was desperately hoping a recipe app would save him, Maya playfully teases his lack of kitchen experience and suggests he should just upload pictures of his culinary attempts online to become famous. Turning her attention away from the cooking crisis, Maya checks in with Saki to confirm she is going to keep focusing on her studies. Noting that Saki already helped her out with everything else, Maya eagerly volunteers to step up and act as Yuyuta's personal sous chef for the evening. Yuyuta is a bit skeptical of the sudden offer and asks if she is absolutely sure she wants to help. Flashing a confident thumbs up, Maya boldly declares she is about to show off enough raw housewife power to completely erase any doubts he might have. Maya casually asks Saki if she can borrow an apron for the cooking session, which Saki easily agrees to, pointing her toward the kitchen supplies. Watching the confident exchange, Yuyuta is left completely stunned, having absolutely no idea that his highly energetic classmate actually knew her way around a kitchen. Getting right to work, Maya briefly surveys the available ingredients and condiments, quickly assessing the kitchen setup like a seasoned pro. Watching her smoothly handle the cooking, an incredibly impressed Yuyuta enthusiastically compares her skills to a seasoned home economics teacher. Maya immediately groans at the deeply uncool compliment, begging him to at least pretend she is a master chef who just returned from a culinary tour in France. Maya praises Yuyuta's cooking, but he humbly brushes it off by claiming that anyone in the world can cook. Laughing off his modesty, Maya insists that the truly impressive part is his ability to teach, which Yuyuta easily accepts as fair praise. Shifting the conversation, Maya explains that she has to look after her younger brothers and take care of her house. She admits that she wishes she could stay longer, noting that having to head back this early is actually a pretty rare occurrence for her. Maya clarifies that she only gets tied down with these responsibilities about once a month at most, specifically noting that it hasn't happened since the very last time she came over to visit. As they talk, Yuyuta silently realizes that despite her laid-back demeanor, Maya must be an incredibly hard worker behind the scenes to maintain top grades while barely having any time to leave the house. Breaking his train of thought, Maya leans in close and cryptically asks if he has noticed something. Maya bluntly asks Yuyuta if there is genuinely nothing romantic going on between him and Saki. When a confused Yuyuta questions her sudden suspicion, Maya reveals that Saki has been constantly glancing over at them, clearly curious about their relationship. Continuing her interrogation, Maya playfully asks if he hasn't noticed that Saki has been wearing more perfume lately. A flustered Yuyuta completely denies noticing, prompting Maya to laugh that it would be creepy if he had, while Yuyuta defensively asks what the perfume means and accuses her of trying to set him up. Maya explains that girls naturally struggle with summer sweat and use perfume to mask the smell, noting that it is especially true for girls trying to impress someone. She points out that Saki had already used body wipes, meaning she theoretically had no reason to do anything extra. Acting like a smug detective, Maya confidently declares that Saki definitely has a crush on someone. She deduces that actively applying extra perfume after already taking basic odor countermeasures is undeniable proof of her romantic feelings. Frustrated by Yuyuta's calm reaction, Maya aggressively demands to know how he can live with a cute stranger and not feel anything at all. When Yuyuta simply offers a deadpan response, she loudly complains about his lack of reaction, while Yuyuta internally reasons that Saki is probably just using perfume to avoid being rude or embarrassed. Disappointed by his pragmatic logic, Maya pouts and calls his deduction boring. Suddenly, the rice cooker dings, prompting Yuyuta to announce that the rice is finally ready, and Maya cheerfully bounces back to declare the official start of her special cooking lesson. Taking a bite of her freshly prepared meal, Saki quietly hums in complete satisfaction and happily admits that the food is absolutely delicious. Glad that she is enjoying her dinner, Yuyuta mentions he will definitely have to thank Maya later for all her help. Saki casually points out that their energetic friend could have easily just stayed for dinner since it was just simple home cooking anyway, while silently recalling Maya's teasing excuse about leaving the two step-siblings completely alone so they could enjoy some privacy. Shifting the conversation back to academics, Yuyuta curiously asks if she managed to make any real progress with her studies. Saki confidently confirms she got a ton done, explaining that she successfully worked her way through all the custom mock questions Maya had specifically prepared for her. Yuyuta happily notes that the sweet and sour pork she made will definitely give him plenty of energy. Pleased that he picked up on her thoughtful menu choice, Saki smoothly points out she figured he would notice before confidently declaring she is completely prepared for her exams tomorrow, and that the rest is entirely up to fate. Flashing a genuinely warm and bright smile, Saki sincerely thanks him for all of his invaluable help and unwavering support leading up to the big day. The next day, Tuesday, July 21st, finally arrives. While all the other students are eagerly gearing up for the upcoming summer break, Yuyuta finds himself completely distracted, unable to think about anything other than Saki taking her crucial makeup exams today. As a highly focused Saki diligently works her way through her test paper in the exam room, Yuyuta silently prays from afar and genuinely hopes that she manages to successfully pass. Hours quickly pass by and the day slowly transitions into the late evening, with the glowing streetlights flickering on as time steadily ticks away. Letting out a heavy sigh on his commute back, a completely drained Yuyuta admits to himself that his constant anxiety over her exam was so intense that he couldn't even focus on his shift at work in the slightest. As he reaches for the front door, Yuyuta tries to calm his nerves and reassure himself that she will definitely be fine. He reflects on how much she usually hates relying on others, yet she swallowed her pride to specifically ask both him and Narasaka for help. Despite his absolute confidence in her hard work, he still cannot stop himself from anxiously stressing over whether she actually cleared the strict 80-point passing mark, completely dreading the terrible alternative. Yuyuta is shocked when he notices Saki's shoes are completely missing from the entryway, confirming that she is still not back home. He frantically calls out her name inside the apartment, but his calls are met with complete silence. Checking the rooms down the quiet hallway only confirms his fears that she is definitely not anywhere in the house. Yuyuta decides to call her phone immediately, but his anxiety spikes when he gets an automated message stating that her number cannot be reached. Knowing it is highly unusual for her to stay out so late, Yuyuta is consumed by worst-case scenarios, worrying that she might be wandering around lost or has gotten into a terrible accident. Just as his panic peaks, Saki suddenly appears right in front of him, looking completely startled to run into him. Yuyuta is incredibly relieved to find her safe, while a thoroughly confused Saki asks what on earth he is doing heading out so late at night. Yuyuta explains he was terrified because she was unreachable, fearing she had failed her exam, prompting an apologetic Saki to bring up her actual test results. Saki reveals a fantastic score of 92, far exceeding the 80 points she actually needed to pass, letting a deeply relieved Yuyuta laugh off the massive scare she just gave him. Saki explains she stayed out late to buy ingredients for a special thank you dinner, admitting she feels highly indebted to him and prefers their relationship to be a fair and equal trade of support. Saki tells Yuyuta that he can always rely on her when they are at home, comparing it to how he acts around his senior at work. Yuyuta is completely surprised to hear her mention Yomiuri, prompting Saki to note that he seems highly unguarded around his coworker. Saki softly asks if he would humor her and listen to a simple request from his little sister. A slightly flustered Yuyuta asks if his mission will be a success as long as he lets her treat him to food today. Saki warmly replies that she would be truly happy if he let her do just that. An awkward, silent pause hangs in the air between them as they both stand there unsure of what to say next. Saki breaks the silence by asking how long they are going to stand there, and Yuyuta laughs that it is a good thing no one called for the elevator. Saki then remembers she has one important thing to mention to him. Saki mentions she tried calling his phone earlier but couldn't get through. Yuyuta apologizes, explaining that he's been listening to the music playlist she does so much that his battery is constantly running low, which she finds perfectly understandable. As he heads inside, Yuyuta quietly notes to himself that Saki still got back awfully late, even if she only went to the department store, though he ultimately decides to drop the matter. With the exams finally out of the way, summer break officially arrives at their doorstep. For Yuyuta, summer break is business as usual as he spends his days working shifts at the bookstore. He realizes that while he initially expected to see a lot more of his new stepsister, since they are both out of school, his busy work schedule means they won't be crossing paths very often. Yuyuta quickly shakes off the thought, telling himself it is not like he actually wanted to spend more time with her anyway. His internal denial is cut short when his manager finds him and announces he has to leave Yuyuta alone for a bit to handle a new job applicant, which Yuyuta welcomes since the store is highly understaffed. The manager informs Yuyuta that a new applicant has just applied for a part-time job, pointing out that she is also a second-year student at his high school, which immediately piques Yuyuta's curiosity. The manager reveals the applicant's name is Iase Saki, leaving Yuyuta completely stunned as he looks down at her official resume photo. By the time Saturday, August 22nd rolls around, the family has made it roughly halfway through their summer break. Yuyuta reflects on how his very first long school break with his stepsister has been surprisingly quiet, with absolutely nothing major happening, until Saki suddenly calls out to him. Although their days have been peaceful, their time together has definitely increased now that she has started working alongside him at the bookstore, which she casually brings up while offering him another serving of miso soup. Yuyuta and his father enthusiastically ask for seconds, showering Saki with warm compliments on how delicious her miso soup always is, with Yuyuta's stepmother happily joining in on the praise. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of sweet compliments from the entire family, a slightly flustered Saki quietly mutters her sincere thanks. Watching them interact, Saki's mother happily laughs and mentions how incredibly glad she is to see the two of them getting along so wonderfully, prompting a mildly surprised reaction from Yuyuta. The warm, cheerful atmosphere suddenly freezes when Saki's mother curiously points out that they are both still strictly addressing each other by their formal family names. Akiko suggests calling him Yuyuta Niasen if she is too embarrassed to use his first name. Yuyuta awkwardly accepts the idea, internally admitting he would probably feel completely weirded out if Saki suddenly started calling him Onii-chan anyway. Yuyuta reflects that Yuyuta Niasen is pretty close to Onii-chan, but definitely less of a hassle to deal with. Brushing off the tease, he insists to Akiko that he isn't actually embarrassed, claiming the casual nickname simply doesn't sound right to him. Saki chimes in that she even calls him a Samura-san at their workplace, prompting Akiko to ask if they both have shifts today. Akiko gently suggests they take it easy since it is summer break, but Yuyuta honestly admits that he actually enjoys going to work. Akiko expresses her lingering disbelief that Saki actually started working at the exact same bookstore as Yuyuta. Saki sighs and asks her mother how many more times she plans on repeating that same sentiment, but Akiko playfully defends herself by asking if anyone can really blame her for being shocked. Saki logically justifies her decision, explaining that since it is her first part-time job, having a familiar face around to train her is the smartest move. She also points out that being surrounded by books will encourage her to read more, which should theoretically boost her modern Japanese grades. Saki's practical explanation triggers a brief flashback to their time at the bookstore, showing the two step-siblings quietly navigating the aisles together during a recent shift. Wrapping up her highly practical list of reasons for taking the job, Saki quietly insists that those logical benefits are her only real motivations. Abruptly changing the subject, Saki announces she needs to get ready for work and plans to leave early to run an errand. After Yuyuta acknowledges her plans, Saki stands alone and quietly mutters to herself about repeating the same mistake again. Frustrated with her own behavior, Saki internally scolds herself for constantly coming up with weird, overly logical excuses to justify her true actions. She recalls how Yuyuta was completely surprised on the day of her interview and had asked why she kept it a secret from him. Saki deeply regrets simply feeding him her rehearsed excuse about being too embarrassed in case she failed, rather than just being completely honest with him about wanting to work together. Saki internally confesses the real reason she came home late on the day of her makeup exam was because she was secretly practicing for a job interview alone at a karaoke box. She admits she could never tell Yuyuta the truth, revealing she completely lied to him when she claimed her phone battery had just died from listening to music. Feeling a strange sensation, Saki quietly reflects on her own deceptive behavior, noting that her current situation feels incredibly weird. Processing her own hidden secrets, Saki realizes she is acting exactly like one of the dramatic, complicated characters from the fiction novels she has been reading lately. The scene shifts to the bustling Zudea bookstore as the summer day continues. Arriving at work, Yuyuta checks his phone and notes he still has a full 30 minutes before his shift officially starts, taking a moment to appreciate the comfortably cool air conditioning inside the building. Figuring he has plenty of time to kill, Yuyuta decides to wander around and check out the new book releases, only for a familiar voice to suddenly call out and note his early arrival. Yomiuri cheerfully greets her favorite junior, and when Yuyuta points out that she is also incredibly early for her shift, she casually explains that she would rather enjoy the comfortable store AC than waste time sitting around at home. Noticing he is alone, Yomiuri curiously asks if his stepsister tagged along. Yuyuta casually explains that Saki actually left the house ahead of him but should be arriving at the store any minute now. Yomiuri playfully scolds him for working so much, insisting that high schoolers should be out enjoying their summer break instead. Yuyuta dryly points out that his parents literally just gave him the exact same lecture before smoothly flipping the script and asking if his senior actually has any fun summer plans of her own. Yomiuri enthusiastically outlines her summer plans, shamelessly declaring that she intends to wear a highly revealing swimsuit to the beach just to get hit on like a classic university girl. Yuyuta questions the logic, pointing out that the summer crowds will probably make it completely impossible to actually swim. Dismissing his practical concern, Yomiuri cheerfully fires back that swimming isn't the point at all, reiterating that her only real goals are getting hit on and eating some delicious beach food. Listening to her bold claims, a sweating Yuyuta internally panics over whether she is actually being serious or just messing with him again. As the clock strikes 2, Saki politely thanks a departing customer, wrapping up another successful interaction at her new part-time job. Yomiuri walks over to check in on her, casually noting that the store has finally calmed down after a busy rush. Saki easily agrees, taking a small breather from the register. Impressed by her quick progress, Yomiuri praises Saki for learning so much during her first month on the job. She recalls that, while Yuyuta was incredibly fast at picking up the ropes, Saki might actually be learning even faster, which genuinely surprises the younger stepsister. Saki politely thanks her senior, humbly crediting Yomiuri's excellent guidance for her rapid success. Yomiuri gushes over how incredibly polite she is, noting it makes perfect sense since this is her very first part-time job. Right before their chat is abruptly interrupted by a customer asking for help. Yomiuri quickly greets the elderly woman who explains she is struggling to find a specific manga her grandchild asked for. Sensing the customer needs some dedicated assistance, Yuyuta smoothly steps in and offers to cover the cash register so Saki can personally guide the woman, earning a quick nod of thanks from his stepsister. Saki kindly offers to show the elderly customer the way, prompting a warm thank you as they head into the aisles together. Watching her walk away, Yuyuta finds himself slightly distracted by Saki's work ponytail, internally noting how the rare hairstyle completely changes her entire vibe compared to how she usually looks at home. Catching himself staring at her from the register, Yuyuta quickly snaps out of his daze and mentally scolds himself, firmly declaring that he really needs to get used to seeing his stepsister working at the store already. Over in the new releases section, Saki carefully scans the massive wall of books alongside the elderly customer, eventually spotting the exact title they were searching for and successfully pulling the manga from the shelf. Noticing the commotion from the register, Yuyuta's co-worker points out that their newest employee seems to be struggling a bit. Yuyuta observes the situation and guesses that she probably just can't track down a specific item. The co-worker asks Yuyuta to step away from the counter and go check on her, promising to call for backup if the line gets too long. Yuyuta quickly agrees and heads over to help. Approaching the aisle, Yuyuta gently asks Ayase what is wrong. Saki, now officially working at the bookstore and wearing the uniform apron, turns to him with a relieved look and calls his name. Saki explains that she is helping a customer track down a brand new manga volume released this month. When Yuyuta asks if she checked the inventory system, Saki confirms that they should technically have more than 5 copies sitting somewhere in the store. Reviewing the customer's handwritten note, Yuyuta admits he isn't very familiar with manga titles. He explains that he already checked the new release corners and standard displays, leaving both him and the elderly customer wondering where it could possibly be hiding. After finally tracking down the missing manga, Yuyuta politely hands the book to the elderly customer and apologizes for the delay. The woman warmly thanks them, while a relieved Saki kindly adds that she is simply glad they managed to find it. Saki sincerely thanks Yuyuta for the rescue, but he casually brushes it off as a common occurrence. He explains that customers frequently pick up new releases and lazily shove them behind completely different books, effectively hiding them from everyone else. Amazed by his efficiency, Saki asks if he actually memorized the location of every single book. Yuyuta laughs and denies it, explaining that dealing with misplaced new releases is just a highly common part of the job, though Saki still praises his impressive skills. Leaning in, Yuyuta modestly deflates the compliment by revealing that he didn't actually figure out that search trick on his own, crediting his senior co-worker, Yomiuri, for originally teaching him the ropes. The moment Yomiuri's name is dropped, Saki's bright demeanor completely evaporates. She lowers her gaze and offers a cold, flat acknowledgement, letting a sudden heavy silence fall between them. While Yuyuta and Saki are working their shift at the registers, a customer calls out for assistance, prompting Yuyuta to quickly promise that he will be right with them. As they work, Saki struggles with her own clashing thoughts, quietly asking herself why on earth she is feeling so deeply unsettled. Saki reflects on the unfamiliar side of Yuyuta that she is slowly discovering, especially his close connection to his female senior. She admits that confronting this reality stirs up gloomy and unsettling emotions inside her, which she initially hoped would eventually fade away, but she has finally figured out their true identity. She recalls encountering a very specific question repeatedly during her modern literature studies, which asks about the precise emotion the protagonist is feeling at a certain point in the story. With her academic studies bridging the gap to her real-world emotions, Saki finally puts a name to the restless and abhorrent feelings plaguing her mind. The baffling and troublesome emotion she has been desperately trying to ignore is simply jealousy. Fast-forwarding to Sunday, August 23rd, the family is dealing with a broken air conditioning unit that refuses to do anything at all in the summer heat. Yuyuta's father admits that while calling a repairman is the obvious move, they are likely fully booked during their busy season. Saki's mother suggests that since the appliance is pretty old anyway, they should just buy a brand new one, which Yuyuta agrees is a smart plan. Saki's mother apologizes since they had also just bought a new air conditioner for Saki's room, but Yuyuta's father reassures her it was a highly necessary investment since her room was previously just used as storage. Moving past the house budget, Yuyuta checks if Saki is currently in her room, which her mother quickly confirms. Saki's mother explains that Saki headed straight to her room because she cannot handle hot weather, very well recalling how Saki would constantly make a massive fuss and beg for ice cream or trips to the pool every single summer when she was a little girl. Yuyuta is highly surprised to learn that Saki used to be so demanding as a child, while her mother admits she gradually learned to take care of herself, which actually left her mother feeling a bit lonely. Yuyuta's father chimes in and chalks up the change to standard puberty, explaining that teenagers naturally distance themselves from their parents as they grow up, and teasingly noting that Yuyuta did the exact same thing. Saki's mother clarifies that her daughter's shift in attitude was actually less about puberty and more of a distinct change that started back in middle school, leaving Yuyuta highly curious about the timeline. She continues her quiet explanation, revealing that Saki likely changed right around the time her first marriage began to fall apart, and she had to start working long hours to support them. She solemnly muses that Saki must have sensed the looming family breakdown early on, leading her to make the conscious decision to stop relying on her mother altogether. She expresses concern that because Saki has spent so much of her life tirelessly striving for independence, she probably does not even understand what it means to just relax and let loose over summer break. Yuyuta's father apologizes for bringing up such a sensitive topic, but Saki's mother assures him it is fine, expressing happiness that Saki is more responsible than she is. She then advises Yuyuta to stay cooled down in his room, prompting him to agree to stay there until his shift starts later. Saki's mother suggests she and Yuyuta's father go out to grab lunch together, since she was already planning to go shopping, which his father eagerly agrees to, until Yuyuta's phone suddenly receives a message notification. Saki's mother kindly offers to pick up whatever Yuyuta wants to eat, but he politely declines and explains that he is actually heading out to have lunch with a classmate after receiving a text from Maru asking him to tag along for a shopping trip. The scene shifts to a bustling commercial district, showing a lively city street surrounded by towering buildings and vibrant storefronts, right in the middle of summer break. Walking through the busy area, Yuyuta quietly marvels at the massive crowds of people out and about despite the sweltering summer heat, just as an excited voice suddenly calls out to him from nearby. The voice belongs to Narasaka, who happily greets him by name, leaving Yuyuta slightly startled to run into his highly energetic classmate out in public. Narasaka dramatically complains that she has been stuck babysitting her younger brothers for the entire summer break and hasn't even had the chance to go shopping. Yuyuta notes that she really can't let loose during her vacation, which she agrees with before curiously asking what brings him out. When Yuyuta explains he is just meeting up with a friend and plans to head straight back home afterward, Narasaka cheerfully praises his responsible schedule. Enthusiastically leaning in, Narasaka tells him she is really counting on him and reveals how incredibly excited she is for all of them to hit the pool together very soon. Flashing a bright smile as she turns to leave, Narasaka bids him goodbye and warns him not to catch a summer cold, making sure to extend the exact same warning to Saki. Left standing entirely bewildered on the sidewalk, Yuyuta can only utter a baffled response as he processes her sudden departure. Completely lost, Yuyuta desperately searches his memory, questioning if anyone had actually informed him about this supposed pool outing beforehand. He quickly realizes that the specific way she phrased her excitement made it sound like they were absolutely all going together. Knowing he would definitely remember making major summer plans for a group pool trip, Yuyuta firmly decides he will have to interrogate Saki about the mystery outing the second he gets back home. Yuyuta finally arrives at his actual destination outside a local cafe, where Maru immediately greets him with a massive smile, sincerely thanking him for being a huge help and apologizing for dragging him out in the brutal heat. Maru enthusiastically gushes over a cool mecha figure from a popular series, praising its movable parts that allow for interactive play. Passing over a sealed box, a tired Yuyuta confirms he successfully accomplished the mission of securing the coveted item, noting that the line was absolute torture, since the sale was strictly limited to one purchase per person. Maru asks Yuyuta if he has ever played with toys like robots or monsters in the past, prompting Yuyuta to hesitantly admit that he hasn't, since he spent almost all of his childhood lost in books. Maru briefly a painful memory of his mother throwing away his childhood model warships, explaining that he only recently picked up the hobby again, and bought a second model to send to a close online friend. Yuyuta wonders if Maru and his mystery online friend have ever met up in person before, but Maru quickly clarifies that they actually have yet to cross paths offline. Maru explains that they originally bonded over interests in an online forum and regularly trade merchandise, though when Yuyuta asks if the friend lives nearby, Maru admits he doesn't know her exact address other than that she lives somewhere in Tokyo. Sensing a juicy story, Yuyuta leans in and directly asks if this mysterious online friend is actually a girl, instantly sending a highly flustered Maru into a blushing panic. Maru shyly confirms that his online friend is indeed a girl and apparently a university student, leading Yuyuta to point out she is older than him while secretly hoping it isn't his own university senior Yomiuri. Maru passionately describes her online personality, gushing about how knowledgeable, friendly, and popular she is in their group chat, making it effortless for the two of them to converse without any awkwardness. Yuyuta admits he is pretty surprised that they managed to get close enough to exchange physical packages, though a bashful Maru quickly chalks it up to pure coincidence and promises to fill him in on the finer details later. Flipping the script on his usual teaser, a smiling Yuyuta boldly asks Maru if he has officially fallen in love with his online friend, instantly catching his classmate completely off guard and leaving him red-faced in absolute shock. Maru frantically tries to deny the accusation, but his incredibly flustered reaction is a dead giveaway, prompting a highly amused Yuyuta to watch in satisfaction, as his friend completely panics and runs off to the restroom to escape the teasing for once. Yuyuta reflects on how shocking it is that Maru, who never showed any interest in romance just like him, is suddenly caught up in it. He muses that romantic events simply aren't part of his own world, though he admits getting a new sister through his parents' remarriage was definitely a massive curveball. Looking over at Saki, Yuyuta admits to himself that there was never any guarantee a new stepsister would actually be attractive, quietly acknowledging that Saki is objectively incredibly cute. He quickly catches himself drifting into dangerous territory and firmly reminds himself that despite her looks, she is strictly his little sister, right as Saki snaps him out of his daze by calling his name. Hearing her voice, Yuyuta internally adds that her voice is incredibly cute as well, but he desperately tries to anchor his thoughts back to their strictly familial relationship before his mind wanders any further. Yuyuta's internal monologue is completely shattered when he suddenly notices Saki standing right there in the cafe with him. He frantically asks what she is doing there, but Saki casually points out that it is simply the closest cafe to their workplace, leaving a slightly embarrassed Yuyuta to awkwardly agree with her perfectly logical explanation. Desperate to escape the suddenly awkward atmosphere, Yuyuta abruptly announces that he really needs to get going, leaving a highly confused Saki staring after him as he hastily makes his exit. Stepping away, Yuyuta internally panics over his own bizarre reaction, wondering what on earth just came over him. His internal crisis is interrupted when Maru finally returns to their table and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Maru checks the time on his phone, noting that it is getting pretty late and reminding Yuyuta that he has a work shift coming up soon. Yuyuta confirms his schedule while silently wondering if Saki had quickly walked away because she saw his friend approaching the table. Maru hits him with a sly grin, pointing out that he definitely saw Saki hanging around just a second ago, and teasingly declaring that he knew there was something romantic going on between them. A completely panicked Yuyuta fiercely denies the accusations, swiftly changing the subject and demanding they just pay the bill and leave. Watching Maru handle the bill at the cash register, Yuyuta silently decides that he really needs to tell his friend the absolute truth about his parents' remarriage soon to clear up the massive misunderstanding. As he thinks about Maru's wild assumptions, Yuyuta starts to nervously wonder exactly what kind of scandalous relationship his friend is actually brewing up in his head about him and Saki. Yomiuri cheerfully calls out to her favorite junior, enthusiastically pumping him up to totally rock their shift for the day. Saki politely introduces herself and tells Yomiuri she is looking forward to working under her care. Yomiuri warmly welcomes her aboard, noting how glad she is to be working together, leaving Yuyuta to awkwardly echo the sentiment. Yomiuri points out that it is just the three of them holding down the fort for the shift, but confidently claims they will be completely fine since Saki can easily do the work of two people. A flustered Saki immediately sweats at the incredibly high expectations, nervously admitting that is a ton of pressure to put on a newbie. Saki expresses concern about her slow pace with removing book stickers, but Yomiuri instantly reassures her that she is actually doing great for a complete beginner, and that it just comes down to experience. Still anxious, Saki confesses she constantly worries about dragging the team down with her lack of knowledge, even after she goes home, prompting Yuyuta to fiercely insist she isn't holding anyone back at all, and has been a massive help since day one. Getting back to logistics, Yomiuri takes charge and sets up their break schedule for the evening, assigning Saki the first slot at 8, followed by Yuyuta, and taking the final break for herself. Both step-siblings quickly confirm the plan and agree to the rotation. Fast-forwarding through the busy shift, the clock on the wall finally strikes 8, prompting Saki to realize it is officially time for her scheduled break. Saki politely informs her senior that she is heading to the back for her break. Yomiuri cheerfully tells her to take her time and relax, though the highly diligent Saki immediately promises to be back on the floor in exactly 10 minutes. Watching Saki diligently march off to the break room, Yomiuri lets out a thoughtful hum, prompting a curious Yuyuta to ask what is on her mind. Yomiuri casually mentions she was just thinking about Sakiki, catching Yuyuta completely off guard with the brand new highly informal nickname. Ignoring his confusion over the sudden name change, she points out that his stepsister just seems a little too incredibly diligent for her own good. Yuyuta asks if being a hard worker is actually a problem, but Yomiuri warns that it definitely can be, acutely observing that a girl like Saki is highly prone to severely blaming herself whenever she fails to do something perfectly. Narasaka reveals she once had a friend who pushed herself way too hard until she completely broke down. Warning that Saki's serious and self-righteous mindset will eventually be her downfall, she insists her friend desperately needs a limiter of sorts to stop her from overworking, leaving a slightly confused Yuyuta to tentatively agree. Yuyuta pieces it together, concluding that they simply have to force her to get some rest since she refuses to do it herself. Narasaka enthusiastically points at him and declares he hit the nail right on the head. Dropping her usual playful energy, Narasaka leans in close and seriously advises Yuyuta that if Saki is truly important to him, he absolutely needs to stand his ground and intervene. Walking through the bookstore aisles alone, Yuyuta deeply reflects on Narasaka's heavy advice, quietly telling himself that he needs to stand his ground for Saki's sake. Later that evening, Yuyuta and Saki quietly walk home together in complete silence, letting a heavy, awkward atmosphere settle between them. Remembering Narasaka's plea for him to help Saki relax and have some fun, Yuyuta recalls the recent pool invitation and decides he should definitely bring it up to his stepsister. With Narasaka's serious advice about standing his ground echoing in his mind, Yuyuta finally breaks the heavy silence and directly asks Saki if her friend invited her to the pool. Yuyuta casually explains that Narasaka made it sound like he was invited too. When Saki asks if her friend texted him, he clarifies that they just happened to run into each other earlier that day, earning a quiet acknowledgement from his stepsister. Saki slowly turns her head to look back at him, directly asking Yuyuta if he actually wants to go on the trip himself. Saki explains that going to the pool with Maya and her popular circle of friends would make them stand out far too much, which she really isn't a fan of. Yuyuta quietly agrees and gently suggests that she shouldn't force herself to tag along if she doesn't want to. When Yuyuta checks if she is completely decided on not going, Saki flatly confirms her decision, leaving Yuyuta slightly curious, but hesitant to pry into her reasoning. Yuyuta reflects that while he deliberately stepped into her comfort zone by asking her, trying to dig any deeper into her true thoughts might just end up annoying her in the long run. Saki remains firm in her stance, quietly repeating to herself that she absolutely will not be going to the pool. Watching her quiet resolve, Yuyuta is left to silently wonder exactly what kind of complicated feelings were running through Saki's mind when she made that firm declaration. Saki lies awake in bed staring at her phone, letting out a heavy sigh as she reads a message from Maya enthusiastically inviting her to the pool, and suggesting she bring Yuyuta along. Saki admits she definitely didn't expect Maya to go out of her way to contact Yuyuta directly about the pool trip. Recalling his question about whether she was skipping out, she quietly dismisses it as a completely pointless question. Saki admits to herself that she desperately wants to go to the pool because she wants to spend more time with Yuyuta. However, she realizes that constantly thinking about him has completely stalled her university entrance exam studies, making her worry that if she falls for him any further, she won't be able to cope. On Monday, August 24th, Yuyuta enjoys a quiet drink at home, but he cannot shake the nagging feeling that something is definitely off. He reflects on Narasaka's invitation, realizing she had clearly invited both Saki and him to the pool. He finds it incredibly strange that Saki claimed she didn't want to go and kept the entire invitation completely secret from him. His quiet brainstorming is suddenly interrupted when he hears the front door unlock, signaling that someone has finally returned home. It turns out to be Saki's mother, who greets Yuyuta warmly. When he asks if she is looking for a late-night snack, she admits she wanted to grab some ice cream before heading to bed. Saki's mother mentions her relief that the air conditioner was repaired so quickly, explaining that everything worked perfectly fine, until a dirty filter abruptly caused it to break down, which triggers a sudden nervous realization for Yuyuta. The warning about a sudden breakdown triggers a flashback to Narasaka's advice, recalling how she warned him that Saki's stubborn self-righteous mindset would eventually lead to her downfall if someone didn't step in to act as a limiter and stop her. Resolving to finally take action, Yuyuta directly asks his stepmother if she thinks Saki would be too bothered if he invited her out somewhere. Saki's mother completely catches him off guard by teasingly asking if he wants to take Saki out on a date, leaving him utterly flustered and shouting in absolute shock. Yuyuta quickly and frantically denies the romantic framing, explaining that Saki simply looks completely overworked from balancing her job and studies, and he only wants to offer her a brief break, which his stepmother warmly accepts. Akiko admits that for a brief moment, she actually thought he might have fallen in love with Saki and started seeing her as a regular girl. Yuyuta immediately shuts the idea down, firmly stating that something like that is never supposed to happen because she is strictly his stepsister. Acknowledging his concerns, Akiko agrees that Saki definitely tends to overwork herself. She solemnly explains that due to their difficult past and constantly watching her head out for work, Saki completely lost the ability to rely on others or ask for help, lamenting that her daughter really should have been allowed to stay selfish for just a little while longer. Breaking the heavy silence, Akiko gently calls out to him, admitting that she is about to ask something completely unfair of her new stepson. She earnestly requests that he step in and help Saki whenever she truly needs it, genuinely hoping he can prevent her from completely working herself to the bone. Akiko warns that Saki might push back, but gives him full permission to be a bit forceful if the situation demands it. The word forceful triggers Yuyuta's memory of Saki strictly demanding zero expectations between them, making him worry about meddling too much. However, deciding he cannot just stand by and watch her walk down a path of self-destruction, even if she ends up hating him for it, he firmly agrees to Akiko's request. Lightening the mood, Akiko playfully promises that if Saki ever gets mad at his meddling, she will reveal her daughter's absolute favorite food so he can easily bribe his way back into her good graces. Yuyuta skeptically asks if a bribe like that would actually be enough to cheer her up, but Akiko enthusiastically guarantees that it will work like an absolute charm. Despite her confident reassurance, Yuyuta internally doubts that such a basic peace offering would actually fix things, quietly admitting to himself that he really wants to avoid making his stepsister hate him at all costs. Reasoning that keeping the peace is crucial since they all have to live under the same roof, he completely accepts the deal and promises to ask Akiko for that secret food intel if the worst-case scenario ever happens. Later on, Yuyuta heads over to Saki's room and knocks on her door, casually calling out her name to ask if she has a quick moment to chat before she opens it up. Saki cracks open her bedroom door with her headphones resting around her neck and casually asks Yuyuta what is on his mind. Yuyuta admits he wants to bring up the upcoming pool outing, but before he can even finish his thoughts, Saki completely shuts the idea down, bluntly declaring that she simply does not have the time to play around this summer. Accepting the swift rejection, Yuyuda internally notes that he completely expected this reaction, fully realizing that taking a head-first approach was always going to end with her immediately putting up a wall. Pivoting his strategy, Yuyuda casually mentions that he is actually thinking about participating in the trip himself. He internally reasons that constantly hovering over her at work would just put unnecessary pressure on her anyway, so he smoothly asks Saki to hand over Narasaka's number so he can coordinate the plans directly. Instantly bristling at the request, a highly defensive Saki flatly and stubbornly refuses to give him the number. Yuyuda is entirely thrown off by her sudden childish rejection, while Saki immediately realizes how bizarre her blunt reflex sounded and stammers to cover her tracks. Scrambling for a logical excuse, Saki awkwardly argues that it would just be bad manners to hand out a friend's personal contact information without getting their explicit permission first. Taking the flimsy defense in stride, Yuyuda easily compromises, deciding he will just ask Maya for the number instead and let Saki know once she responds. Stepping away from her room, Yuyuda quietly reflects that successfully dragging his stepsister to the pool isn't actually his main goal at all. As her bedroom door clicks shut behind him, Yuyuda sincerely hopes that if Saki is truly treating her summer workload and intense studies like some insurmountable mountain to climb, she will at least allow herself to take a quick breather, silently noting that her well-being is the only thing he actually cares about. Yuyuda reveals that he decided to attend a prep school during his summer break, noticing a whiteboard directing students taking supplementary summer classes to head straight to the back room. While Yuyuda usually prefers to study at his own comfortable pace, he is struck by a strong sense of déjà vu as he looks around at his highly focused classmates who are tirelessly giving their absolute all to secure a spot at a top-tier university. He recognizes the intense, suffocating pressure of a highly competitive environment, silently comparing it to the relentless dedication Saki always displays when a nearby voice suddenly speaks up to get his attention. Yuyuda looks up to find a tall classmate with glasses holding out a colorful bookmark with a cartoon bear that he had accidentally dropped on the floor. As Yuyuda politely accepts the bookmark and thanks her, he is privately shocked by her towering height, estimating she must be nearly 6 feet tall, though she casually brushes off his thanks and gestures toward the cartoon item in his hand. She curiously asks him if he picked up that specific bookmark from the bookstore located right by the train station, casually admitting that she frequently visits that shop herself. Yuyuda casually agrees that it is easily the most popular bookstore in the area, though he decides there is absolutely no reason to reveal that he actually works part-time at that exact shop. Observing her quiet profile, Yuyuda realizes that despite his personal habit of memorizing the faces of every regular customer at the bookstore, he cannot recall ever seeing her around. Checking his phone to confirm he still has plenty of time to make it to his upcoming shift, Yuyuda walks out of the building and silently congratulates himself on choosing a prep school located so conveniently close to his job. Yuyuda casually notices a familiar girl sitting at a nearby table, just as an older woman sitting across from her boldly challenges her to argue against a tough academic point, directly addressing the girl as Yomiuri. The woman, Kyudo, sharply points out that the humanities and social sciences are constantly questioned by society regarding their actual usefulness, especially when compared to the tangible discoveries of the natural sciences. She strictly warns Yomiuri that her research legitimacy will be completely denied if she cannot properly defend its purpose. Yomiuri easily concedes that natural sciences drive human development, but smoothly counters that humanities offer crucial hints for solving current global problems by analyzing the historical paths taken by our ancestors. Intrigued, Kyudo immediately challenges her to provide a concrete example of a modern issue that the humanities could actually resolve. Rising to the challenge, Yomiuri presents a hypothetical scenario where a movie disrespects another country's religion, sparking massive international outrage. She confidently explains that humanities step in to analyze the deep cultural, historical, and religious values at play, helping both sides understand the deeply rooted boundaries that were crossed, so they can peacefully resolve the friction. Kyudo quickly pokes a massive hole in the argument, questioning exactly how Yomiuri plans to definitively prove that the outrage actually stems from those specific historical or religious depictions. Caught slightly off guard, Yomiuri hesitantly suggests conducting interviews or social experiments to establish the connection, earning a thoughtful hum from her professor. Seizing the opening, Kyudo brutally corners her, pointing out that relying on modern interviews basically renders the deep historical unraveling of their ancestors completely meaningless. As Yomiuri groans in defeat, Kyudo smugly advises her to practice her clever arguments a bit more if she wants to keep up. Yomiuri lets out a heavy sigh and admits total defeat. Kyudo casually reminds her that she is treating her to some exquisite pancakes, ruthlessly demanding that Yomiuri use her brain at full capacity to properly entertain her in exchange for the free meal. Yuyuta suddenly flinches in surprise, accidentally drawing attention to himself. Kyudo immediately spots him hovering nearby, prompting a confused Yomiuri to ask her professor what she is looking at. Yuyuta internally panics over getting caught blatantly eavesdropping on their intense academic debate. Before things can get completely awkward, Yomiuri hastily stands up, apologizing to Kyudo and announcing she needs to head out for her work shift, leaving her professor to calmly bid her farewell. Yuyuta quickly chases after his senior down the street, desperately apologizing and explaining that he merely overheard their conversation by complete coincidence. Yomiuri instantly accepts his excuse, playfully teasing that if he were actually stalking her, he would have definitely used a much creepier method, leaving Yuyuta completely unsure if he should feel happy about that bizarre level of trust. Yuyuta curiously asks Yomiuri if the woman they just saw was really her teacher. Yomiuri confirms she is an assistant professor at her university, prompting Yuyuta to question if it is actually normal to meet up with professors for pancakes right in the middle of summer break. Yomiuri casually explains that the professor occasionally invites students out, though she notes that not many people actually take her up on the offer. Yomiuri admits she usually prefers to avoid those meetups since they inevitably turn into exhausting battles of logic and reason, which is the last thing she wants to deal with right before a work shift. However, she cheerfully adds that she is feeling much better now thanks to Yuyuta, leaving him mildly amused by her sudden mood swing. Flashing a massive smile, Yomiuri playfully declares that teasing him is the perfect remedy for healing her exhausted mind. Unamused by being used as a convenient stress reliever, Yuyuta exasperatedly tells her to knock it off. Yuyuta silently reflects on Yomiuri's dynamic personality, noting that she can effortlessly switch between being completely serious or playfully teasing depending on the situation and who she is dealing with. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Yomiuri thoughtfully suggests that Saki might actually need someone exactly like that in her life as well. Just as her name is brought up, the two of them suddenly cross paths, with Saki out on the street, prompting both Yuyuta and his stepsister to let out surprised acknowledgments at the unexpected encounter. Yomiuri cheerfully greets Saki with her new nickname and points out that the three of them are scheduled for another shift together today. Saki politely confirms the schedule, maintaining her usual composed demeanor as she agrees that seems to be the case. A slightly hesitant Saki asks if the two of them were hanging out together before work. Yuyuta quickly clarifies that they just happened to run into each other on his way back from prep school, while a beaming Yomiuri happily agrees that it was a total coincidence. Repeating the word to herself, Saki playfully questions if it really was just a mere coincidence, teasingly implying that they might actually be hiding a much closer relationship from her. Saki smoothly adds that if they really were dating, she would be incredibly relieved to know Yuyuta ended up with someone as wonderful as Yomiuri, specifying that she is only saying it out of concern as a brand new member of his family. Yomiuri simply laughs off the accusation, completely flattered and calling Saki quite the little teaser. Flashing a sweet smile, Saki proudly declares that she learned her teasing skills from the absolute best. Quickly shifting the topic back to their own plans, she asks Yuyuta if Narasaka has responded to them, yet prompting him to realize his energetic classmate hasn't texted back and quietly confirm they are still waiting for a reply. Pointing out that they really need to head to work before they end up late, Saki cheerfully leads the way. Walking right behind her, Yuyuta agrees, internally noting that it makes total sense she can keep up with Yomiuri's endless energy, though he can't help but wonder if anyone had ever questioned their relationship like that before today. Arriving back at their apartment complex later that night, a freshly showered Yuyuta is suddenly caught completely off guard. He stares in surprise at a fully prepared dinner spread laid out on the table, asking aloud if the meal is actually ready to eat. Saki casually explains that she prepped the entire meal before they even left for their shift, just so they could eat immediately upon returning. An incredibly impressed Yuyuta can only utter a wow while Saki tells him there is plenty more in the fridge if he wants seconds. Noting how late it has gotten, Yuyuta politely declines the extra portions and says the current serving is plenty. Inspecting his food, Yuyuta points out a red ingredient he hasn't seen before and guesses it is paprika. He notes that it makes the whole meal look incredibly vibrant, which Saki confirms was her exact intention, explaining that standard Japanese dishes heavily rely on soy sauce, and miso making everything look dull and brown. Saki elaborates that tossing in brightly colored veggies like tomatoes or paprika easily fixes the presentation issue. Yuyuta praises her impressive attention to detail, though Saki humbly deflects the compliment by claiming she isn't doing anything super calculated. Shifting the topic entirely, Yuyuta suddenly brings up the pending pool invitation again. Saki lets out a tired sigh and asks why he is bringing it up yet again. Yuyuta earnestly confesses that he is totally fine with not getting Narasaka's number, leaving a highly confused Saki to ask what he actually means by that. Standing his ground, Yuyuta bluntly admits that the only reason he originally agreed to join the pool outing was because he was genuinely hoping his participation would convince her to change her mind and tag along too. Saki is left completely bewildered, admitting she fully assumed he only wanted to go because he was interested in hanging out with her friends. Yuyuta quickly clears the air, revealing that Akiko had recently told him all about her childhood inability to handle the summer heat, and how she constantly begged to go to the pool to cool off. Yuyuta stares at her with deep concern, gently telling her that, while he completely understands her desperate drive to become independent, pushing herself this relentlessly, every single day is just backing her into a corner. He warns her that if she keeps up this intense pace, she will inevitably break down long before she ever reaches her ultimate goal. Saki quietly admits that she is genuinely worried about exactly that. Yuyuta gently urges her to find a way to take a real break and relax, explaining that she needs to do something besides studying every single day. Saki defensively interrupts, challenging him on how he could possibly know what she needs. Barely holding her composure, Saki softly insists that she really doesn't have the time to go to the pool. Before Yuyuta can get another word in, Saki abruptly announces that she is completely done with the conversation and swiftly retreats to her room. Left sitting alone, a defeated Yuyuta sighs and accepts that his attempt to intervene completely failed. As Saki bids him a curt good night, Yuyuta suddenly notices a piece of paper she dropped on the floor. Picking up the mysterious note, Yuyuta lets out a heavy sigh as he inspects it. The paper turns out to be Maya's phone number, leading him to quickly conclude that there is absolutely no point in him going on the trip now. Alone in her room, Saki quietly reminisces about her middle school days when her mother offered to take her to the beach. She recalls turning down the trip by claiming she needed to study, secretly refusing because they couldn't afford the time off, and she couldn't stand the thought of her mother sacrificing precious work hours for her sake. Saki's mother thoughtfully reflects on Saki rejecting Yuyuta's invitation, quietly noting that Saki has simply chosen to hold back. She recalls that she was only trying to hold back and give Saki space for her own sake, but she was completely left in the dark as to why Saki made such a conflicted expression in response. Back in her room, Saki realizes she is remembering this childhood memory because she saw her mother's caring nature reflected in Yuyuta when he told her to get some rest. Caught between the intense pressure of her exam, studies her mother's expressions, and Yuyuta's kind words, she finds herself completely unable to sleep as her thoughts race. On Tuesday, August 25th, Yuyuta lies awake in his own bed, deeply mulling over how on earth he can help Saki finally relax and lighten her heavy emotional burden. He remembers Saki's mother wishing she had given Saki more room to be a selfish child, and realizes that Saki likely grew up believing she was never allowed to act that way in the first place. Yuyuta deduces that Saki rushed herself to grow up in order to lessen the burden on her hardworking mother, viewing her own childhood desires as an unnecessary weight on her family. This desire to immediately repay what she received ultimately shaped her rigid self-accusing mindset. He realizes that this is exactly why Saki cannot bring herself to have fun or forgive the part of her that desperately wants to go to the pool. While he briefly wonders if acting like a dramatic story protagonist would help change her mind, he quickly dismisses the idea as an unrealistic escape from reality. Yuyuta firmly resolves that he must find a much more practical and grounded method to reach out and help her instead. Realizing how hungry he is, Yuyuta decides to head to the kitchen to whip up a random meal for himself since Saki is still fast asleep. His quiet meal prep is suddenly cut short by a distinct clicking sound coming from the nearby door, immediately catching his attention. Yuyuta casually greets Saki as she walks out of her room looking completely exhausted and rubbing her eyes as she quietly returns his morning greeting. Yuyuta asks if she barely slept last night, and Saki admits she only finally managed to fall asleep after 6 in the morning. Checking the clock, she groggily asks for the time, prompting Yuyuta to suggest she just go back to bed since their bookstore shift doesn't even start until the evening anyway. Saki completely panics when she realizes it is already almost 11, horrified that she completely forgot to make breakfast for her stepfather. Yuyuta quickly calms her down, reassuring her that his dad just grabbed some bread and was totally fine, leaving Saki to awkwardly admit she has never actually overslept this badly before. Yuyuta gently points out that all her recent exhaustion must have finally caught up with her and insists she really needs to get some rest. When Saki stubbornly tries to argue that she can't just slack off, Yuyuta firmly cuts her off, calling her name and promising to quickly whip up something for them to eat. Reminding her of their very first agreement, Yuyuta points out that she was the one who originally asked them to adjust to each other's boundaries when they moved in. He firmly states that she is clearly severely sleep-deprived right now, earning a quiet, defeated acknowledgement from his stepsister. Standing his ground, Yuyuta bluntly tells her that he absolutely refuses to let her cook breakfast while she is in such terrible shape, insisting that she can try to deny her exhaustion all she wants, but she just needs to look in a mirror to see the obvious truth. Yuyuta sincerely admits that seeing her force herself to keep working like this genuinely worries him. Taking complete charge of the morning, he firmly orders her to just sit down and relax while he handles breakfast duty. When a flustered Saki weakly tries to protest that she already promised to take care of the cooking, Yuyuta smoothly counters that even strict household rules need to adapt when the situation calls for it, playfully declaring that her only mission for the day is to finally take some time off. Gently guiding her to a chair, Yuyuta tells her to sit down and rest, suggesting she can easily go back to sleep in her room after they eat. Reminding her that she has literally never overslept this terribly before Saki finally caves and quietly agrees to his demands. Taking over the kitchen, Yuyuta checks if she can manage to eat a single slice of toast, which she confirms. He then offers to add some ham on top since he always sees her making it that way, earning a quiet but highly appreciative please from his exhausted stepsister. Saki mentions she prefers her food thoroughly cooked, prompting Yuyuta to agree that crispy ham is definitely the best option as he looks through the fridge and spots a carton of milk. Saki is surprised when Yuyuta offers her hot milk, but he explains that having a warm drink after eating will help her sleep much better, leaving Saki to quietly accept the steaming mug as Yuyuta smiles warmly at her. Taking a sip, Saki softly admits that the warm drink is making her feel incredibly fuzzy inside, prompting a pleased Yuyuta to quietly note that he is glad it is helping. Yuyuta suggests that she should try to squeeze in a quick nap before her shift starts, since he has been worrying about her exhausting schedule, completely catching Saki off guard. Staring warmly at her stepbrother, Saki softly confesses that she has finally changed her mind and would actually love to go to the pool with him. An utterly stunned Yuyuta can barely believe his ears, but Saki gently confirms her decision, admitting that while she was highly reluctant and constantly overthinking it before falling asleep, she has finally decided to let herself go. Saki reveals that she was actually wrestling with the decision all night, explaining that she stayed awake all the way until 6 in the morning debating whether she should go. Saki explains that upon waking up, her sudden anxiety simply vanished, and she realized it is perfectly fine for her to take a break and enjoy the summer trip after all. Saki apologetically notes she is sorry for taking so long to be honest, leaving Yuyuta to silently realize that overcoming her deep-seated stubbornness didn't actually require any massive dramatic conflict. He concludes that real breakthroughs in life can stem from the quietest moments, realizing Saki simply needed a single sleepless night to sort out her feelings and choose a happier path. Yuyuta checks if Saki is struggling with the summer heat, but she reassures him that the cloudy weather makes it perfectly bearable, prompting him to ask if she managed to catch up on her sleep. Saki confirms she managed to squeeze in a couple more hours of rest, crediting the warm milk for helping her drift off, which brings a wave of relief to Yuyuta as they continue walking in a comfortable silence. Breaking the quiet atmosphere, Saki suddenly offers a sincere apology for her behavior the previous day. Saki admits she might have come across as overly harsh when he showed up with Yomiuri, explaining that she just wanted him to be completely honest if he was actually dating his senior coworker. When Yuyuta gently asks why his relationship status mattered so much to her, Saki completely evades the question, admitting she doesn't fully understand it herself, and quietly asking him to just drop the subject entirely. Agreeing to let it go, a highly flustered Yuyuta cannot help but overthink her incredibly vague answer, letting his mind rapidly wander into dangerous territory about what her words might actually imply. He frantically scolds his own racing thoughts and demands that he stop getting his hopes up over absolutely nothing, desperately trying to snap back to reality right as Saki seamlessly pivots to another topic. Saki mentions that this will be her very first time needing to officially adjust her work schedule, to which Yuyuta quickly reassures her that shift changes are super common at their job and nothing to stress over. Saki admits her surprise that they both ended up scheduled to work on the exact day of their planned pool outing, prompting a panicked Yuyuta to promise he will somehow fix his own schedule as well right before Saki chimes in with one final request. Saki points out the obvious and directly asks Yuyuta why he even brought his bike along for their walk. A completely flustered Yuyuta freezes in sudden realization, while Saki casually guesses that it must have just been a silly force of habit. Trying to soften the awkward moment, Saki softly giggles and notes that these kind of clumsy mistakes happen to everyone. A highly embarrassed Yuyuta can only nervously agree, admitting that relying too much on daily habits can definitely make a person act a bit crazy. As they continue their walk, Yuyuta silently reflects that even though his silly mistake forced him to awkwardly push his heavy bike the entire way home after a long shift, getting to see Saki genuinely smile made the whole ordeal completely worth it. The scene transitions back to the bustling Zudea bookstore, where the manager reviews their schedule and casually confirms that switching their shifts around for the 26th and 27th works perfectly fine for the store. Saki and Yuyuta are completely shocked that both of their requests were approved so easily. The manager calmly explains that since they are fully staffed with reliable veterans tomorrow, it is totally fine for shifts to be moved around at the last minute without causing a massive headache. Flipping the script, the manager earnestly thanks them for being so flexible and helping out the store in a pinch, telling Saki he is really counting on her. A flustered Yuyuta quickly stammers out his own promise to do his best, eager to prove his absolute dedication alongside his stepsister. Walking away from the office, Yuyuta smugly reminds Saki that he promised everything would work out fine, though he admits he didn't expect it to go quite that smoothly. Saki breathes a heavy sigh of relief, logically noting that they were incredibly lucky their coworkers had open availability during the summer break. Staring at him in genuine admiration, Saki admits she was completely surprised by how easily and comfortably he conversed with the store manager. She confesses that she severely lacks that kind of social grace and highly doubts she would have been able to handle the shift negotiation herself. Yuyuta quickly downplays the praise, claiming he is just used to the professional environment where everyone is expected to take work seriously. He frankly confesses that when it comes to casual friendships or chatting with people, he has absolutely no common ground with his social skills are actually pretty terrible. Secretly clenching his fist, Yuyuta internally admits that his severe lack of casual social skills is exactly why he is feeling so incredibly anxious about the upcoming group pool outing. Pushing his nerves aside, he tells Saki that all they can do now is just patiently wait for the big day to finally arrive, which she quietly agrees with. Saki points out that she hasn't actually gone swimming in a long time, so she will definitely need to check if her old swimsuit still fits. Yuyuta casually agrees, but the sheer mention of her in a swimsuit instantly sends him into a sudden internal panic. Looking over Maya's detailed packing list for their upcoming Wednesday pool trip, Yuyuta expresses mild surprise that his stepsister doesn't actually have a proper swimsuit ready and available for the outing. Saki explains that she has only ever used her standard sports swimsuit for physical education classes at school, completely forgetting she didn't own a regular one for fun outings. Yuyuta logically guesses she will probably have to go buy a new one after their work shift today, since they have the whole evening free, which she agrees makes perfect sense. Taking his suggestion to heart, Saki hums thoughtfully and considers the logistics of the impromptu shopping trip while Yuyuta quietly watches her process the plan. Later that day at the bookstore, the clock strikes 6 and they finally wrap up their shift. Yuyuta praises Saki for her hard work and announces he is heading out, casually telling her she can just go straight home without him. Before he can fully dismiss her, Saki completely catches him off guard by suddenly announcing that she is actually going to tag along with him. Saki explains her old swimsuit no longer fits, so she needs to go buy a brand new one herself. When she asks if he has decided where to go, Yuyuta mentions he is heading to the department store, prompting her to note that they are currently holding a massive sale. Yuyuta's mind immediately goes into overdrive as he realizes that a boy and a girl shopping for swimwear together makes them look exactly like a couple. He frantically wonders if his panic is just due to his own lack of romantic experience, desperately questioning if buying swimsuits together is actually just a completely normal activity for siblings. Arriving at the swimwear section, Yuyuta nervously notes that Saki doesn't seem the least bit bothered by the highly intimate situation, leaving him completely flustered over where he is even supposed to look. Saki smoothly takes charge and suggests they simply meet back up at the store entrance once they are both done shopping. Relieved by the highly practical plan, Yuyuta agrees that they can just head home separately if they somehow miss each other, silently noting that the men's swimwear section is safely located up on the second floor anyway. Yuyuta dryly admits he should have expected things to turn out like this, awkwardly realizing that step-siblings probably have no business shopping for swimsuits together in the first place. They quietly make their way further into the department store, maintaining a slightly distant but steady pace together. Yuyuta is quietly struck by Saki's elegant and stylish presence as she turns to look back at him. Thursday, August 27th finally arrives, marking the highly anticipated day of their group pool visit. Yuyuta arrives at Shinjuku Station after an hour of commuting, explaining that because they still pretend to be complete strangers at school, Saki, and he made sure to travel completely separately right as a highly energetic classmate spots him in the crowd. He looks over to find Narasaka enthusiastically calling him over with her usual boundless energy. Narasaka bombards him with an extremely enthusiastic, all-encompassing greeting, prompting an awkward but polite response from a slightly overwhelmed Yuyuta. Narasaka proudly introduces Yuyuta to the rest of the group, hyping him up as a quiet but secretly popular classmate, and urging everyone to get along, leaving a flustered Yuyuta to politely introduce himself. A friendly classmate named Myaojin introduces himself and warmly welcomes Yuyuta, who politely replies. Meanwhile, Yuyuta observes the incredibly lively social circle and tells himself that while he is completely out of his comfort zone, he needs to try his absolute best to blend in so Saki can fully relax and enjoy her day. Yuyuta heads toward the meeting spot while thinking about his stepsister, feeling highly relieved when he spots Saki arriving safely to meet up with Narasaka. Saki questions why they are wearing their school uniforms during vacation, prompting Narasaka to explain that it secures them a student discount and makes the outing look like a wholesome school trip to appease strict parents, a highly considerate trick that deeply impresses Yuyuta. Entering the massive facility, Yuyuta is completely amazed by its scale, while a cheerful Narasaka points out the outdoor pool situated right behind it, along with several large attractions visible in the distance. When Narasaka jokingly calls the massive water slide a simple playground slide, Saki immediately reacts and firmly corrects her, calling it a giant water slide instead, before Narasaka playfully teases her for taking the comparison so seriously. Saki deadpans that calling the attraction a giant slide with a water current is technically more accurate, leaving a highly amused Narasaka to wonder if Saki was actually trying to crack a joke, though Yuyuta silently suspects Saki was just voicing her literal thoughts. The group enthusiastically coordinates their plans to tackle the indoor pool, first loudly calling for everyone to head over to the changing rooms to get into their swimsuits. Having changed into his swimwear, Yuyuta and his classmate chat about how great it is that the pool is barely crowded on a weekday right at the tail end of vacation, right as the girls call out to let them know they are finally ready. The guys are instantly left completely speechless as the girls emerge with a highly flustered Yuyuta internally admitting to himself that Saki looks absolutely incredible in her swimwear. Narasaka cheerfully announces their arrival to the waiting group, while Saki stands quietly beside her looking slightly bashful under everyone's stunned gazes. Maru cheerfully nudges Yuyuta, excitedly declaring that Saki is an absolute catch. A slightly annoyed Yuyuta quickly scolds him, warning that he really shouldn't be talking about girls like that. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when a loud voice aggressively calls out to some guys nearby. The voice belongs to a fierce Maya who firmly agrees with Yuyuta's sentiment and loudly threatens to poke out the eyes of any boys caught staring lewdly. Her aggressive warning instantly sends a couple of nearby creeps scrambling away with hasty apologies while a quiet Saki watches from behind. A slightly intimidated Yuyuta internally notes just how terrifying Maya can be, realizing she went completely all out to scare the creeps away. Saki turns her attention back, offering a quiet, confused response to the sudden commotion. Brushing off the incident without missing a beat, a cheerful Maya excitedly declares that it is time for them to check out the park's attractions. Watching her energetic shift, Yuyuta is left silently wondering if Maya was actually just staring directly at him a moment ago. Maya eagerly points toward a massive water structure, announcing they are kicking things off with the slide over there. Saki dryly notes that even Maya has resorted to just calling the massive attraction a regular slide now. Fully committing to the fun, Saki takes her turn and glides smoothly down the massive water slide, enjoying the refreshing splash. The group continues their fun in the pool, with Maya cheerfully splashing around and playing with a beach ball alongside Maru, while Saki quietly wades in the water nearby. Taking advantage of the massive pool complex, the whole group casually floats down the winding, lazy river together, enjoying the relaxing pace and the surrounding tropical scenery. Taking a breather from the water, a satisfied Maya plops down next to Yuyuta, cheerfully sighing that they just had some really good fun. She casually announces she is going to take a break for a bit, prompting a curious Yuyuta to check in on her. Maya announces she is going to buy drinks for the rest of the group. When Yuyuta questions if she can carry everything all by herself, Saki quickly volunteers to tag along, which Maya gratefully accepts. Yuyuta mentions he needs to grab something from his belongings anyway and tells the girls he will count on them to handle the beverages. Walking away from the main group, Yuyuta sincerely thanks Saki for tagging along and helping out. Saki casually brushes it off, admitting that she was actually getting a bit exhausted from chatting with everyone and was highly relieved to have a convenient excuse to escape for a while. Yuyuta thoughtfully notes that their group dynamic must have been overwhelming for her to deal with. Realizing how negative her previous words sounded, Saki quickly backtracks and clarifies that she doesn't hate hanging out with them at all. She explains that she genuinely enjoys swimming, reassuring him that she was still having a lot of fun enjoying the pool despite the large crowd. Saki guesses that her current exhaustion is probably just from fooling around so energetically all day long. Hearing her positive perspective, Yuyuta visibly relaxes and admits that is a huge relief to hear. Yuyuta confesses that he also struggles with large groups and finds the highly energetic environment a bit draining. Saki notes how sporty and full of stamina the others are, calling it amazing before sincerely complimenting Yuyuta for being just as amazing in his own way. She elaborates by bringing up their earlier pool games, pointing out how he constantly went out of his way to chase down the stray beach balls. Saki praises his quiet efforts, explaining that his background support allowed everyone else to just focus on having fun without worrying about the little things. Slightly embarrassed, Yuyuta humbly explains that he is simply better at playing a supporting role than being in the spotlight. He admits he just didn't want to look lame by trying too hard and messing up, noting that everyone just places value on different things. Saki easily cuts through his self-deprecation, smoothly countering that despite his modesty, she actually thought he looked pretty cool taking care of everyone back there. Caught completely off guard by her direct and genuine compliment, Yuyuta is left utterly speechless, letting out a quiet gasp as he fully processes her words. Saki flashes a gentle smile, leading Yuyuta to marvel at how effortlessly and naturally their dynamic has shifted. As he processes the quiet moment, Yuyuta feels a completely unfamiliar and intense emotion suddenly welling up deep inside his chest. Taking in the sight of his stepsister standing beside him, Yuyuta finally drops his guard and bluntly admits to himself that he genuinely likes her. Reflecting on this massive personal revelation, he inwardly confesses that he has never actually been very good at handling women in general. His thoughts drift back to his troubled childhood, recalling how watching his biological parents constantly struggle made him incredibly cynical about romance, leaving him completely convinced that marriage could never actually bring anyone true happiness. He grimly remembers how his father's genuine attempts to be considerate were met with pure anger, a toxic dynamic that finally ended when his mother casually cheated with a random guy and destroyed their family over superficial complaints. Because that bitter divorce fundamentally defined what romance meant to him, Yuyuta realizes he spent his entire life actively avoiding romantic feelings, leaving him utterly bewildered as to why he suddenly had to fall in love right now, and especially with his brand new stepsister. Waiting in line at the pool concession stand, Yuyuta notes that the vast majority of people in the world would probably consider this kind of budding love to be something incredibly beautiful and valuable. Despite acknowledging how wonderful the feeling could be, Yuyuta is immediately slammed back to harsh reality when Saki cheerfully calls out to him, as her older brother, sharply reminding him of the strict familial boundaries standing between them. His heavy internal crisis is momentarily paused when Saki carelessly rushes over, prompting a panicked Yuyuta to immediately scold her for running on the slippery pool deck, while she frantically stammers out an excuse. While carrying some drinks, Yuyuta overhears a nearby couple playfully telling each other to hold hands, causing him to look over at Saki as he silently reflects on her presence. Seeing her standing there in her swimwear, Yuyuta is struck by how beautiful she looks, but firmly reminds himself that she is strictly his little sister. After wrapping up their incredibly fun pool day at Shinjuku Station, the group prepares to head home, with Maya declaring she is too hungry for any more activities and saying goodbye to her friends until school starts up again. Just as Yuyuta is about to leave, Narasaka suddenly orders him to stop right where he is, completely catching him off guard. When a confused Yuyuta asks what is wrong, Narasaka explains she wanted to properly thank him for making all the schedule adjustments today, pointing out that his careful planning really helped them navigate their packed itinerary smoothly. Yuyuta modestly deflects the praise, asserting that the day's success was entirely due to her own hard work and dedication, and sincerely thanks her for helping him make a wonderful summer memory. Narasaka happily rejoices that he had a blast, though she playfully warns him that his sweet talking won't win him any extra points, before laughing off her own clever decision to have everyone meet up in their school uniforms. She softly admits that she is genuinely surprised to realize he was paying such close attention to her efforts, but confesses that it makes her incredibly happy. Finally, bidding them farewell, Narasaka announces it is time to head home and promises to talk to Saki later, earning a casual goodbye in return. Yuyuta casually comments on Maya's bold actions at the pool, noting how fiercely she stepped up to defend them despite knowing that the entire crowd was watching her. Caught slightly off guard by his unprompted praise for her friend, Saki lets out a soft, genuine smile and admits that hearing him say that actually makes her really happy. As the fun day at the pool officially wraps up, the scene shifts to the quiet, illuminated city streets, where Yuyuta and Saki peacefully make their way back home together under the evening sky. Walking side by side under the streetlights, Saki casually brings up that Yuyuta seems to have gotten pretty close to Maya lately. Yuyuta simply shrugs it off, explaining he only reached out to her because he wanted to properly thank her for going out of her way to invite him on the trip. Out of nowhere, Saki quietly murmurs her own sincere thanks to him, leaving a completely confused Yuyuta to stop in his tracks and ask what she means. Saki explains that since Maya is her close friend, hearing him openly praise her makes her genuinely happy. Yuyuta realizes she is still talking about the earlier pool incident, and humbly clarifies that rather than explicitly trying to flatter Maya, he was just genuinely admiring how bravely she worked to defend them. Saki softly acknowledges his earnest explanation, letting a comfortable, understanding silence settle between them as they continue their quiet walk through the neighborhood. Walking together, Yuyuta internally reflects on the intense heart-racing tension filling his body, noting that this electric feeling is completely different from the casual vibe he had during his recent movie date with Yomiuri. He admits he can't quite put it into words, but he knows something is fundamentally different between them right now, just as Saki suddenly breaks the silence and calls his name. Saki earnestly tells Yuyuta that she deeply respects his ability to constantly spot the good qualities in others, pointing out that he always pays close attention to the people around him. Caught entirely off guard by the sudden sincere compliment, a flustered Yuyuta bashfully asks if she really thinks that highly of him. Expanding on her praise, Saki softly adds that he has a unique talent for noticing when other people are secretly suffering. Repeating a sentiment she did earlier at the pool, she warmly admits that she finds his highly attentive nature incredibly cool, leaving Yuyuta completely flustered and struggling to hide his growing embarrassment. Saki looks directly at him and softly confesses that she genuinely admires that caring side of him. Hearing her heartfelt words under the quiet night sky, Yuyuta's heart skips a beat as he frantically tries to process the sudden, incredibly heavy romantic mood washing over them both. Leaning against his back, Saki softly calls out to him, addressing him directly as her older brother for the very first time. The sudden title hits Yuyuta like a ton of bricks, instantly snapping him back to reality as he realizes all her recent warmth and praise were strictly directed at him in his capacity as a reliable sibling. He mentally scolds himself, wondering why he was even getting his hopes up in the first place. He reflects that her trust stems entirely from viewing him as someone she can maintain a safe, normal family dynamic with, while he was the one secretly trying to bend the strict boundaries they had originally set. Saki bashfully admits that her sudden use of the title probably surprised him, explaining that since he had been doing so much to help her out lately, she genuinely started to see him as a dependable older brother. Flashing a sweet, slightly embarrassed smile, she laughs that saying it out loud still feels a bit weird. Quickly masking his internal turmoil, Yuyuta casually denies that it was weird at all. Staring up at the moonlit sky, Yuyuta gently tells her that he is truly happy to hear her say that, locking his complicated feelings away to preserve the peaceful moment. Later that evening, the two step-siblings sit together at the dinner table back in their apartment, where Yuyuta calmly asks if she wants another serving of miso soup. Saki politely declines the offer, warmly thanking him for the delicious meal and addressing him by his last name once again. Yuyuta quietly notes that he is glad she enjoyed it. Offering to handle the cleanup so she can finally relax, Yuyuta silently admits to himself that her surprise, brotherly attack was exactly what he needed to completely snap out of his daze and get his dangerous feelings back under control. Saki quietly accepts Yuyuta's advice to get some rest and bids him good night, leaving Yuyuta to admit to himself that the simple, casual conversations he should be entirely used to by now have suddenly started to terrify him. Yuyuta tries to rationalize his growing panic, reasoning that if he is merely being swayed by her physical attractiveness and biological pheromones, he should easily be able to dismiss his current anxiety as nothing more than a passing phase of confusion. Meanwhile, Saki lies awake in her bedroom, letting out a heavy sigh as she internally confesses that calling him her brother is strictly a desperate attempt to keep herself from crossing any personal lines. She admits that her thoughts are constantly consumed by him, recognizing how handsome he appears in her eyes, and secretly wishing that his daily kindness is actually directed at her as an attractive girl rather than just a step-sibling. However, she quickly forces herself to lock those desires away, reminding herself of how much her mother has suffered and refusing to ruin her parents' newly found happiness or cause any unnecessary trouble for Yuyuta. Firmly deciding that her fragile family's peace is far more important, Saki resolves that she has no choice but to permanently lock away these growing romantic feelings. Saki reflects on her personal diary, realizing she used to document her every single thought in massive detail, though she notes that she hasn't written a single entry for the entire past week. Rather than writing them down, she has been keeping all of her recent memories fresh solely in her own mind, knowing she can never risk letting Yuyuta accidentally discover her secret written thoughts. Deciding that keeping a physical record is far too dangerous, She resolves to immediately get rid of her diary altogether and rely strictly on her mental memories from here on out. Staring at her own reflection, Saki steels her resolve for the future, firmly reminding herself that her only true path in life is to remain strictly his dependable stepsister. Saki silently confronts her growing romantic feelings for her stepbrother, firmly deciding that she must hide her emotions as a girl and lock them away forever. On Friday, August 28th, Yuyuta steps out of his room and is completely surprised to hear some unexpected activity coming from the living room. Saki's mother warmly greets Yuyuta, cheerfully asking if both he and Saki have the day off from work today, which his father happily confirms is indeed the case. She happily explains that she and Yuyuta's father arranged to take a few days off during the summer season so that they could finally spend some quality family time together. Saki's mother mentions that Saki had informed her neither of them had shifts scheduled for today or tomorrow, before warmly telling Yuyuta to take a seat as she finishes preparing their lunch. When Yuyuta asks if Saki is still sleeping, her mother explains she actually went out but should be back home any minute. As Yuyuta desperately tries to stop obsessing over his stepsister's whereabouts, Saki's mother suddenly pivots the conversation. She sincerely thanks Yuyuta for taking Saki to the pool with their friends, explaining that Saki never would have allowed herself to go if he hadn't tried so hard to make her tag along. She beams and warmly confesses that his caring actions really showed her just how incredibly reliable he is as an older brother. The high praise leaves Yuyuta feeling deeply conflicted as he silently tells himself that his motivations were far from being strictly brotherly. Saki's mother quietly admits that since Saki only has 2 years left until she graduates and inevitably leaves their home, she feels deeply lonely, realizing how little time they actually have left to spend together as a family. Yuyuta's father enthusiastically points out that they still have 2 full years together and should focus on enjoying their time as a family today, prompting Akiko to warmly agree with his sentiment while Yuyuta silently looks on. Yuyuta reflects on how spending time together as a family seems like such a minuscule thing to wish for, yet he knows it couldn't be more important to both his father and Akiko. He realizes that despite both of their parents having suffered through a divorce in the past, they are finally able to this happiness together, which is something he really should have kept in mind. Yuyuta firmly decides that he absolutely cannot allow his own selfish, lingering feelings to get in the way and ruin the precious happiness his parents have built together. While he admits to himself that locking away his newly sprouted feelings won't be easy and will take time to completely disappear, he resolves to keep them buried deep in his chest just as the front door opens and Saki returns home. Saki greets her mother and stepfather as she walks in, immediately eliciting shocked reactions from both parents, who marvel at how completely different she looks. Hearing the commotion, Yuyuta turns around and freezes in absolute shock as he catches sight of his stepsister. Saki softly announces her return, leaving Yuyuta entirely speechless at her transformation. Sporting a stunningly different, highly stylish new look, she offers him a gentle smile and warmly greets him as her brother. Around the end of August, roughly 3 months into their new living arrangement, Yuyuta notes that Saki suddenly decided to get a haircut. He internally confesses that every single time she calls him by his new brotherly title, he can actually feel a sharp, undeniable ache forming in his chest. Taking in her new appearance, Yuyuta quietly admits to himself that he has already long figured out the exact name for the complicated, heavy feelings he is currently harboring for her. The story jumps forward to a Thursday on September 3rd, where an incredibly frantic Narasaka aggressively chases Saki down the school hallway, screaming for her to stop right there. Catching her breath, Narasaka dramatically complains that her friend was walking way too fast. Saki quickly apologizes for the pace, explaining that she is actually in a bit of a rush to be somewhere. Curious about her rush, Narasaka asks if she has somewhere important to be, smoothly pitching the idea that their entire summer pool group should totally hit up karaoke together after school. Saki quietly processes the karaoke invitation while an enthusiastic Narasaka reveals she actually scored a sweet discount ticket, eagerly asking what her friend thinks of the impromptu plan. Saki internally reflects that the old her would have instantly brushed off the invitation without a second thought, perfectly content with cold rejections and completely uninterested in hanging out. Instead of shutting them out, she flashes a genuinely warm smile and sincerely thanks Narasaka for the invite, politely explaining that she has to take care of some things at home, so she can't tag along this time. Narasaka pouts over the bummer of a rejection, but the group easily accepts her polite excuse and bids her farewell. As they walk away, Saki quietly notes that she feels perfectly fine turning them down since they all successfully bonded over their recent pool trip anyway. Saki internally reflects on her choice to join the trip, silently admitting that she desperately wants to protect and cherish this incredibly fun and precious summer memory with everyone without ruining it. Saki thinks back to recently declining an invitation from her classmates, noting that she never expected to actually turn people down so politely. She reasons that she never really intended to make people hate her or cause unnecessary trouble with her usual blunt attitude anyway. After politely turning down Shinja's invitation, Saki quickly hurries down the school hallway, eager to just get back home. Left behind, Shinja's friend tells him to drop the rejection, looking at a picture on his phone, and casually pointing out that Yuyuta was also hanging out with her at the pool recently. Returning to her apartment building after school, Saki unlocks the front door and casually announces that she is finally home. Her mother warmly welcomes her back, noting that she is home surprisingly early today. Saki confirms it, reminding her mother that she specifically mentioned having something important to drop off. Saki pulls out a folded piece of paper and hands it over, explaining that it is the official schedule for their upcoming parent-teacher meeting. Akiko recalls receiving the notice, but quickly pivots the conversation to ask how things are going between Saki and Yuyuta at school, leaving Saki completely caught off guard as she confusedly asks what her mother means. Flashing a teasing smile, Akiko points out that Saki recently started calling Yuyuta her older brother at home, admitting she is highly curious about how the two of them are handling their dynamic while at school. Saki internally admits she has been actively avoiding Yuyuta lately, so she hasn't even had the chance to call him anything, but out loud she smoothly claims she refuses to call him her brother at school, just to prevent their classmates from getting the wrong idea. Akiko pieces it together, asking if their relationship at school is basically the exact same as always, and confirms that their classmates still have absolutely no clue that they are actually step-siblings. Akiko admits she doesn't think so, sighing that the whole situation is a bit troublesome. Saki quickly asks what is going on, prompting her mother to explain that Teichai recently mentioned he might not be able to make it to their upcoming parent-teacher meetings. Akiko continues her explanation, noting that she would rather not take multiple days off work, so she originally hoped to just attend the meetings for both of them on the exact same day. However, she points out that since the people at school don't know about their new sibling relationship, yet it would probably be pretty troublesome for the two teenagers if they were suddenly found out. Saki quietly mulls over the word troublesome, internally questioning if it would really be that bad since they literally have to be siblings now anyway. Pushing her own hesitations aside, she gently assures her mother that having their relationship exposed honestly wouldn't bother her all that much. Akiko hesitates for a moment, softly confessing that she feels like Yuyuta hasn't actually fully accepted her as his new mother just yet. Letting out a small sigh, she admits that the lingering emotional distance honestly makes her feel just a little bit lonely. Struck by a sudden realization, Saki quietly gasps, silently scolding herself for only thinking about her own personal convenience while completely ignoring her mother's feelings all this time. Saki reflects on how incredibly hard her mother has been trying to become a genuinely good parent to Yuyuta. Wanting to make things right, Saki gently calls out to her mother to get her attention. Before Saki can finish her thought, the sound of the front door opening echoes through the room as Yuyuta announces his return. Akiko cheerfully notes that he is back, leaving Saki to silently watch as her mother immediately calls out to him, asking if they can chat for a quick moment since his timing is absolutely perfect. Stepping into the room, Yuyuta spots the two of them waiting. Saki warmly welcomes him back, and he politely returns the greeting, acknowledging her with his usual calm demeanor. Saki's mother brings up the upcoming parent-teacher conference notice. She was just discussing with Saki, checking if Yuyuta received his own copy of the school flyer, which he quickly confirms. Since Yuyuta's father is going to be completely swamped with a massive high-priority work project for the foreseeable future, his stepmother proposes a practical alternative for handling their school conferences. She warmly suggests that if Saki and Yuyuta can schedule their respective meetings on 2 completely different days, she will gladly attend both sessions herself. This unexpected proposal catches both Saki and Yuyuta completely off guard, leaving them staring at her in absolute disbelief. While Saki hesitantly tries to protest, Yuyuta strongly objects, pointing out that she shouldn't force herself to visit their school after working a grueling night shift at the bar when she desperately needs to rest, though his stepmother casually insists she will be perfectly fine. She reasonably points out that since nobody at their school actually knows they are step-siblings, having her attend separate meetings perfectly protects their secret, adding that her husband also didn't want to dump the burden of the school conferences on Yuyuta's busy father. Suddenly realizing she is running late for her upcoming work shift, she quickly tells them to just think over her proposal for now as she rushes out the door. Left alone, Saki quietly worries if her mother is genuinely going to be okay with such an exhausting arrangement. Meanwhile, Yuyuta realizes that their stepmother surely would have preferred to get both meetings out of the way on a single day before a sudden crucial realization strikes him. Saki snaps Yuyuta out of his thoughts by reminding him that his own bookstore shift is about to start soon, prompting him to thank her and promise to have dinner ready for her by the time she gets back home later tonight. As Saki gets ready to leave, Yuyuta wishes her a safe trip, earning a quiet goodbye as she heads out. Saki gets his attention by warmly calling him her older brother before heading into her room. As her bedroom door clicks shut, Yuyuta lets out a heavy sigh. He admits to himself that even though he knows acknowledging him as her brother is the right thing to do, hearing it still makes him restless, especially since he still cannot bring himself to casually call her by her first name just yet. Glancing down at the parent-teacher meeting form, Yuyuta recalls Akiko's concerns about their relationship being a secret at school, and how his father didn't want to burden him with the complicated situation either. He quietly agrees that they really haven't told anyone about their new sibling status yet. Thinking about Saki's reaction, Yuyuta seriously wonders what the absolute worst outcome would be if people actually found out the truth. He realizes it would be significantly easier for Akiko if she didn't have to go out of her way to visit the school on 2 completely separate occasions. Concluding that combining the meetings is definitely the best approach, Yuyuta makes up his mind and decides he will just talk to his stepsister about it later. Putting the school issue aside, Yuyuta focuses on prepping dinner and starts raiding the fridge. Taking inventory of their leftover side dishes and miso soup ingredients, he contemplates tossing in some boiled eggs to round out the meal before suddenly pausing in realization. He quickly stops himself, remembering that Saki actually strongly prefers half-cooked fried eggs over boiled ones. His thoughts immediately drift back to Akiko's earlier confession, entirely unable to shake the memory of his stepmother, sadly admitting that she feels Yuyuta hasn't fully accepted her as a parent yet. Recalling Akiko's desire to bridge the gap and determined not to let his new stepmother feel hurt any longer, Yuyuta firmly decides he needs to discuss this with Saki again, since it directly impacts their entire family dynamic. Later that evening, the 2 step-siblings sit down together in their apartment and harmoniously announce it is time to eat as they dig into the freshly prepared dinner spread. Saki takes a bite of the food and her eyes widen as she warmly admits it is absolutely delicious. Catching her surprise, Yuyuta smoothly notes that the fried eggs are perfectly half-cooked, too, expressing how glad he is that she is enjoying the meal. Yuyuta casually explains that he made absolute sure to cook hers perfectly since he knows she doesn't like them too solid, letting Saki quietly process the thoughtful gesture as she stares at her food. Feeling deeply appreciative of his attention to detail, Saki sincerely thanks him for keeping such a close eye on the people around him. A slightly flustered Yuyuta modestly claims he is just doing his best, while internally panicking over how exactly he is supposed to bring up the parent-teacher meeting now that it is just the 2 of them. Deciding to just rip the band-aid right off, Yuyuta boldly blurts out the topic of the upcoming parent-teacher meeting, completely startling Saki with his sudden outburst. Recovering from the shock, Saki quickly pieces things together and guesses he wants to discuss Akiko's involvement. Yuyuta confirms her hunch, leading Saki to quietly acknowledge the complicated situation they are currently facing. Saki reveals that she actually thinks Akiko would much rather handle both of their meetings on the very same day, but notes that her mother likely agreed to separate them solely out of consideration for their own boundaries. Yuyuta earnestly chimes in, insisting that he personally doesn't mind if people at school find out they are officially siblings now. Yuyuta continues his earnest defense, explaining that, because he genuinely doesn't care about their secret getting out, he wouldn't feel right putting an even bigger burden on Akiko just to keep it hidden. Saki's face instantly softens into a deeply relieved smile as she wholeheartedly agrees with him, letting out a genuine sigh of relief. Yuyuta confirms he will talk to his father again to properly coordinate the dates so Akiko can easily make it to both of their meetings on the same day. Saki completely agrees with the new plan, silently reflecting on how much Yuyuta truly cares about her mother's well-being after all. Saki admits she really wanted her mother to attend both of their meetings from the very beginning, but quietly confesses she was only holding back because she didn't want to burden her with the extra trouble. Finishing up their meal, Saki mentions she will let their mother know about something before offering to take care of all the dirty dishes so he can relax. Yuyuta thanks her for the food and initially accepts the offer before stopping himself. Changing his mind, Yuyuta stops her and volunteers to step up and help her with the chores for the day. Saki gives him a soft, warm look and happily agrees that they should just take care of the dishes together. Yuyuta smiles and agrees, internally reflecting that this simple chore is actually their quiet way of declaring that they are officially working together as a united front. Standing side by side at the kitchen sink, he realizes that washing the dishes together symbolizes their mutual decision to completely stop worrying about whether their classmates eventually discover their sibling secret. Fast forwarding to Friday, September 4th, Yuyuta's father catches them completely off guard by suggesting they coordinate their parent-teacher meetings for the exact same day, checking to make sure they are absolutely okay with that arrangement. Yuyuta confidently confirms the plan, explaining that he and Saki already discussed it and realized it would be way weirder to keep trying to hide their relationship at school. Saki chimes in to confirm that they already ran the idea by her mother and got her full approval. Yuyuta notes that his stepmother will definitely appreciate the open gesture. Saki warmly agrees, recalling how her mother actively wanted to be a real part of the family and believed that hiding their connection would just waste the beautiful faith that brought their parents together in the first place. His father points out that Akiko is likely thrilled because Yuyuta's willingness to be open means he has officially recognized her as true family. Hearing this deep emotional praise, a sweating Yuyuta internally admits he feels incredibly guilty because he definitely hadn't thought about it that deeply at all. Saki casually mentions that their mother would prefer to schedule the upcoming parent-teacher meeting for Friday, September 25th, asking Yuyuta if that date works for his schedule, while casually dropping the Onii-san title. Yuyuta confirms the date is perfectly fine with him, prompting Saki to finalize the 25th, while their dad mentions he will inform the teacher as well. With the schedule sorted, the parents announce they are heading out, prompting the kids to join them as they all exchange warm send-offs for the busy day ahead. Reflecting on their evolving family dynamic, Yuyuta silently notes that Saki has recently started calling his father her dad. He wonders if he should start calling Akiko mom as well, reasoning that it wouldn't be to replace his actual mother, but simply to help them all feel more like a real, cohesive family. He pieces it together, realizing that this strong desire for a proper family dynamic is exactly why Saki recently started calling him her brother. Later at school during lunch, a completely enlightened Maru finally realizes the truth and notes that this sibling revelation explains absolutely everything about their relationship. Yuyuta asks his friend what exactly he understands now, prompting Maru to point out how incredibly anxious Yuyuta had been acting regarding Saki lately. Maru notes that he had clearly been constantly worrying about her ever since their awkward cafe encounter. Maru bluntly confesses that with all the intense fretting and hovering, he had completely assumed Yuyuta had actually fallen deeply in love with her. Yuyuta quickly shuts down the romantic rumors, prompting Maru to apologize for prying, while noting that Saki's overall aura seems to have completely shifted over the summer. Maru warns that her new vibe has suddenly attracted a massive increase in male attention, explaining that he only brought it up because he didn't want to see his best friend get his heart broken over a misunderstanding. Laughing off the confusion, Maru jokes that, as her new brother, Yuyuta will probably have to start worrying about dangerous guys swarming around her anyway. Yuyuta dismissively claims that isn't his problem to deal with, and Maru smoothly agrees, pointing out that an overprotective brother aggressively shooing away suitors is way too controlling regardless of whether they are related by blood or marriage. Meanwhile, over in a different classroom, Saki enjoys her own lunch and casually asks Maya if she double-fried the chicken in her bento box. Maya proudly boasts that the cooking technique is a closely guarded family secret, beaming with pride when Saki confirms it tastes absolutely delicious. Overhearing their conversation, their classmates excitedly chime in, thoroughly impressed that both girls make their own lunches every single day while enthusiastically praising Saki's cooking skills as well. Since summer ended, Saki has started spending lunchtime with her classmates, reflecting on how she used to believe that casual friendships were a complete waste of time and that she didn't need anyone but Maya in her life. Saki notes that as she actively works to build new friendships, she initially struggled to understand their casual conversations. However, by just going with the flow and pretending to have fun, she finds herself genuinely enjoying their company, marveling at how simple human psychology can be. Saki silently wonders if this psychological phenomenon has an official name, only to be suddenly interrupted when a nearby classmate calls out to get her attention. A male classmate named Shinju approaches their table, politely asking if he can interrupt their conversation for a brief moment. Shinju proposes that they all get together again this month for a karaoke outing, directly asking Saki if she will finally accompany them this time around. Saki hesitates, awkwardly stammering as she internally reflects on how she previously used her studies and part-time job as convenient excuses to skip their last gathering. Maya pulls up her phone, pointing out that the outing is scheduled for Sunday the 27th, a day she knows Saki has no work or study plans, leaving Saki to silently marvel at how perfectly her friend managed to corner her. When Saki tries to hesitantly argue that she really needs to review her studies, Shinju quickly counters by smoothly suggesting they just turn the gathering into a group study session instead. Although Saki is left wondering why Shinju seems so focused on her, Maya enthusiastically loves the study group idea and volunteers her house, prompting Saki to finally agree to join in the hopes that building outside relationships will help erase her forbidden feelings for Yuyuta. At the bookstore, Yomiuri casually leans in and notices Yuyuta acting a bit gloomier than usual, playfully pointing out that her favorite underclassman seems a little down lately. Yuyuta tries to brush it off as her imagination, but Yomiuri insists she sees right through his act. She teasingly asks if he is feeling depressed simply because he doesn't shift with Saki today, pointing out that his obvious lack of focus even made him completely forget the release date of a highly anticipated book series. Yuyuta flatly denies the accusation, prompting Yomiuri to question his certainty by reminding him that it shouldn't be a big deal if they don't work together since Saki is his sister. Yuyuta logically confirms her point, firmly reminding his senior that even without a blood connection, Saki is still his sister. Disappointed by his completely sensible and boring reaction, Yomiuri playfully pouts. Yuyuta dryly retorts that he cannot help his lack of a dramatic response, prompting Yomiuri to instantly shift gears and offer up some supposedly interesting information to quickly cheer up her discouraged junior. Yomiuri enthusiastically suggests he attend the upcoming open house at her university, promising that being completely surrounded by beautiful college girls will definitely cure his depression. Yuyuta immediately rejects the terrible offer, dryly pointing out the obvious flaw that she actually attends an all-women's university. Yomiuri laughs off her failed trap, shamelessly admitting she was hoping he wouldn't actually know about her school's demographic. As they part ways later that evening, Yuyuta internally appreciates her obvious attempt to cheer him up, but feels a twinge of guilt that he couldn't even manage a genuine laugh with his senior. Arriving back at his quiet apartment, Yuyuta discovers a brief note left behind by Saki stating that his dinner is waiting in the fridge. Processing the brief message, he anxiously wonders if his stepsister is actively going out of her way to avoid him. Eating his dinner entirely alone, Yuyuta agonizes over his sudden gloominess, feeling completely helpless about his situation, since he and Saki aren't actual blood relatives. He realizes his intense protective urge to ward off creepy guys might not just be a simple brotherly instinct, since they are only step-siblings, leaving him deeply conflicted over his own emotions. Yuyuta tries to blame his terrible mood on the approaching autumn chill. Watching his energetic classmates chat around him, he notes that summer vanished in an absolute flash, silently admitting that his daily life has felt incredibly colorless lately simply because he has barely spoken to Saki. Late September suddenly arrives, and Yuyuta realizes they are already on the very eve of the school's scheduled parent-teacher meetings. Desperate for a second opinion on his messy situation, he pulls his friend Maru aside and cautiously begins asking him a highly specific hypothetical question. Yuyuta casually asks Maru what he would do to get over a broken heart, catching his friend slightly off guard as he thinks over the sudden hypothetical question. Maru thoughtfully mulls over the scenario, explaining that his recovery method would heavily depend on whether he interacted with the person face-to-face on a daily basis, or if it was strictly an online relationship. Offering some practical advice, Maru suggests simply dating a different woman to see where things go, noting that meeting another great girl makes it incredibly easy to change your mind and move on. Yuyuta hesitantly admits he isn't entirely sure about that bold approach. Yuyuta points out that it isn't exactly easy to just magically meet different women out of nowhere. An exasperated Maru quickly gestures to their classroom, reminding his clueless friend that there are at least 20 girls sitting right in front of them and plenty more elsewhere if he just looks around. A flustered Yuyuta awkwardly stammers out an excuse, but Maru smoothly concludes that at the end of the day, moving on just comes down to whether or not you actively put yourself out there, and how the heartbroken person actually feels about trying again. Processing the advice, Yuyuta silently reflects on the idea of meeting other women. He admits to himself that if his father hadn't remarried, he never would have actually gotten to know Saki at all, reasoning that actively trying to connect with other girls might eventually lead him to someone who shakes his heart even more than his stepsister does. Maru agrees that approaching total strangers out of the blue is definitely tough, suggesting that the best strategy is to just start branching out with people he already knows. Taking the advice to heart, Yuyuta immediately realizes that in his specific case, his most obvious option is his senior coworker. Maru casually adds that simply trying out new things is also a great distraction for a broken heart. Yuyuta completely agrees with the logic, prompting Maru to jokingly remind him that this was all just a purely hypothetical scenario anyway, which Yuyuta quickly and awkwardly confirms to save face. Later at the bookstore, Yomiuri suddenly approaches her favorite junior while he is working, quietly asking if they can chat for a quick second. Yuyuta immediately agrees and turns his attention to his senior. Flashing a bright smile, Yomiuri boldly suggests they go out and have some fun together right after their shift ends. She cheerfully explains that she wants to teach him all about several new forms of entertainment he hasn't experienced, yet completely catching a bewildered Yuyuta off guard. Yuyuta eagerly agrees without a second thought, his immediate and enthusiastic response thoroughly impressing a highly amused Saki, who playfully praises her junior for being so incredibly brave. Explaining her reasoning, Saki smoothly notes that she had been wanting to challenge herself with something brand new anyway, excitedly declaring that she is officially bringing her underclassmen into the exciting world of adults to foster his adventurous spirit. Arriving at a towering building in the evening, an awestruck Yuyuta takes in the sight of their mature destination, while a cheerful Saki hypes it up as an absolute mandatory requirement for fully functioning in adult society. The grand adult experience is quickly revealed to be a simple indoor golf simulator, leaving Yuyuta to stare at the screen in mild surprise, as Saki excitedly confirms that he has never actually tried the sport before. Openly admitting that it is indeed his very first time picking up a club, Yuyuta watches as a highly energized Saki throws her hand up and cheerfully declares that they need to start playing immediately. Stepping up to the virtual tee, Yuyuta carefully winds up for his very first swing while a highly supportive Saki closely watches his form from the sidelines. Saki then confidently takes her own turn at the simulator, smoothly driving the ball with excellent form and leaving a thoroughly impressed Yuyuta tracking its massive digital trajectory across the screen. Catching her breath after the powerful swing, a proud and deeply satisfied Saki beams at Yuyuta, happily celebrating the fact that she actually managed to land a solid hit. Saki happily quotes an old movie about how incredible it feels to watch the ball fly so far, leaving Yuyuta momentarily confused before she clarifies the reference and softly calls out to her junior to get his attention. Flashing a gentle, knowing smile, Saki finally reveals her true intentions for the entire outing, sincerely asking Yuyuta if her impromptu adult world adventure successfully helped distract him from his recent worries. Walking together after their outing, Saki casually mentions how much fun she just had, prompting Yuyuta to gladly agree that it was a good time. Meanwhile, Saki internally admits to herself that she really likes his type of personality. Yuyuta silently reflects on his own feelings, noting that while he thinks about everything from the bottom of his heart, there is a nagging voice whispering to him from deep within. He reflects on that particular summer, vividly recalling the overwhelming emotion he felt in that exact moment, and comparing it to a level of deep frustration where all of his screams would just be completely lost. Glancing back at him, Saki also quietly reflects on her own intense feelings, silently realizing that the emotion she experienced in that exact moment was something entirely different from anything she had ever felt before. His senior from work apologizes and mentions she needs to hit the bathroom before they leave, prompting Yuyuta to agree and head to the restroom as well. While washing up at the sink, he silently agrees with his friend Mara's earlier statement that this outing was a genuinely nice change of pace. Stepping out of the restroom, a completely surprised Yuyuta lets out a confused sound as he spots a familiar face standing right in front of him. He comes face to face with Saki, sporting her brand new short haircut and glasses, who immediately recognizes him and trails off in surprise. Yuyuta politely greets her and notes that it has been a while since their summer vacation, admitting he is completely surprised to run into her here. Saki quickly asks if he stopped going to his cram school, prompting him to explain that he only attends his classes on the weekends now. Saki realizes that their opposite schedules are exactly why they haven't crossed paths lately, explaining that she actively avoids the weekends because it gets incredibly crowded. When Yuyuta asks about the study room, Saki casually replies that it is free and way more convenient for her than dealing with the local library, leaving Yuyuta to simply nod in understanding. Yuyuta politely introduces himself to the tall girl, who reveals her name is Fujinami Kaho. She helpfully explains the specific kanji in her name by comparing it to a summer boat sail rather than a shopping sale, cheerfully noting that her clever mnemonic usually helps people remember it perfectly. Their casual introduction is suddenly interrupted when Kaho spots someone approaching, prompting Yuyuta to turn around just as his senior coworker Yomiuri steps up, looking slightly surprised and politely apologizing for interrupting his conversation. A flustered Yuyuta quickly clears up any misunderstanding, assuring Kaho that Yomiuri is simply a senior from his workplace. Taking the hint, Kaho calmly acknowledges the relationship before deciding to excuse herself and head out, leaving Yomiuri to playfully greet her favorite junior. Yomiuri instantly switches into teasing mode, fiercely demanding to know the identity of the mystery girl and accusing Yuyuta of being a massive womanizer for openly flirting while out on a date with her. As Yuyuta frantically explains that Kaho is just a casual acquaintance from his cram school, Yomiuri playfully jokes that the situation would have been way more dramatic if the girl turned out to be his long-lost sister, eventually accepting his perfectly normal explanation, while a bewildered Yuyuta wonders what on earth she is going on about. Later that evening, the two bookstore employees finally part ways for the night, with Yomiuri reminding him to get back safely. Yuyuta sincerely thanks her for inviting him out today as they casually wave goodbye under the glowing city lights. Walking alone under the moonlit sky, Yuyuta reflects on the day's events, silently agreeing with Mara's earlier advice that stepping out of his comfort zone and trying out brand new experiences can actually be a really positive change. Strolling down the quiet street, Yuyuta suddenly recalls a passing detail, realizing it was actually his very first time hearing about a dedicated study room existing at their school. Intrigued by the unexpected discovery, he casually decides he should probably go check the place out whenever he gets the chance. Meanwhile, Saki stares intently at a simple text message from Yuyuta informing her that he needs to run a quick errand and will be home late. Letting out a heavy sigh, she finds herself completely paralyzed with anxiety, obsessively stressing over whether she should actually leave his text on read. Saki rationally calculates that leaving a read receipt would essentially serve as a silent green light for him to casually go hang out with his attractive senior coworker. She internally groans in pure frustration, deeply annoyed that she can't even fire back a passive-aggressive, sarcastic reply to properly convey her sheer irritation over his late-night detour. Feeling completely ridiculous over her own intense jealousy, Saki sharply scolds herself for acting so foolishly. She forcefully snaps her phone shut, strictly reminding herself that harboring any romantic feelings for Yuyuta is an absolute mistake, because she has to remain strictly his dependable little sister. Saki prepares to eat her meal, silently noting that even though she is notoriously bad at handling spicy food, a rich keema curry completely loaded with various spices has been prepared for dinner. Yuyuta happily explains that he made the bold dish specifically to refresh his tired body from the intense summer exhaustion. Saki politely gives thanks for the food and takes a bite only to immediately react to just how incredibly fiery the meal actually is. Completely overwhelmed by the intense heat, Saki lets out a soft gasp as tears instantly well up in her eyes, struggling to handle the incredibly fiery curry she just ate. Her thoughts suddenly drift back to a recent conversation with Meyer, recalling how she openly confessed to her energetic friend that she was feeling deeply confused and seriously questioning what exactly she was even doing with herself. Saki recalls asking Maya for advice on how to make her endless worries go away, noting that her friend always seems entirely carefree. When Maya curiously checked if something specific was bothering her, Saki quickly brushed it off, as just looking for general life tips, prompting Maya to cheerfully reveal that her ultimate solution is simply trying out something completely brand new. Processing the idea of trying something new, Saki remembers Maya explaining that worrying is essentially just being trapped in a cycle of repetitive thinking, meaning the only real way to break out is to aggressively force yourself to do something completely different. Saki quietly admires how incredibly positive and constructive that mindset is, resolving that she just needs to keep moving forward despite the spicy hurdle in front of her. Deciding she is completely exhausted from letting her thoughts run in endless circles, Saki takes Maya's advice completely to heart and firmly vows to spend the upcoming week actively trying to finally break right out of her shell. Wrapping up her thoughts, Saki internally notes that the highly anticipated parent-teacher meetings are finally happening tomorrow. She firmly reminds herself that she absolutely needs to make sure she flawlessly plays the role of his sister at school, having thoughtfully left a note for Yuyuta welcoming him home and advising him to add an egg to the leftover curry if the spice is just too much to handle. It is Friday, September 25th, and Yuyuta notes that his upcoming meeting starts at 4:20, leaving him with over 4 hours of free time. While he briefly considers heading back home to wait, he immediately worries that it would be incredibly awkward if Saki is also there. Deciding to kill some time by borrowing a book to read, Yuyuta makes his way over to the school library. However, as soon as he steps inside the room, he is caught completely off guard by someone's unexpected presence. Narasaka happily spots Yuyuta and calls him over, cheerfully pointing out that the empty seat right next to her is completely free. Yuyuta asks if she also has a parent-teacher meeting today. Narasaka confirms her session starts at 4 o'clock and asks about his, prompting Yuyuta to explain that his isn't until 4:20. Narasaka mentions that Saki's meeting doesn't start until 4:40, so she decided to head back home for the time being. She assumes Yuyuta already knew this, leaving him to silently wonder why Narasaka didn't just go back home herself, since her own session was at 4. Narasaka explains that she wanted to take a break from looking after her younger siblings for once. While Yuyuta acknowledges how exhausting that must be, Narasaka admits she just wants to be free sometimes, before suddenly teasing that she has a far more important topic to discuss. Cutting straight to the chase, Narasaka bluntly asks Yuyuta if he actually has romantic feelings for Saki. Quickly trying to play it cool, Yuyuta denies the accusation and claims it is nothing like that, though Narasaka does not seem convinced at all. Yuyuta points out that a romantic relationship is completely impossible because they are officially siblings, leaving Narasaka to quietly mull over his defense. Narasaka immediately shuts down his logic, pointing out that despite claiming they are siblings, he still strictly addresses Saki by her last name. She reminds him that they are actually step-siblings anyway, leaving Yuyuta completely speechless and panicking under her sharp observation. Narasaka points out that since they only recently became siblings, they practically have zero pre-existing ties holding them back. She boldly adds that from her own perspective, it honestly seems like the two of them actually like each other. A highly flustered Yuyuta quickly shuts down the idea, insisting that it really isn't like that at all. Conceding that there must be a misunderstanding, Narasaka stretches her arms and throws out a hypothetical curveball, directly asking if he would actually support Saki if another guy liked her, leaving Yuyuta completely lost for words. Yuyuta awkwardly stammers out an answer, arguing that who his stepsister dates really isn't a conversation he needs to give his personal permission for. Narasaka simply hums in response and calmly notes that she completely understands his defensive stance. Desperate to escape the heavy conversation, Yuyuta abruptly announces that he is going to head off and borrow a book, which Narasaka casually allows with a light hum. Wandering through the library aisles, Yuyuta recalls how Maru brought up a very similar topic recently. He silently wonders if there is actually someone at their school who actively harbors a crush on Saki. His imagination immediately conjures up a horrifying image of Saki happily introducing a faceless boyfriend to him. Yuyuta fiercely shakes his head to banish the thought, frantically reminding himself that her love life has absolutely nothing to do with him. The scene shifts as Narasaka catches up with him to announce that her own parent-teacher meeting is coming up, cheerfully bidding him farewell. Realizing his own schedule is approaching, Yuyuta checks his phone and decides to send Akiko a text so they can just meet up at the school entrance. Arriving at the lockers, a sharp-looking Akiko walks up and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Yuyuta quickly reassures her that he only just got there himself, putting his stepmother entirely at ease. Taking in her professional attire, Yuyuta internally notes that this is the very first time he has ever seen Akiko wearing a sharp business suit instead of her usual refreshing skirts. Changing into indoor slippers, Akiko smoothly asks him to lead the way to the meeting, prompting Yuyuta to politely guide her down the hall. As they walk, Akiko notes that his classroom is located right next to Saki's. She curiously asks if they really didn't know each other at all before becoming a family, pointing out that being in adjacent classes means they almost certainly had to have crossed paths and seen each other's faces before. Yuyuta awkwardly admits that he just has a hard time staring directly at a woman's face, which Akiko understandingly accepts. Spotting their designated classroom right in front of them, Akiko points it out and thanks him for leading the way. Turning to him before they head inside, Akiko calls his name and warmly promises that she is going to do her absolute best for him during the meeting. Yuyuta casually points out that there really isn't much effort required for a standard parent-teacher meeting anyway, but sincerely thanks her for the thought. They sit down with his teacher, who officially kicks off the family meeting. During the meeting, the teacher highly praises Yuyuta, confidently stating that if he keeps up his current hard work, he has a solid chance of getting into a prestigious university right here in Tokyo. A thrilled Akiko expresses her joy, noting that he always puts a ton of effort into his studies at home as well. The teacher smiles and warmly credits his academic success to his mother's thoughtful education. Caught slightly off guard by the sudden maternal praise, Akiko lets out a hesitant sound, but before things can get awkward, Yuyuta quickly steps in and smoothly agrees with the teacher's statement. Looking entirely sincere, Yuyuta firmly declares that he is truly grateful to his mom, leaving Akiko completely touched by his direct and public acknowledgement of her as his mother. After wrapping up his session, they step back out into the school hallway, where Saki immediately waves them over, calling out to her mother so they can start her own meeting. Akiko quickly apologizes for making Saki wait, explaining that their meeting went right down to the very last minute. Saki assures her it is completely fine, while Yuyuta takes the opportunity to announce that he is going to head back home, first earning a quick nod of acknowledgement from his stepsister. Before he can leave, Akiko warmly calls out to him, flashing a gentle smile as she sincerely thanks him for what he said back in the classroom. Akiko confesses that she is incredibly happy to finally be recognized by him, admitting that the sweet gesture genuinely moved her to tears. While a flustered Yuyuta bashfully tries to process the praise, Akiko suddenly lunges forward in pure joy to celebrate, completely startling him as he lets out a panicked yelp. Saki politely asks a classmate to stop pulling her arm, prompting a quick casual apology from the boy. Saki announces to her mother that it is time for them to leave for their scheduled meeting, before smoothly bidding farewell to her older brother, leaving Yuyuta to warmly wish her the best of luck as they head out. As Yuyuta internally kicks himself for reflexively telling Saki to do her best, a classmate suddenly calls out his last name to grab his attention, double-checking to make sure he pronounced it correctly, as Yuyuta quickly confirms. The boy properly introduces himself as Shinju Keisuke, asking if Yuyuta remembers him from their fun group trip to the pool over summer vacation, which Yuyuta easily recalls. When Yuyuta asks what he needs, Shinju casually explains that he was just passing by during the parent-teacher meetings and noticed Yuyuta leaving a room with his mother, only to watch that same woman immediately meet up and leave with Saki. Shinju admits that seeing the two seemingly unrelated classmates sharing the exact same mother left him incredibly curious about what was actually going on between them behind the scenes. Caught completely off guard by the sharp observation, a tense Yuyuta hesitates for a moment as he awkwardly begins to explain the situation while Shinju waits in silence. Stealing his resolve, Yuyuta bluntly drops the bombshell and openly confesses to his classmate that he and Saki are actually siblings. Shinju is visibly shocked by the sudden revelation, prompting Yuyuta to clarify that their parents simply remarried, recently making Saki his brand new stepsister. As Shinju processes the heavy information and admits he had started to suspect something like that, Yuyuta quickly cuts the conversation short and gracefully excuses himself. Hastily making his escape down the hallway, Yuyuta internally confesses that he desperately wanted to avoid talking to Shinju about his stepsister any further, admitting that he practically fled the scene just to escape the uncomfortable conversation altogether. Yuyuta silently reflects on the genuine warmth he felt seeing his stepmother's radiant smile, admitting that he also felt a deep sense of happiness when he fully accepted Saki as his new sister. Walking home by himself, Yuyuta finds his mind constantly replaying those quiet, happy family moments over and over again. Fast-forwarding to Saturday, September 26th, the scene shifts to the bustling campus of Tsukunomiya Women's University. Saki explains that she decided to attend the university's open campus event purely because her teacher heavily recommended it. Wrapping up her visit, she quickly drafts a text to confirm that her tour is officially over and hits send. Saki recalls that when she explicitly asked her teachers for a university that was highly affordable and practically guaranteed good job prospects, they instantly pointed her toward Tsukunomiya. Looking around the massive grounds, she quietly marvels at the impressive scale of the historic National University. A staff member hands Saki a campus program and politely directs her to head around the main building to reach the back facilities, which Saki dutifully acknowledges. As she navigates through the campus grounds, Saki quietly slips past groups of loudly chatting students and visitors. Wondering if university students ever actually get any free days since the campus is completely packed for the open house, Saki suddenly stops in her tracks when she spots something highly unexpected. She notices a blonde student casually napping right on the grass, just as another girl frantically rushes over to aggressively scold the sleeping student for dozing off in such a wildly public place. Saki arrives on a bustling university campus, internally noting that she is bound to encounter all sorts of different people here. Feeling a bit self-conscious about the crowd, she double-checks her pamphlet to confirm she is in the right place, just as a familiar voice suddenly calls out her name. She turns to find an absolutely thrilled Yomiuri, who excitedly realizes that Saki actually came to visit her specific university, leaving Saki completely shocked by the unexpected reunion. A surprised Saki asks if Yomiuri actually attends this school. Flashing a bright smile, Yomiuri playfully confirms that is pretty much the long and short of it. Yomiuri mentions that she would have gladly shown her around the campus if she had known she was visiting. Saki quickly apologizes, explaining she only made the decision to come yesterday. Guessing her plans, Yomiuri asks if she is here to participate in the sample lecture, which Saki hesitantly confirms. Since there is still plenty of time, an energetic Yomiuri volunteers to give her a proper campus tour. While Saki internally admits she originally just planned to wander into whatever lecture sounded mildly interesting, Yomiuri enthusiastically flags down a receptionist to grab a guide pamphlet, prompting Saki to awkwardly ask if she is sure she doesn't mind playing tour guide. A staff member dismissively hands over the pamphlet, telling Yomiuri to get out of the way if she isn't actually going to work. Undeterred, Yomiuri thanks the staffer and cheerfully tells Saki to follow her. Noticing the brief interaction, Saki curiously asks if the staff member personally knows Yomiuri. As the staff member turns around, Saki lets out a confused sound, entirely caught off guard by the person's appearance. Saki instantly recognizes her as the eccentric person she saw getting scolded for laying in the grass earlier, letting out a surprised gasp as she connects the dots. Yomiuri asks if Saki actually knows the eccentric professor, leading Saki to clarify that she just spotted her lounging on the lawn a moment ago. Hearing this, a disappointed Yomiuri sighs and scolds the professor for slacking off again, pointing out that she literally just bought an expensive brand name suit specifically to impress today's outside visitors. Watching the casual reprimand, Saki silently wonders if this absurd dynamic is a regular occurrence. The professor calmly defends herself, arguing that she was at least wearing a white coat over her outfit, though Yomiuri quickly retorts that isn't the real issue. Brushing off the critique, the professor casually states that problems are entirely subjective, arguing that treating high-end garments as anything more than simple clothes during their short lives is just a massive waste of time. Kyudo shifts her attention and curiously asks about the beautiful girl standing nearby. Yomiuri cheerfully introduces Saki as a junior from her part-time job, prompting a polite greeting from the high schooler. Saki explains that she is visiting to check out the university's open campus, earning an intrigued response from Kyudo. Finding the timing perfectly convenient, Kyudo introduces herself as an associate professor researching ethics and moral philosophy, catching Saki slightly off guard. Kyudo casually observes Saki's appearance and correctly guesses that she is currently a high school student. Saki politely confirms the assumption, clarifying that she is in her second year. Calling her academic status wonderful, Kyudo immediately asks if she can pick Saki's brain about something. A slightly confused Saki readily agrees and asks what the professor wants to know. Wasting absolutely no time, Kyudo boldly and bluntly asks Saki exactly how many people she has slept with so far. Completely blindsided by the wildly inappropriate and highly intimate question, an utterly stunned Saki can only let out a confused gasp. Sending her brain into an absolute tailspin, Saki frantically apologizes and admits she completely lost the plot, awkwardly stammering as she tries to clarify if the professor actually meant what she thinks she meant. Kyudo slyly plays dumb, asking exactly what Saki is assuming. Yomiuri immediately jumps in to protect her junior, fiercely scolding her professor for asking a minor such a scandalous question out in public. Unfazed, Kyudo calmly points out that she was fully aware of the setting, arguing that she was actually being highly considerate by purposefully using vague vocabulary. Kyudo logically argues that sexuality is a universal part of humanity, insisting that it is much better to just openly and directly ask about someone's sexual experiences with men or women, rather than treating it like a taboo secret. Utterly exasperated by her teacher's shameless academic curiosity, a highly drained Yomiuri firmly scolds her to drop the subject. Yomiuri firmly defends Saki, telling the eccentric academic that she absolutely needs her consent before treating a high school girl like a mere test subject for data collection. Impressed by the sharp pushback, the professor happily concedes and praises Yomiuri for making such a great argument. Yielding to Yomiuri's logic, the professor asks what she should call her guest, ultimately settling on the cute nickname Saki-chan. Meanwhile, Saki silently observes the bizarre exchange and wonders if all university professors are just naturally this eccentric. The professor explains that her research heavily focuses on the ethics and morals of male-female dynamics, specifically noting that today's class will cover familial relationships. The sudden mention of family dynamics immediately catches Saki's full attention. Continuing her explanation, the professor smoothly details how society is entirely built upon various ethical rules, pointing out that societal taboos dictating what people are and are not allowed to do might not actually remain permanent forever. To illustrate her point, she brings up the specific concept of close relatives, bluntly using the example of an older brother and a younger sister, who are strictly forbidden by society from ever falling in love with each other. The highly specific example strikes a massive nerve, leaving Saki completely shaken, as the professor leans in and confidently guesses that the young girl is currently troubled by something smoothly offering to provide the exact answers she desperately needs. The professor invites Saki to visit her office for a private chat. Despite remembering how Yomiuri had just scolded the academic about an impending report deadline, Saki internally realizes that a brilliant associate professor at a renowned university might genuinely be able to guide her in the right direction. Admitting to herself that she is incredibly curious to hear what the academic has to say, Saki accepts the invitation and relocates to her office. The professor serves them some black tea, politely apologizing for being completely out of snacks to offer her young guest. Noting that they only have a brief window of time before the upcoming trial lecture begins, the professor casually drops the bombshell that Yomiuri has actually already told her all about Saki, leaving the high schooler thoroughly confused. Correcting herself, the professor clarifies that she actually heard about the two of them struggling for a moment to recall a specific name before Saki pieces it together and asks if she is talking about Yuyuta. Saki is completely caught off guard when the professor casually remarks that his name must be a Samura, prompting her to realize the eccentric woman genuinely didn't know his name beforehand and had merely made an incredibly lucky guess. The professor clarifies that she actually had no idea what his name was and had only ever heard rumors about the interesting guy working alongside Yomiuri at her part-time job. Yomiuri happily chimes in to add that ever since last summer, the professor had practically made a habit of talking about the two of them. When the professor asks if Saki has ever met a Samura before, Saki flatly lies and denies it. The professor ignores her brush-off, reasoning that, since Yomiuri clearly enjoys hanging out with them both, and Saki herself is deeply intriguing, a Samura must be just as fascinating, openly declaring her desire to meet him. As the professor abruptly transitions to their main topic, Saki internally realizes she feels a strong, unexplainable urge to keep Yuyuta as far away from this eccentric woman as possible. Cutting right to the chase, the professor fixes Saki with a highly confident stare and bluntly asks if she is secretly in love with this mysterious Asamura guy. The professor ruthlessly presses on, casually stating that based on standard societal morals and ethics, Asamura is absolutely someone she shouldn't be falling for. Completely flustered and blushing furiously, a panicked Saki demands to know why she would ever jump to such a wild conclusion. Saki mentally processes the oddly specific phrasing of the accusation, realizing she played right into the professor's hands. Thoroughly defeated by the mind games, Saki glares and bluntly admits she really can't stand the woman, earning a highly amused chuckle from the professor, who smoothly counters that she actually loves honest people just like her. The professor smugly lays out her entire deduction, explaining that based on all the second-hand stories from Yomiuri's workplace, it was incredibly obvious that the two teenagers were highly interested in each other, while simultaneously forcing an unnatural distance between themselves. She confidently concludes that the only logical reason for that strict boundary is because their budding romance is directly conflicting with a major societal taboo. Hitting the nail right on the head, the professor suggests that they might just happen to be step-siblings. Knowing she has been completely read like an open book, a resigned Saki quietly acknowledges that the eccentric woman somehow managed to correctly guess their exact family dynamic. The professor casually explains that if they were actually blood-related, she wouldn't even consider their situation something worth agonizing over in the first place. Cornering her completely, the professor leans in and asks one more time if Saki truly has feelings for Yuyuta. Completely cornered and overwhelmed by her own emotions, Saki tightly grips her skirt and softly stammers out a response. Blushing deeply, she honestly confesses that while she doesn't entirely understand her own feelings just yet, she simply can't stop being intensely conscious of him all the time. Sitting across from Saki, the blonde woman thoughtfully notes that she is completely unsure if Saki's emotions are actually genuine romantic feelings. Processing Saki's complicated situation, she confidently declares that the whole thing seems to be a completely mistaken idea. Saki is utterly confused by the blunt assessment and asks what she means by a mistaken idea. Relaxing in her chair, the woman tells Saki there is no need to rush, and she should just think things over at her own pace, casually dropping that she already heard all about Saki's usual demeanor from Yomiuri. The woman deduces that Saki's mature outer appearance is a highly conscious, carefully crafted facade. She points out that deep down Saki is still just a second-year high schooler, yet she went out of her way to attend a national-level university's open campus, which proves she is an incredibly diligent person at her core. Saki calmly corrects her, explaining she didn't come to show diligence but rather to prove to herself that she is clever. She admits she is her own strictest observer, constantly monitoring her actions even when no one else is watching. The professor smoothly reframes Saki's logic, suggesting she is simply the type of person who absolutely refuses to expose her weaknesses to others. Continuing her psychoanalysis, the woman explains that highly guarded people like Saki are usually secretly starving for affection and recognition, making them instantly attached to anyone who shows them the slightest bit of support. She notes that both Saki's internal and external actions stem from a fierce refusal to lose, while Saki internally panics over being compared to a desperate puppy wagging its tail for Yuyuta. Pressing her point, the woman challenges Saki's assumption that she actually likes Esamura. She ruthlessly asks Saki if she has ever even had a close relationship with any other guy besides her stepbrother, leaving Saki completely flustered and struggling to find an answer. Flashing a knowing smile, the woman suggests that Saki merely fell in love with Yuyuta because he coincidentally happened to be the only guy in her immediate vicinity. She challenges Saki to confidently deny the theory, but a defeated Saki quietly admits she really can't say for certain. Getting up to grab a drink, the woman advises Saki that since she is still so young, she should actively try interacting with plenty of other people. She clarifies she doesn't mean finding a lover, but simply broadening her social circle, suggesting there is a huge chance she might meet another charming guy who will make her completely forget all about her current worries. Saki concedes that the advice makes perfect sense. The woman hands her a cup of tea and warns that a narrow worldview is the absolute worst enemy of intelligence, and reasoning advising Saki to accept her words not as a strict lecture from a moral philosophy professor, but as genuine guidance from a more experienced senior in life. Placing a comforting hand on Saki's shoulder, the professor delivers her final piece of wisdom. She warmly tells Saki that if she goes out and interacts with other interesting guys, but still finds that her feelings for Yuyuta haven't changed in the slightest, she should absolutely treasure those undeniable emotions. Saki softly confirms her feelings, prompting the professor to warmly praise her, noting that it is genuinely important to be honest sometimes while calling her by her first name. Slightly embarrassed but composed, Saki quickly requests that the professor just call her Ayase instead. The professor enthusiastically declares that the lecture they attended at the open campus was incredibly interesting, specifically highlighting that the core theme was focused entirely on love between a brother and sister. As the professor passionately states that having a narrow perspective is the absolute enemy of intelligence and reasoning, Saki quietly listens and internally realizes she actually feels comfortable enough with the eccentric woman to ask her for real advice in the near future. Making her way back to the train station to head home, Saki feels a gentle fall breeze against her back, reminding her that the cold season is fast approaching. As she walks, she internally resolves that for the time being she needs to actively seek out other people to spend her time with rather than constantly focusing all her attention solely on Yuyuta. The story jumps forward to Saturday, September 26th. Recalling a previous conversation, Yuyuta remembers Saki explicitly telling him that she always uses the local study room on the weekends. Peeking into the quiet facility, Yuyuta wonders if she is going to be there today, quickly spotting her working diligently at one of the desks and silently confirming her presence. Yuyuta casually makes his way down the aisle, prompting Saki to glance over and immediately notice him walking right past her booth. Catching his eye, Saki simply brings a finger to her lips in a quiet shushing motion, silently communicating that they aren't allowed to actually talk to each other while inside the room. Easily understanding her signal, Yuyuta takes a seat in his own booth nearby. Taking in the fresh atmosphere and observing how entirely focused everyone is on their work, he internally agrees with her past recommendation, noting that this environment is definitely way better for studying than a standard library or coffee shop. Fujinami calls out to Yuyuta in the empty hallway, asking if he is heading out to grab some lunch. Yuyuta confirms he is heading to the convenience store and notes he should probably hurry. When he asks if she needed something since she sat near him in class, Fujinami admits she doesn't have any urgent business, but suggests they go together since she is also planning to grab some convenience store food. As they sit down to eat, Fujinami bluntly admits she thought Yuyuta had approached her just to hit on her, prompting an awkward Yuyuta to quickly clarify that his only intent was simply to have a normal conversation. Yuyuta internally realizes that telling a girl he is simply interested in her is a total cliché pickup line, quickly apologizing for giving off the wrong impression. Fujinami calmly accepts the apology, agreeing that he didn't actually seem like he was trying to flirt anyway. Fujinami casually mentions that she is completely done looking like a party girl, explaining to a confused Yuyuta that because she doesn't attend regular school, people often assume she just plays around and is an easy target to pick up. Pausing her explanation, Fujinami directly asks Yuyuta what he would assume if he heard someone describe a part-time school girl who hangs out at a late-night game center. Yuyuta simply replies that he would just assume the girl relaxes at the arcade after her classes and nothing more. Surprised by his totally normal answer, Fujinami stares intently and asks if he is being serious, questioning if he genuinely wouldn't view her as a troubled girl or an easy target. Yuyuta apologizes if his perspective was offensive, explaining that he simply doesn't know anyone in her school system, but firmly reiterates that he wasn't judging her at all. Fujinami softens, noting that if he is telling the truth, his understanding is actually incredibly pleasant and deeply appreciated. Yuyuta pivots the conversation, admitting that the only thing he was actually curious about was why she likes playing golf so much. When he notes that it is highly unusual to see a high school girl at a late-night golf simulator, Fujinami bluntly explains that the brief window between her job and night school is literally her only free time. Fujinami explains that her family is not particularly wealthy, but because her parents originally met at a university golf club and still love playing the sport together, she simply wanted to learn how to play so she could make them happy by joining in on their hobby. While studying at the prep school, Yuyuta chats with Kaho Fujinami, who mentions her family suggested going to a golf course once she gets better at the sport. Although Yuyuta politely goes along with her, he internally notes a strange sense of discomfort when she casually refers to her own family as those people. Looking closely at her, Yuyuta notices her careful choice of words and intellectual vibe, remarking to himself that she truly carries the aura of a top honor student. He registers her distinct height and the pierced holes in her ears, but consciously decides to respect her privacy and avoid asking her about personal matters. Fujinami casually comments that Yuyuta seems to maintain an incredibly fair and objective view about everything. While he can't say for certain a humble, Yuyuta simply admits that he does tend to approach life with that balanced mindset. Fujinami opens up further, confessing that she originally believed there was absolutely no value in socializing with other students at the preparatory school, until she met him and saw how incredibly fair he is with everyone. Yuyuta is genuinely touched by her sincerity, thanking her and admitting he is glad she feels that way. Fujinami warmly admits that conversing with him is always fun, before checking if he plans to study in the self-study room the next day. Yuyuta checks his schedule, explaining that although he has weekend afternoon classes, he should be able to make it for a morning session. With a soft expression, Fujinami suggests they grab lunch together again tomorrow. Yuyuta happily accepts the invitation, confirming that he will definitely see her there. On their way, Yuyuta casually asks why she reached for an onigiri at the convenience store but suddenly decided against buying it. Fujinami sheepishly confesses that she was actually just worried about seaweed sticking to her teeth, a surprisingly relatable concern that leaves Yuyuta quietly amused. The scene shifts to the apartment later that night, where a completely stunned Yuyuta gasps in sheer disbelief. He is utterly shocked to learn that Saki actually ran into his senior, Yomiuri-senpai, during her open campus tour. Yuyuta explains that their manager had mentioned Yomiuri-senpai was incredibly busy hosting the campus event, assuming she must have given Saki a personal tour of the place. Saki hesitates, admitting that while things started out that way, the situation quickly took a turn. Saki explains that she ended up meeting a rather bizarre professor and got wrapped up in an intense discussion with Yomiuri-senpai. Saki sighs that the heated debate left her completely exhausted, leaving a quiet Yuyuta to listen, as she admits she doesn't even know how else to describe the draining encounter. Pointing out her mood, Yuyuta casually notes that despite her exhaustion, she clearly had a lot of fun today. Surprised, Saki asks how he could possibly tell, ultimately admitting that he managed to completely see right through her facade. Yuyuta simply explains that she had a genuinely joyful expression on her face when she was complaining about being tired earlier. Yuyuta asks if she is genuinely interested in attending Tsukunomiya University now that she has visited the campus. Saki honestly admits she isn't sure if her grades are good enough to make it in, but firmly declares she is going to at least try her absolute best to get accepted. Hearing her newfound motivation, Yuyuta smiles and warmly tells her he is genuinely glad to hear that. Yuyuta silently reflects that Saki tried something completely new today and ended up encountering someone who genuinely piqued her interest. Breaking the quiet moment, Saki hesitantly calls out to him as her older brother to grab his attention. Saki asks if he plans to start visiting the study room on a regular basis. Yuyuta confirms he probably will, mentioning he already made a promise to head back there again tomorrow. When Saki curiously asks about the promise, Yuyuta casually explains that he agreed to grab lunch with the person who originally showed him around the facility. Saki takes in the news and mentions that she also has plans tomorrow to head over to Maya's house for a group study session with their classmates. She apologizes that she won't be around to make dinner for the two of them, which Yuyuta easily accepts without any issue. Yuyuta silently reflects on how they have both managed to make completely new acquaintances, recently noting that his own new encounter at prep school mirrors her newfound motivating encounter at the university. Saki smoothly pivots back to the topic of tomorrow's dinner, suggesting they just buy some ready-made food instead, which Yuyuta happily agrees to. Checking her phone, Saki notes that they both have their own separate appointments and new social circles to manage tomorrow. Engrossed in his book, Yuyuta internally realizes that their daily paths aren't going to overlap in the slightest, solemnly concluding that this natural independent distance is exactly how things should be between them. Staring down the quiet, empty hallway of their apartment, Yuyuta silently reflects on their growing independence, telling himself that they are simply slowly turning into typical, normal, 17-year-old siblings. Fast-forwarding to Sunday, September 27th, Yuyuta and Fujinami sit down at a local family restaurant as a server arrives to politely drop off their carbonara and pepperoncino orders. Grabbing a bottle of olive oil, a delighted Fujinami explains that she absolutely loves dumping it all over her spicy pepperoncino, cheerfully noting that the restaurant is both incredibly cheap and delicious. Yuyuta casually notes that he loves spicy food too, and might try her custom order next time, while Fujinami adds that she sometimes treats herself to flan for dessert. Shifting the topic, she asks if his hobby is also golf, prompting Yuyuta to quickly clarify that he only played it recently because an older coworker took him to a simulator. Yuyuta explains that he actually spends most of his part-time job earnings on books since they are highly cost-effective entertainment, asking if she reads as well. Fujinami thinks for a moment and mentions buying a book that recently got a movie adaptation before asking about his preferences. When Yuyuta mentions he reads everything from light novels to sci-fi, she immediately recognizes a recent foreign sci-fi novel he bought enthusiastically, pointing out how cute the cat in the story was. Fujinami admits she only actually saw the movie trailer but still thought the cat was adorable. Watching her animatedly talk, Yuyuta quietly notes that she has a very similar perspective to his own, internally reflecting that chatting with her is honestly just as comfortable and easy as talking to his stepsister. Glad he agreed to the outing, Yuyuta silently admits to himself that making this brand new connection wasn't a bad idea at all. Fujinami then excuses herself to go grab a water refill, earning a polite nod from Yuyuta. Left alone at the table, Yuyuta takes a sip of his drink and glances out the restaurant window, casually noting the sweltering heat outside, before suddenly freezing as something completely unexpected catches his eye. Staring through the glass, Yuyuta spots what looks exactly like Saki standing right outside a nearby convenience store alongside a boy, leaving him to internally question if it is really his stepsister out there. The scene clearly reveals Saki standing side by side with their classmate Shinju, the two of them looking incredibly comfortable and friendly as they chat together on the street. Utterly shocked by the sight, Yuyuta internally panics, distinctly remembering Saki telling him she was supposed to be hanging out at Narasaka's house today. He frantically wonders why his stepsister is suddenly hanging out completely alone with a guy completely tuning out Fujinami as she returns to the table and confusedly calls his name. Yomiuri warmly welcomes Yuyuta back to the table and apologizes for the brief wait before getting straight to the point. She admits that the real reason she invited him out to the family restaurant today was simply because there was something she was incredibly curious about, leaving a slightly confused Yuyuta holding his drink. Catching his full attention by dropping his name, Yomiuri bluntly points out that even right now, he is constantly wearing an expression that makes him look like he is desperately trying to run away from something. As Yuyuta quietly processes the bold claim, Yomiuri explains that she recognizes that exact look because she has a very familiar history of wanting to escape reality and seeking out other people just to distract herself from her own problems. Yuyuta quickly mutters an apology, but Yomiuri instantly stops him, reassuring him that there is absolutely no need to apologize. She gently adds that she fully understands exactly how he feels and isn't blaming him in the slightest for his actions. Flashing a sharp, knowing look, Yomiuri directly asks if his current problem is related to love. Completely cornered, Yuyuta hesitantly admits that under the guise of trying to make new connections, he really can't deny that he was basically just using his new acquaintance Fujinami as a convenient escape route from his own reality. Yuyuta explains that despite just meeting him, Fujinami was incredibly understanding and willing to listen to his story, instead of pushing him away, making him realize what a true human connection actually looks like. He then drops a massive confession, solemnly admitting that the real person he originally fell in love with is someone he was absolutely never supposed to fall for in the first place. Knowing exactly what is at stake, Yuyuta solemnly explains that if he selfishly gives in to his romantic feelings, he will inevitably destroy his family's newfound happiness. Resolving to protect his parents' peace, he firmly declares that he has to completely forget about his crush as quickly as possible. Despite his firm resolve, Yuyuta heavily sighs and confesses that he has been racking his brain trying to find different ways to erase his feelings. But it honestly seems completely impossible at this point, earning a quiet, understanding acknowledgement from his senior. A brief flashback reveals exactly how this meetup was orchestrated back at the bookstore, with Yomiuri casually asking if he had any plans after cram school. When Yuyuta mentioned he was scheduled for a shift, she smoothly proposed that they meet up immediately after he finished working. Returning to the present, Yomiuri flashes a playful smile over her shoulder and boldly demands that as proper compensation for using her to escape his reality, he has to accompany her for a little bit of late-night fun. Meeting up under the bright city lights of Shibuya in the evening, Yuyuta runs into Fujinami and quickly apologizes for keeping her waiting. Fujinami reassuringly tells him that she only recently arrived herself, putting his worries to rest. When she curiously asks where they are heading so late at night, Yuyuta gently assures her that they will not be going anywhere dangerous. Looking out over the busy surroundings, Yuyuta suggests that they start by simply taking a casual stroll around the city to see where the night takes them. The two of them turn off the main road and wander into the quiet, dim back alleys of the city. As they walk deeper, the path quickly transforms into a rather shady alleyway filled with rowdy night-goers, sounds of people coughing and drunk, couples loudly coaxing each other into having just one more drink. Fujinami remarks on the chaotic atmosphere, pointing out how everything in these back alleys seems a bit messed up. Yuyuta can only awkwardly agree as they navigate through the loud, rowdy environment. Fujinami quietly confesses that whenever she walks through these back streets of Shibuya, the world feels overwhelmingly full of people who are just fundamentally wrong. She admits she often finds herself reflecting on what the terms right and wrong actually mean in the grand scheme of things. She unexpectedly reveals that during middle school she was actually right in the thick of that chaotic, troubled crowd, though she now pretends to be serious by working a normal daytime job and attending adult night school. A bewildered Yuyuta asks why she is sharing such personal history with him, prompting an internal realization that she might be seeing a younger version of herself in his quiet nature. Fujinami notes that Yuyuta seems like someone who grew up expecting absolutely nothing from others, especially from the opposite sex. She reveals that after her own parents passed away, she lived being completely shunned by her relatives, which made her just like him. This deeply resonates with Yuyuta, who internally admits that he always gave up on things early just to avoid getting hurt, choosing to look at life neutrally without expecting anything in return. She reflects on how she simply accepted her relatives' cold treatment, adopting a mindset that there was absolutely nothing she could do, which was the exact moment she completely lost faith in others. Desperate to escape that toxic environment, she spent her middle school years looking for any excuse to run away from home and wander the streets at night, leading an incredibly rough and chaotic life. Fujinami reveals that this was exactly how she first met her current family. Yuyuta pieces it together and asks if she means the ones who love playing golf, which she quickly confirms. Continuing her backstory, Fujinami explains that her adoptive parents were actively involved in protecting kids from bad situations, eventually speaking with her relatives to officially adopt her. She recalls that, after moving in, her new aunt gave her a serious piece of advice, warning her that simply ignoring her true feelings wouldn't ever make them disappear. Fujinami confesses that even 5 years after her biological parents passed away, the deep anger and sadness she thought she had overcome by accepting her new family had actually just been suppressed in her heart the entire time. Hearing this deeply resonates with Yuyuta, making him realize that despite keeping his guard up and expecting nothing, he has merely been avoiding his own lingering romantic feelings for his stepsister. Fujinami firmly declares that she needs to properly confront her own heart and finally make peace with it, dropping the hard truth that simply ignoring those heavy emotions will never actually make them vanish. Looking directly at him, Fujinami smoothly advises Yuyuta that he really shouldn't be lying to himself about his own hidden romantic feelings either. She leaves him with the parting wisdom that lies never truly last anyway, a heavy truth bomb that leaves Yuyuta completely speechless and unable to muster any kind of response. Shifting perspectives back to that exact same Sunday, Saki and Shinju are shown browsing the convenience store aisles together. They casually agree to just grab some rice balls and drinks, noting that Maya is already whipping up some homemade side dishes for them anyway. Saki internally clarifies that she and Shinju simply stepped out to buy lunch supplies for their big group study session. Shinju thoughtfully suggests grabbing some extra savory bread just in case the guys get hungry, adding that leftovers are super easy to take home, which Saki happily agrees to. Spotting the food, Saki momentarily wonders if she should grab some extra bread for Yuyuta's lunch, but immediately shakes her head and shuts the thought down. She firmly reminds herself that this entire study session was organized specifically to help her reassess her social relationships, internally scolding herself for letting her stepbrother effortlessly hijack her thoughts yet again. Leaving the convenience store, Shinjo complains that it is still incredibly hot despite being near the end of September. Saki asks if the groceries he is carrying are too heavy, offering to grab a few more bags herself. Suddenly losing her footing, Saki lets out a surprised yelp as she trips and stumbles forward. Shinjo quickly catches her by the shoulder before she can hit the ground, letting out a breath of relief that he made it in time and asking if she is all right. Slightly shaken, Saki stammers out a quick thanks for the save. Still holding her shoulder, Shinjo earnestly tells Saki that she can afford to rely on him a little more, leaving her slightly confused as he seriously calls her name to get her full attention. Shinjo bluntly asks if it is actually true that she and Asura are step-siblings, explaining that he directly heard the news from Asura himself during the recent parent-teacher meetings. Saki is surprised to hear Yuyuta's name brought up, prompting Shinjo to elaborate that he got curious and confronted him after seeing her and Asura's mom walking into the classroom together. Saki softly acknowledges the explanation, internally relieved, because she knows Yuyuta would never just go around randomly spreading their family secret on his own. As they continue walking down the street, Shinjo casually remarks that since she acts so responsible all the time, he always assumed she would be an older sister rather than a little sister. Saki modestly deflects the compliment, claiming that he is definitely giving her way too much credit and that he is actually the responsible one between them. Shinjo reveals that he actually has a younger sister himself, prompting Saki to note that he is an older brother too. Curious, she asks if he is close with his sibling, and if he constantly carries heavy things for her like he is doing right now, which Shinjo casually confirms by stating they are about as close as any average pair of siblings. Shinjo elaborates that when his sister was little, he always held her hand so she wouldn't fall, explaining that he couldn't take his eyes off her because she used to cry constantly. Saki points out how much he genuinely cares about his sibling, but Shinjo brushes it off as completely normal behavior for any older brother. Hearing that, Saki internally reflects on all the incredibly helpful things Yuyuta has done for her lately. Thinking back to how Yuyuta actively helped her secure her part-time job and constantly researched ways to help her study modern Japanese, Saki solemnly accepts that his deep care and attention were really just standard things a normal older brother would do for his little sister. As the group's hangout wraps up, Narasaka acting in her official capacity as the class president enthusiastically volunteers to personally see everyone off. Saki pouts in mild exasperation while the others reassure Narasaka that their siblings will be back soon and that they will be perfectly fine heading home on their own. Narasaka loudly commands the boys to walk the girls back safely and avoid making any detours along the way. While the rest of the group laughs off her motherly nagging, Shinju quietly trails along with a remarkably serious contemplative expression. Shinju suddenly calls out to Saki, asking her to wait up for a quick moment. When a curious Saki checks in on what is wrong, he nervously asks if she would mind walking and talking with him just until they reach the station. Saki agrees to the walk, leaving Yuyuta to watch silently as the two of them step ahead together. Saki gets straight to the point and asks what exactly he wanted to discuss. A flustered Shinju struggles to find his words, awkwardly rambling about the late summer heat and mentioning how he already wishes he could go swimming in the pool again. Shinju notes that the heat is lasting unusually long this year, though Saki points out that the cicadas have already stopped singing. As they walk, Shinju suddenly falls quiet, prompting Saki to stop and turn around to check on him. Looking directly at her with unwavering resolve, Shinju musters up his courage and bluntly confesses his feelings, telling Saki that he genuinely likes her. Caught completely off guard by the sudden confession, Saki can only stare in silent disbelief as Shinju earnestly repeats her name and declares his feelings once more. Overwhelmed by the weight of his direct confession, Saki finds herself completely frozen, struggling to find the right words to respond. Saki softly thanks him for his feelings and admits that hearing his confession doesn't make her feel bad, but she gently rejects him, explaining that she is sorry but simply cannot see him in a romantic light. Walking together in quiet tension, Shinju finally breaks the silence and bluntly asks Saki if she currently has someone she likes. Saki firmly denies it, prompting a slightly dejected Shinju to ask if he still doesn't have a chance with her. Even so, Saki internally acknowledges that he is genuinely a good person, but she still turns him down, softly admitting that it just won't work out. She quietly confesses to herself that she absolutely cannot envision a future where she actually falls for him. Shinju quietly mutters that he figured this was all about a Samura, leaving Saki completely confused. He quickly brushes it off gracefully, accepting his rejection and declaring that he simply wants to remain good friends with her as classmates from here on out. As Saki calls his name, Shinju suddenly suggests that she should try getting closer to a Samura instead. When a bewildered Saki asks why he would bring her stepbrother up, Shinju casually drops a massive bombshell, bluntly pointing out that she clearly has feelings for her older brother and leaving her completely speechless. Before Saki can even attempt to process the heavy accusation, a loud voice suddenly calls out from down the street to grab their attention. Shinju calls back to his waiting friends that the crosswalk signal is about to change, apologizing for the delay and promising to hurry over. He then casually tells Saki it is time for them to get moving, which she awkwardly agrees to. Still reeling from his sharp observation about her brother, Saki listens silently as Shinju offers her one last piece of genuine advice. He warmly tells her that if hanging out with other attractive guys doesn't change how she feels, she should absolutely cherish those stubborn feelings for that special person. Later on, Saki checks her phone as it chimes with a text from Yuyuta, who explains he will be coming home late again after his shift. Assuming he is probably just hanging out with Yomiuri, Saki silently tells herself that his absence is actually a good thing for her right now. Staring up at their apartment building under the night sky, Saki resolves to spend the entire day avoiding any eye contact with him so she can finally clear her head. She internally declares that if her heavy emotions still refuse to fade after she calms down, she will have no choice but to finally face her true conclusion. On Monday, September 28th, Yuyuta and Saki sit down for breakfast with Yuyuta marveling at how delicious the extravagant chestnut rice looks. Saki laments that his father had to leave incredibly early for work again and missed eating breakfast with them, noting that he remains as busy as ever. Saki muses that it is officially chestnut season, sharing that she bought ginkgo nuts and shiitake mushrooms to make chawanmushi for dinner. When she asks if he went to an Italian restaurant with his prep school friend, because she was craving Japanese food after having pasta yesterday, Yuyuta explains that they actually just ate at a family restaurant near the prep school. Yuyuta hesitates for a second before mentioning that he actually thinks he saw her at that same location. This completely surprises Saki, who blinks in confusion. Yuyuta explains that he saw her shopping with someone at a convenience store that was located right across the street from the family restaurant, confirming that she was indeed there. Saki explains that they had split up the lunch preparation duties, with one group cooking and the other shopping, and that Shinju had tagged along with her. Yuyuta quickly recalls the classmate from their summer pool trip and notes that explains why they were shopping together. Turning the tables, Saki asks if she can ask him a question as well, which he readily permits. She directly questions where exactly he was when he returned home quite late the previous evening, leaving a rare direct inquiry that catches Yuyuta off guard. Yuyuta tentatively claims he was simply walking around Shibuya after his shift wrapped up. When Saki suspiciously asks if he was walking with Yomiuri-senpai, he quickly clarifies that it was actually the other prep school friend who had invited him out, causing her to abruptly stop him. Saki directly asks if that friend happens to be a woman, and Yuyuta awkwardly confirms that she is. Observing her quiet, tense reaction, Yuyuta wonders if she is actually a little jealous, before quickly scolding himself for making such a self-serving assumption. Saki's intense gaze makes him recall their original agreement to never expect anything from one another. Despite that firm boundary, Yuyuta is forced to silently admit to himself that he has slowly and inevitably started to harbor romantic expectations of her anyway. In their conversation, Yuyuta admits that yesterday's events got him thinking deeply about his own emotions. This prompts Saki to listen closely, curious about what thoughts her stepbrother has been harboring. Yuyuta remembers the parting advice he received, warning him that he should never lie to himself about his true romantic feelings. Determined to face his heart, Yuyuta directly tells Saki that he wants to finally sort things out between them. A confused Saki asks what he means by sorting things out. Sitting across from her at the kitchen table, Yuyuta hesitates for a moment before directly confessing that he has developed special feelings for her. As Saki softly repeats the phrase, shocked by his words, Yuyuta can only look down in silence, his face burning with nervous tension. Mustering all of his remaining courage, Yuyuta looks her straight in the eyes and clearly declares that he likes her. Stunned by his direct confession, Saki can only stare back in silent, wide-eyed disbelief. Yuyuta explains that he felt deeply uncomfortable when he learned about her hanging out with Shinjo, confessing that he felt real jealousy, not as a brother, but as a man. Saki remains completely quiet, her head lowered, as she recalls her own recent opportunity to reflect on her feelings based on a conversation she had back at the university. Saki remembers the heavy theory that living with a member of the opposite sex when one is starved for approval can easily make someone mistake that natural craving for real romantic affection. At his part-time job, Yuyuta is confronted by the eccentric professor, who teasingly asks if it is possible that his current romantic feelings are simply being influenced by his natural protective instincts as an older brother. Visualizing Saki in his mind, a conflicted Yuyuta honestly replies to the professor that he himself isn't entirely certain about the true nature of his intense feelings. Left completely speechless by the heavy introspection, Yuyuta falls into a deep contemplative silence at the bookstore register as he processes the probing question. He internally reflects that he has spent the entire past month desperately trying to avoid his true feelings, noting that he even actively tried engaging with other girls to focus on their good qualities solely. because he convinced himself he had to act like a proper brother. Despite all his forced efforts to distract himself, he solemnly admits to himself that his lingering feelings for his stepsister remain completely unique and undeniably special. Slamming his hand against the wall in sheer frustration, he realizes that if he doesn't immediately take action and change their dynamic, he will just end up trapped in the exact same miserable cycle. Resolving to finally break the painful distance between them, Yuyuta firmly calls out his stepsister's name the moment they cross paths at the apartment entryway, urgently getting her full attention. Blushing deeply, a quiet Saki looks down and softly murmurs that she doesn't mind hearing whatever he has to say to her. Surprising her entirely, Yuyuta suddenly reaches out and grabs her by the arm, prompting a shocked gasp from Saki as she frantically asks what he is doing. Without offering any further explanation and incredibly tense, Yuyuta firmly pulls his stepsister straight into his bedroom, swiftly shutting the door behind them so they can finally talk in private. Overcome with emotion and completely unable to hold back his feelings any longer, a highly flustered and blushing Yuyuta desperately calls out her name. Holding him close, Saki softly thanks him for mustering up his courage and being so incredibly brave. Resting her head gently against him, Saki softly murmurs that even if the intense feelings they are discussing eventually turn out to be something entirely different in the future, she would still be absolutely happy either way. A deeply stunned Yuyuta wonders to himself if she could actually be harboring the exact same romantic feelings for him. He quietly admits that he still has no idea whether these intense warm feelings stem strictly from their unique bond as step-siblings, or if they represent something far deeper. Saki warmly adds that her physical desire to hold him and ease all of his lingering worries is completely real. She gently confesses that if he were to hold her close whenever she is struggling in life, she would be genuinely happy. Finding complete comfort in her honest words, Yuyuta warmly agrees and confesses that he feels the exact same way. The two step-siblings mutually resolve to work through their complicated dynamic together, firmly agreeing that they want to protect their parents' newly found happiness and avoid causing any trouble for their family. Saki bashfully confesses that she gets incredibly jealous whenever she sees him being friendly with other girls, even admitting she was unhappy hearing about his late-night walk in Shibuya. Yuyuta warmly agrees, confessing he felt the exact same way about her prep school study group, though they gently rationalize that this sort of protectiveness can easily happen even between normal siblings. Setting up a playful new boundary, Saki proposes that she will continue calling him by his last name when it is just the two of them, but will stick to addressing him as her older brother whenever they are in front of their parents. She softly asks what he thinks about working to deepen their unique bond as step-siblings with this secret special closeness. Looking at her with immense warmth and affection, a peaceful Yuyuta gently agrees, knowing he is perfectly happy to accept her presence in any form. Holding her close, Yuyuta confesses that simply being accepted by her like this makes him happier than words can describe, which Saki warmly echoes. As a cool seasonal breeze blows outside their apartment building, Yuyuta notes that the gentle, radiating warmth filling his entire body makes him feel so perfectly cozy that he doesn't feel cold at all. On Saturday, October 10th, Suisai High School is completely bustling with excitement and energy as the highly anticipated annual culture festival officially kicks off. While walking through the lively crowds, Yuyuta notices a couple happily holding hands and quietly admits to himself that exploring the festival with a lover would probably be a lot of fun. The moment the romantic thought crosses his mind, the image of a certain girl immediately pops into his head. Yuyuta catches up with Saki near the railing, politely apologizing for making her wait for so long. Saki warmly welcomes him back as he internally notes that she is, after all, his stepsister. Yuyuta hands her a bottle of tea, which she gratefully accepts, before asking if he is genuinely enjoying the festival so far. Saki softly replies that she is indeed having a pretty good time. Saki mentions that some of her classmates put together a visual kei band and that she tagged along with some friends to go check them out. Hearing this, Yuyuta admits that while he has heard of the genre, he is not really familiar with it. When Yuyuta asks what her own class decided to do for the festival, a slightly hesitant Saki quietly reveals that they decided to set up a maid cafe. She explains that the maid cafe was actually Maya's idea, leaving Yuyuta's heart racing as he immediately imagines Saki dressed up in a cute maid outfit, while a classmate enthusiastically declares that maid cafes are the absolute best. During a casual chat about the school's upcoming cultural festival, Saki mentions that her role is strictly limited to behind-the-scenes preparations rather than serving customers. This unexpected news thoroughly startles Yuyuta, who quietly admits to himself that he was secretly hoping to see her wearing a maid outfit. As they continue their quiet stroll outside, they both note how quickly the seasons are changing and realize that autumn has fully arrived. Shivering slightly in the cool breeze, Saki remarks that the weather is rapidly getting colder, prompting Yuyuta to playfully remind her that it is only October. Seizing the opportunity before the winter chill truly sets in, Yuyuta musters up the courage to suggest that they should plan a trip to go somewhere together next time. A heavy yet incredibly comfortable silence settles between them, heightening the unspoken emotional tension of their walk. As they continue forward, the physical distance between them gradually closes, making them both highly aware of how close they are standing. Saki looks over at him with a soft and tender expression, gently giving her quiet agreement to his spontaneous invitation. Yuyuta reflects on how normal couples would spend the school festival, openly hanging out and creating memories together, whereas they are meeting in secret. Yet even without holding hands, he finds a deep sense of happiness in simply standing by her side and sharing the mutual desire to plan another trip together. He contemplates the unique and complicated nature of their relationship, realizing that, despite the delicate boundaries separating romantic feelings and familial love, they are undoubtedly growing closer to one another. Yuyuta realizes that simply being in her presence and sharing quiet, comfortable moments without the need for constant conversation brings him an immense sense of peace and comfort. The scene transitions to the night of Monday, October 19th, where a restless Saki finds herself reflecting on everything that has transpired since the cultural festival concluded just a few days ago. Lying in bed, Saki endlessly stews over the promise she and Yuyuta made to go somewhere together next time. She admits she has been obsessing over the plan ever since, but notes he has been acting completely normal, as if he already forgot all about it. Feeling incredibly frustrated that she seems to be the only one overthinking where they should go, or how she should ask him, Saki decides she better just go to sleep early before she ends up completely sleep-deprived again. Just as she settles in, her phone suddenly chimes loudly from beside her pillow. Checking the screen, Saki groans when she sees an incoming call from Maya, along with a message complaining about being unable to sleep and demanding a late-night chat. Saki exasperatedly wonders if her energetic friend even realizes how incredibly late it is. Maya cheerfully greets her and casually apologizes for the late call, prompting Saki to dryly explain that she was literally just about to go to bed. Maya shamelessly admits that watching late-night anime left her completely wide awake, leaving a highly annoyed Saki to scold her for dragging her into things over such a ridiculously silly reason. Completely unfazed, Maya playfully notes that she honestly didn't expect Saki to actually pick up the phone at this hour. Hitting the nail right on the head, Maya shockingly guesses that Saki must actually have something she desperately wants to talk about too, leaving Saki to groan internally and admit that her friend is just way too unnecessarily sharp sometimes. Seizing the golden opportunity, Maya enthusiastically urges Saki to use this chance to finally talk about absolutely anything she would normally find way too hard to ask about while they are at school. Saki awkwardly hesitates before cautiously pitching a completely hypothetical scenario. She carefully asks Maya how she would go about inviting a guy to go somewhere without making the whole situation completely awkward, prompting an excited gasp and eager nods from her highly invested friend. Cutting right to the chase, a blushing Maya immediately demands to know if Saki is planning to go somewhere with Yuyuta, leaving Saki completely flustered and shocked by the incredibly direct question. Saki frantically tries to deny it, insisting she never even mentioned Yuyuta's name, but Maya smugly points out that since Shinju already got shot down, Yuyuta is literally the only guy Saki would ever worry about inviting. Hiding under her covers, Saki stubbornly argues that even if it hypothetically was Yuyuta, it definitely isn't for the romantic reasons Maya is imagining, earning a highly skeptical hum from her friend. Maya flatly notes that Saki's defensive tone is sounding more untrustworthy than ever right now. Deciding to just roll with the hypothetical anyway, An energetic Maya excitedly suggests that Saki should invite him out under the extremely convenient pretense of buying a birthday present for Maya herself, since her birthday is actually the day after tomorrow. When Saki asks about the birthday celebration, Maya explains she is actually planning to throw a birthday party for Saki next month, noting the only guests will be Saki and Yuyuta. Saki realizes this means they would just be hanging out at Maya's house, which Maya excitedly confirms is exactly why it is the perfect plan. She explains that having a completely natural excuse to go shopping will keep Saki from getting nervous, prompting Saki to happily agree with the flawless logic and promise to text Yuyuta the invitation right away. Saki texts Maya to ask if she is really okay with only inviting the two of them to her birthday party instead of a big crowd. Maya easily dismisses the concern, cheerfully revealing she is secretly rooting for Saki's romance. Maya promises to only invite the two of them and suggests keeping the whole thing a surprise from Yuyuta. Reading the teasing text, a blushing Saki quietly mutters that it really isn't like that. Maya jokes that if Saki oversleeps, she should just have Yuyuta wake her up. Noticing the time is already approaching 2 in the morning, Saki realizes she desperately needs to get to bed. Saki internally reflects on her strict habit of waking up before Yuyuta just so she can get perfectly ready. She then recalls Maya's advice that intentionally showing a little vulnerability might actually make him think she is cute. Musing over the concept of cuteness, Saki is suddenly struck by a realization. Maya texts again demanding that Saki ditch her school uniform and wear something cute to the party so it feels just like a date. Saki groans at the sudden pressure to dress up as Maya bids her good night. Flopping back onto her bed with a heavy sigh, Saki internally complains that she is completely terrible at acting cute, recalling that her lack of natural charm is exactly why she originally wanted to avoid working at the cultural festival's maid cafe. Picturing Yuyuta, Saki wonders if she really needs to start faking vulnerability just to seem cute. She instantly and violently rejects the idea, firmly deciding that deliberately exposing her weaknesses to anyone is an absolute deal-breaker. Meanwhile, Yuyuta receives an unexpected text from Narasaka formally announcing her upcoming birthday. Reading through the sudden invitation demanding he dress up and attend the party alongside Saki, Yuyuta quietly processes the impromptu plans. Yuyuta stares at his phone and stresses over the party invitation, noting that, while presents aren't required, dressing up feels like way too much pressure. He is also hung up on the fact that the host specifically requested Saki's presence, internally dreading the idea that it will likely be a massive crowded event, just like their recent pool trip. Glancing up at the clock and seeing it is already past 8, Yuyuta realizes his stepsister still hasn't gotten out of bed yet. He wonders if he should head over and try calling out to her from the hallway. He makes his way down the quiet apartment corridor, heading straight toward her closed bedroom door to check up on her. Standing nervously in front of her room, he hypes himself up and reaches for the handle, his heart pounding slightly at the prospect of waking her up. Before he can even do anything, the door suddenly creaks open to reveal a very surprised and completely disheveled Saki, who lets out a quiet gasp right as they lock eyes. The two of them exchange incredibly awkward morning greetings before Yuyuta quickly offers to throw some toast in the toaster for her, an offer the groggy girl gratefully accepts. Standing alone by the door, Saki internally panics over the fact that he just saw her completely messy bedhead, furiously scolding herself for letting her guard down. Meanwhile, a slightly flustered Yuyuta prepares their breakfast in the kitchen, silently marveling that this was his first time ever seeing her look so wonderfully undone. Sitting down at the table and munching on her toast, Saki softly apologizes for oversleeping and forcing him to handle all the morning chores by himself. Yuyuta brushes off her apology as no big deal but points out that oversleeping is completely out of character for her. Saki explains that she ended up staying awake way too late talking on the phone, with Maya prompting Yuyuta to curiously repeat her friend's name. Saki casually adds that during their late-night call, Maya actually invited her to an upcoming birthday party. Hearing this, Yuyuta immediately tenses up and asks how they should handle the joint invitation. Saki cautiously approaches Yuyuta and mentions that since it is a special occasion, she is thinking of properly celebrating Maya's birthday, asking if he would like to join the party. Yuyuta casually agrees, noting he doesn't mind going as long as he isn't intruding, though he freely admits He really doesn't know much about Narasaka at all. Yuyuta points out that while Maya claims she didn't need a gift, he honestly doesn't feel comfortable showing up to a birthday party completely empty-handed. Saki fully agrees with his logic, noting that her energetic friend would probably be thrilled with absolutely anything anyway. Yuyuta acknowledges that might be true, but admits the open-ended option leaves him completely stuck on what to actually buy for her. Yuyuta frankly confesses that he has never actually bought a present for a girl before leaving him completely out of his depth. Taking in his predicament, Saki thoughtfully processes the situation and smoothly suggests that they should just go shopping and pick out a gift together. Caught slightly off guard, Yuyuta agrees, but quickly brings up a highly practical concern. He points out that if the two of them go shopping nearby all by themselves, there is a massive risk that someone from school might spot them cautiously asking Saki if she would be bothered by the potential rumors. Saki heavily admits that she would definitely dislike being seen, explaining that she really doesn't want to worry about other people's prying eyes or deal with any unnecessary drama. Yuyuta completely understands her hesitation, though he notes it is a bit of a shame since it is such a rare outing for them. Acknowledging the social risk, Yuyuta seamlessly proposes a new plan, suggesting they simply travel a bit further out of town tomorrow after school so they can shop safely, just the two of them. Saki quietly agrees with the convenient workaround before suddenly calling out his name to get his full attention. Pausing for a brief moment, Saki softly asks Yuyuta if he still remembers a very specific moment that happened back during their school's cultural festival. Without skipping a single beat, Yuyuta confidently confirms that he definitely remembers, gently assuring her that he hasn't forgotten about it at all. Hearing his immediate and earnest confirmation, a deeply relieved Saki flashes a warm, soft smile, quietly admitting that she is incredibly glad he remembered. Sitting peacefully across from her stepbrother, Saki internally reflects on the secret promise they made back then to eventually go somewhere fun together. She silently rejoices, noting with a flutter of genuine excitement that it looks like they are finally going to fulfill that exact promise much sooner than she ever expected. On Monday, October 19th, Yuyuta's classmate, Maru, approaches him at school and asks if he has a quick moment to chat. Maru explains he has been getting persistently bothered by someone who seems to be stalking Yuyuta. While a skeptical Yuyuta doubts anyone would ever stalk him, Shinju suddenly appears and thanks Maru for dealing with the situation. Shinju warmly greets Yuyuta and asks if he remembers him, to which Yuyuta politely responds. Maru chiming in explains that Shinju went to great lengths researching Yuyuta's father's business connections just to get closer to him, which Maru jokingly finds rather creepy. Yuyuta points out that since they already know each other, Shinju could have just spoken to him directly. Shinju explains he was worried about coming on too strong, so he asked Maru to mediate the introduction instead, prompting Yuyuta to note how close they seem to be. Shinju clarifies that while they are not exceptionally close, he and Maru attended the same middle school and used to exchange sports club information. A curious Yuyuta then asks why Shinju would go to such massive lengths just to have a conversation with someone like him. Shinju leans in and quietly asks Yuyuta if they can speak in private for a moment, leaving Yuyuta slightly confused. Shinju whispers to Maru, asking if he knows about the relationship between Saki and Yuyuta since he is close to him. Yuyuta immediately overhears the conversation and calmly cuts in, stating that it is perfectly fine to speak about, because Saki has already made their relationship public. Maru acknowledges the news, noting they became step-siblings due to their parents' remarriage, but questions why that matters. Shinju explains that this means Yuyuta currently knows more about Saki than anyone else, which a thoughtful Yuyuta can only agree is true. Yuyuta internally panics over his own thoughts, questioning what he is even saying to himself. He realizes there is still so much he does not know about Saki, reflecting on how just this morning was the first time he ever got to see her immediately after waking up. Shinju confesses that his initial interest was sparked by a shallow sense of rivalry, explaining that he thought getting to know Yuyuta better would naturally help him understand Saki as well. Yuyuta silently admits to himself that he actually agrees with Shinju's reasoning. Maru suddenly chimes into the conversation, bluntly asking Shinju if he is officially going after Saki. Caught slightly off guard, Shinju sheepishly confirms that he actually is leaving Yuyuta to silently admire his classmate's ability to openly express his romantic feelings. Maru points out that it is completely natural for guys to start flocking to Saki now that all those nasty rumors have been cleared up, noting that the attention has spiked since the break. Shinju playfully turns to Yuyuta, joking that from an older brother's perspective, any guy approaching his little sister must seem like a total pest. Maru jokingly asks Yuyuta if he could ever forgive a guy who audaciously befriended him solely to get closer to his sister. A panicked Shinju quickly defends himself, admitting that while that was part of his motive, he also genuinely wanted to know what kind of guy gets along so well with Saki, prompting an amused Yuyuta to laugh and tell him he doesn't need to explain himself so desperately. Yuyuta calmly reassures Shinju that he is perfectly fine with them chatting at school anytime. A thrilled Shinju immediately thanks him, but Yuyuta quickly asks him to drop the formal honorifics because it makes him feel a bit squirmy. Shinju quickly adapts, deciding to just call him Yuyuta and offering his own first name in return. Yuyuta politely declines the offer, explaining that just like with Maru, he simply isn't used to addressing people by their first names and prefers to stick with Shinju. Shinju cheerfully agrees to the terms and expresses his excitement for their new friendship. Yuyuta finds himself staring silently at his classmate, internally noting how Shinju manages to give off an incredibly stylish vibe, even while wearing the exact same school uniform, prompting Shinju to ask if something is wrong. Guessing that Shinju is highly experienced with girls and knows a lot about fashion, Yuyuta seizes the opportunity and casually asks if he can run a quick question by the two boys. Shinju eagerly agrees to help out however he can, while Maru casually urges Yuyuta to just spit it out. Yuyuta thanks them both, internally noting that his social circle just gained a rather intense new addition. Acknowledging the awkwardness of asking guys who are interested in Saki, Yuyuta pushes past it and pitches a hypothetical scenario. He asks them to imagine a girl they are interested in attending a mixed-gender party, prompting both Shinju and Maru to lean in and ask what happens next. While discussing party fashion with his friends, Yuyuta wonders if they would stick to their usual outfits or wear something completely different from their norm. Shinjo thinks it over and admits that while he wouldn't go out of his way to buy a brand new outfit, he would definitely wear the absolute best clothes he already owns, which Yuyuta finds highly reasonable. Maru chimes in to agree, explaining that while he wouldn't overdo his look, either he still wants the other person to clearly see that he is putting in some real effort. This slightly confuses Yuyuta, who asks if it wouldn't be better to hide the effort altogether, though Maru counters that the right approach ultimately depends entirely on the person they are meeting. Shinjo elaborates that when someone you genuinely like is going to be there, showing up without put-together fashion feels like incredibly bad manners. Maru enthusiastically agrees with his point, confirming that dressing up is a vital sign of respect. Maru compares human dressing to animal courtship displays, arguing that it is naturally important to make your hard work highly visible to the person you like. Hearing the scientific term applied to their teenage dating lives, Yuyuta is left silently bewildered by the intense vocabulary. Maru playfully accuses Yuyuta of asking such bold, suggestive questions because he has finally fallen head over heels for a girl. Although Yuyuta frantically denies the rumor, Shinjo smoothly comes to his defense, explaining that Yuyuta was probably just genuinely curious about different mindsets regarding fashion. Shinjo bursts out laughing and tells Yuyuta that he is incredibly funny, leaving a completely clueless Yuyuta to wonder what exactly was so hilarious. Shinjo quickly apologizes and explains that he simply finds Yuyuta's incredibly serious approach to absolutely everything highly amusing. When Yuyuta asks if he ever puts conscious thought into what to wear on dates, Shinjo admits he never thinks about it at all, and finds it highly interesting to reflect on his naturally effortless habits. Observing a mental fashion meter where Shinjo ranks near the top, and he ranks at the very bottom, Yuyuta silently laments his friend's polished instincts, realizing there is a massive difference in their basic awareness of fashion. Maru suddenly spoils the mood by revealing that, although Shinjo always looks incredibly stylish, he is actually just cheating. While a panicked Shinjo frantically tries to shut him up, a thoroughly confused Yuyuta eagerly presses them to explain what exactly this cheating method is. Shinjo defeatfully confesses that he has a younger sister in middle school who ruthlessly calls him uncool whenever he picks out lame outfits during family shopping trips. He explains that she basically curates his wardrobe from a female perspective, admitting that her harsh but honest feedback is a massive help to his overall style. Nodding in understanding, Yuyuta processes how much of a lifesaver having a stylish sister can be. Sensing a perfect solution, an enthusiastic Shinjo suddenly suggests that they should totally have his sister take a look at Yuyuta's wardrobe and fix his fashion choices too. Shinju politely declines the offer, explaining that he really doesn't want to bother Yuyuta's sister. He notes that his own sister simply enjoys looking at people's clothes and constantly checks out pictures of his friends anyway. Maru chimes in, amazed that she goes that far, pointing out that even the guys from the tennis club rely on her for hairstyle and outfit advice, though he dryly admits he personally doesn't get any tips himself. Shinju suggests they exchange contact information and tells Yuyuta to pull out his phone. After swapping details, Shinju suddenly realizes how late it has gotten, prompting Maru to urge him to hurry up and head home before the bell rings. Bidding them a cheerful farewell, Shinju announces he had a lot of fun and promises to drop by again, while Yuyuta politely sees him off, and Maru bluntly tells him he doesn't need to force himself to visit. Maru apologizes to Yuyuta for all the noise and commotion, but Yuyuta quickly dismisses it, expressing genuine gratitude that his friend took the time to listen to him. Staring down at his newly added contact on his phone, Yuyuta internally reflects that people he initially assumed were completely different from him actually turned out to be surprisingly relatable, motivating him to give fashion a serious try without giving up. Arriving for his shift at the bookstore, Yuyuta pushes open the staff door and politely announces his arrival with a good morning, immediately receiving a cheerful greeting from Yomiuri in return. Yomiuri excitedly shows off the shift schedule, announcing that she and Saki are assigned to cashier duty while Yuyuta is stuck with shelf stocking. Noticing that Saki looks a bit overwhelmed while staring at her notepad, Yuyuta quickly checks in and asks his stepsister what is wrong. Yuyuta sympathizes with her nerves, admitting that being a cashier involves learning an overwhelming amount of information and confessing that he is terrified of making mistakes himself. Yomiuri happily chimes in to praise Saki, pointing out that she practically memorized the entire process within her first 2 weeks, though a humble Saki admits she still gets confused sometimes. Yomiuri calls Saki's quick learning genuinely impressive, noting it took her 3 whole months to get used to the register, especially with all the new app-based payment methods nowadays. She adds that you rarely see old school book vouchers anymore, prompting a genuinely confused Saki to ask what a book voucher even is. Yomiuri completely loses her mind over the generational gap, shrieking in pure shock, while Yuyuta dryly questions what kind of ridiculous noise his senior is making. Moving on to his assigned stocking duties, Yuyuta quietly unpacks a box of inventory in the aisles. He pauses when a specific item catches his eye, pulling out a men's fashion magazine and thoughtfully looking it over. Staring at the cover, Yuyuta realizes he has stocked these exact magazines countless times before, but never actually paid a single ounce of attention to the outfits the models were wearing. Admitting to himself that his lack of observation just proves how little he used to care about his appearance, he eyes a bold headline about fail-proof styling basics and seriously considers buying a copy for himself. Shifting to his part-time bookstore shift, Yuyuta works diligently on organizing the shelves while Saki quietly watches him from a distance. Yomiuri playfully teases Saki, asking if she is interested in her younger stepbrother. Saki frantically stammers that it is nothing more than a total coincidence, leaving Yomiuri to casually change the subject by noting that Halloween is coming up soon anyway. Saki confirms that Halloween falls on the 31st of the month, prompting Yomiuri to explain its history before passionately declaring that Shibuya is the ultimate hotspot for celebrating the occasion. Yomiuri enthusiastically describes how Shibuya transforms into an incredibly lively, sleepless castle during the holiday, acting as the perfect hub for creative costumes. However, she quickly laments that regardless of how chaotic and crowded it gets, they are still obligated to commute there for their bookstore shifts, since their workplace is located directly in front of the station. Scheming playfully, Yomiuri suggests that they should both dress up in costumes for their upcoming shift. Saki is completely taken aback, reacting with absolute shock to the sudden proposal. Saki strongly objects to the idea, but Yomiuri continues to push, teasingly suggesting how cute it would be for her to wear cat ears or a witch's hat. Saki flinches at the highly embarrassing suggestion, firmly shutting down the proposal. Sensing her hesitation, Yomiuri teases Saki about whether she is secretly curious to see how Yuyuta would react to her in a cute costume. A blushing and thoroughly flustered Saki frantically tries to change the subject, ordering her senior to focus on serving the incoming customers instead. Later that night, the two step-siblings quietly make their way back home together under the streetlights, with Yuyuta pushing his bicycle alongside her. Noticing Saki shivering and rubbing her hands together to stay warm, Yuyuta curiously asks if she forgot to bring her gloves. Saki explains that since it is still only October, she had assumed it was far too early to start wearing them. Yuyuta notes that the evening is exceptionally chilly, suggesting they stop by the convenience store to grab a hot drink to warm her up. Saki politely declines, reasoning that they will be back home soon anyway, and that spending money on a temporary warm drink would be a waste, prompting Yuyuta to readily agree with her practical logic. The atmosphere between them turns incredibly awkward during their walk home, with both of them silently drowning in their own social anxieties. While Yuyuta beats himself up over feeling incredibly shallow, Saki internally panics over her total inability to keep a simple conversation going. Trying to break the ice, Yuyuta casually mentions how refreshing it is to see her in winter clothes, since she was wearing summer gear when they first met. Saki immediately overthinks the comment, wondering if she looks weird and internally scolding herself for constantly making him worry with her terrible communication skills. Yuyuta quickly clears the air and delivers an incredibly smooth compliment, gently telling her that she looks great in her winter outfit. Saki tries to play it cool by claiming that flattery won't get him anywhere, but Yuyuta simply shrugs it off as his completely honest opinion. With a quiet sigh, Saki notes that such a direct response is just so typical of him, leaving Yuyuta slightly puzzled by her reaction. Determined to make an effort, Saki resolves to find topics that will actually make Yuyuta happy, instead of just staying silent. Mustering her courage, she softly calls out his name to get his attention. Saki honestly admits that she is genuinely looking forward to their plans tomorrow afternoon. As Saki internally worries that she might be the only one getting excited over their upcoming meetup, Yuyuta immediately puts her mind at ease by warmly confessing that he is looking forward to it too. With their mutual anticipation confirmed, a comfortable silence settles over them as their brief talk naturally fades into a peaceful warmth. Wrapped in that quiet comfort, the two of them peacefully finish their walk back home to the apartment. The story skips ahead to Tuesday, October 20th, the day Yuyuta and Saki plan to shop for Narasaka's birthday present. Deciding that wandering around in their school uniforms would attract way too much unwanted attention, they both headed home first to change into casual clothes. Standing in his room, Yuyuta looks over his wardrobe and nervously mutters that he is in a bad spot. Yuyuta realizes that since he doesn't have a mirror in his own bedroom, he has to keep walking out to the bathroom sink just to check his outfit. He quickly concludes that repeatedly pacing back and forth down the hall will make his frantic panic way too obvious to his stepsister. Letting out a heavy sigh, Yuyuta resigns himself to the situation, deciding that he has absolutely no other choice but to use his phone's camera. Snapping a quick picture of his layered turtleneck and jacket combo, Yuyuta reviews the photo on his screen. He internally recalls hearing that the guys from the club often get their outfit photos judged, noting it is actually a pretty common practice. Staring intently at the photo of his outfit on the screen, Yuyuta hesitates in total silence as his heart nervously pounds in his chest. Mustering his courage, he finally hits send and nervously wonders how his classmate is going to react. He tries to rationalize his desperate move, aggressively telling himself that being called cringy by some random middle school girl is still 100 times better than letting his stepsister think he looks lame. A sudden realization hits him, and he completely panics as he remembers that Shinju is probably still busy with club practice right now. He frantically questions his own desperation, just as his phone suddenly chimes with an incoming message. Utterly shocked by the immediate reply, Yuyuta reads Shinju's text explaining that he just happened to be on a break and actually went ahead and showed the photo to his younger sister. Yuyuta quickly texts back to ask for her verdict, to which Shinju simply replies that she said it was just okay. Staring at the screen in confusion, Yuyuta completely stresses out over the vague response. He anxiously wonders if being just okay means the outfit completely lacks appeal, internally begging for some actual concrete fashion advice. Shinju sends a quick follow-up text apologizing that his break is over and stating he has to head back to practice. Reading the message, Yuyuta calms down slightly and quietly notes to himself that Shinju and his sister really do seem to get along incredibly well. Yuyuta internally reflects on his own boundaries, wondering what he would do if another guy sent him a selfie asking for outfit advice. He questions whether he would ever actually forward a photo like that to Saki to get her opinion. Yuyuta admits to himself that he would likely make some quick excuse to refuse, unable to bear the thought of hearing Saki praise or criticize another guy's looks. He notes that Shinjo clearly doesn't suffer from this kind of jealousy, enjoying a normal sibling dynamic where he can easily send his sister pictures of his male friends without a second thought. Yuyuta reasons that if Saki isn't bothered by these normal interactions, it is simply proof of a healthy sibling bond. Concurrently, he is forced to confront his own feelings, realizing that his possessive and jealous thoughts are entirely abnormal for a real brother. A sudden knock on the door startles Yuyuta from his thoughts as Saki checks if he is ready to head out. Though he panics internally over his lack of confidence in his outfit, he knows he cannot keep stalling forever and reluctantly prepares to step outside. Taking a deep breath to steel his resolve, Yuyuta decides he simply has to push through his anxiety and open the door. He starts to apologize to Saki for keeping her waiting, but his words are instantly cut short. Upon opening the door, Yuyuta is met with the sight of Saki dressed in an incredibly stylish and elegant outfit, leaving him completely stunned. The sudden visual shock of her appearance sends his heart racing, leaving him completely breathless as he takes in her stunning look. Yuyuta silently reflects that while Saki usually carries a somewhat unapproachable aura, her current style makes her seem incredibly warm and approachable. He marvels that she is not just beautiful but also remarkably cute, right as she casually asks him if they are ready to head out and if he has everything. Yuyuta quickly reassures her that he didn't forget anything, but immediately hesitates and nervously asks if it is really okay for them to walk to the station together in their casual clothes. Saki quietly processes his concern, realizing the potential gossip it could cause, but ultimately concludes that it should be fine. Saki reassures him that walking side by side is completely normal behavior for regular siblings, so there is no real need to worry. When Yuyuta sheepishly apologizes for overthinking the situation, Saki warmly validates his caution as an important matter, sincerely thanking him for being so considerate and suggesting that they navigate these hurdles together. Watching Saki walk ahead of him, Yuyuta internally confesses to himself that he genuinely loves this specific side of her. As they navigate the bustling city streets together, Saki informs him that there is a store right at the end of the road where they can pick up the perfect present, prompting a simple nod of agreement from her stepbrother. Walking beside her, Yuyuta quietly observes her and cannot help but notice something different about her demeanor today, specifically focusing on the unexpectedly soft expression she is wearing. Catching his lingering gaze, Saki flashes a confident smirk over her shoulder and casually asks him what is on his mind. A flustered Yuyuta quickly stammers that it is nothing, while internally panicking over why she looks like she is desperately trying to hold back a laugh. He briefly worries if she is secretly mocking his outfit before immediately dismissing the thought, since that is completely out of character for her, ultimately deciding that directly interrogating her about it would just be plain rude. Saki continues to amusingly stifle her giggles, leaving Yuyuta dying of curiosity. He desperately wants to know what is so funny, but completely chickens out to avoid making things awkward, firmly resolving that he loses if he keeps dwelling on the mystery and deciding to just stop staring at her entirely. The pair finally arrive at their destination, standing right in front of a massive anime merchandise store. Saki checks in to confirm that they are indeed here to buy Maya's present, earning a slightly bewildered confirmation from Yuyuta as he takes in the vibrant storefront. Saki admits she had absolutely no idea her friend was into this kind of stuff, since she never showed any obvious signs before. Yuyuta explains that Maya actually got hooked on anime after watching a show with her little brother, which prompts a highly confident Saki to declare she already researched the exact series her friend loves and proudly tells him to leave the shopping entirely to her, a gesture Yuyuta deeply appreciates. Following Saki's lead, the two step-siblings head inside and begin carefully browsing the crowded store aisles together, diligently inspecting the various merchandise on display to find the perfect birthday gift. Successfully securing the purchase, Yuyuta carries the branded shopping bag out of the store and sincerely thanks his stepsister, gratefully admitting that he never would have been able to pick out such a great present without her expert help. Yuyuta and Saki head back from their outing with Yuyuta explaining that a mug is a highly practical gift for everyday use that Saki's little brother can also enjoy. He then realizes Saki didn't actually buy anything for herself, but she calmly reassures him that she is perfectly fine heading out to the station tomorrow to pick up whatever she needs. Yuyuta solemnly realizes that their casual date is already drawing to a close, but his thoughts are quickly derailed by a nagging insecurity. Saki keeps casting subtle sideways glances in his direction, leaving him intensely bothered by her unreadable expressions. While Yuyuta briefly wonders if they should have stopped by a fast food place to hang out a little longer before heading home, he quickly remembers that they already have dinner waiting for them. However, his stepsister's subtle lingering smirk continues to drive him crazy, making him paranoid that she is quietly holding back laughter at his choice of clothes. Deciding that he might as well get some outright fashion advice since they are already on their way home, Yuyuta nervously musters up his courage on the train. He directly asks Saki if there is something incredibly weird or off about his outfit today, catching her completely off guard. Saki is genuinely surprised by the sudden question, quickly assuring him that nothing is wrong with his clothes at all. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yuyuta admits that compared to her, he is pretty indifferent and completely lacks confidence when it comes to personal style and fashion. To his immense relief, Saki softly reassures him that his outfit actually suits him incredibly well, earning a flustered thank you from Yuyuta. She explains that she always assumed he dressed stylishly just to receive compliments from other people, making Yuyuta realize she was never actually laughing at his look. Saki reiterates that his style genuinely looks great on him, offering a quiet thank you when Yuyuta admits he is still completely clueless about what kind of clothes actually look good on him in the first place. Saki confesses that she doesn't have any real fashion knowledge or confidence herself, meaning compliments from others never quite register with her. She then deduces that Yuyuta simply wants to learn how to dress in clothes that are generally considered cool by standard society, admitting she never pinned him as the type of guy to care about that. Yuyuta explains that he merely wants to understand formal date attire as a practical piece of knowledge, regardless of whether he actually ends up liking the style himself. Saki thoughtfully processes his logical explanation, summarizing that he simply wants to build up his fashion knowledge to make up for his self-admitted lack of confidence. Saki suddenly proposes that they head out to pick some clothes for him right away, teasingly adding that this plan only works if he is actually okay with her personal sense of style. The sudden offer leaves a completely shocked Yuyuta stammering in disbelief as he tries to process her spontaneous invitation. Yuyuta internally notes that he completely trusts Saki's fashion taste, realizing that this outing might also give him a rare chance to learn exactly what kind of styles she likes. Overwhelmed by the thought, he enthusiastically begs her to guide him, prompting a slightly flustered Saki to warn him not to get his hopes up too much, since she is merely selecting clothes based on her own personal preferences. The step-siblings arrive at a trendy boutique to begin browsing the collections. Saki immediately gets to work comparing different outfits on Yuyuta, holding up a versatile piece and asking for his opinion. When an anxious Yuyuta fidgets, Saki firmly tells him to hold still, leading him to apologize, as he internally confesses that the trendy atmosphere makes him incredibly nervous and out of place. Although Yuyuta remains incredibly restless, he finds himself looking at a coat and thinking about how beautiful it would look on Saki. Saki quickly notices his wandering gaze and playfully tells him not to worry about coordinating anything for her, leaving Yuyuta to quietly admit that this shopping experience feels holidays and romantic. Saki ushers Yuyuta into the fitting room, telling him to let her know once he has finished trying on the clothes. Left alone behind the curtain, Yuyuta lets out a heavy sigh as he examines the selected sweater, curiously wondering if Shinjo also experiences this exact same clothing curation with his own younger sister. He rationalizes that their current shopping trip is merely a normal extension of what real siblings would do together. He reassures himself that because they have firmly resolved to keep their relationship strictly familial, there is absolutely nothing wrong with enjoying these normal brother-sister activities. Despite his rationalizations, Yuyuta's thoughts quickly spiral into deeper doubt as he questions what he truly wants to do with Saki and how far he secretly wishes to take their relationship. Saki suddenly calls out to ask if the size of the outfit is okay, instantly snapping Yuyuta out of his deep contemplation. A flustered Yuyuta stammers a quick reassurance and apologetically steps out to show her how the outfit fits. Stepping out to show her, Yuyuta tentatively asks Saki for her honest opinion. Saki looks him over before offering a soft, genuine smile, reassuring him that the outfit looks incredibly good on him. Yuyuta nervously asks if his current outfit is good enough as it is. Saki dryly responds by asking if he thinks she should dye her hair or something to change her look, before directly challenging him on exactly whose validation he is actually trying to win to finally feel satisfied. As Yuyuta lets out a confused sound, Saki casually explains that if he is specifically looking for the approval of complete strangers, she can completely understand why relying solely on her personal taste would leave him feeling so uncertain. Sweating nervously, Yuyuta internally wonders if she is expecting a specific kind of fashion from him, silently realizing that isn't really the case. Stepping slightly closer and gently grabbing his jacket, Saki simply reminds him that she was the one who picked the outfit out, firmly asking why he can't just trust her when she already told him it looks good. Realizing she is completely right, Yuyuta gracefully concedes the point and apologizes for overthinking things. He internally admits to himself that his frantic worrying was honestly just a defense mechanism, a desperate attempt to avoid feeling totally miserable while standing next to someone who put so much incredible effort into her own appearance. Saki easily accepts his apology, reassuring him that it is completely natural to worry about how other people perceive him. Despite her understanding words, Yuyuta internally resolves that the opinions of random strangers really shouldn't matter at all. Looking at Saki's soft expression, Yuyuta reaches a quiet but firm conclusion, internally declaring that as long as his stepsister thinks he looks good, that is the absolute best fashion he could ever ask for. As they continue their walk through the quiet evening neighborhood, Saki suddenly asks if they can make a quick detour at a nearby convenience store. When she mentions wanting to buy some mustard, a slightly confused Yuyuta simply repeats the condiment's name in surprise. Yuyuta explains that the mustard is specifically for their Odin dinner tonight, noting that it would be way too late and far to hike all the way to a regular supermarket. Saki readily agrees with the detour, mentioning that the weather has been pretty cold lately and that she is genuinely looking forward to the hot meal. Shifting gears, Yuyuta suddenly turns to her and mentions there is something else he wants to ask. Saki beats him to the punch and directly asks him how she seemed during their outing today. As Yuyuta lets out a confused noise, she presses further, asking if he felt like she was easier to talk to than usual, or if he noticed absolutely anything different about her, leaving him utterly clueless as he racks his brain for an answer. Staring closely at her face as she flashes an incredibly soft and genuine smile, Yuyuta finally notices the subtle change, hesitantly guessing that her expression seems a lot more relaxed than normal. Saki playfully accuses Yuyuta of holding back laughter the entire time they were together. Yuyuta is completely caught off guard by the sudden accusation, stopping in his tracks in utter confusion. Saki looks deeply crestfallen, quietly muttering that she had honestly believed she was offering a perfectly warm and friendly smile. She is visibly embarrassed to realize her attempt at being amiable actually looked like she was holding back laughter the entire time. Yuyuta internally pieces it together, realizing that her unusually strained expression was merely her best attempt at a friendly smile. Saki sighs and admits she should probably avoid acting out of character, noting that they both ended up doing things that felt entirely unlike themselves today. Yuyuta gently reassures her, softly explaining that he believes her natural attitude is perfectly fine exactly the way it is, encouraging her to simply stay true to herself. Yuyuta warmly reflects on Saki's unique character, silently telling himself that her distinct behavior and expressions are precious traits she has earned and built herself. Shifting his attention to his phone, he is left thoroughly confused by a text message from Shinju, who asks that his younger sister highly approved of Yuyuta's fashion. On Wednesday, October 21st, the day of Narasaka's birthday party, Yuyuta and Saki temporarily part ways after school so Saki can run a quick errand. Walking alone to the celebration, Yuyuta arrives at Narasaka's apartment building, silently noting how surprisingly quiet the neighborhood is and wondering if he will run into any of the other guests. Yuyuta recalls that Shinju was also invited to the party, assuming he is probably running late due to his high school club activities. His thoughts are interrupted when Maya excitedly waves her arms and calls him over, with Saki standing quietly right beside her. Arriving at the birthday venue, a highly enthusiastic Maya cheerfully welcomes Saki and Yuyuta to her home, beaming with pure excitement as her two special guests finally make their appearance. Saki politely apologizes for keeping her friend waiting, though a waving Maya quickly assures them that she wasn't waiting long at all. Saki turns to check if Yuyuta managed to figure out where to park his bike, which he casually confirms he did without issue, before suddenly trailing off in mild confusion. Assuming the rest of their friend group is already inside, Saki casually asks if the others are waiting in the room. Maya cheerfully drops the bombshell that she actually only invited the two of them for today's celebration, leaving both step-siblings completely bewildered by the surprisingly exclusive guest list. A highly confused Yuyuta directly asks why it is just the two of them, prompting Maya to playfully claim she simply felt like keeping it small as she physically herds them inside to avoid blocking the doorway. As they are pushed along, Yuyuta notices Saki isn't saying a single word of protest, leading him to silently realize his stepsister definitely knew about this secret arrangement the entire time. Stepping into the house, Yuyuta offers a polite greeting for intruding, while Maya warmly tells them to make themselves completely at home. As Saki instinctively heads for the living room, Maya quickly stops her, cheerfully redirecting her friend and announcing they will be hanging out in a completely different spot today, much to Saki's sudden confusion. Flashing a massive smile, Maya enthusiastically declares that since it is just the three of them, they are going to hold the birthday party right inside her own bedroom. The incredibly bold announcement leaves both Saki and Yuyuta completely shell-shocked as they loudly gasp in unison. The mere mention of a girl's bedroom instantly sends Yuyuta into a complete internal panic, as chaotic flashbacks of Saki's carelessly hung underwear flood his mind. Meanwhile, a highly flustered Saki leans in and frantically asks Maya if she is absolutely sure it is a good idea to let a guy into her private space, though Maya simply stares back with a completely clueless expression. Completely missing the point, Maya loudly and proudly announces that she already shoved all her adult books, scattered uniforms, and freshly washed underwear deep into her closet. An absolutely mortified Saki scolds her friend for shouting such embarrassing details, while Yuyuta forcefully meditates on the spot, desperately trying to convince himself that he heard absolutely nothing at all. Maya playfully teases Saki for being such a massive worrywart, forcefully pulling them along and insisting there is absolutely nothing to be scared of, which Saki internally notes is actually the most terrifying part of all. Heart pounding out of his chest and incredibly nervous, Yuyuta cautiously steps into the bedroom, quietly excusing his intrusion once again. Fully inside the private space, Maya cheerfully gestures around her neat bedroom, humbly noting that it is a bit on the smaller side, but warmly urging her two special guests to just relax and make themselves completely comfortable for the party. Saki expresses her genuine admiration over how clean and organized Maya's room is. Maya casually brushes off the compliment, explaining that she has absolutely no choice but to stay tidy because her younger brothers would inevitably turn the place into an even bigger mess if she slacked off. Hearing this, Yuyuta silently reflects on Maya's reliable instincts as a true older sister, noting that such family-centric thoughts are things an only child like him would never naturally consider. Before they can settle in, Maya cheerfully tells them to make themselves comfortable by the floor cushions while she runs off to fetch some drinks, shutting the door behind her and leaving the step-siblings in slightly awkward silence. Yuyuta awkwardly notes how bad it feels to make the birthday girl fetch refreshments for them, though he reasons that they couldn't exactly go rummaging through her family's kitchen on their own. Saki agrees with a small sigh, finding the situation slightly ridiculous, since they are supposed to be celebrating her special day in the first place. While waiting, their eyes wander around the quiet room, taking in the cute personal decorations scattered around the space. Maya triumphantly returns with a bottle of tea, loudly announcing that the festivities can finally begin. Saki immediately urges her to stop stressing over them and just sit down to relax, but Maya playfully insists that a proper host must always ensure her guests are fully taken care of. Presenting her with a small gift box, they officially wish Maya a happy birthday and explain they bought her some cakes as a light treat before dinner. Seeing the beautifully decorated pastries inside, a delighted Maya gasps in excitement and declares that they look absolutely delicious. Curious about the surprise, Maya asks if Saki was the one who personally selected the cakes. Before they can even sit down to eat, Maya excitedly hops back up to grab some plates and forks from the kitchen, ignoring Saki's loud protests that she should really stop serving them. Yuyuta then rustles through his bag to hand over his own birthday gift, catching Maya completely off guard. Although she initially protests because she invited them on such short notice, she is deeply touched upon opening the present and promises to cherish it, leaving a relieved Yuyuta glad that his choice was a success. Saki also presents her own gift, revealing a set of cute detailed forks and spoons that Maya instantly swoons over. Although Saki modestly claims they aren't made of high-end silver, Maya excitedly declares them more than enough, and decides to wash them so she can use them immediately, running off to the kitchen once again. Yuyuta chuckles over how they ended up letting the birthday girl handle all the kitchen duties again, which Saki dryly attributes to her unstoppable older sister instincts. As they look around her room while she is gone, Yuyuta is suddenly surprised to spot a specific robot toy, recognizing it as the popular model he previously helped Maru purchase. Enjoying some delicious cake provided by Maya's mom, Maya casually shifts the conversation to a brand new topic while they all hang out around the table. Maya mentions that Saki's birthday is in December and asks Yuyuta for his own, assuming it must be earlier since he is the older brother. When Yuyuta reveals his birthday is December 13th, making it exactly 1 week before Saki's on the 20th, an amused Maya points out that he is only the older sibling by a mere 7 days. Leaning in close, Maya playfully teases Yuyuta by asking if he wouldn't be absolutely thrilled to have a cute girl like Saki call him Oni-chan. A completely flustered Yuyuta begs her to stop embarrassing him, prompting Saki to chime in and jokingly suggest using the slightly more formal Oni-san instead. Completely ignoring his embarrassment, Maya looks right at him and playfully calls him Oni-san herself, leaving Yuyuta completely startled as his heart skips a quick beat. Saki quickly gets flustered and tells Maya to knock it off, but Maya keeps pushing, cheekily asking if Saki is secretly already calling him by a cute nickname. Saki firmly insists that she only ever calls him Asura-kun, to which Maya complains that is way too boring. Clapping her hands together, a blushing Saki completely shuts the conversation down and demands they change the subject. Moving on, Maya excitedly declares that they absolutely have to throw a massive joint birthday party for the siblings this December. Yuyuta casually mentions that December birthdays usually get unfairly lumped in with Christmas, an observation Saki immediately and enthusiastically agrees with, just as a nearby door suddenly creaks open. Maya's little brother suddenly peeks his head into the room, his eyes locking onto their desserts. Maya immediately scolds him for interrupting when she specifically said she was busy, but the young boy just pouts and complains that it isn't fair they get to eat cake without him. Maya tries to shoo her brother away to their mother, reminding him that it is almost dinner time. Stepping in, Saki gently reassures the pouting boy that there is plenty of cake saved for him too, asking if he wants to help light the candles later, which instantly cheers him up and earns a warm smile from Yuyuta. Maya closes the door and quickly apologizes for the noisy interruption, though Yuyuta easily brushes it off. Watching the exchange, Saki casually points out that Maya's little brother is quite a bit younger than her. Maya laughs and admits she has so many younger brothers that it is genuinely tough to keep an eye on all of them, though she confesses their chaotic energy is actually pretty cute. She explains that the massive age gap makes her feel more like she is raising her own kids, rather than just babysitting siblings, prompting a highly impressed Yuyuta to earnestly tell her she would make a fantastic mother. Maya completely misinterprets Yuyuta's casual compliment, teasingly pointing out that such remarks should be strictly reserved for Saki. A deeply flustered Saki quickly jumps to his defense, insisting he didn't mean it that way at all, while a bewildered Yuyuta internally realizes Maya twisted his compliment about Saki being a good parent into a loaded comment about being a good spouse. Maya continues her playful interrogation by asking Saki if she has any interest in parenthood, prompting Yuyuta to step in and explain that, while he respects his own mother, he hasn't given much thought to his own future. Completely ignoring the logic, Maya jumps to the ridiculous conclusion that Saki actually wants to be a groom instead, driving an exasperated Saki to snap at her to stop fooling around on her own birthday. As the birthday celebration draws to a close under the night sky, Maya's older brother warmly thanks the siblings for visiting and bids them a safe trip home. After politely thanking their hosts for the hospitality, Yuyuta and Saki head out, with Maya enthusiastically volunteering to walk them out. Just before the door shuts behind them, Saki catches a wholesome glimpse of Maya's brother gently telling their younger sibling that the birthday candles have to wait until their father gets home. Deeply touched by the sweet interaction, Saki softly remarks on what an incredibly close and happy family they are. Maya immediately deflects the comment, humorously pointing out that Saki's observation is actually her own line. She turns the compliment right back on them, bluntly stating that Yuyuta and Saki are actually the ones who get along incredibly well. When Saki tries to stammer out a protest, Maya playfully pushes her buttons even further, teasingly asking if she should have suggested they make a good couple instead. The comment sends Saki into a complete tailspin as she frantically demands to know who exactly Maya is calling a couple. Cracking a massive triumphant grin, Maya effortlessly pulls off a perfect bait and switch, cheerfully clarifying that she was obviously referring to Saki's mother and Yuyuta's father all along. Left completely speechless by the brilliant trap, Saki internally groans at how easily she was played. Sensing victory, Maya playfully teases Saki, mischievously asking exactly who else she thought was being referred to. Desperate to escape the relentless teasing, Saki abruptly bids Maya goodbye and walks off ahead. Yuyuta politely bids their friend farewell, wishing Maya a wonderful birthday as they officially wrap up the evening under the glowing streetlights. Walking home together after the party, Saki complains that Maya is always teasing everyone, prompting a chuckle from Yuyuta. He suggests that if they look like siblings who get along well, their current behavior might represent the perfect comfortable distance between them, leaving Saki to quietly agree but trail off with lingering hesitation. Saki is flustered that Maya kept repeatedly referring to them as a couple right up until the end of the evening. Walking alongside her, Yuyuta silently reflects on the word couple as well, letting the heavy concept linger in his own thoughts. Yuyuta silently muses that for a high school student like himself, being part of a real couple still feels like something reserved for the incredibly distant future. He admits to himself that the entire concept is something he simply cannot visualize clearly in his mind just yet. Back home later that night, Saki relaxes in a warm bath, letting out a long, exhausted sigh to wash away the day's stress. She recalls how Maya teasingly offered to leave the two young lovebirds alone even before Yuyuta had arrived at the party. Saki struggles to determine if her friend was merely joking or being serious, anxiously wondering just how much Maya might actually suspect about their true relationship. Shifting her focus, Saki reminds herself that Yuyuta's birthday is coming up in just 2 months. She resolves that she needs to start planning ahead and figure out the perfect gift to get him for his special day. Stepping out into the living room, Saki is completely surprised to find her mother home incredibly early. When Saki points out how unusual her early return is, her mother explains she wasn't feeling very well and was allowed to head home early from her shift. Saki thoughtfully advises her mother to stay warm so she doesn't catch a cold, offering to brew her a fresh cup of tea. Her mother gratefully accepts, and as they sit together on the sofa enjoying the warm drinks, she notes how pleased she is to see that Saki has finally started taking proper breaks from her own hectic schedule. Her mother confesses that having Teichai around has finally allowed her to feel comfortable enough to rest and take breaks. She warmly adds that Saki has become incredibly reliable too, prompting Saki to gently remind her that she doesn't have to rely solely on her new stepfather, reassuring her mother that she can count on her own daughter anytime as well. While watching a Halloween special on television, Akiko mentions that she and Teichai were planning to go out for a family meal together to celebrate the holiday. Saki skeptically questions if Halloween is actually an appropriate occasion for a nice dinner, but her mother casually brushes it off, reasoning that it is basically just another festive holiday anyway. Akiko notes that Teichai is simply eager to find any excuse to celebrate with the whole family. She explains that since Saki's birthday is rapidly approaching, they decided to combine the dinner into a massive celebration, adding that she plans to take some proper time off around Christmas so they can grandly celebrate both of the kids' birthdays together as a real family. Hearing the grand plans, Saki suddenly lets out a soft chuckle. When a curious Akiko asks what is so funny, Saki quickly dismisses it as nothing, though she internally rejoices over the realization that their family celebration will conveniently overlap with Christmas, just as she had hoped. Saki happily reflects on the prospect of all four of them properly celebrating the holidays together as a united family, though she silently admits to herself that her excitement is not entirely about the wholesome family bonding. Staring warmly at her cup of tea, Saki silently tells herself that starting this year things are going to be entirely different. The story jumps forward to Thursday, October 29th, where a quiet Saki sits at her desk in the bustling classroom as the teacher reminds everyone to carefully review the newly distributed handouts. Saki reads over the flyer recruiting student volunteers for a Shibuya Halloween cleanup event scheduled for the upcoming Sunday. She internally notes that a full week has already passed since Maya's birthday party, leaving the entire city completely wrapped up in the festive Halloween spirit. Pondering the holiday, Saki suddenly recalls a recent conversation with Yomiuri at the bookstore. She remembers her senior playfully teasing that she would look incredibly cute wearing cat ears for Halloween, leaving a slightly flustered Saki to quietly mull over the specific compliment. Saki reflects on the styling choices she made in her past, realizing that her fashionable look was always meant to act as a protective barrier rather than an attempt to look cute. She admits to herself that she had unconsciously gone out of her way to avoid looking cute, a deeply ingrained habit that stemmed entirely from her biological father. Saki vividly recalls how her father would instantly fly into a rage whenever she wore clothes chosen by her mother or received any compliments about being cute. Despite her desperate efforts to win his approval by getting top grades and earning praise from others, her father would only criticize her and scream that she was going to make him suffer just like her mother did. Permanently scarred by those harsh, abusive words, Saki adopted heavy makeup and mature styling as a shield to survive in the world completely alone. She structured her entire appearance not to draw attention, but to leave absolutely no openings for others to exploit. Saki's deep, painful trip down memory lane is suddenly shattered when Maya abruptly calls out her name, causing her to gasp in surprise, as she is pulled right back to reality. Bursting with her usual chaotic energy, Maya playfully demands some early Halloween candy, prompting a deadpan Saki to point out that the holiday is still a ways off. Maya quickly reveals her real motive, excitedly explaining that since Halloween falls on a Saturday this year, she is planning a massive class party and wants to know if Saki would like to join. Saki immediately shuts down the invitation, explaining she has to work and won't be able to make it. When Maya dramatically weeps over her prioritizing her job over friendship, Saki remains totally unfazed, prompting Maya to quickly recover and promise to let everyone know Saki won't be coming, which leaves Saki wondering exactly who she means by everyone. Maya clarifies that she meant their entire class, explaining that everyone is incredibly grateful to Saki for working so hard behind the scenes during the culture festival without ever complaining. Saki is genuinely surprised by the warm appreciation, sheepishly admitting she only took the background job because she simply wanted to avoid being forced to work as a waitress. Remembering the cute maid cosplay outfit designed for the festival's cafe, Saki wonders if her classmates actually wanted her to wear it instead. The thought suddenly takes an unexpected turn, leading her to secretly wonder if Yuyuta would have found her cute if she had actually worn that maid outfit. Saki's private daydream is instantly cut short when Maya leans in with a knowing look, playfully accusing her of thinking about Yuyuta yet again, and leaving a startled Saki to frantically deny the claim. With her heart pounding, Saki can only watch in silence as Maya cheerfully walks off. Sitting back at her desk, Saki nervously reflects on the interaction, admitting to herself that it is becoming downright terrifying how easily Maya seems to read her mind lately. Back in her room, as evening settles over the apartment building, Saki wraps up a long study session. Unwinding with a deep sigh, she decides it is finally about time to stop hitting the books and start preparing dinner. Looking at her music playlist, Saki recalls that Yuyuta is also busy attending cram school today. She reflects on how much more frequently he has been going there since summer break ended, reasoning that he is likely focusing heavily on his college prospects and career to secure a stable, high-paying job. Saki reasons that Yuyuta's ultimate goal of working for a high-paying company isn't even for his own selfish benefit. She intellectually reminds herself that just because he made a new female friend at cram school, it absolutely doesn't mean he is just playing around, though she struggles to fully align her emotional reaction with what she knows is right. Even though she knows she should be reasonable, Saki is instantly plagued by a sudden wave of jealousy. She can't help but feel incredibly uneasy at the thought of that other girl getting to look at Yuyuta's profile the entire time they are studying together. Overcome by a sudden urge to just see him, Saki drafts a text to Yuyuta asking if he wants to go grocery shopping together once he is done with his classes, so she can pick up some ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast. Over at his cram school, Yuyuta smiles warmly as he reads her text. He happily replies that he is down to go, letting her know his class should wrap up around 8:20 in the evening. Fujinami suddenly leans in and bluntly asks him if the person texting him is his girlfriend, completely catching a gasping Yuyuta off guard. Totally cornered and unsure of how to explain their complicated family dynamic, Yuyuta awkwardly stammers that she isn't his girlfriend, but hesitates on the rest. Despite his incredibly vague and non-committal response, Fujinami smoothly offers her congratulations anyway, leaving him even more flustered. Fujinami playfully points out that there is clearly a deep reason behind his evasive answer. She reassuringly tells him that as long as his bond with the person he likes has changed for the better, then no matter what the official label of their relationship is, it should definitely be considered a massive win. Deeply touched by her perspective, Yuyuta sincerely thanks Fujinami, admitting that her encouraging push has finally allowed him to step forward and make peace with his thoughts, which she warmly accepts. Yuyuta starts to say that their dynamic is fine, but Fujinami cuts in, teasingly asking if it is really okay for him to be acting so friendly with another girl like her. Yuyuta awkwardly clarifies that he genuinely just thinks of her as a friend. Fujinami playfully accepts this, noting that if they are just friends, then there is absolutely no problem with them hanging out. Yuyuta then notices a volunteer recruitment flyer for a Shibuya Halloween cleanup. Yuyuta asks Fujinami if she ever goes to Shibuya for Halloween, mentioning the cleanup flyers they handed out at school and wondering what the event is like. Fujinami notes that the city is always a huge mess the morning after, but Yuyuta admits he actually kind of likes the chaotic vibe. He explains that seeing everyone suddenly act unbelievably dumb makes him realize humans can just be ridiculously carefree, and he finds that perfectly okay. Fujinami thoughtfully echoes his sentiment about it being okay to be ridiculous, cynically adding that humans are really just slightly evolved apes anyway. Hearing this, Yuyuta bluntly points out that she actually has incredibly high expectations for people. Taken aback by his sharp observation, Fujinami falls silent for a moment before confusedly asking if she really does. Yuyuta explains his logic, noting that people only get disappointed because they secretly expect things from others in the first place, suggesting she tries to balance things out just to keep herself from expecting too much. Processing his surprisingly insightful breakdown, Fujinami quietly admits she has never actually thought about her mindset that way before. Deciding to cut the deep conversation short, Fujinami suggests they wrap up their chatting and finally get back to studying. Yuyuta readily agrees, apologizing for interrupting her while she was busy messaging someone before glancing back down at his own notes. A floating thought reveals Yuyuta reflecting on an upcoming outing, internally admitting that even though it is just a simple shopping trip and cannot exactly be called a date, just the thought of spending time together is more than enough to make his heart race. Snapping himself out of his distracting romantic thoughts, a heavily blushing Yuyuta aggressively shakes his head and tells himself he desperately needs to focus. Looking down at his university preference sheet, he firmly reminds himself that his only real goal right now is to get into a good college and land a high-paying job. Yuyuta thinks back to his original promise to find a way to earn money and help Saki become fully independent in exchange for her making his daily meals. He silently laments that he has been able to keep his end of the contract, while she has just been constantly giving to him, unilaterally resolving that he wants to make sure absolutely nothing restricts her future way of life. Ultimately, he wants to gain the power to fully support their family all on his own. Yuyuta internally declares that this immense drive to succeed isn't something anyone else forced onto him, noting that he hasn't even his true ambitions with anyone else yet. Radiating an intense aura of absolute focus, he gets back to his studies, firmly deciding that this is a personal goal he found entirely on his own. Enjoying a peaceful dinner together, Saki and her stepfather admire the delicious aroma of the freshly prepared food. Agreeing that fresh meals are always the absolute best, they both offer their thanks and dig into their dinner. During the meal, her stepfather checks in to see if Yuyuta is currently busy working his part-time job, but Saki clarifies that he is actually attending cram school today. Her stepfather notes that Yuyuta has been attending his classes quite frequently lately, musing that, while he originally thought the lessons were just a temporary summer arrangement, cram school seems to be a perfect fit for him. Saki silently reflects on how quiet and calm their home life has finally become, noting that she and her stepfather have ended up eating dinner alone together much more frequently. She internally admits that she is incredibly grateful for his presence, deeply appreciating how mindful he is of her boundaries and how hard he works to ensure she always feels completely safe and comfortable. However, she secretly confesses to herself that despite his undeniable kindness, her bitter childhood memories still make it utterly impossible for her to place unconditional trust in any adult man. Resolving that this exact lack of trust is why she needs to properly confront reality and understand their family dynamics, Saki musters up her courage and directly calls out to get her stepfather's attention. Breaking the comfortable silence with a highly personal inquiry, Saki bluntly asks her stepfather what exactly he dislikes about her mother. Completely caught off guard by the intense question, her stepfather chokes on his dinner as Saki frantically apologizes for blindsiding him. Once he recovers, he thoughtfully ponders her words, admitting that, while Saki clearly loves her mother, living together inevitably exposes a partner's flaws, forcing Saki to internally reflect on how no marriage can survive if people strictly focus on the positive traits of their partner. Her stepfather nods in understanding, pointing out that since they have been living together as a new family for several months now, it makes perfect sense that she would start reflecting on these deeper relationship dynamics. Saki can only look down in silence, anxiously waiting to hear his genuine perspective on the matter. While reflecting on his new marriage, Yuyuta's father admits that although he certainly doesn't hate it, he does have a minor complaint about his new wife. He casually confesses that she is actually quite sloppy most of the time. Saki easily agrees, noting that the description sounds exactly like her mother. Her stepfather adds that whenever he tries to be even slightly strict with Yuyuta, she will secretly scold him about it afterward, before mentioning that her work-related venting sessions also tend to drag on for quite a while. Shocked by the revelation, Saki asks if her mother really complains about her job, prompting her stepfather to laughingly clarify that it only happens once in a while. Saki is left completely stunned, internally admitting she had absolutely no idea her mother ever vented about work, let alone that she would drag those complaints out forever. He explains that because her mother works at a high-end bar, her complaints about difficult customers can get rather harsh, which is likely why she always hid them to protect her daughter from hearing such negativity. He reveals that before they all started living together, she used to spend a lot of time venting to her coworkers after her shifts. Saki quietly processes this, finally understanding why her mother used to come home at such incredibly odd hours in the past. Saki internally reflects on her painful family history, remembering how her biological father accused her mother of cheating during those late nights, which ultimately caused their divorce. Realizing that a lack of communication destroyed her parents' past marriage, Saki desperately begs her stepfather to let her bear the burden instead, earnestly declaring that if he ever grows tired of listening to her mother's complaints, he should just vent them to her instead. Her stepfather gently reassures her, explaining that while her mother certainly has her flaws, he is just as sloppy and complains just as much as she does anyway. He adds with a warm laugh that if her mother were ever to scold her, he wouldn't even be able to stop himself from stepping in and asking her to go easier on Saki. He explains that because both he and Saki's mother have been through so much hardship in their pasts, they actively want to build a marriage where they can fully accept even the flaws and things they don't necessarily like about each other. Mulling over his words, Saki realizes that she can truly trust this gentle man to take care of her mother. However, she quickly catches herself letting her thoughts wander toward a hypothetical scenario that extends far prior to just her mother's happiness. Gathering her courage, Saki asks a highly hypothetical question, directly asking her stepfather if he would still accept her and Yuyuta flaws and still consider them family, even if they were to turn into total delinquents. During a serious heart-to-heart, Saki's stepdad delivers a powerful message telling her that even if they were to somehow break the law and face major consequences, he would absolutely never deny that they are family. He firmly confirms his stance without a single shred of hesitation, admitting that, while he probably shouldn't be saying something so dramatic, his immediate and unconditional support deeply touches Saki. Saki quietly reflects on her growing romantic feelings, realizing she has officially fallen for Yuyuta as a man. She secretly feels that even if she were to confess something so shocking, her kind stepdad would likely find a way to understand. Saki quietly thanks her stepdad for his reassuring answer, unable to shake the comforting feeling that he would unconditionally accept her true emotions without a moment of hesitation. Fast forwarding to later that evening, Saki arrives right in front of the cram school, sending Yuyuta a quick text to let him know she is waiting. She recalls her stepdad frantically lecturing her to stick to well-lit roads and watch out for sketchy people, feeling slightly guilty for causing him so much worry. Saki realizes that after all their heavy family discussions, her desire to see Yuyuta has only grown stronger, eagerly waiting for him to finish his classes so they can start their evening errand together. Just as she waits outside, a remarkably tall and stylish girl walks past, prompting Saki to admire her model-like proportions from afar. Yuyuta quickly joins her outside, apologetically asking if she had been waiting long, which Saki casually denies. Feeling relieved, Yuyuta suggests they get moving, and the two happily make their way over to the local supermarket. After wrapping up their quick shopping trip, just before the store closes, they step back outside, with Saki confirming that she successfully managed to pick up all the ingredients she needed. Walking home together under the night sky, Yuyuta casually complains that all the vibrant orange Halloween decorations currently filling up the city are starting to hurt his eyes. Saki lightheartedly reassures him, pointing out that the shops will inevitably swap them all out for Christmas themes soon enough anyway. Yuyuta casually remarks that Christmas is at least easier on the eyes since it features a lot more green, prompting Saki to note his incredibly unique perspective on holidays. Changing the subject, Yuyuta offers to pack Saki's groceries into his own basket for her. Saki politely declines, warning him not to overload the basket, but Yuyuta insists on at least carrying the bags since she constantly makes meals for him. Catching onto his underlying motivation, Saki suddenly realizes this is exactly why he has been picking up extra cram school classes lately. She perfectly deduces that since he couldn't hook her up with a high-paying job, he decided to invest in his own education instead, knowing it would pay off in the long run and allow him to properly support their family. Her dead-on analysis leaves Yuyuta completely stunned. Yuyuta genuinely praises her amazing ability to see right through his plans. Saki modestly brushes it off, noting that the timing of his extra classes made it pretty obvious, before adding that she just naturally happens to notice these kinds of details about him. Turning away slightly, Saki softly confesses that she notices those little details simply because she is constantly thinking about him. The sudden heavy confession completely flusters Yuyuta. Overwhelmed by the abrupt shift in atmosphere, the two of them end up walking the rest of the way home in absolute tense silence. Internally panicking, Yuyuta desperately tries to hide his burning red face while kicking himself for freezing up and missing his chance to respond. Meanwhile, a completely flustered Saki wonders if he even heard her at all, but quickly decides she is way too embarrassed to ever repeat herself, leaving both of them entirely in the dark about the other's true feelings. The story jumps forward to Friday, October 30th. With the weekend bringing both a holiday and Halloween, the classroom atmosphere during lunch break hums with a lot more lively energy than usual. Standing out on the balcony with his friend, Yuta quietly listens to the distant chatter of his classmates, eagerly discussing their upcoming weekend plans and Halloween costumes. Yuta gets straight to the point, asking Shinju why he went out of his way to call him out for a private chat. He notes internally that Shinju was the one who initiated this tense little meetup. Shinju casually drops the bomb that he wants to take Iace to the class Halloween afterparty with just the two of them. He mentions she already declined the main party, but cuts himself off, deciding that, before he makes any bold moves, there is one major thing he needs to confirm with Yuta first. Staring him down, Shinju directly asks Yuta if he has romantic feelings for Iace. When Yuta tries to play dumb by asking if he means purely as a brother, Shinju immediately shuts the deflection down, warning him that they both know exactly what kind of love he is talking about. Cornered, Yuta tests the waters by asking what Shinju plans to do once he gets his answer. Shinju smoothly replies that his next move entirely depends on what Yuta says, making Yuta internally groan, as he realizes his classmate has absolutely zero intention of backing down from this confrontation. Yuta reflects on his own messy emotions, internally admitting that he can't even clearly define whether his feelings for his stepsister are strictly romantic or just deep familial love, let alone easily explain something so incredibly vague to another person. Imagining Shinju actually taking Saki out on a date, Yuta questions if he would really be okay with just standing by and letting that happen. Making his choice, he looks at Shinju and admits that while he has absolutely no concrete proof to define his complicated emotions, he will try his best to put them into words. Before dropping the truth, Yuta demands a promise in exchange for his complete honesty. He firmly clarifies that whatever he says is strictly his own personal feeling and doesn't define his actual relationship with Iace at all, warning Shinju not to jump to any crazy conclusions. A slightly confused Shinju agrees to the terms anyway. With the boundaries firmly set, Yuta finally bites the bullet and bluntly confesses to his classmate that he genuinely does have feelings for his stepsister. Taking in the massive revelation, Shinju stays quiet for a brief moment before calmly thanking Yuta for giving him a straight answer, leaving Yuta slightly taken aback by how smoothly the heavy confession was actually received. Without any further drama or follow-up questions, Shinju casually waves goodbye and heads off. Left standing alone, Yuta watches him leave, quietly bewildered by just how surprisingly simple and anticlimactic his rival's reaction ended up being. Saki wonders what Shinju actually thought after hearing her response and how it might influence his future decisions. Still, his sincere gratitude felt incredibly genuine, giving her a sudden wave of optimism that their relationship will not take a bad turn after all. Back at the bookstore, Yomiuri playfully surprises Yuta with an early Halloween greeting, demanding some candy or warning him that he will face the consequences of a mischievous trick. Instead of teasing Yuta, Yomiuri directs her trick right at a startled Saki, sneaking up to tickle her and causing her to cry out in surprise while Yuta watches the chaotic scene unfold. As Saki desperately begs her mischievous coworker to stop tickling her, a bewildered Yuta stares blankly at the colorful jester hat she is holding. Yomiuri enthusiastically hands a jester hat to Yuta, explaining that the entire staff is required to wear them for the bookstore's special Halloween service, even though Yuta silently notes that the actual holiday is not until the following day. Yomiuri s her plans to attend a costume party and go to karaoke tomorrow, warning Yuta to have candy ready or risk her playing an even bigger prank on Saki. Stepping up to protect Saki, Yuta quickly agrees to bring the treats, warning his senior that any further teasing crosses the line into workplace harassment. Yomiuri happily agrees with his warning, teasingly claiming that a truly good big brother should always carry sweets in his pocket for his cute little sister, leaving Yuta to dryly reflect that he has never heard of such a brotherly rule. The store manager suddenly interrupts to discuss the upcoming shift schedule, confirming Yuta's suspicion that even the management is fully participating in the costume event. Meanwhile, Yomiuri excitedly tries to convince Saki to wear cat ears the following day, but Saki instantly shuts down the idea with a flat rejection. When Yomiuri begs Saki to join her university Halloween party, Saki refuses, pointing out that she is just a high school student and walking around late at night is too risky. Yomiuri tries to reassure her by mentioning that Kyudo-sensei is supervising and alcohol is strictly banned, though this only makes Yuyuta internally comment that having their eccentric professor in charge is the least comforting thing she could have said. Yomiuri concedes that Saki's wary impression of Kyudo-sensei is fair given how the professor teased her during their first meeting. Eager to bond anyway, Yomiuri eagerly leans in close, rattling on about wanting to chat about cosmetics, nail salons, and affordable spots, just to have a fun sisterly hangout with Saki. While chatting during her shift, Saki hesitantly admits that she is somewhat interested in attending the upcoming class party, but she remains highly hesitant because she absolutely refuses to do anything that might make her parents worry. Yomiuri-senpai listens thoughtfully, understanding her mature sense of caution. Yomiuri-senpai immediately seizes the opportunity to tease her, whispering if the real reason she is skipping the class party is because she has a secret date planned with Yuyuta instead. Saki frantically denies the bold accusation as Yuyuta watches from a distance, completely clueless about what the two girls are whispering about. Back at the apartment later that night, Saki lies wide awake in bed staring at her phone. She watches the clock tick past midnight, quietly realizing that the date has officially changed to Saturday, October 31st. Staring blankly at the screen, Saki quietly reflects on the fact that Halloween has finally arrived. The date triggers a nostalgic flashback to Saki's elementary school days, bringing back the fond memory of a promise she once made to her mother to host a fun Halloween party together. Sadly, that promise was never kept because her mother ended up being far too busy with work, and her biological father failed to return home as well. Left entirely alone, a young Saki lit the party candles herself and fell asleep, dreaming of a happy life surrounded by loving parents, only to be scolded the next morning by her mother for leaving the candles burning all night. Saki remembers how her mother suddenly hugged her tightly and tearfully apologized for making her feel so lonely, leaving Saki with an unforgettable memory of the jack-o'-lantern's soft, lonely glow. Back in the present, Saki lies in bed and quietly wonders if she can still find something like that candle to recreate the warmth she missed. The story jumps to Saturday, October 31st, revealing the crowded streets of Shibuya buzzing with massive, energetic crowds dressed up in all kinds of wild Halloween costumes. Meanwhile, during his holiday shift at the bookstore, Yuyuta is suddenly called over by a coworker who delivers some rather unpleasant news. He explains that a rowdy partygoer seems to have thrown up right at the store entrance, leaving Yuyuta to deal with the chaotic reality of working on Halloween night. Yuyuta's coworker apologetically asks him to clean up a mess outside, noting that they should at least be grateful the customers didn't throw up inside the store. Armed with his cleaning supplies, a tired Yuyuta quietly agrees to handle the situation. Taking his mop bucket out to the street, Yuyuta observes the massive crowd of costumed partygoers completely flooding the area, internally comparing the chaotic and wild scene to a literal night parade of 100 demons. While taking in the wild Halloween sights, his attention is suddenly drawn to a lone figure sitting quietly nearby on the steps, prompting him to pause and stare in utter confusion. The horned stranger casually interrupts a couple making out right next to her, politely asking the costumed pair if they have a quick moment to spare. Showing absolutely zero hesitation, the strange woman bluntly asks the couple if they regularly engage in public foreplay, catching the two of them completely off guard. The flustered couple tries to brush the encounter off, but the woman ruthlessly presses on, questioning if the Halloween atmosphere is what caused them to completely abandon basic social ethics. She then boldly theorizes that they were doing it specifically for the thrill of exhibitionism, suggesting they should happily welcome an active observer like her. Thoroughly embarrassed, the couple furiously denies her wild claims and quickly scrambles away from the area. Undeterred, the woman calls after them, demanding to know if this was just a momentary lapse in judgment or a regular habit, leaving a bewildered Yuyuta to watch the entire ruthless exchange and genuinely wonder if she might actually be a real demon. Satisfied with adding the brief encounter to her research notes, the eccentric woman turns around to hunt for her next observation subject, immediately locking eyes with Yuyuta as he stands completely frozen with his mop. Recognizing her face, Yuyuta suddenly gasps in sudden realization, silently identifying her as the incredibly eccentric professor he previously saw debating with Yomiuri-senpai back at the cafe. The professor tilts her head and asks if they have met somewhere before leaving a flustered Yuyuta to awkwardly realize he had just been staring at her in total silence. He quickly recalls Yomiuri mentioning a costume party with some university students, instantly putting the pieces together on why this chaotic professor is currently wandering the streets in a demon costume. The eccentric woman nonchalantly remarks that every kind of learning begins with careful observation. She smoothly pivots the conversation, playfully pointing out that Yuyuta was totally watching the couple's courtship behavior earlier and asking for his thoughts on the matter. Caught completely off guard, a flustered Yuyuta stammers as he tries to figure out how to respond. Yuyuta awkwardly admits that he just thought the whole public display was incredibly embarrassing. Hearing this, the woman smiles knowingly and deduces that he was actually imagining himself in that exact situation, being seen by others, smoothly explaining that his reaction is the perfect example of second-hand embarrassment. Yuyuta lets out an uncomfortable groan as the woman continues her impromptu lecture. She notes that while statistics show most people feel deeply uncomfortable kissing in public, a surprisingly large number of couples have still actually done it anyway. Pressing her point, she explains that she is currently investigating the exact conditions under which social ethics completely break down, questioning when and where people end up engaging in actions they supposedly consider highly inappropriate. Yuyuta sighs in exasperation, dryly noting that her chaotic fieldwork is exactly what he would expect from an overly dedicated university professor. Catching his casual remark, the woman raises an eyebrow and notes that he clearly already knows who she is, prompting Yuyuta to internally panic over his slip-up. Glancing at the bookstore, she quickly pieces things together and asks if he is a samurai, revealing that she has heard a lot about him and his workplace from Yomiuri. A shocked Yuyuta asks how she knows his name, while she casually admits she only just learned his face today. She officially introduces herself as Iha Kyudo, an associate professor at Tsukunomiya Women's University, casually mentioning that she actually met his little sister during the recent open campus event. Yuyuta immediately remembers Saki complaining about getting tangled up with a ridiculously troublesome professor back then. Deciding not to interfere with his part-time job any further, Kyudo politely excuses herself, leaving Yuyuta to internally note that she surprisingly does have some basic common sense after all. Just before leaving, Kyudo flashes a mischievous grin and playfully declares that since she is dressed as a devil, she might as well cast a curse on him. A confused Yuyuta questions the sudden threat, prompting her to bring the conversation back to the public kissing couple. She explains her theory that the chaotic Halloween atmosphere essentially causes a temporary cognitive decline, making normally reserved people act incredibly stupid and give in to their absolute most primal desires. Kyudo leans in closer and drops a heavy piece of wisdom, smoothly pointing out that being stupid isn't actually a bad thing at all, since it can genuinely lead to true happiness. Staring right at the overly analytical Yuyuta, she confidently declares that she is casting a special curse that will finally allow him and his equally smart stepsister to just let go and become complete fools. Whispering a sultry happy Halloween right into his ear, the eccentric professor gracefully walks away into the night. Left completely stunned outside the bookstore, a heavily blushing Yuyuta frantically tells himself to stop joking around as his mind instantly starts imagining him and Saki ending up acting just like that foolishly romantic couple from earlier. Heading back inside for his shift, Yuyuta tells Yomiuri about the bizarre encounter, causing his senior to totally freak out and frantically ask if her eccentric professor did anything weird to him. Staring blankly ahead, a completely drained Yuyuta mutters that he is physically fine, but quietly admits that she actually managed to successfully place a heavy curse on him. Yomiuri-senpai enthusiastically confirms that everyone attending the party is dressed up, leaving Yuyuta quietly amazed by the sheer effort and elaborate design of her witch costume. Meanwhile, Narasaka desperately tries to coax Saki into joining the festivities by offering her various outfits, but a stubborn Saki flatly refuses to participate. Seeing her disappointment, Yuyuta steps in to defuse the situation, handing Narasaka a bag of treats to finally get her to stop pestering Saki. When Narasaka curiously asks what is inside the bag, Yuyuta explains that since she previously mentioned going to karaoke, later, he went out of his way to buy her some throat lozenges alongside the promised Halloween sweets. Overjoyed by his incredibly thoughtful gesture, Narasaka praises him for being so responsible and warmly thanks him, leaving Yomiuri-senpai quietly impressed by his attentiveness. Wishing them both a happy Halloween, Yomiuri-senpai bids them farewell and heads off to join the rest of the party. Yuyuta and Saki bid her a polite goodbye, wishing her a safe trip and thanking her for her hard work today. As they prepare to head back home together, Yuyuta suddenly stops Saki and tells her to wait up. Saki looks on in surprise as he reaches into his bag and presents her with a small festive Halloween gift of her own, warmly explaining that it is for her. When a curious Saki asks if it contains candy, Yuyuta clarifies that he actually got her chocolates instead. Saki immediately feels a bit guilty, confessing that she didn't prepare anything to give him in return, but Yuyuta gently tells her not to worry about it since it is just a small gesture, before warmly wishing her a happy Halloween. Clutching the sweet gift closely, Saki looks at him with a soft expression and warmly returns the holiday greeting, thanking him for the thoughtful surprise. The two of them step out into the bustling streets of Shibuya, instantly finding themselves surrounded by the massive, lively Halloween crowds. As Saki comments on how incredibly packed the streets are, Yuyuta silently agrees, realizing that in a crowd this massive, there is virtually zero chance of running into anyone they know. He curiously wonders if Saki bought something when she briefly ran back to the store right before they left, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short when the dense crowd causes Saki to lose her footing and stumble sideways. Yuyuta immediately checks on her, suggesting they move closer to the side of the road where the crowd is a bit thinner. Saki readily agrees to the plan, prompting Yuyuta to gently hold out his hand and offer it to her so they don't get separated in the chaos. Guided by his firm support, Saki carefully navigates her way through the dense crowd. Yuyuta gently advises her to watch her step and be careful in the dim light, and Saki softly reassures him that she is doing perfectly fine. Walking home side by side, Yuyuta and Saki find themselves in a highly charged moment as they hold hands, both of them feeling incredibly self-conscious and blushing intensely under the quiet night sky. Saki gently breaks the spell by letting go of his hand and thanking him for the support, explaining she is perfectly fine now, which leaves them both stammering in mutual awkward embarrassment. Trying to ease the tension, Saki muses that if they were both wearing costumes, they could have easily walked home together without worrying about any judging eyes, a thought that Yuyuta quietly concedes might actually be true. Saki softly whispers her hope that such a day will come eventually, and the two of them continue their quiet journey home through the empty, peaceful neighborhood streets. As Saki secretly wonders if they will ever be allowed to walk hand in hand like a normal, ordinary couple, Yuyuta suddenly blurts out a sharp denial, leaving her completely baffled by his abrupt reaction. Yuyuta quickly dismisses his sudden outburst as nothing, internally agonizing over the invisible barrier between them and his fierce determination to protect their established bond as step-siblings. Safely back at the apartment, they wrap up dinner and exchange polite thanks for the meal, with Yuyuta offering to handle all the kitchen cleanup for the night. Just as Yuyuta prepares to start on the dishes, Saki unexpectedly calls out to him and requests his help with something special once they are completely done with the chores. A beautifully carved jack-o'-lantern suddenly flickers to life in the darkened room, glowing brightly as its light switch is clicked on. When a curious Yuyuta asks if the pumpkin is actually a decorative lamp, Saki happily confirms it, explaining she fell in love with it at her part-time job and just had to buy it on her way home. Saki reminisces that back in the day her mom actually bought her a pumpkin lantern with the exact same design. She explains it wasn't a fake light, but held a real candle, recalling how her mom was working late just like tonight, leaving her to light it and celebrate Halloween entirely by herself. Saki reflects on how her mother's demanding job meant they barely saw each other, making her childhood home constantly feel lonely. However, she breaks into a warm smile and happily admits that this year is completely different, expressing genuine joy that she got to spend the holiday together with him. Caught entirely off guard by her sweet and sincere confession, a blushing Yuyuta stammers out a nervous response, completely overwhelmed by the heavily romantic atmosphere quickly settling between them. Trying to ease the tension, Yuyuta gently points out that her hair has grown a little bit. Saki bashfully notes it is still way shorter than it used to be, but Yuyuta softly reassures her that the look really suits her. As they lean in close, Yuyuta internally notes that he can hear a metaphorical devil's voice whispering by his ear, playfully cursing even the smartest people to act like absolute fools in love. Completely surrendering to the quiet, intimate atmosphere and their undeniable lingering feelings, the two of them finally close the distance, and a tender, passionate kiss. Pulling back slightly in the dim light, a whispered remark breaks the silence, blaming their incredibly bold and intoxicating actions entirely on the magical, mischievous nature of the devil's hour. Looking down at the warm, flickering light of the jack-o'-lantern, they internally muse that the eerie, enchanting glow of Halloween night must genuinely possess some kind of irresistible magic. The story flashes forward, jumping ahead in time to reveal that a full month and a half has officially passed since that deeply intimate and life-changing Halloween incident between the two of them. Saki offers Yuyuta a warm mug of cocoa to help him settle in. She tells him that the hot drink will help warm him up. Yuyuta thanks her and remarks on how incredibly cold it has gotten lately, prompting Saki to note that December has already arrived. Yuyuta quietly watches Saki blow on her hot drink under the December calendar. He finds himself staring intently at her quiet demeanor, noticing how calm and reserved she seems in the winter chill. Reflecting on the fact that they have entered final exams, Yuyuta recalls the single kiss they did and finds himself blushing. He silently admits that simply being near her is no longer enough to satisfy him, as he wishes for more opportunities to get closer, especially with his upcoming birthday just around the corner. Saki suddenly brings up the topic of birthdays, sending Yuyuta's heart into a frantic panic. She explains that, while the family originally planned a group celebration on the 24th, she feels they should at least celebrate his actual birthday properly. Saki points out that neither of them has ever really had their birthday celebrated on the exact day, itself asking him to confirm if that is correct. Stammering nervously and blushing, Saki admits that she wants to spend his birthday with him, specifying that she wants to do so not as step-siblings but in a completely different light. Yuyuta quietly agrees that he understands her feelings. Saki then reveals she has another important topic to discuss, mentioning that she had previously asked his father a serious question back around Halloween. Saki explains she asked his father if they would still be considered family even if they turned into complete delinquents. She recalls his dad firmly stating that while they would face the consequences, he would absolutely never deny they are family, prompting Yuyuta to jokingly think his father was trying too hard to look cool, before adding that his own mother would likely give a similar response. Yuyuta muses that his mother probably would not voice those thoughts directly in front of Saki, to which Saki quietly agrees. Both of them fall into a heavy silence as Saki privately remembers that her conversation with his father back then had sparked a lingering unspoken thought in her mind. Saki breaks the silence, softly confessing that she genuinely believed their new family might actually be open to accepting a romantic relationship between the two of them. Yuyuta simply listens in total silence as she lays her thoughts out in the open. Opening up about his own lingering insecurities, Yuyuta explains that while his dad is straightforward enough to call things out, his biological mother was the type to completely hide her dissatisfaction. He confesses his deep fear that Akiko might be doing the exact same thing, silently bottling up her conflicted emotions instead of being honest. Saki completely understands his anxiety, admitting she harbored the exact same fear about his dad eventually turning out like her abusive biological father. She reveals that this insecurity was the exact reason she decided to talk directly with Yuyuta's dad in the first place. Despite finding her own closure, Saki firmly states that she won't pressure Yuyuta to go talk to her mother, pointing out that there is no guarantee he would find the same relief she did. She gently reassures him that he shouldn't force himself to come clean until he is truly ready, which Yuyuta quietly agrees with. Deciding to wrap the heavy conversation up, Saki suggests they discuss their joint birthday plans in more detail another time and announces she is heading to bed. She warmly reminds Yuyuta not to stay up too late, and he thanks her, offering to clean up their empty cups before turning in. Saki wishes him a good night before stepping out and gently shutting the sliding door behind her. Left completely alone in the quiet kitchen, Yuyuta lets out a heavy sigh as he processes everything they just discussed. The story jumps forward to Friday, December 11th. After wrapping up the school day, Maya enthusiastically congratulates Saki on her hard work, while Saki proudly looks over her latest test results in the classroom. Noticing her friend's bright expression, Maya playfully teases Saki for looking so smug about her latest test score. Saki casually reveals she scored exactly 815 points, internally wondering if her face was really giving her away, while admitting her cheeks did feel unusually relaxed. Suddenly adopting a bizarre samurai persona, Maya dramatically declares that she scored 801 points, solemnly vowing that she absolutely will not lose next time. A completely bewildered Saki bluntly asks what is up with the weird character and wonders if her friend recently binge-watched a historical period anime. Dropping the act, Maya excitedly claps her hands and points out that Saki's birthday is coming up soon, eagerly asking what she wants for a present. Saki modestly tells her not to worry about it, but a fired-up Maya fiercely insists that she genuinely cares and is absolutely going to get her a gift anyway. Maya enthusiastically points out that Yuyuta's birthday is coming up soon as well. Saki casually notes that his birthday is just a week before hers, calculating the date to be December 13th. Hearing Saki use a specific pronoun, Maya immediately teases her by translating it to mean boyfriend, prompting an annoyed Saki to scold her for twisting a normal third-person pronoun in such a weird, suggestive voice. Suddenly realizing the date, Maya panics and asks why Saki didn't mention that Yuyuta's birthday is literally the day after tomorrow. She quickly backtracks, awkwardly admitting that calling a guy out on a Sunday just to give him a birthday present feels a bit too iffy. Saki gets incredibly flustered, desperately trying to clarify that Yuyuta is absolutely not her boyfriend. Pivoting her strategy, Maya playfully suggests calling him out under the guise of an older brother instead of a boyfriend, asking if that would make the weekend hangout acceptable. Saki stares at her in dead silence before flatly shooting the idea down with a hard no. Catching on to her vibe, Maya cheerfully concedes and decides she will just have Saki deliver her birthday present to him instead. Saki casually agrees to handle the delivery, secretly relieved and internally admitting that being mistaken for a sister with a severe brother complex is honestly way better than anyone actually discovering her true romantic feelings. Saki reassures Maya that there is absolutely no need to rush the birthday present for Yuyuta anyway. When a confused Maya asks why, Saki explains that their family actually celebrates both of their birthdays together alongside Christmas on the 24th. Maya smiles, noting that it sounds like a perfectly cozy family gathering. Saki nervously admits that she actually already has some personal plans lined up for the 24th. Catching the awkward shift in tone, Maya quickly changes the subject, dramatically declaring herself a humble samurai setting off on a grand journey to find the perfect birthday gift. She completely dashes out of the room, leaving a slightly bewildered Saki to awkwardly bid her farewell. The scene shifts to their part-time job, where Yuyuta reacts with shock after hearing some unexpected news. Saki hesitantly breaks it to him that Yomiuri-senpai is currently feeling unwell and won't be able to make it in today. Their manager confirms the situation, explaining that they are short-handed and it will just be Yuyuta and Saki running things together today. Although he admits the shift is going to be incredibly tough, he warmly tells them he is fully counting on their help, which the siblings readily agree to take on. As they begin their shift in the busy shop, already decorated for the upcoming Christmas rush, Saki quietly confesses how worried she is about her senior's health. Yuyuta easily eases her concern, agreeing that with the cold weather settling in, they both need to take extra care of themselves as well. A customer approaches the counter with a book, politely requesting to have it wrapped up as a Christmas present. Yuyuta takes the request, internally admitting that, while the holiday wrapping rush always makes him a bit nervous, he is determined to do a fantastic job so the recipient won't be disappointed. While Saki promptly steps away to assist another customer with their own holiday purchases, the mention of Christmas presents triggers a sudden thought of her own. She realizes she needs to start searching for the perfect holiday gift to give Yuyuta too. The long, exhausting shift finally comes to an end as night falls over the city, the cold wind rattling through the quiet streets. Walking home together, they both breathe a sigh of relief, agreeing that while their shift was incredibly hectic with just the two of them, they are glad they managed to survive the rush. Noting the bitter cold, Saki curiously asks Yuyuta why he isn't wearing any gloves, prompting him to explain that he simply feels like his hands might slip on his bicycle handlebars if he wears them. Saki points out that he isn't even wearing a scarf and asks if he is freezing, but Yuyuta casually explains that long scarves always feel like they might get caught on something, suggesting that a neck warmer would probably be a much safer alternative. Yuyuta modestly shrugs it off, admitting he simply doesn't feel the cold very much anyway. Though Saki softly acknowledges the explanation, she quietly points out that the temperature tonight is exceptionally freezing. Saki suddenly reaches over and gently presses her warm hand directly over his bare hand on the bicycle handlebar, sending Yuyuta's heart into a sudden frantic pounding. Walking side by side down the quiet street at night, Saki and Yuyuta hold hands in a comfortable yet heart-pounding silence, both of them blushing deeply under the dim glow of the streetlights. Saki softly asks if holding hands will help warm them up even just a little bit, to which Yuyuta quietly agrees. Saki notes that holding onto the bicycle handle is dangerous, explaining that this gentle gesture is all she can do for now, prompting a grateful Yuyuta to softly thank her in return. Feeling incredibly self-conscious and embarrassed, as though every passing bystander is staring right at them, Saki quickly changes the subject. Yuyuta asks her how she scored on her recent exams in modern literature, and he is thoroughly impressed to hear that she earned an amazing 815 points in total. When Saki asks for his overall score, Yuyuta reveals he got 819 points, leaving a competitive Saki a bit dejected over her narrow defeat. Yuyuta quickly reassures her that a mere 4-point gap is practically nothing, pointing out that since he attends prep school, she would easily rank in the grade's top 10 if she did the same. Saki explains that she has no intentions of enrolling in a prep school, noting that it is partly due to the high cost of attendance, though she privately blushes as she harbors an entirely different unspoken reason. Saki secretly realizes that if Yuyuta were studying right next to her at a prep school, she would constantly find her eyes wandering over to him, making it absolutely impossible for her to focus on her work. Later that night, back at the apartment, the two siblings sit down for dinner, both offering a polite appreciation for the hot plate of gyoza set before them. Mid-meal, Yuyuta brings up their previous discussion about celebrating their birthdays, prompting Saki to clarify if they are discussing their plans to celebrate each other's special days, to which Yuyuta confirms he has been brainstorming gift ideas. Yuyuta asks Saki if there is anything specific she wants for her birthday, only for her to admit she was just about to ask him the exact same question. She explains that she simply wanted to avoid giving him an unnecessary gift, earning a warm agreement from Yuyuta, who quietly reflects on just how incredibly similar the two of them really are. Saki directly asks Yuyuta if there is anything specific he wants for a gift. Taking a moment to think, Yuyuta suggests a neck warmer, prompting Saki to immediately recall the exact one they were looking at earlier. Saki agrees to the idea and promises to look for a nice one. Yuyuta explains that he prefers something practical and reasonably priced that he can use on a regular basis, confidently adding that he trusts her good taste to pick out something great. Yuyuta flips the question and asks what she would like to receive. Hesitating for a moment, Saki internally admits that she would actually prefer something that doesn't leave a lasting trace, quietly reflecting that this specific preference stems entirely from the lingering trauma caused by her biological father. Delving into her past, Saki recalls how her biological father was heavily obsessed with outward appearances and material wealth. She remembers that he was still relatively kind back, then frequently showering her and her mother with gifts, and even moving his business to a much more impressive building just to maintain a flashy image for his employees. Saki notes that things took a dark turn when he changed, recalling how he would cruelly throw those very same gifts in their faces to silence any complaints. She admits that the toxic environment caused her to become trapped by appearances, as well, confessing that watching her mother break down after he finally left completely shattered her own faith in everlasting relationships and emotions. Breaking the heavy silence, Yuyuta gently confesses that if the day ever comes when their own relationship finally ends, simply looking at a lingering physical gift would leave him completely heartbroken. Deeply resonating with his words, Saki firmly agrees that she would also rather receive a gift that completely disappears over time, warmly suggesting that he just buy her some nice bath soap instead. Yuyuta is visibly surprised by the humble request for soap. He explains that it simply caught him off guard because he had read online that gifts for someone you like should always be long-lasting items like accessories, though he internally sweats over his own lack of fashion sense to pick something like that out. Saki playfully counters that if she kept receiving permanent items every single year, she would eventually be completely covered in presents. Taking a slightly more serious tone, she admits that whenever those lasting items inevitably break and need to be thrown out, it always feels like she is painfully discarding something deeply important. Wrapping up her logic, Saki firmly states that it is just far better to receive something that is naturally meant to disappear right from the very start. Taking in her profound reasoning, Yuyuta quietly agrees, though he quickly realizes the deeper lingering implication behind her words. Saki internally realizes that Yuyuta is talking as if he plans to keep giving her presents year after year, rather than just treating this as a one-time occasion. Processing his underlying meaning, she simply agrees. With that settled, Yuyuta cheerfully announces that for this year he is going to go with soap as her present. Flashing a warm, gentle smile, Saki softly tells him that she is genuinely looking forward to it. The story jumps to Sunday, December 13th. Yuyuta notes that today is actually his birthday, though he wryly admits the world isn't going to treat him any differently because of it. After finishing his first morning lecture at prep school, he grabs a drink from the vending machine before suddenly stopping in confusion. Spotting a familiar face, Yuyuta calls out to Fujinami in surprise. Wearing glasses and a face mask, she casually greets him with a good morning. Yuyuta returns the greeting and asks if she caught a cold, but Fujinami clarifies she is just wearing the mask as a precaution. She explains that her aunt specifically told her she should always wear one during the winter season. Hearing her mention her aunt, Yuyuta internally recalls that this is the guardian who rescued Fujinami from her past family troubles. Taking a sip of his coffee, he listens as Fujinami notes that even with a mask, a person can still end up catching a cold. Yuyuta agrees that taking precautions is better than nothing, sharing a childhood memory of catching a winter cold and missing out on his birthday cake, which made him obsessively wash his hands ever since. Catching the hint, Fujinami asks if his birthday is coming up soon, prompting Yuyuta to casually admit that it is actually today. Sitting across from him at the cram school, Fujinami listens as Yuyuta casually confirms a point while taking a quick sip of his coffee. Wondering if she might be thirsty herself, Yuyuta is caught off guard when Fujinami suddenly leans over and places a warm canned drink directly against his head. She casually offers it to him, noting that it might be completely unnecessary since he is already drinking coffee. Setting the hot can of creamy corn soup down in front of him, Fujinami bluntly declares that it is his official birthday present, leaving Yuyuta staring at the unexpected gift in mild shock. Fujinami quickly downplays the gesture by calling it nothing fancy, but Yuyuta earnestly assures her that he is genuinely happy and thankful for it. He explains that he simply wasn't expecting to receive a gift at cram school, though Fujinami modestly insists that he doesn't need to thank her for a cheap, consumable item. Following up with some blunt advice, Fujinami casually notes that he should expect a more permanent, long-lasting present from his actual girlfriend, leaving Yuyuta to awkwardly laugh off the sudden remark. Arriving at the bookstore for his upcoming shift, Yuyuta realizes he is a little early and decides to casually wander around the quiet aisles until it is time for him to actually clock in. While strolling through the store, he wonders if Yomiuri-senpai will be coming in today and genuinely hopes she has been feeling better lately. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone playfully taps his shoulder and calls out to him as her junior. Yomiuri enthusiastically greets him after their time apart and immediately suggests they head to the break room to chat, leaving Yuyuta completely overwhelmed by her insanely high energy levels. Once they settle into the break room, Yuyuta checks in on her health. Yomiuri happily confirms that she has completely recovered, explaining that she was mostly fine by yesterday, but took an extra day off just as a strict safety precaution to avoid accidentally infecting the rest of the staff. When Yuyuta asks if she had caught a standard cold, Yomiuri confirms it, dramatically recalling how her throat was completely scratchy, and her fever spiked over 39 degrees, making her feel absolutely terrible. Yomiuri is finally back to her usual high-energy self at their part-time job, explaining that she is totally exhausted from a massive karaoke marathon over the weekend. When Yuyuta asks if it was just a regular class reunion, she clarifies that she was actually celebrating with her old high school friends because a former clubmate is getting married next month. Yuyuta is completely thrown off by the sudden mention of marriage, finding it hard to believe that someone their age is already tying the knot. Yomiuri explains that her friend was suffering from a serious case of pre-wedding blues, so she happily spent the entire night listening to them vent and singing non-stop to lift their spirits. As Yuyuta struggles to wrap his head around the concept of marriage, viewing it as something from a completely different universe, Yomiuri waxes philosophical on the matter. She explains that legal social contracts always breed conflict, playfully comparing every marriage to a classic Romeo and Juliet struggle between incompatible people. Yomiuri dramatically elaborates on her comparison, joking that the real unbridgeable chasm in marriage lies between the sauce on fried eggs Capulets and the salt and pepper Montagues, prompting a slightly amused Yuyuta to wonder if Shakespeare would be offended by her culinary spin on his classic tragedy. Yomiuri proudly declares that she belongs to the ketchup faction and asks Yuyuta where he stands. When he admits that he prefers putting soy sauce on his fried eggs, she playfully labels him as a member of an entirely separate third faction. Using his food preference as a playful nickname, Yomiuri suddenly pulls out a gift bag and presents it to him as a special birthday gift, catching a completely clueless Yuyuta off guard by revealing she knows today is his actual birthday. A surprised Yuyuta happily accepts the gift and asks how she managed to find out, only for Yomiuri to reveal that Saki was the one who tipped her off. Humming a quick birthday song, she notes that since Saki's birthday is also coming up next week, she plans to bring her gift over a bit later. Yuyuta is absolutely thrilled to find her carefully selected philosophy book set inside the bag, admitting he always wanted to read Plato but felt too intimidated to buy it himself. Yomiuri playfully confesses she originally wanted to get him a much racier adult novelty set instead, but chickened out at the last second to avoid getting arrested. As he carefully packs his new books into his locker, Yuyuta silently reflects on the subtle art of gift-giving, thinking that coordinating presents is usually the best way to satisfy both parties, even if his own assumptions were totally turned upside down. Staring at his brand new literature alongside a comforting can of warm corn soup, Yuyuta warmly concludes that receiving a completely unexpected and thoughtful gift actually feels incredibly nice. Reflecting on his past interactions with Fujinami, Yuyuta silently muses that some things might actually feel even better when they are left as a complete surprise. Returning to the apartment late that night, Yuyuta announces his arrival as he steps through the front door, only to be warmly greeted by his father, who is waiting for him in the entryway. Surprised to see him still awake, Yuyuta points out that his father is up late, prompting his dad to enthusiastically explain that he was waiting up with Saki to celebrate Yuyuta's birthday since his mother is currently working. When Yuyuta remarks on his father actually remembering his birthday, his dad sheepishly credits Saki for cooking a massive feast, admitting that he had completely forgotten about the special day, until she brought it up before urging Yuyuta to quickly go wash his hands for dinner. They start their birthday dinner with a polite thank you, and Yuyuta is absolutely amazed to learn that Saki managed to make delicious roast beef right at home using a standard rice cooker, which she notes can even make pudding and pancakes. His father loudly praises her cooking skills, prompting a silent Yuyuta to dryly note that his dad made the exact same compliment the previous night. His father insists that he will keep repeating the compliment because the food is truly that delicious, causing a humble Saki to deflect the praise by explaining that modern rice cookers are simply incredibly advanced. Yuyuta chimes in to praise her delicious homemade soy and onion sauce, noting it complements the rice so well that he could eat endless servings, earning a soft, pleased smile from Saki, who is glad her hard work in the kitchen paid off. Staring at his stepsister, Yuyuta quietly realizes that Saki went completely out of her way to prepare this extravagant feast specifically to celebrate his birthday. As his father asks for another serving, Yuyuta eagerly follows suit, feeling a deep sense of gratitude as he reaches for seconds of her wonderful cooking. As they wrap up dinner and finish washing the dishes, their dad announces he is going to hop in the bath first. The moment he leaves the room, Saki leans in close to a slightly startled Yuyuta and softly whispers that she is finally ready to give him his present. Looking directly at him with an intensely serious expression, Saki quietly tells Yuyuta to follow her to her room so they can have some privacy. Once they are safely inside her room behind closed doors, Saki nervously fidgets with a paper shopping bag and hesitantly brings up the topic of his birthday gifts. To his absolute shock, she hands over a small wrapped package and explains that it is actually a present from Maya. A completely bewildered Yuyuta accepts the gift, internally reeling at the totally unexpected surprise from her friend. Opening the gift, Yuyuta is amazed to find that Narasaka bought him a book complete with a cheeky handwritten birthday card blatantly instructing him to read it so he can win Saki's heart. Touched by the overall gesture, an oblivious Yuyuta enthusiastically notes that he will definitely have to thank her the next time they cross paths. He takes a closer look at the book cover, which proudly advertises itself as a highly aggressive romantic guidebook featuring the 7 laws for securing total and guaranteed victory in love. Taking in the ridiculously overt dating manual, Yuyuta freezes on the spot, his mind completely short-circuiting as he just stares blankly into the void. Deciding to instantly wipe the absurd romantic guidebook from his memory, Yuyuta nervously looks away and firmly tells himself to just pretend he saw absolutely nothing. Smoothly moving past the awkward silence, Saki pulls out a neatly wrapped box and proudly announces that this gift is directly from her. Opening the box, Yuyuta lets out an impressed gasp as he pulls out a thick, high-quality neck warmer. He notes how incredibly warm the material looks, and Saki explains that she specifically chose that exact one because it had the absolute best texture in the entire store. Wishing him a happy birthday, Saki mentions she was originally torn on the color but ultimately went with a brighter shade so that drivers could easily spot him while he walks home on dark roads. Yuyuta agrees with her practical logic and warmly thanks her, internally noting that even without a massive theatrical surprise, receiving her deeply thoughtful gift still makes him incredibly happy. Saki admits that establishing boundaries in their step-sibling relationship is incredibly difficult, especially since exchanging gifts is completely normal even for regular siblings. When Yuyuta suggests it might be better if they only exchange presents in private, Saki quietly confesses that she would honestly love to spend some quality time alone together without constantly worrying about everyone else's prying eyes. Taking her confession to heart, Yuyuta makes a bold proposal, promising to adjust his part-time shift so he can leave work early and take her out for a nice dinner. Saki is caught completely off guard by his sudden dinner invitation, while Yuyuta quickly becomes a bit self-conscious about his straightforward proposal. He quickly rationalizes the outing, pointing out that celebrating a birthday only happens once a year anyway. After Saki softly agrees to the plan, Yuyuta promises to actively start searching for a suitable restaurant for their special dinner. Yuyuta bids her goodnight and heads back to his room, promising to message her later with the restaurant details. Saki is left standing alone, quietly processing the exciting turn their evening just took. Back in her own room, Saki sits down on her bed and quietly wonders if Yuyuta actually liked the neck warmer she chose for him. Saki finds herself overthinking the upcoming dinner, wondering what kind of restaurant he will choose and realizing with a racing heart that going out to eat alone together basically qualifies as a real date. Her train of thought is suddenly interrupted when her phone begins buzzing on the bed. Saki picks up her phone and sees that the incoming call is from Maya, who cheerfully greets Saki as soon as she answers. Maya gets straight to the point, immediately asking if Saki successfully delivered her birthday present to Yuyuta. When Saki mentions that he made a rather strange face when he received it, Maya lets out a mischievous laugh and proudly declares that the book she chose was guaranteed to be incredibly beneficial for any troubled young man. Intrigued, Saki innocently comments that the book sounds interesting and suggests she might borrow it once Yuyuta is done reading it. This completely panics Maya, who screams in absolute refusal as Saki listens with a deadpan expression. Maya excitedly shifts the topic, eagerly asking Saki what she ended up getting Yuyuta for his birthday. Trying to mask her nerves and making a mental note to interrogate Maya about her own gifts later, Saki simply reveals that she gave him a neck warmer. Maya teasingly praises her for choosing something so practical. Saki casually mentions that she just asked Yuyuta beforehand, causing Maya to freeze in sheer disbelief, before loudly demanding to know if Saki seriously just asked him directly what he wanted. Saki confusedly confirms that she did exactly that. Maya absolutely loses it, dramatically yelling that Saki's approach is completely unbelievable and as incredibly boring as dried fish. She passionately argues that the entire point of giving a present is the surprise factor. Saki internally questions this logic, wondering if the chances of an unexpected gift actually being useful are basically zero, prompting a frustrated Maya to groan that Saki completely misses the point. Continuing her passionate rant, Maya insists that predictable gifts just fade from memory, explaining that people only remember things because they are genuinely surprised. She compares it to anime and games, claiming that true entertainment and fun come from having your expectations completely betrayed. Saki takes the lesson in quietly pondering the actual charm of surprises, while Maya loudly complains that her friend still doesn't get it at all. Saki notes that the intense lecture didn't stop there. She ends up having to listen to Maya's seemingly endless presentation about the absolute importance of surprises and stirring emotions all the way until she finally starts dozing off. Drifting off to sleep, Saki reflects on everything she just learned. She realizes that since this year's birthday is already over, she won't be able to try a redo until next year, internally noting that she should probably at least figure out if Yuyuta even likes surprises in the first place before attempting one. Getting fully comfortable in bed, she sleepily concludes that if pulling off a surprise is genuinely that important, she really wishes Maya had taught her all of this beforehand. The story jumps forward to Saturday, December 19th. With Saki's birthday officially tomorrow, Yuyuta mentally notes that he is going to have to squeeze in some time during his lunch break today to buy her present, since his cram school and part-time job kept him too busy. He recalls Saki explicitly asking for some nice bath soap, but pauses in thought. Remembering his own recent experiences and realizing just how great a genuine surprise can feel, Yuyuta internally decides he wants to add an element of surprise to Saki's gift as well. He considers giving her the soap she asked for, but sneaking in an extra present on top of it. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted during dinner when his dad suddenly asks if he is totally on board with their current idea, catching a spacing out Yuyuta completely off guard. Over a family meal, Teichai announces his plan to return to Nagano for the end of the year, which Yuyuta casually agrees to. Akiko happily notes that the whole family can go together since Saki has already agreed to the trip as well. Before Saki excuses herself to her room, Yuyuta checks in on Akiko's own homecoming plans, prompting her to explain that her relatives don't hold any special gatherings for the holidays, and that she might just visit them in the summer instead. Teichai proudly reveals that he successfully managed to secure time off from work between the 29th and the 5th, expressing relief that they can all finally relax for the New Year holidays after surviving his busy season. He firmly insists that Saki should be allowed to just take it easy during her winter break. Wanting to treat them, Akiko cheerfully suggests cooking the kids' absolute favorite dishes, though she suddenly pauses to ponder what exactly those might be. Catching on to her hesitation, Yuyuta directly asks what Saki's favorite food actually is. Akiko echoes her daughter's name, thoughtfully taking a moment to genuinely consider the question. Akiko reflects on their past, explaining that because her busy work schedule often prevented her from cooking elaborate meals, Saki naturally developed a strong preference for dishes that require extra time and effort. She lists stuffed cabbage rolls and beef stew as prime examples, leading Yuyuta to conclude that his stepsister simply loves hearty, slow-cooked stewed dishes. Akiko clarifies that when it comes to beef stew in particular, Saki actually prefers eating it at a restaurant rather than having it homemade. Yuyuta is completely surprised by this fact, admitting he never really pictured Saki as the type of person who frequently eats out. Akiko giggles in agreement, while Saki is briefly shown casually claiming she could easily just make beef stew at home herself. Delving into the backstory, Akiko warmly explains that back when Saki was much younger, there used to be an incredibly good Western-style restaurant right in their old neighborhood. She smiles, fondly noting that Saki had absolutely fallen in love with the specific beef stew they served there. Akiko admits that she even tried recreating the special stew at home to make Saki happy, but ultimately failed to capture that exact same flavor, wondering if the restaurant simply used a completely different cut of meat. As Yuyuta thoughtfully takes in the story, he suddenly remembers a crucial detail and asks if Teichai and Akiko are still planning to eat out tomorrow before coming home. Akiko quickly corrects him, explaining that they are actually going out for dinner with all of their coworkers. Yuyuta internally realizes he can't stay out late without informing them, while Teichai casually plays along with their fabricated story, encouraging them to go have fun at their supposed work gathering. Akiko's eyes light up with sudden realization, playfully guessing that Yuyuta is secretly planning to take Saki out to eat her favorite food for her birthday. She warmly praises him for being such a thoughtful older brother, completely misinterpreting the situation. Yuyuta nervously laughs the compliment off, internally wincing at the fact that he is actively deceiving his parents. However, he solemnly accepts the burden, concluding that since he is already hiding his massive secret regarding his feelings, small lies like this are inevitably going to pile up. The scene shifts to the next day as Maya and Saki arrive at a bustling cafe. Maya confidently confirms her lunch reservation with the staff, and the welcoming waitress promptly offers to guide the two girls straight to their prepared table. Saki and Maya finally arrive at a popular cafe famous for its pancakes, managing to bypass a massive queue outside thanks to Maya's foresight in placing their order right when she booked the reservation. While looking out the window, Maya suddenly spots Yuyuta walking by, noting that his prep school is nearby, and he is likely just grabbing some lunch, which leaves a surprised Saki staring after him. Maya playfully teases Saki for having her brother's daily schedule completely memorized, causing a flustered Saki to blush, and quickly argue that such awareness is completely normal for any pair of siblings. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted as a cafe server arrives at their table with their order, catching Saki completely off guard as the dish is placed down. Saki can only stare in absolute awe at a gorgeous towering pancake creation complete with glowing candles, fresh berries, and a sweet birthday message written in chocolate. Maya enthusiastically wishes her a happy birthday and tells her to blow out the candles, which Saki quickly does, only to gasp in surprise as the entire cafe erupts into a warm round of applause. Recalling how rarely she had her birthday celebrated like this in the past, Saki admits to herself that the grand public gesture is a little embarrassing but incredibly heartwarming. Giggling happily, Maya proudly declares that this festive scene was her official birthday surprise for her best friend. Saki warmly agrees that surprises truly make moments unforgettable, right as Maya begins rustling through her bag to pull out yet another treat. Maya triumphantly presents her with a wrapped birthday gift, and though Saki politely insists the special pancake cake was already more than enough, Maya eagerly brushes the protests aside and urges her to open it. At a cafe, Maya cheerfully explains that she specifically picked out a gift packed with moisturizing ingredients to combat the upcoming dry season, noting that a person can never really have enough of it. Saki warmly thanks her friend for the thoughtful present, letting out a soft chuckle as she admires the cute packaging. Leaning in with a playful wink, Maya excitedly asks Saki how she actually feels about being on the receiving end of a surprise for once. Taking a bite of her cake, Saki pauses and admits that she initially felt a bit frustrated, but quickly corrects herself to confess that it honestly didn't feel bad at all. Thrilled by the positive reaction, Maya laughs and happily points out that her friend doesn't seem to hate the surprise even a little bit. Reflecting on the warm feeling, Saki internally realizes that if she had known just how incredibly nice receiving a surprise actually felt, she definitely would have planned something special for her stepbrother's birthday as well. Meanwhile, Yuyuta steps inside a brightly lit store, immediately letting out an uncomfortable groan and visibly shuddering at his surroundings. Taking in the massive crowd, he internally panics over the sheer number of female customers packing the aisles, completely intimidated and sweating, as he realizes just how incredibly difficult it is for a guy to casually stroll into a women's cosmetics shop. Desperately trying to hype himself up, Yuyuta firmly reminds himself that he absolutely has to brave the intimidating environment to secure Saki's return gift. As he frantically scans the aisles trying to locate the soap section, a friendly store clerk notices his distress and offers to help. A flustered Yuyuta quickly blurts out what he is looking for, explaining that he is on a strict time limit during his break and simply cannot afford to waste a single second wandering around. The clerk efficiently guides him to the right aisle, leaving Yuyuta to awkwardly thank her, while internally marveling that these high-end products look absolutely nothing like the cheap multi-packs he normally buys. Staring at the massive selection, he tries to imagine what kind of soap his stepsister would actually prefer, guessing she might appreciate something with a highly elegant and stylish presentation. Catching sight of a promotional sign promising the ultimate daily relaxation experience, Yuyuta immediately pivots his strategy. He figures out that since she is constantly forcing herself to maintain that strict, stylish facade in her daily life, what she probably wants most is something to help her completely release all that pent-up tension. Picturing her finally unwinding in a warm bath, he resolves to pick out a soap with a deeply calming scent specifically designed to help her relax. With his next steps clear, Yuyuta decides all that is left is to find a good dinner location. He approaches Yomiuri during her break, apologetically asking her for some quick advice on the matter. Yomiuri playfully offers to give him 3 minutes of her time for 1,000 yen, prompting a deadpan Yuyuta to counter by promising to buy her a canned coffee instead next time. Yuyuta asks if she knows of any casual Western-style restaurants nearby that serve great beef stew, specifying he wants somewhere with a nice, slightly unique atmosphere to surprise Saki without being too overly fancy. Reading between the lines of his highly specific requests, Yomiuri instantly connects the dots and excitedly asks if this special dinner is for Saki's upcoming birthday, which a blushing Yuyuta awkwardly confirms. Yomiuri teases him about his romantic restaurant plans, though a flustered Yuyuta frantically clarifies it is nothing like that as he begs for her experienced senior guidance. She reassuringly tells him to leave it in her hands, promising to look into the perfect spot and report back later. Confident that any recommendation from his senior will be top-tier, Yuyuta internally sighs in relief. He then curiously asks if she has already prepared a birthday gift for Saki. Yomiuri confidently declares she is planning an absolutely amazing surprise, though her overly enthusiastic grin immediately makes a nervous Yuyuta decide it is probably best not to ask her for any of the specific details. Sometime later, the scene transitions to the quiet streets under the glowing night sky. Saki remarks on how warm her neck warmer is, with Yuyuta adding that it is much easier to wear than a standard scarf. Happy to see her gift is being put to good use, Saki blushes slightly and asks if he has decided on a location for their birthday dinner tomorrow. Yuyuta apologizes and admits he has not finalized the spot yet, but reassures her that he will secure a reservation in time and gently encourages her to look forward to the surprise. Saki softly says she is looking forward to it, leaving Yuyuta in a sudden state of silent panic. Fearing that his vague answer accidentally made it sound like he is preparing a massive, elaborate surprise, he quickly resolves to drop the subject entirely to keep Saki from catching on to his actual plans. Saki finds herself overthinking Yuyuta's mysterious words, wondering if he is secretly planning some kind of surprise for her birthday, though she quickly tries to convince herself she is simply letting Maya's teasing get to her head. Standing outside with Yuyuta after work, Saki internally smiles as she realizes she has never been this genuinely excited for her own birthday to arrive, while the two of them casually chat about how busy and crowded their shift at the cash registers was. Back in his apartment that night, Yuyuta reads through a dating guidebook Maya gave him, looking highly skeptical of its advice about romance, while questioning if he can actually trust her methods. His phone suddenly dings with a message from Yomiuri-senpai, who has incredibly quickly sent him a list of recommended Western-style restaurants around Shibuya, leaving him deeply grateful for her efficient help. Yomiuri's message encourages him to do his best, which leaves a confused Yuyuta wondering what she expects him to achieve, though he quickly starts looking through the booking page of a nice, affordable restaurant she recommended. Right after his restaurant reservation goes through successfully, Yuyuta receives a sudden text from Saki asking if there are any new movies he wants to see, catching him completely off guard by the out-of-the-blue question. Curious about what she could be hinting at, Yuyuta quickly gets to work searching his phone to look up the current movie listings. Yuyuta remembers he was actually quite interested in a movie called Tokyo Paprika, which premieres this coming weekend, and notices that the director's past works have all been highly praised. Yuyuta debates Saki's sudden movie question, realizing that now that he has accepted his deep romantic feelings for Saki, going out alone with any other girl would feel completely wrong. He casually texts back about the movie, prompting Saki to immediately send a snappy reply. Yomiuri-senpai playfully texts him that she might just go see the movie first to spoil the ending for him, prompting a panicked Yuyuta to send a desperate message begging her to absolutely stop. The story jumps forward to Sunday, December 20th, which is finally Saki's birthday. Having booked a special celebratory dinner for 6:30, Yuyuta admits he was so incredibly restless all day that he kept checking the clock constantly until his shift finally wrapped up at 6. As he and Saki prepare to leave, they are suddenly greeted by a familiar voice calling out to them. Yomiuri-senpai cheerfully welcomes them, waving and noting that she has been eagerly waiting around just to see them before they head out. Yuyuta politely points out that her shift is technically until 6 today and questions if it is all right for her to be lingering around, but Yomiuri-senpai breezily dismisses his concerns by revealing she stayed behind specifically because she has a birthday gift she wanted to hand over to Saki. Yomiuri-senpai enthusiastically drags Saki off toward the locker room to give her the present in private, casually instructing Yuyuta to handle clocking Saki out of her shift as well, which Yuyuta readily agrees to do. Watching her walk off, Yuyuta sheepishly asks their manager if it is truly all right to let her slide by with such a relaxed attitude. The manager warmly laughs it off, confessing that, since the bookstore basically can't run without her hard work anyway, they are more than happy to let a few minor rules slide once in a while. Rejoining each other outside, Yuyuta and Saki make their way through the chilly winter streets, with Yuyuta noting that the restaurant is close enough for them to walk to. Saki confirms the booking time of 6:30, prompting Yuyuta to reassure her that they are on track to arrive exactly on time. Curiously bringing up Saki's locker room encounter, Yuyuta asks about the birthday gift she received from Yomiuri-senpai. Saki sheepishly admits that she was given something she never expected to count as a gift, prompting her to turn the tables and ask Yuyuta if he liked his own past birthday present, to which Yuyuta can only offer a suspiciously vague and evasive response that leaves her mildly amused. As they enter a towering, highly upscale commercial complex, Saki nervously checks if the restaurant is really inside, expressing concern that the area looks incredibly fancy and expensive. Yuyuta quickly puts her mind at ease, explaining that the establishment actually targets families, making it far more affordable than its elegant appearance suggests. They finally arrive at the cozy restaurant, taking in the warm, inviting atmosphere of the dining area and the peaceful silhouettes of other customers enjoying their evening meals by the window. Saki admits she has never been to such a fancy restaurant before, noting she would normally never pick a place like it. Yuyuta simply smiles and points out that since it is her birthday, treating herself once in a while is perfectly fine. Looking over the menu, Saki curiously asks if he picked this specific restaurant because it is famous. A slightly nervous Yuyuta admits he actually just heard that their special beef stew is really good. Saki pauses in sudden realization as Yuyuta quickly apologizes, confessing that he secretly asked her mother what her favorite food was. Touched but slightly flustered, Saki mutters that his thoughtful surprise is completely unfair. Pouting slightly, Saki complains that it is incredibly unfair that he gets to do something so nice for her birthday when she wasn't able to do anything special for his. Yuyuta internally recalls her strict motto about giving more than she takes, realizing she hates feeling indebted. He apologizes but admits he is glad his surprise worked out, silently finding her pouty expression incredibly cute. As Saki admits she wanted to surprise him too, Yuyuta reflects that her ability to be so honest with him proves she genuinely trusts him now. After the waiter confirms their order for 2 special beef stew sets, Saki suddenly hands Yuyuta a wrapped bag, announcing it is his present. Yuyuta takes it in surprise, and Saki confirms it is the bath soap he asked for, complete with a bubble pouch. Taking a sniff of the soap, Saki notes it smells incredibly nice. Yuyuta happily agrees that he loves the scent, thanking her and promising to take good care of it as she warmly wishes him a happy belated birthday. The waiter returns to drop off their piping hot special beef stew sets. Saki marvels at how delicious the meal looks, while Yuyuta gently warns her to be careful since it is fresh out of the kitchen. Blowing on her food to cool it down, Saki takes a bite and excitedly points out that the meat is incredibly soft. Yuyuta eagerly agrees, noting that it literally falls apart right on the fork. Cupping her hands over her mouth in absolute delight, a blushing Saki completely melts at the taste, happily declaring that the stew is absolutely delicious. Marveling at how the incredibly tender meat falls apart with just a fork, Saki internally realizes that the dish tastes exactly like the unforgettable beef stew she had back in her childhood. Flashing back to her past, Saki recalls how her show-off father used to be incredibly strict about table manners, constantly yelling at her for the tiniest noises and turning eating out into a highly stressful ritual. However, she warmly remembers that on the exact day her parents' divorce was finalized, her mother deliberately avoided fancy restaurants and instead took her to a small, cozy diner run by an old couple. Saki fondly remembers how her mother finally let her drink orange juice, something her strict father had previously banned for her teeth, and simply giggled while wiping away the messy sauce on her mouth instead of scolding her. She happily reflects on how that cozy diner welcomed regulars like family, serving a warm, slow-cooked beef stew that completely melted away the heavy tightness in her young heart. Snapping back to the present, Saki playfully points out that Yuyuta has some sauce stuck on his mouth, leaving him to frantically wipe the wrong side of his face. Shifting his focus to the menu, Yuyuta casually mentions that the desserts look amazing and suggests they grab some pudding after their meal. Noticing Saki's sudden hesitation, he wonders if she is already full, but a slightly flustered Saki quickly denies it. Fumbling for words, Saki nervously admits that she was incredibly happy with the meal and wants to offer a proper thank you. Catching Yuyuta completely off guard, she boldly asks if he wants to go watch a movie together, right after this slowly sliding a ticket across the table. Yuyuta stares in utter shock as he reads the details on the ticket, realizing it is for a late-night screening of Tokyo Paprika, while Saki shyly urges him to take it. Thoroughly confused, Yuyuta asks why she suddenly has a movie ticket on hand before suddenly putting the pieces together. Saki smiles and confirms his suspicion, explaining that the ticket is actually the mysterious birthday present she received from Yomiuri-senpai earlier that day. A brief flashback reveals the exact moment Yomiuri handed over the envelope at the bookstore. Flashing a playful wink, the energetic senior bluntly instructed Saki to go have fun with her stepbrother, leaving a bewildered Saki asking where they were even supposed to go. Checking the envelope's contents, Saki was completely shocked to find 2 movie tickets dated for that exact same evening. Yomiuri smoothly pointed out that the late-night showing would line up absolutely perfectly with the end of their scheduled birthday dinner. Yomiuri checks the schedule and confirms the movie starts at 8:50, practically giggling to herself, as she assures a confused Saki that Yuyuta definitely wants to see this exact film and will be absolutely thrilled about it. Thanking her senior for the tickets, Saki internally wonders if she can actually use them to pull off a surprise for Yuyuta. Yomiuri brushes off the thanks, playfully demanding a feedback session as soon as they watch it, while Maya teasingly points out that Saki is clearly eager to go now. Caught in the trap, Saki bashfully caves and agrees to go since they already went through all the trouble. Saki explains to Yuyuta that Yomiuri simply handed her the 2 tickets with strict instructions to use them, however she wanted, internally realizing that her senior is an absolutely terrifying mastermind. Conceding to the setup, she suggests they just go catch the movie right now since they are already there, and Yuyuta easily agrees, finally piecing together why Yomiuri had randomly brought up movies the day before. Walking down the theater corridor together, Yuyuta casually asks Saki what kind of movie they are actually about to watch. Yuyuta admits he actually avoided looking up any information about it, so he could go in completely blind, confessing he didn't even realize it was already playing. Saki teases him for clearly looking forward to the screening, leaving a slightly embarrassed Yuyuta to agree, while Saki internally hopes the plot is something she can actually understand. The theater lights dim and someone quietly points out that the movie is finally starting. As the title card flashes on the screen, Yuyuta watches the opening scenes and quickly realizes that the main heroine actually gives off a very similar vibe to his stepsister. The movie kicks off with a dramatic theft incident right before summer vacation where the heroine is falsely accused as the culprit. Betrayed and completely abandoned by everyone, including her best friend, the desperate girl wanders into the streets only to be brutally struck and killed by a speeding truck. In a wild sci-fi twist, the girl time leaps back to the past with all her memories intact. Despite her desperate attempts to change her fate across multiple tragic time loops, she remains deeply distrustful of everyone until a brand new transfer student suddenly arrives. Thanks to the relentless warmth and support of this new boy, the guarded heroine's deeply broken heart slowly begins to heal. On the theater screen, a story unfolds about a young girl whose heart completely closes off after being constantly betrayed by the people she trusted, leaving her with a deep-seated distrust of others. However, she is slowly touched by the persistence and warmth of a boy who tirelessly reaches out to her, gradually beginning to heal her damaged heart. The film's sci-fi plot reveals that the girl is trapped in a repeating time loop, while retaining her memories, constantly finding herself as the prime suspect in an incident right before summer break. The massive mystery surrounding her loop is finally unraveled when the boy is shockingly revealed to be a traveler from 10,000 years in the future. The futuristic boy explains to the girl that she is the center of a localized time oscillation phenomenon. He warns her that if the loop is left unaddressed, the temporal instability will develop into a massive wound that could potentially cause the entire universe to break apart. When the girl asks if that spatial anomaly was the only reason he approached her, the boy gently denies it. He clarifies that, because she had completely given up on trusting anyone, she was the only one who treated him without any prejudice, accepting him despite him being an era-displaced outsider, who was normally labeled as creepy. The boy fondly recalls how much he loved the delicious miso soup she made for him, adding a poignant note that the traditional dish no longer exists in his distant future home 10,000 years away. Hearing the screen dialogue, Yuyuta dryly reflects on the tragic fact that miso soup apparently does not survive on the future Earth. On screen, the girl softly chuckles and promises to make the dish for the traveler once again. Embracing the girl on the screen, the boy firmly reiterates his vow, promising that he will absolutely find a way to save her from her lonely loop. Glancing over in the dark theater, Yuyuta turns his head toward Saki and is completely startled to see tears silently streaming down her face. As the emotional climax of the movie plays out and encourages the characters to stop holding back, Saki lets her guard down, completely silently crying as she absorbs the heavy words. Having unexpectedly witnessed her rare vulnerability, Yuyuta is deeply moved by Saki's silent tears. Grabbing the armrest tightly, a sudden and powerful protective instinct wells up inside him, making him realize just how deeply he wants to cherish and protect Saki as well. The movie finally comes to a close as the elegant word "fin" fades onto the screen, marking the end of the emotional film. As the theater lights turn back on, Saki apologizes and heads to the restroom, with Yuyuta gently assuring her that he will wait for her out in the lobby. Standing in front of the mirror, Saki lets out a heavy sigh, internally reflecting on how she surprisingly ended up crying during the movie, despite not having shed a single tear in several years. Saki notices that her tears have slightly smudged her eye makeup, briefly considering fixing it, before reasoning that they are only heading straight back home anyway. Deciding that the darkness outside will easily hide her slightly smudged makeup, and that they will not be staring intently at each other anyway, she chooses to simply leave her appearance exactly as it is. Rejoining Yuyuta in the lobby, Saki apologizes for the wait and suggests they head home, prompting a caring Yuyuta to check if she is feeling okay before happily agreeing to leave. As they walk side by side, Saki flashes a gentle smile, internally realizing that when she is by Yuyuta's side, she no longer feels the need to wear her protective emotional armor anymore. The story fast forwards to Thursday, December 24th, a special day meant to celebrate both Christmas and their birthdays together as a family. Saki's mom enthusiastically takes the day off to cook, prompting Saki to ask her what special meal she is planning to make. Her mother cheerfully responds that since it is a grand holiday and a joint birthday party, she wants to prepare a particularly fancy meal, which leaves a giggling Saki wondering if they are about to feast on a delicious steak. Akiko enthusiastically reveals she bought a whole turkey, completely surprising Saki, who internally points out that people usually just eat chicken for Christmas in Japan. When Saki asks where it came from, Akiko explains that Teichai ordered it online. Since the turkey is pre-cooked and just needs heating, Saki points out it saves them from the massive hassle of roasting a whole bird. Akiko agrees, noting the rest of the meal is simple, and suggests they use the extra time to tackle their big kitchen cleanup first. Yuyuta returns home right on cue, and Akiko warmly welcomes him back, checking if he managed to find the baking soda she asked for. He casually holds up the bag, confirming he got it. Knowing they are tackling the kitchen today, Yuyuta immediately offers to help clean, prompting Saki to volunteer as well. Akiko happily thanks them both, reassuring them that the kitchen isn't actually that dirty anyway, so it shouldn't be too hard of a job. Yuyuta agrees, admitting that back when it was just him and his dad, they barely ever used the kitchen, even expressing genuine amazement that people can actually make tempura at home. Saki and Akiko are both baffled by his bachelor lifestyle logic, with Akiko noting she was totally shocked to learn they didn't even own cooking oil before she moved in. She cheerfully declares that since the kitchen has really only seen 6 months of proper use, cleaning the ventilation fan will be an absolute breeze. Watching Yuyuta wipe down the surfaces, Saki quietly reflects on Akiko's words. She internally realizes that it really has already been half a year since they officially became a blended family. The scene flashes back to the sudden life-changing moment when Akiko first sat Saki down to tell her she had decided to get remarried. Saki remembers asking about the man she was marrying, clarifying his name was Asura. A skeptical Saki bluntly asked if the man was actually reliable. Akiko cheerfully replied that he was so far, causing Saki to immediately zero in on her uncertain phrasing. Nervous about the future, Saki warned her mother that she couldn't promise things would just stay perfect forever. Taking a sip of her drink, Asura Akiko admitted that she thought everything was completely fine during her first marriage, too only for it to fall apart. Despite that past trauma, she confidently predicted her new marriage would last at least until Saki eventually grew up and got married herself. Confused by her mother's cautious outlook, Saki directly asked why she even decided to get remarried in the first place if she was still harboring those fears. Akiko offered a simple, solemn answer, explaining that she chose Teichai simply because they had both experienced the exact same kind of pain. Saki brings up the fact that Asura's father is also getting remarried. Her mother, Akiko, thoughtfully replies that taking this step ensures they won't repeat their past mistakes, explaining that to change one's life for the better, one has to be willing to bravely walk down uncertain paths. Akiko then casually asks Saki to try calling Teichai her dad once they move in, pointing out that since his son Yuyuta will also be living with them, it would get too confusing otherwise. Completely caught off guard by the unfamiliar name, Saki confusedly asks who Yuyuta is. Realizing her slip-up, Akiko casually admits she forgot to mention that Teichai actually has a son. A completely stunned Saki drops her jaw in disbelief at the massive hidden detail, but Akiko just playfully brushes it off and instructs her to be nice when they finally meet next week. Akiko adds the final detail that Yuyuta is 16 and exactly the same age as her. Flashing back to the present day while cleaning up the kitchen, Saki internally admits that the sudden bombshell left her as a total mess, making her completely forget everything else they discussed that day. Back in the present, Akiko asks Yuyuta to help wipe down the high spots on the kitchen cabinets. Watching him readily step up, Saki silently reflects that if she asked her mother if Yuyuta was reliable right now, Akiko would definitely just smile and confidently confirm it all over again. Observing her mother happily chatting alongside Teichai, Saki internally notes that her new stepdad is genuinely a great match for her. She feels deeply relieved seeing Akiko finally able to relax and smile after being on edge for so many years. Wrapping up the kitchen chores, Akiko announces that they are basically done with the cleaning and cheerfully tells both Yuyuta and Saki that they are completely free to do whatever they want for the rest of the day. Noting that the quiet apartment feels a bit lonely, Akiko asks Yuyuta to put a movie on in the background. As Yuyuta easily agrees, Saki watches him and lets her thoughts drift back, once more distinctly recalling the exact day the two of them first met. In another flashback to their very first conversation, Saki remembers being so nervous that she forcefully tried to hype up her image of him by praising his diligent part-time work and excellent grades. However, Yuyuta instantly deflected every single compliment, humbly bringing up his recent mistakes at work and noting that there are plenty of smarter people out there. Saki recalls breaking into a genuine laugh at his blunt honesty. She internally reflects that Yuyuta is simply the kind of person who completely refuses to force a fake idealized image onto others, a rare trait that immediately brought her an immense sense of relief from day one. Looking back at their early days, Saki recalls the defensive mindset she carried when they first became step-siblings. She remembers explicitly telling Yuyuta that she would never expect anything from him. She had demanded that he keep a strict distance, as well firmly asking him to not expect a single thing from her in return. Ever since Saki laid down those harsh boundaries, a quiet but steady distance persisted between them during their daily routines at home. However, that rigid boundary slowly began to blur as Saki gradually started joining him in the living room, quietly taking a seat right beside him. Saki quietly flips through a book while sitting next to him, and Yuyuta finds himself unable to ignore her comfortable, relaxing presence in his immediate space. Saki internally realizes that Yuyuta has completely and permanently entered her field of view, fundamentally changing how she views their lives together. The story shifts back to the holiday celebration at home as their parents enthusiastically present a massive, beautifully roasted turkey. Toasting to the occasion, they happily cheer that it truly feels like Christmas, prompting their father to eagerly call for everyone to raise their glasses. Clinking their glasses together, their parents warmly wish both Yuyuta and Saki a happy birthday, celebrating their special milestones alongside the holiday cheer. The family happily digs into their grand feast, with Yuyuta and Saki enjoying the delicious food and quietly appreciating the peaceful, heartwarming atmosphere of their cozy Christmas dinner together. As Saki finishes eating, Akiko notices she is done surprisingly quickly. Saki explains that she is purposefully saving room for the cake they are having later, prompting Teichai to suggest that they should bring out the dessert soon. Akiko suddenly claps her hands together and realizes that they should probably bring out a special surprise first. This leaves both Saki and Yuyuta looking completely bewildered, wondering what exactly she is referring to. Akiko hands both Saki and Yuyuta wrapped gifts, revealing that they are birthday presents from herself and Teichai. Caught completely off guard by the unexpected gesture, the siblings can only look on in utter confusion. Saki immediately recognizes that the wrapping paper matches the design of her bookstore part-time job. After getting permission to open the gifts, Saki gasps in disbelief upon revealing an Akahen University prep book, inside which the parents happily confirm is the perfect study aid for their upcoming college entrance exams. The parents mention they figured neither of them owned one yet, prompting Yuyuta to admit he hadn't even started collecting preparation materials. Teichai encourages them, explaining that while their future career paths are entirely up to them, they wanted to offer some support since the two seem ready to tackle the exams, leaving Yuyuta and Saki to offer their sincere thanks and resolve to do their absolute best. The siblings quietly admit to each other that this might actually be their very first time seeing a real Akahen book in person. As Akiko heads off to fetch the dessert, Teichai excitedly boasts about the sugar Santa candy topping the cake, leaving Yuyuta to silently wonder why his dad is the one having the absolute most fun during the celebration. As the celebratory night finally winds down, the scene transitions to the quiet apartment building under the dark sky. Inside his room, Yuyuta is tucked safely under his covers, sleeping peacefully after a long day. In the middle of the night, a soft, distinct clicking sound echoes from near his bedroom door. The faint noise instantly catches Yuyuta's attention, causing him to groggily open his eyes and wake up. Sitting up in bed, Yuyuta wonders what is going on and reaches for his phone to check the time. Seeing that it is only 12:28 in the morning on Christmas Day, he is surprised by how early it still is. Noticing something sitting on the floor by his bedroom threshold, Yuyuta spots a small, neatly wrapped gift box. He momentarily wonders if Santa left it before quickly dismissing the childish idea, but as he picks up the package and a matching envelope, he is surprised by how unexpectedly heavy it feels. Sitting alone in his bedroom at night, Yuyuta opens a heartfelt card addressed to him as he prepares to transition into adulthood next year, quickly realizing that this emotional letter is actually the main focus of his birthday gift. Yuyuta reads through the touching message from Saki's mother, which expresses how deeply emotional it feels to watch him grow up and carry himself with so much maturity lately. The letter explains that since they might not have the luxury of celebrating slowly next year, this milestone gift is meant to thank him for always being so considerate of their family. Yuyuta is absolutely stunned when he opens the accompanying box to find an elegant high-end luxury watch. Trying the premium timepiece on his wrist, Yuyuta is deeply inspired by the gesture, quietly resolving that he wants to grow into a capable adult who can confidently earn enough to wear such a watch on a daily basis. Though he initially considers packing the precious watch back into its display box, Yuyuta changes his mind and decides to place it on its cushion right next to his pillow on the nightstand. Snuggling into bed after turning off the lights, Yuyuta can still vividly picture the silver gleam of the watch band behind his eyelids, drifting off to sleep with a firm resolve to do his absolute best in every aspect of his life. Over in her own bedroom, Saki sits on her bed reading her mother's personal birthday card, softly reflecting on the emotional message reminding her of how quickly time is flying and how she will officially be an adult next year. Her mother's letter reveals she completely predicted Saki's stubborn plans to immediately strive for complete independence after graduation. Looking at the beautiful bracelet her mother gave her, Saki is deeply touched by how perfectly her mother managed to see right through her highly guarded nature. Saki can't help but chuckle in mild exasperation when her mother's note jokingly suggests that in an absolute financial emergency, Saki could always sell the expensive jewelry to buy groceries for a month while she seeks help. Her mother asks her to graciously accept the valuable item despite any hesitation she might feel. Saki holds the elegant gift box close, whispering a heartfelt thank you to her mother while quietly reflecting on the gravity of the gesture. Saki fiercely declares she absolutely won't sell the expensive gift, rationalizing that the money would only cover her living expenses for about a single month anyway. Clutching her new jewelry box, she defensively mutters to herself that she totally isn't freaking out over the pricey present in the slightest. Reflecting on the sparkling new bracelet resting in its case, Saki makes a silent promise to pay her mother back tenfold for the extravagant gift someday. She solemnly admits that this internal promise isn't just a bold declaration, but rather a hopeful prayer for the future. Settling into bed next to the open jewelry box, Saki quietly hopes her prayer will eventually come true. She warmly thinks about wearing the beautiful bracelet on the day she finally meets someone truly precious to her. Drifting off to sleep, Saki happily compares the sparkling jewelry to a perfect angel's halo, closing her eyes with those incredibly sweet thoughts swirling in her head. The story jumps to Thursday, December 31st. The newly blended family embarks on a 2-night holiday trip to visit Yuyuta's grandparents who live deep in the snowy mountains of Nagano. Cruising down the road early in the morning, Teichai explains they had to leave before dawn to beat the long 4-hour commute, admitting the rural location might be a bit boring, but stressing how much he wanted their new family of 4 to travel together. Yuyuta chimes in, noting that since he and Saki will be incredibly busy with exams next year and living their own lives in college soon after this trip, might realistically be their very last chance to go out together as a whole family. Saki quietly agrees, realizing how insanely fast her high school graduation is approaching. Catching Saki staring at him, Yuyuta asks what is on her mind, but she quickly brushes it off, claiming she was just wondering if he was tired from the early wake-up call. Overhearing the teens in the back seat, Teichai warmly tells Saki that she is more than welcome to take a nap if she wants to, earning a polite thanks from his stepdaughter. Glancing toward the front of the car, Yuyuta notices his stepmother Akiko looks completely tense and has been acting incredibly nervous ever since they hit the road. He notes that the heavy pressure of being the newly remarried wife is clearly getting to her, recalling how desperately she tried to memorize all the relatives' names since this will be her first time seeing his extended family since their initial introductory dinner. As the car continues its long commute toward Nagano, the early morning departure finally catches up to Yuyuta. He slowly dozes off in the back seat, instantly grabbing a quietly observant Saki's full attention. Noticing Saki staring intently out the window as they ride along, Yuyuta leans in and casually checks on her to see what has caught her attention. Saki simply points out that the traditional building outside is called a kaminka, bringing up the specific style of old folk house. Yuyuta agrees and spots another building nearby, guessing that it is an even older structure. He notes that the specific Kamenka label usually only applies to houses that are over 50 years old. Genuinely curious about her interests, Yuyuta asks if she likes old-style things like shrines, temples, and traditional homes. Saki confirms it, explaining that she really appreciates seeing old architecture preserved in its completely original form. Yuyuta wonders if she actually finds just plain stone walls interesting, noting that with many old castles, the main structure is completely gone, leaving nothing behind but moats, pillars, or simply the empty marks where pillars used to stand. Thinking it over, Yuyuta realizes that it actually makes perfect sense for Saki to like historical things, recalling that she managed to get a perfect score on her history exams multiple times recently. Saki surprisingly adds that she frequently watches videos and looks at photo books focused on Japanese castles, admitting she rarely watches videos otherwise. Saki explains that she finds old buildings deeply appealing simply because old memories naturally remain preserved within them. Looking out the window, she admits that she was actually looking forward to seeing some traditional folk houses today, specifically because they are a completely rare sight back in Shibuya. After a long 4-hour drive filled with breaks, the family finally arrives at their destination. Looking up at the magnificent traditional house, Akiko notes that Teichai's grandfather originally built it, but assures Saki that the interior has been fully renovated and won't be inconvenient to stay in at all. Teichai cheerfully confirms they have finally arrived, leaving Saki in total awe, while Yuyuta quietly observes that this is what his grandparents' house actually looks like. Stepping inside, the family is warmly greeted by Teichai's mother. She happily welcomes them, in noting that they must be exhausted from the long trip, and internally wonders what her new granddaughter will find in their rural home. The grandmother cheerfully remarks on the cold weather and promises to bring out some hot tea later. Akiko politely greets her mother-in-law and immediately offers to help with the tea, while Teichai simply suggests they bring all their bags into their rooms first. Standing near the entrance, Saki formally introduces herself, earning a warm, welcoming smile from her new grandmother, who happily admits she has been eagerly waiting to finally meet her. Arriving at the grandparents' house, Yuyuta and Saki make their way down the hall as his parents greet the family. His grandmother kindly directs Akiko to the specific room they will be using for this year's visit. The grandmother mentions that all the futons are already prepared for them, prompting a polite thanks from Akiko as a blank-faced Yuyuta listens to the exchange. Peeking into the designated room, Yuyuta internally panics the second he spots 4 futons laid out perfectly side by side. The math quickly dawns on him, leaving him completely stressed out over the sudden realization that he will be sleeping in the exact same room as his stepsister for the next 2 days. Moving on to the rest of the family, Teichai formally greets his father, who warmly welcomes them back and asks how they have been. Another relative in the back chimes in to greet Yuyuta and Akiko after their long time apart. Yuyuta mentally introduces his older cousin Kasuke, noting that he is 8 years older and always played with him during past family gatherings. Kasuke warmly greets Yuyuta and points out his recent growth spurt before curiously asking about the new girl, prompting Saki to politely introduce herself as the new younger sister. Kasuke warmly welcomes Saki to the family. Teichai then notices the unfamiliar woman standing next to Kasuke and asks for a proper introduction, prompting Kasuke to apologize for the delay before the woman politely introduces herself as Nagisa. Kasuke casually drops the massive bombshell that he and Nagisa actually just got married the other day, leaving Yuyuta in absolute shock. As Teichai enthusiastically congratulates the couple and notes the complete lack of hints from the previous year, Yuyuta internally rationalizes that an older cousin wouldn't exactly discuss his love life with a kid anyway. Staring right at the 2 teens, Kasuke jokingly admits that he initially thought Yuyuta was the one who had gotten married when he first saw Saki standing there, leaving a completely dumbfounded Saki to let out a noise of pure confusion. Remembering that his cousin always loved making outrageous jokes like this, a sweating Yuyuta desperately tries to laugh it off and firmly reminds him that he is still just a high school student. Meanwhile, an equally uncomfortable Saki silently observes her stepbrother, internally panicking beside her. As the playful banter continues with the adults waving off the jokes, another energetic woman suddenly bursts onto the scene. She loudly cheers Yuyuta's nickname and tackles him with a massive surprise hug from behind, leaving him completely startled by the sudden ambush. Two young children, Mika and Takumi, enthusiastically run up to Yuyuta, begging him to play. Greeting his young cousins, Yuyuta laughs that they completely startled him, while Saki observes that they are his aunt's kids, and notes how incredibly big they have both grown since they last met. Yuyuta's aunt apologetically asks if he can babysit the two children for a little while so the adults can quietly discuss their upcoming wedding plans. After Yuyuta readily agrees, he turns back to the kids and cheerfully invites Saki to join in on their play session. Curiously looking at Saki, Mika asks Yuyuta who the pretty older sister is. Yuyuta awkwardly introduces her as Ie-san, only to immediately regret his choice of words, internally panicking that using her last name makes it sound like he is actively denying their step-sibling relationship, when he really should have just introduced her as his little sister. Struggling to pronounce her name, Mika carefully studies her face before pointing and excitedly declaring that her name must be a Chan. Taken completely by surprise, a startled Saki can only stammer in confusion. The children proudly introduce themselves as Takumi and Mika, prompting an awkward Saki to politely greet them in return. Watching Takumi strictly lecture his younger sister for pointing at people, Yuyuta quietly notes to himself that Saki clearly has absolutely no idea how to handle young children. Mika innocently looks up at Yuyuta and asks if a Chan is simply his friend, a direct question that catches both Yuyuta and Saki completely off guard. Yuyuta quickly corrects her, explaining that Saki is actually his brand new younger sister who joined the family after their parents got married. This prompts Takumi to thoughtfully remind Mika about their parents' explanation regarding the wedding, wonderingly asking if getting married means automatically gaining a little sister. Realizing how incredibly difficult the concept of step-siblings is to explain to children, Yuyuta hastily decides to change the subject. He quickly presents his game console with a flourish, asking the kids if they have already decided on what they want to play. Spotting the console, Mika excitedly demands that Yuyuta connect it to the television so they can start playing. Recalling their past gaming sessions with Narasaka, Yuyuta happily agrees and guides the cheering kids toward the TV room. A cheerful cartoon cooking game screen flashes onto the television, introducing a frantic cooperative multiplayer game with cute animal chefs. Yuyuta and Saki settle in to play the game alongside the kids, who excitedly explain how the simple order system works, while a slightly hesitant Saki notes how surprisingly tiny the controllers are in her hands. As the game officially starts, the kids immediately begin barking out commands, telling Yuyuta to wash the dishes and alerting Saki to bring the finished food over to the serving station. Saki finds herself momentarily distracted, admiring how incredibly good Yuyuta is at handling little kids, and thinking he would make an amazing dad, only to panic as the kids scream that she is letting the meat burn on the stove. The virtual kitchen immediately descends into absolute chaos, with a massive fire spreading, prompting Yuyuta to frantically instruct Saki to grab the fire extinguisher, while the kids cry that they are officially running out of time. Saki can only watch in defeated silence as the screen delivers a harsh game over message, signaling their total virtual cooking failure. A highly discouraged Saki repeatedly apologizes for the failure, and though Yuyuta kindly reassures her that she simply is not used to the controls, yet she is utterly shocked when little Mika bluntly asks if she is just bad at cooking. Yuyuta quickly defends her honor, explaining to Mika that Saki is actually a phenomenal cook in real life, and that gaming is entirely different, while encouraging everyone to do their best on the next attempt. Pouting in adorable frustration, Saki mutters that being comforted that much actually makes her feel worse, leaving a bewildered Yuyuta to point out that she is indeed a great cook, despite accidentally setting their virtual kitchen ablaze. Observing Saki's unusually competitive reaction, Yuyuta internally reflects on her fierce hatred of losing, while out loud he reassures her that she will quickly surpass his gaming skills once she gets a bit of practice. Saki simply responds with a stubborn huff, resolving not to lose their next match. Saki is caught off guard when little Mika suddenly tugs on her shirt, looking up to innocently ask if she actually hates Yuyuta. Yuyuta stammers out a quick denial, but Mika clings to his arm and firmly insists that her mother always tells her that siblings absolutely have to get along. Saki awkwardly agrees with the sentiment, prompting an energetic Mika to proudly declare that she knows the perfect way to make up and confidently offers to teach them. Saki hesitantly plays along, making Mika look incredibly smug. Yuyuta internally notes that his stepsister is completely getting dragged into the child's pace, just as Mika turns to him and demands that he practice the makeup routine with her first, which he easily agrees to. Yuyuta politely bows and apologizes to Mika, who happily forgives him before pulling him into a massive tight hug. Thinking the demonstration is over, Yuyuta relievedly declares that they have officially made up. Just as he thinks they are done, Yuyuta lets out a confused gasp when Mika suddenly leans in and plants a sweet kiss right on his cheek. Completely shocked by the sudden affection, Yuyuta freezes as Mika turns back to Saki to proudly show off her ultimate reconciliation technique. Leaving both teenagers blushing furiously in total silence, Mika cheerfully demands that the two of them use her exact same method to finally make up with each other. Yuyuta's heart pounds as he internally panics, desperately reminding himself that normal siblings absolutely do not kiss each other to make up. Beside him, a heavily blushing Saki mirrors his exact panic, silently questioning if they are actually supposed to go through with it. Before the intense tension can break, a voice suddenly calls out from the hallway announcing that dinner is finally ready. The call startles both Yuyuta and Saki out of their frozen panic, while Mika instantly forgets all about her makeup lesson and happily sprints off toward the food. An incredibly tense silence falls over the room as both Yuyuta and Saki find themselves blushing furiously. Unable to look each other in the eye, they are left to suffer through a highly uncomfortable and painfully awkward moment together. Desperate to break the suffocating tension, Saki suggests that they should finally head out since it seems like it is officially dinner time. A thoroughly flustered Yuyuta stammeringly agrees, eager to escape the awkward atmosphere. On Thursday, December 31st, the family gathers for a festive New Year's Eve dinner featuring sukiyaki and oshchai ryori while reflecting on the past year. Surrounded by relatives, Saki remains quiet, only nodding in polite agreement when Yuyuta comments on how delicious the food is, until an older relative notices the clock and remarks on how late it has already gotten. With the traditional soba finished, the relatives agree it is finally time to head out before the New Year's bell begins to ring. When a curious Saki asks where they are heading, Yuyuta explains that they always visit the local shrine for New Year's, advising her to bundle up in a warm jacket, while secretly wishing he had not already changed into his pajamas. Before they depart, Akiko hands the siblings pocket warmers to protect them from the winter chill, explaining that their midnight shrine visit is a traditional nine and merry. Listening to the New Year's bell chime over the car radio, the family makes the snowy drive toward a quiet shrine tucked deep away in the mountains. Stepping out of the vehicle into the freezing mountain air, Saki shivers and marvels at how incredibly deep in the mountains the shrine actually is. Yuyuta casually drops the bombshell that they have a 2-kilometer hike ahead of them, complete with a long, grueling staircase. Saki is utterly horrified by the unexpected physical challenge in the snow, prompting a sympathetic Yuyuta to suggest she just give it a try and promise that she can sit out the trek next time if it proves too difficult. Yuyuta notes that since this is an annual family tradition, there will definitely be a next year. His casual assumption of a D future catches Saki off guard, bringing a soft, warm expression to her face as they agree that she will know what to expect next time. As they take their first steps through the snow, Yuyuta reassures her that everything is a learning experience, gently adding that if the grueling walk ever becomes too tough to handle, he wants her to be honest and tell him right away. As they walk through the towering snow-covered forest, Saki suddenly loses her footing. Letting out a startled gasp as she slips on the slick path, she immediately draws Yuyuta's attention, causing him to turn back to check on her. Yuyuta quickly checks to make sure Saki is okay after her near fall, and she breathlessly assures him she managed to recover. To prevent another accident, Yuyuta advises her to walk by firmly gripping the snow with the entire soles of her feet, a useful tip that Saki carefully takes to heart as they continue their trek. As they approach the ancient shrine grounds, a beautifully lit stone lantern guides their way through the dark. Saki gasps in awe at the sight of the massive torii gate standing tall before them, while Yuyuta quietly notes that the sheer age of the structure really makes visitors feel the weight of its history. Saki thoughtfully disagrees, explaining that the sense of history comes from seeing how the place has been treated and cared for, rather than just its age. To illustrate her point, she mentions discovering an old faded Daruma doll with completely blank eyes, pointing out how the lack of painted eyes shows that no one ever entrusted it with a wish or cared enough to use it. Saki muses that the old Daruma doll evokes a deep sense of sadness, explaining that old memories naturally linger within historic structures. Yuyuta admits he is simply interested in how ancient places end up the way they are, prompting Saki to bring up the melancholy song about a grandfather's clock, admitting that even just thinking about its tragic story is enough to make her want to cry. Entering the main sanctuary past a snow-dusted Kamenu statue, they toss a coin into the wooden offering box and vigorously shake the heavy rope, sending a loud, echoing chime through the quiet night. Standing side by side under the falling snow, Yuyuta and Saki close their eyes and join their hands together in quiet, solemn prayer for the start of the new year. Yuyuta internally reflects on the chaotic but transformative past year, recalling how his father's sudden remarriage unexpectedly brought a stepsister of the exact same age into his daily life. He remembers initially being quite intimidated by her fashionable, flashy exterior, but after discovering she struggled heavily with modern literature during their school exams, he stepped up to help her study. He recalls their summer trip to the pool with classmates, admitting to himself that this was the exact defining moment he finally realized his true, undeniable romantic feelings for Saki. Saki's thoughts drift back to that fateful night of Halloween, where the growing tension between her and Yuyuta culminated in an unforgettable, passionate kiss. The scene transitions to the winter shrine visit as Yuyuta quietly finishes offering his prayers and letting out a sigh of relief. Turning to him as they stand in front of the snow-covered shrine, Saki curiously asks him what exactly he prayed for. Saki admits that she spent so much time reflecting on all the massive changes of the past year that she completely forgot to actually make a wish. With a gentle smile, Yuyuta readily agrees, admitting that he ended up doing the exact same thing. Noting that Yuyuta looks incredibly refreshed, Saki smiles softly as their parents rejoin them, suggesting it is finally time to head back home. Before they leave, Saki eagerly proposes drawing fortunes, a tradition Yuyuta gladly agrees to participate in since he always draws one every year too. Their father warmly agrees to the idea, suggesting they all draw their fortunes before leaving. Saki happily leads the group toward the fortune-drawing booth to buy their omikuji slips. However, Saki's holiday excitement instantly evaporates into sheer dread as she opens her paper, staring in absolute stunned disbelief at her drawn fortune. Saki's paper bluntly reads "Great misfortune," leaving Yuyuta quietly amazed that the shrine would actually include such terrible luck during the new year. When a glaring Saki demands to know what he drew, Yuyuta hesitantly reveals he got small luck, quickly pleading with her to stop staring at him with such intense, terrifying jealousy. Yuyuta and their father quickly reassure her, explaining that she can simply leave her bad luck behind by tying the fortune slip to the shrine's wires. Saki carefully ties her terrible fortune away, hoping to rid herself of any bad omens as Yuyuta watches over her supportively. With their fortunes tied off and the New Year's bells ringing continuously in the background, the family quietly leaves the shrine to make their way back home. As the beautiful first sunrise of the year casts its golden light across the distant mountains, their brand new year officially begins. On the morning of New Year's Day, Yuyuta finishes his breakfast and internally groans about waking up to Takuma's overly energetic phone call, along with the fresh muscle aches in his calves. As his grandmother kindly offers to grill him even more matcha, he turns to a distracted Saki and asks if she is dealing with muscle soreness too, though she quickly snaps out of her daze and insists she is perfectly fine. Noting her unusually quiet demeanor, Yuyuta quietly observes Saki and internally wonders if she is actually feeling down about something. Finding Saki sitting all by herself out on the snowy veranda, Yuyuta casually approaches and asks if she minds him taking a seat next to her. Saki easily agrees, and after thanking her and settling down, Yuyuta gets straight to the point, gently asking if something happened to make her act so strange. Caught completely off guard, Saki lets out a confused noise. Yuyuta explains that since she looked so down earlier, he was genuinely worried that being in such an unfamiliar environment might be making her feel sick. Saki softly reassures him that she feels perfectly fine, but hesitates to explain the real reason behind her gloomy mood. Saki finally admits that she just felt like getting bad luck right at the very start of the new year was a terrible omen. Yuyuta immediately realizes she is stressing over the great misfortune slip. She pulled at the shrine, prompting Saki to defensively clarify that she doesn't actually believe everything it says, though she still clearly looks bothered by it. Trying to rationalize her fear, Yuyuta explains that if the fortune warned her about something completely impossible like waking up as a different gender, she obviously wouldn't feel any actual danger. However, he hits the nail on the head by pointing out that she is really just terrified because there is a genuine possibility that the fortune is predicting their relationship will turn into a massive disaster. Saki confesses that simply thinking about that worst-case scenario has been completely eating away at her. Hearing her genuine anxiety, Yuyuta silently reflects that it would be incredibly easy to just brush off her concerns with empty platitudes about how it is merely a silly piece of paper that she already tied to the shrine rack. But he knows she needs something more substantial than that. Deciding to change the mood, Yuyuta invites Saki out for a short walk, mentioning that he actually has a specific spot he highly recommends visiting. Intrigued by his personal recommendations, Saki admits she kind of wants to see it, cheerfully agreeing to the outing and suggesting they go grab their jackets. Saki and Yuyuta arrive at a breathtaking, peaceful lake hidden in the mountains, its sparkling water perfectly mirroring the calm surrounding wilderness. Saki marvels at how the lake's surface perfectly mirrors the sky like a giant mirror. When she asks if the place is famous, Yuyuta explains he simply stumbled upon it as a child to pass the time, sharing how the reflection beautifully shifts with each passing season. Yuyuta asks Saki if she is genuinely having fun lately, clarifying he means in general and not just today or yesterday. After thinking it over, Saki softly admits she is indeed having fun, prompting a warm smile from Yuyuta, who confesses he feels exactly the same way. Yuyuta points out that if her recent fortune-telling indicated great misfortune, it logically means their current happy state is officially the absolute lowest point. Things can possibly get a unique theoretical explanation that initially leaves a startled Saki trying to comprehend his logic. Yuyuta cheerfully concludes that since their current fun time represents the absolute worst-case scenario, it means they have absolutely nothing to worry about because their lives can only trend upward and get happier from here on out. Saki giggles softly and points out that his highly optimistic interpretation might be a bit of a stretch, though she can't help but smile at how charmingly he tried to cheer her up. Yuyuta gently explains that a person can interpret any fortune as positively as they want depending on their outlook. A smiling Saki thanks him, realizing he went out of his way to comfort her because he was worried she was pushing herself too hard. Yuyuta softly adds that he naturally worries because it involves someone he genuinely likes, catching Saki completely off guard before he warmly declares how incredibly glad he is that they came to this lake. Saki admits she loved seeing how beautifully he interacted with the kids, calling him a wonderful older brother, while confessing she felt completely hopeless and out of her depth. She somberly explains that because she cannot remember her own parents ever making her happy, she is terrified of accidentally hurting the children without even realizing it. Looking out over the calm, sparkling lake as Saki crouches on the grass, Yuyuta quietly reassures her that everything is going to be completely fine, offering a grounding sense of comfort to ease her deep-seated anxieties. Saki calmly reassures him that there is no need to rush things, noting that it is perfectly fine if everything isn't perfect right away. She admits she feels a bit anxious about whether they can manage to become good adults just the way they are now. Offering his hand, Yuyuta warmly declares that this uncertainty is exactly why they should focus on growing together. Saki quietly echoes the idea of growing together and gently takes his hand, sharing a tender moment of agreement as they accept each other's support. Spotting the shiny jewelry on her wrist, Yuyuta points out that she is wearing a really pretty bracelet. Saki happily agrees and shows it off, leaving Yuyuta to internally scold himself for previously claiming he couldn't remember much about the accessory. Later that night, Teichai remarks that the girls' batteries have completely run out. Yuyuta chuckles and agrees, noting how they were both full of energy just a little while ago before totally crashing in their sleep. Thanking Yuyuta for helping him carry the sleeping girls to bed, Teichai announces he is heading back to his own room for the night. Yuyuta wishes him a good night, internally reassuring his anxious father that Akiko and Saki are incredibly capable people who will be perfectly fine. As he walks down the hall, Yuyuta accidentally overhears his grandfather expressing deep concerns to Teichai about Akiko's night job and Saki's flashy appearance. The older man warns Teichai to be careful not to get tricked or cheated on again, prompting Teichai to desperately ask him to calm down. Listening, and Yuyuta realizes his grandfather is genuinely worried about Teichai, just as the older man shifts the topic to ask how the sudden marriage is actually affecting Yuyuta. His grandfather continues his rant, questioning if Yuyuta is just being dragged around by suddenly having a new mother and sister thrust upon him. Teichai awkwardly tries to deny it, but his father presses on, challenging if Teichai can really say for sure that Yuyuta is perfectly okay with everything. Unable to listen anymore, Yuyuta fiercely slides the door open and boldly declares he has absolutely zero complaints about Teichai marrying Akiko or getting a new little sister. Shocking his grandfather, Yuyuta admits he was initially bewildered by getting a sister his own age, but firmly defends Saki, stating her flashy appearance means nothing because she is actually incredibly kind, sincere, and hardworking. Standing firmly in the hallway, Yuyuta refuses to back down, holding his ground as he passionately defends his newly blended family from his grandfather's harsh doubts. As Yuyuta steps out into the hallway, Saki finds herself completely frozen in place. Sensing his presence nearby, she experiences a sudden breathless rush of emotion that leaves her completely flustered. The older relatives continue chatting about Saki, with her grandmother warmly defending her by mentioning how the younger kids had a wonderful time teaching her how to play games despite her lack of skill. When the grandfather brings up Saki's brightly dyed hair, the grandmother playfully reminds him that their own relative used to dye her hair bright red back in the day, successfully teasing him into finally dropping the subject. An older relative warmly remarks on how much the quiet and reserved Yuyuta has grown up, marveling at how dependable he has suddenly become. A flustered Yuyuta quickly apologizes for interrupting their conversation, but his uncle simply pats him reassuringly on the shoulder and proudly points out that he is practically an adult now. The adults laughingly discuss that Yuyuta has officially reached the age where he could start thinking about taking a wife one day. While some joke that marriage is still way too early for a high schooler, they point out that unexpected things happen, their voices slowly fading down the hallway as they walk away. Tucked comfortably into bed later that night, Yuyuta stares up at the traditional ceiling light with a gentle, relaxed smile. He is deeply relieved and happy that even his traditionally strict grandfather seemed to show real understanding and warmth toward their new family dynamic by the end of the evening. Exhausted from a long day of playing high-energy racing games with the kids, Yuyuta feels a heavy wave of drowsiness wash over him. Realizing he is completely drained, he happily closes his eyes, confident that he is going to fall asleep almost instantly. In the middle of the night, Yuyuta is suddenly pulled from his deep slumber by the faint creaking of the sliding door. As a soft rustling sound echoes in the dark room, a confused Yuyuta groggily wonders if Saki is having trouble sleeping, or if she is simply looking for their stored luggage, only to freeze in pure shock at what happens next. Saki quietly slips into his futon, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder as she gazes down at him in the dim, quiet room. Unsure of how to react, a completely stunned Yuyuta remains entirely frozen in place, only managing to softly whisper Saki's name in the darkness. Saki simply offers a tender smile and a quiet word of thanks, her warm hand staying firmly clasped in his as they a quiet, intimate moment. Saki is hard at work in the kitchen in the middle of the night, secretly putting a special plan into motion while referencing her phone. On Friday, February 12th, right after classes finish and Yuyuta is getting ready to head home, he gets called out to a deserted storehouse, leaving him wondering what exactly is going on. To his surprise, Saki and Narasaka present him with Valentine's Day gifts, with Narasaka enthusiastically showing off hers while Saki stands shyly beside her with a wrapped bag. Saki apologizes for the sudden summons, explaining that Narasaka insisted they hand over their gifts together. Yuyuta asks if he can open them right away, and Narasaka playfully reassures him that there are absolutely no love letters hidden inside. Seeing her gift boldly labeled as mere obligation chocolate, Yuyuta feels relieved that he can accept it without any risk of a misunderstanding. When Yuyuta opens Saki's gift, he is stunned to find beautiful hand-made chocolate truffles, immediately realizing she went out of her way to make them. Even Narasaka is impressed, commenting on how much hard work must have gone into preparing them. Saki shyly downplays her effort by claiming she just customized some store-bought sweets, though Narasaka insists that putting a personal touch on them makes them fully handmade. Yuyuta finally realizes that the kitchen light he noticed the night before was Saki working hard on his gift, even as she quickly tries to pass it off as something any normal sibling would do. Both siblings are left utterly confused until Narasaka enthusiastically promises to help them spend quality time together during their upcoming school trip. Although Yuyuta frantically tries to tell her not to go out of her way, Narasaka playfully teases him, insisting he should not be so shy about wanting to hang out with his sister. Mission accomplished, Narasaka quickly bids them farewell and heads home, leaving Saki frantically calling after her. As the two girls walk away, Saki laments being kept in the dark, while Yuyuta is left standing alone, anxiously wondering if Narasaka has somehow managed to figure out the true nature of his relationship with Saki. Left alone with his thoughts, Yuyuta admits to himself that the situation is a bit embarrassing, especially since Saki's gift marks the very first time in his life that he has ever received handmade chocolates from anyone. Unable to resist, Yuyuta pops one of the truffles into his mouth right then and there, quietly smiling to himself as he realizes just how sweet it tastes. Fast forwarding to Sunday, February 14th, Saki wakes up in an absolute panic after realizing she completely overslept on Valentine's Day. Saki frantically rushes around her room, realizing she completely forgot about her early morning shift and desperately stuffing her essential belongings into her bag to save every second. Saki slams her door and prepares to sprint in hopes of making it in time, but she runs right into Teichai, who surprises her by immediately offering to drive her to work. Though slightly hesitant, Saki decides to call him Dad and accepts his generous offer, which he is more than happy to help her with. Saki swallows her initial hesitation to decline, because she does not want to cause trouble, realizing that both Yuyuta and Teichai are putting in real effort to treat her as family, which motivates her to take a step forward and build a closer bond with them too. Grateful for the ride, Saki thanks him because she is now on track to make it to her shift with time to spare, while Teichai warmly downplays his effort by joking that he has to show off his fatherly side once in a while. Saki quietly notes his consideration, realizing he is framing the trip as convenient just so she does not feel like an inconvenience, which makes her truly understand why her mother came to rely on such a kind person. As she gets ready to step out of the car, Saki bids him farewell, while he wishes her a great day at work, cementing her determination to stop viewing him merely as her mother's husband and officially accept him as her dad. Before heading off, Saki casually mentions that she made Valentine's chocolates and left them chilling in the fridge, clarifying that she left a sticky note labeled specifically for him so he can easily find them. Overjoyed by the heartwarming gesture, Teichai warmly thanks her and promises to look forward to the sweet treat as he drives away, leaving Saki smiling as she makes her way to work. During a break at the prep school, Fujinami approaches Yuyuta while he eats his lunch and asks if the seat next to him is open. Yuyuta confirms the seat is open, prompting Fujinami to thank him as she settles in. Spotting his meager meal, she curiously asks if his entire lunch is just a single rice ball. Yuyuta confirms it is, explaining that he is actively trying to save up some extra cash for a school trip starting next week. Fujinami remarks that a school trip sounds nice and asks where his class is heading. When Yuyuta reveals they are going to Singapore, she notes how impressive an overseas trip is and fully understands why he wants to save up for extra activities. Acknowledging his tight budget, she casually slides something over to his side of the table. She hands him a small piece of chocolate, noting that while it won't fill his empty stomach, it should provide a nice sugar boost. Yuyuta gratefully accepts the treat, and she humbly tells him not to worry about it. She casually explains that she simply couldn't resist the overwhelming temptation of the massive Valentine's Day displays at the convenience store, a relatable excuse that Yuyuta finds highly amusing. Later that day, Yuyuta arrives for his shift at the bookstore, stepping through the doors and casually thanking his coworkers for their hard work. Yomiuri cheerfully greets him, pointing out that he is swapping shifts with Saki today. Yuyuta confirms the schedule change and notices her bag, asking if she was just chatting with his stepsister. Yomiuri smoothly explains that they were just sharing a little something before rustling through her belongings to pull out a surprise for him as well. Sliding a beautifully wrapped box toward him, Yomiuri playfully declares that while the gift is technically written as obligatory, it should actually be read as true love. She clarifies that it is her Valentine's Day chocolate, and happily hands it over to a completely stunned Yuyuta. Yuyuta awkwardly points out that her romantic translation of the situation is a massive stretch, but he politely thanks her for the gift anyway. Yomiuri warmly tells him to make sure he savors every bite, leaving Yuyuta to internally marvel at how the fancy packaging makes the chocolate look incredibly expensive. Smoothly changing the subject, Yomiuri casually mentions that she took a quick look around earlier and noticed the bookstore is practically empty today. Sighing at the dead store, Yomiuri complains that the sheer lack of customers just proves the streets of Shibuya are currently flooded with nothing but couples. Yuyuta internally assumes everyone is simply busy celebrating Valentine's Day, but quietly sweats at her incredibly blunt and heavily prejudiced assessment of the city. Yomiuri cheerfully announces she is heading to the back room to give the manager his own obligatory chocolate. Catching her specific wording, Yuyuta quickly asks if his gift was somehow different from the manager's batch. Yomiuri playfully fakes innocence, teasingly suggesting his was special, because she poured her true feelings into it, which prompts an exasperated Yuyuta to point out she delivered the line like she wasn't even sure about it herself. Preparing a meal in the kitchen, Saki keeps her phone propped up nearby as she carefully stirs her cooking, focused on getting the recipe just right. Late that evening at the apartment, Saki is quietly focused on her studies at the table when the front door clacks open and Yuyuta calls out to announce his return. Welcoming him back, Saki offers to heat up some homemade stew she prepared, which Yuyuta gratefully accepts. Noting that she is studying in the living room for a change of scenery, Saki suddenly notices a small gift box in his hand and asks about it, prompting Yuyuta to reveal that Yomiuri-senpai gave him some Valentine's chocolates today. Yuyuta quickly explains that although the brand name chocolates look quite expensive, Yomiuri-senpai made a point to clarify they were strictly obligatory chocolates, and that she gave some to their manager as well. Saki quietly goes along with the conversation, but internally sinks into a gloomy, jealous silence, telling herself that college students are on a completely different level, and overthinking how much the two must have chatted during their quiet shift. Saki serves up the hot bowl of stew and places it in front of him, earning a polite thank you from Yuyuta. As he happily prepares to dig into the delicious-smelling meal, Saki suddenly places a small container on the table with a clink. Looking down, Yuyuta is bewildered to see a bottle of 7-spice chili pepper, prompting Saki to explain that since his dessert is going to be sweet chocolate, he figured he might appreciate eating something spicy beforehand. A startled Yuyuta asks if she expects him to put chili powder in his stew, causing Saki to quickly backtrack and insist she didn't mean anything by it since the stew already looks incredibly delicious on its own. Abruptly ending the conversation, Saki gathers her study materials and announces she is heading back to her bedroom. A startled Yuyuta can only watch in awkward silence as she exits the room and slams the door shut behind her. Left entirely alone at the table, Yuyuta lets out a quiet sigh as he eats, admitting to himself that he had really hoped they would at least be able to enjoy a normal conversation together during dinner. Eating the delicious stew, his gaze wanders back to the mysterious bottle of chili pepper sitting in front of him. Curiously wondering if chili pepper actually goes well with cream stew, Yuyuta decides to sprinkle a bit of the spice onto a spoonful of his meal. Taking a bite, he is left completely puzzled by the bizarre flavor combination, quietly concluding that it tastes exactly like ordinary stew covered in spicy seasoning, before letting out a weary sigh. Yuyuta reflects on the last time he and Saki had an intimate moment, recalling their deep conversation by the lake. Looking at his calendar, he realizes their upcoming 4-day school trip to Singapore is fast approaching, meaning they will barely get to see each other, prompting him to silently wish he could connect with her before they depart. Meanwhile, Saki sits alone in her room, burying her face in her hands in sheer embarrassment. Sighing deeply, she scolds herself for acting so shamefully and childishly unable to escape the lingering memory of her recent actions. Saki looks down at a package of chili pepper candy left on her desk, remembering how a classmate had excitedly offered to the rare souvenir with her. In a flashback at school, Narasaka cheerfully hands over the chili pepper candy, explaining she got the rare treat as a special souvenir and wanted to it with Saki. Feeling slightly guilty about constantly being on the receiving end of Narasaka's generosity, Saki offers her sincere thanks, though Narasaka playfully laughs it off and insists the gift is simply a friendly bribe. Narasaka winks and jokes that she gave Saki the candy so she wouldn't feel jealous about Yuyuta receiving Valentine's chocolate later on, making Saki realize that she should have expected Narasaka to give him a gift. This realization leaves Saki feeling utterly flustered and disgusted by her own possessiveness, though she is forced to admit that her heart still feels incredibly clouded with jealousy. Back in the present, Saki stares blankly at her English grammar textbook, completely unable to concentrate on her studies, despite the urgency of their upcoming trip. She grows increasingly anxious as she remembers that because they are in different classes, it will be incredibly difficult for her and Yuyuta to even find an opportunity to talk to each other while in Singapore. Desperate for connections, Saki realizes she wants to spend as much time as possible talking to him and looking at his face before they leave, even harboring a quiet desire to touch him. She tells herself that if she can just do that, her suffocatingly clouded feelings of jealousy and doubt will surely finally disappear. Just as she is lost in thought, a sudden knock on her bedroom door startles her. Saki quickly turns around in surprise as she hears Yuyuta calling out from the hallway to ask if she is still awake. Yuyuta steps inside and sheepishly apologizes for interrupting her study session. Saki quickly reassures him that it is completely fine, but looks at him curiously and asks what is wrong. Blushing slightly, Yuyuta explains that because Narasaka was present when Saki gave him the Valentine's chocolate, he never got the chance to thank her properly. He sincerely tells Saki that the chocolate was absolutely delicious, admitting that since it was the first time he had ever received handmade sweets, the gesture made him incredibly happy. Yuyuta notes they will both be incredibly busy preparing for their upcoming school trip soon, and Saki adds that once they actually head to Singapore, the time they spend together will inevitably decrease, casting a quiet, melancholy shadow over them. Saki softly confesses that she might be feeling the exact same longing and desire right now, prompting Yuyuta to gently suggest they say their true thoughts out loud together, which Saki quietly agrees to as their steps bring them closer. Standing face to face, their unspoken confession hangs heavily in the air as they both deeply realize their mutual desire to kiss each other. Leaning in closer, Yuyuta murmurs that they won't be able to moments like this once they are away on the busy trip, and a blushing Saki softly agrees as they prepare to close the distance between them. Giving in to their long-repressed emotions, Yuyuta and Saki a sweet, intimate, and passionate kiss, temporarily shutting out the rest of the world. As they slowly part and catch their breath, Saki tightly grips his shirt, realizing that while she hoped touching Yuyuta would completely cure her underlying anxiety, the deep haze in her heart remains even after their lips have parted. Surprised by the realization that a simple kiss wasn't a magic cure-all for her worries, Saki listens quietly as a blushing Yuyuta gently bids her good night before preparing to leave her room. Saki whispers a soft good night back to him, left alone to wonder what has suddenly gotten into her, as her heart remains in a state of restless confusion. The door shuts quietly behind Yuyuta, leaving Saki entirely alone in the sudden silence of her bedroom. Collapsing onto her bed and tightly clutching her pillow, Saki lets out a heavy sigh, deeply worrying whether she will actually be able to endure being completely separated from him for the grueling 4-day, 3-night school trip.